Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Something dark hung over the warrior. She smiled, gathering energy in her hands, saying that he was rightfully called the Sword Emperor. Raising her hand above her head, it shouted that today he would lose this title. Laughing, the warrior wiped the blood from his lip and replied that he had already relaxed since he had fulfilled his main goal. Holding the sword in his hand, the man said that now it could kill him. A bright cloud of energy was directed at him. The man looked straight at him with a smile. A powerful explosion was heard. Smiling widely, something told him not to be so serious. But suddenly it saw something. The blade glittered in the light. In front of the one who had resigned himself to death, another man appeared, repelling the attack. The red-haired man's blade was engulfed in flames. He apologized to his friend for being late. Now he would take care of everything. The red-haired man made a high jump. The dark-haired man looked at his trail. He was counting on him. Something watched as the Arjev guy approached him and asked who he was. He swung his sword, saying that he was his death. Grabbing the weapon with his other hand, he added that he was Muryong. Something looked closely at the enemy. With the swings of the blade, bright flashes appeared that struck the enemy and the fiery head of the dragon. The creature's hair parted upward and it screamed. The man with dark hair watched what was happening with a smile. Smoke was coming from Muryong. Dark clouds dispersed and the sun appeared. That day, 9 streams of sword energy fell from the sky. The dark roof of the house was illuminated by the sun. Years later, the estate. The boy with red hair received several blows to the face, after which he fell to the ground. The woman looked at him menacingly, saying that he should become more serious. Rising from the ground, the boy was trembling. The woman reminded that she said that an important guest would arrive today, and he, knowing this, simply ignored her order to clean the backyard. The woman leaned over the child's face. He put his hand on his chest and asked him if he was ignoring her because she was not his real mother. The boy replied that this was not so. Hovering over him, she reproached him for the fact that if his mother, who left him immediately after birth, had ordered him to do this, he would have done everything. But the boy replied that this was not so either. She asked if he should listen to his father, who had not left the room for many years. The woman's eyes grew larger. She asked in surprise if this was all he could say. Was this really a riot? The other children watched what was happening, did not hear how the woman shouted that she would teach him a good lesson and ordered him to stand up straight. The younger children began to laugh. They were amused by the fact that their brother was very scared. But the eldest silently watched what was happening. The carriage moved along a forest road. Someone said that after 6 years, this place has not changed at all. Finally, they will be able to meet their father's adopted brother, Uncle Muryong. They have almost reached the estate and can check that their clothes are in order. The golden earring sparkled brightly in the sun. Someone asked where Yon was. Someone's silhouette was sitting on the roof of the carriage. Bolos replied that she said that she was stuffy, so she settled on the roof of the carriage. The interlocutor was indignant, saying that he forbade her to do so. He demanded Yon to quickly go down. What if she falls and breaks her legs? Ha Yun looked out of the carriage window. She demanded that her daughter go down from there, who replied that this is already the order of things. Turning around, the woman looked at the rest of the people, saying that she should not have been spoiled like that. Chun asked his mother not to worry about Yon's martial arts skills of the day getting hurt. The boy turned his attention to the Sword Emperor, saying that he wanted to hear more about Uncle Muryong. Is it true that he is so strong that even Emperor Glinka acknowledges his strength? The man put his hand to his face and replied that he is incredibly strong. But the sword skill that he demonstrated 6 years ago was perfect in every way. The Sword Emperor smiled as he recalled their fight together, saying that if he had not arrived in time, he would have already been dead. His 9 Heavens sword technique can compete even with their advanced techniques. The boy was surprised by what he heard. He asked such amazing strength, but why does no one know about him then? Muryong sat with his head down. The Sword Emperor said that his uncle had retired and did not pass on his knowledge to anyone. He warned his son to try not to say anything that could offend Muryong. Earlier, Miju had watched with envy as the red-haired man danced with another girl. He had 2 wives, and he loved the second one especially strongly. Later, Muryong sat in front of her body, but unfortunately, she died after giving birth. It happened almost at the same time as Miju years ago. Since then, Muryong lost the meaning of life. Under the roof hung round lanterns. As the two heard, he locked himself away from everyone in the room of his second wife, so now, while they were here, he wanted to get him out somehow. For his own sake, Muryong looked down tiredly. When they arrived at the estate, it was better not to mention his second wife at all. They should act as if he had not said anything. Chun replied that he would be careful. Near the gate grew a tree. Someone's scream was heard, "Madam." The woman turned to the one who came and asked her why he was screaming. The guy answered that the gentleman had left the room. The woman was surprised and asked again if he seriously left it. At that moment, her hands were covered in blood. The boy replied that as soon as Muryong heard that the clan's carriage had entered the village, he wanted to meet them in person. The woman took the handkerchief handed to her. Wiping her hands, she noted that when she begged him to come out, he did not even look at her. And how did his brother arrive? He gave up his blood for Miju years, but decided to meet his brother. The beaten child lay motionless, and the woman told him that he would finally be able to see his father. Looking at him with a crazy look, she asked, "Is he not going to show himself in such a pitiful state?" The boy, trying to get up, replied that he would not catch his eye. The woman watched the child, noting that he finally began to understand how to behave, and asked again if he knew where to go. Her gaze was devoid of soul. If he does not want to disgrace the family, he cannot show himself to other people. Leaving, she threw a scarf on the ground, saying that she was sure that he understood what could happen if he started doing whatever he wanted while she was not looking. The child replied that he would think about his behavior. Approaching the other children, the woman hugged them and asked if they were ready to sit with their uncle. The hair boy silently walked away in the other direction. The other guy looked after him. The woman ran her finger along his cheek, calling him Mubik. He asked again. She looked into his eyes with a smile and said that today he had a very important task. He would meet his uncle's daughter named Yon, and when they met, he should definitely make friends with her. She put her hands on his shoulders. She smiled. In the country, rebuilding. Did he understand what she was talking about? He frowned at everyone and replied that it was so. The tree was covered with green foliage. Someone asked what was wrong with Muryang's face. The men met near the entrance gate. His brother replied that he was ashamed and apologized for not being able to visit him all this time. Muryang replied that he should not say that and surprised him. But he was really worried about him, but he could not come for a long time. Muryang replied that everything was fine, at least now, but they were still able to see each other. The Sword Emperor introduced his wife and children. They bowed to the red-haired man. Chun said his. Somewhat worried, the young man looked up. Muryang had grown a long beard. He replied that he saw his daughter-in-law. Putting his hand to his chest, he noted that he had grown up to be a great guy. He also thought that the man had not gone outside Miju for years and was completely different from what he imagined. The mother approached her son, covering her mouth, said that she had heard a lot about the man and was glad to finally see him. Wanting to introduce her daughter, she called her. I turned around, but did not see her. The Sword Emperor covered his face with his hand. Ha-Yun said that she had disappeared again. It happens like this, but she disappears often. Muryang replied that it was normal at her age. The woman behind the bearded man laughed and said that their fourth also constantly runs away and does not show up. She asked her husband to introduce them. The man looked at her silently, pointing at them with his hand. He said that these were his wife and children. The woman's name was Miju. They must be tired after a long journey, she said, and suggested that they go and rest. Everyone headed into the house. When she returned, she noticed Mubik. The woman leaned over to the guy and told him to walk around it and look for Yon, because he should make a good impression on her. Miju looked at the child from the side with a smile and asked again if he understood everything. Words of agreement were heard in the blue sky. The setting sun brightly illuminated the sky. A child was sitting on the ground. His hands were raised above his head. Looking down, he thought about when the guests would leave, and his arms ached and he hoped that they would leave soon. His stomach made a loud sound and the guy thought that he wanted to eat. And the look looked tired, the eyes themselves closed, and the hands hurt a lot. The boy began to fall to the ground. Fall, he thought that he should not lie down, because he would be punished if his mother found out. A moment later, the child was already lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Someone's footsteps were heard on the street, but the child continued to lie motionless. It was painful from the steps. Someone was very quickly approaching the child lying on the ground. The man stopped and saw a boy on the ground in front of him. From this he woke up and understood his head. Seeing who was in front, he opened his eyes wide. Quickly getting up, the earth screamed that he was sorry. He sat down on his knees again, raising his hands above his head. He apologized for falling asleep for a while. Holding his hands above his head, he still asked for forgiveness, thinking to himself that he was walking. He frowned, thinking that he was wrong, and warmed up his mother again. Now she will not forgive him. But looking closely, he was surprised. The gold earring sparkled brightly in the sun. The guy opened his mouth wide and thought it wasn't her. He looked at the one in front in amazement. She looked at the boy in front of her. The light was on inside the house and he heard someone asking if he was serious about marrying Yon. Everyone gathered at the common table and the Sword Emperor said that he was serious. Let him get hurt with the house. For them it was the perfect option. Miju smiled and said that this was a happy event and for the children it was also great news. The man with dark hair looked at his interlocutor, asked him what he thought about becoming his family. Muryang took a sip from his mug and replied that he was grateful for his offer, but he thought it would be better if his children chose who they would be with themselves. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor smiled and said that it was logical. Muryang continued talking about how parents should not tell their children who to marry. Their lives do not belong to them. His wife, Scythe, looked at him thinking that this was nonsense. He almost said outright that he regretted their arranged marriage. She had been trying for his Mubik all this time, while he had been stuck in the room for years. The woman turned to the Sword Emperor and asked if their children could like each other. The interlocutor replied that he would visit often so that they would have the opportunity to get to know each other better. Listen to this, Miju nodded and apologized in advance for getting ahead of herself, but could she ask for a favor? With a smile, the man said that of course he could. Miju frowned and asked that their clan give her son Mubik a few lessons. The man and woman looked at her strangely, asking about something. Laughing, the Sword Emperor asked again, doesn't their clan have its own technique? Besides, this is not a question that he can solve on his own. The man with a long beard replied that he wanted to ask him for the same. He looked at his interlocutor again. He was saying that if it did not embarrass him personally, his clan, he was asking for his help. Moryong kept his head down. The dark-haired man looked at him in confusion. Okay, he agreed. He looked at his interlocutor and asked if he was sure of his request. Was he sure that he did not want his eldest son to inherit the technique of the 9 heavens? Moryong brought the mug and answered that their techniques were not as difficult for Lizu to learn as his. He was sure that his son had already mastered his technique. Raising the mug, Sword Emperor smiled and asked if he was joking. Miju had seen with his own eyes 6 years ago how the red-haired man used the advanced technique of the heavens. Moryong raised his head and replied that in fact, in his current state, he could not pass on the knowledge, then he would tell the details personally. The man suddenly coughed when he said that when he began to return to the mountain. He covered his mouth with his hand when he tried to cough. Holding a mug of his mouth, the Sword Emperor looked at his interlocutor in confusion. Everyone jumped up from their chairs looking at Moryong. The Sword Emperor demanded to bring a doctor, saying that Moryong should wake up. A young guy walked along the path along the fence, the backyard of the estate. He looked ahead about what his mother asked him to get closer to the young lady Yon, but he could not find her anywhere. Around the corner, someone was heard talking. Someone asked if he was joking and could I ask another question. A little girl grabbed the clothes of a tall guy. She asked if he really met his sworn enemy and killed him. He asked again who told him that. The girl looked very happy when she answered that she read it in a novel. Azure Cloud Blade, killing all enemies in my path. In response, Chun smiled confusedly and said that although he was really called that, part of the murder program is a lie. Go Mubik ran up to them, shouting for his sister. Falling to his knees in front of Chun, he asked for forgiveness for disturbing him. The man replied that he had nothing to do with it and tried to remember the young man. Having given his name, when his sister pulled the man by his clothes and asked if he remembered her, she asked him not to forget that her name was Xiaolju. Mubik turned to the child, asking him not to be rude to the dear guest. The girl replied that she was very polite and that he was constantly picking on him. It was rude to ask someone I had barely met if he killed his enemies. Xiaolju replied that they had already become friends. Chan looked at the children quarreling among themselves in confusion. She shouted at everyone that the man had never tried anything with them and that she should stop talking nonsense. The sister replied that Jiaka's narrow thinking was one of her brother's shortcomings. Chun smiled looking at this. His brother was surprised how she had grown into such a rude girl. Xiaolju replied that he was rude to butt into their conversation and what does he know about how a girl should behave. Looking at their conversation, Chun thought that she would like their Yon to be such a cheerful girl. Turning around, the young man noticed his gaze. He put his hand on his sister's head and bowed to ask for forgiveness. The man replied that everything was fine, being brightly cheerful was great. He looked at the children with a warm smile. The young man asked if he knew where his sister went. He still wants to meet her with you. Wants to be friends with her, asked Chun. He would be glad at all. He was looking for her himself. Smiling, the man suggested looking for her together. As soon as they meet her, maybe introduce them to each other. Xiaolju said that she heard that she could not speak and asked if it was true. The brother frowned and looked at his younger sister. Chun replied that this was not entirely true. They walked along the street and the man said that Yon had a slightly sick heart. He hopes that she will get better when she becomes friends with them. The child replied that she will heal her. The wind swayed Yon's earrings. Hold your hands above your head. Jiaka thought about who she was and noted that he was beautiful. Looking at her, the boy thought. He remembered the servant's words and thought about how his mother said that important guests would arrive. The girl's clothes are so exquisite, she must be one of the guests. The girl looked silently, she was alone. He remembered his mother's words for him to stay away from such important words. Frightened, I think about how he will definitely be punished. Looking into the girl's pink eyes, he thought about what to do now. Dropping his hands on the ground, he could not think of anything better than to run away. Well, something suddenly stopped him. Yon held him by the clothes, and with one movement, she knocked him to the ground. The boy lay on the ground with his mouth open. The girl continued to silently look at him. Even on the ground, he said that he was sorry. Silently, she looked at the changing child. Squinting, she wondered what he was apologizing for. He couldn't even stay on his feet, although she pulled him gently. Doesn't he study martial arts? The child wiped his face with his sleeve. It didn't look like his bruises and scars were from training, and he apparently didn't eat very well. She looked at him carefully and noticed red hair, the same as Moryong's. So he was his son. It was all strange, and then, why was he so scared? She put his hand on her knee and crouched in front of the child. Here he was still asking for forgiveness. Raising his hand, she didn't scare him at all. She began to stretch out her hand to him. Watching his reaction, it became clear to her. The child was very nervous. He imagined that Miju's hand was reaching out to him. But he saw Yeon in front of him, who was thinking that he had never been treated kindly. The girl put her hand on his head. Touching his face, she said that she would protect him. At first, Jiaka opened his mouth, then began to cry. He didn't understand why Yeon removed her hand. The child began to cry loudly. Putting her hands on his shoulders, she pulled him to her and hugged him, saying that everything was fine. Jiaka could not stop crying and the girl said that everything was fine. The sunset illuminated the two of them, after which the girl stood up and extended her hand to him. The boy looked at her and extended his. Yeon also went somewhere. There was a hole in the wall behind the thick foliage. She was worried and the boy looked at her in surprise. Yeon took the child's hands by the general. They left the estate. The boy was surprised by what he saw. Both entered the city and walked down the street. Jiaka noticed the food being prepared. A pleasant aroma came from it. The guy smelled it and was stunned. And his companion saw this. They did not approach the counter and the seller held out several portions. Jiaka began to greedily swallow the meat on the shelf. Yeon looked warmly at the child and stroked his head. He looked up and saw her kind gaze. The city street was illuminated by the setting sun, whose shadow fell on Yeon. She turned around and saw a tall man in front of her. The boy trembled in confusion, but the girl frowned and let go of his hand. Later, a question was heard, was he awake? The Sword Emperor was sitting by the bed in Moryong. The man with the beard apologized for making him worry. The friend replied that this was true and how could Moryong be in such a state. Lying in bed, the man replied that I was ashamed of him that he could not hold out. Bending over, his friend said that he was focused on rest, he needed to recover for the sake of the clan and children. Introducing a hovering woman, O asked, he said that the clan's techniques came to them from her. Looking at the interlocutor while he said that since then he had not received any grace from her, probably disappointed in his wretchedness. Turning his head, the man looked out the window. When his wife died, he died with her. Moryong remembered holding her in his arms and saying that she left him, but left a child, like 2 peas in a pot. I remember the newborn man said that he dare not see him. The window overlooked the bed. All these years, he was afraid that he would hate him, although he knew that he was not guilty of her death. Such cowardice, he is not worthy of being called a man. Looking at his friend seriously, the Sword Emperor told him to finish. He did not want to see him like this. The red-haired man leaned on the bed and tried to sit up. He wanted to ask him for one last favor, but the Sword Emperor demanded that he lie back down. Lowering his head, Moryong said that he knew that he had no right to ask him about this, but he hoped that he would take care of his children. Frowning, the Sword Emperor asked him to stop saying such things, but his friend let go of his head, saying that his children were unhappy. They grew up without a father. This is his first and last request as a brother. Only the windows were lit in the house and the Sword Emperor agreed to do so. The moon illuminated the entrance gate. Yeon, little boy. Everyone sat on their knees in front of Yeon. Mother asked her where she was hurt, and then noticed the child and asked who is it. Jiaka answered Yeon. Approaching him, Miju grabbed his hands, started asking why he looks like this. Did he really fight with someone? The guy began to tremble in her arms and continued to say that it hurt her to see him like this. Nervous, the woman turned her head to the girl, say that she was insanely worried because she had not seen the boy for a day and thanked her for finding him. But Yeon's answer was just silently looked. Someone's voice was heard behind her. Chun was walking towards them with the other children. He said that he had been looking for her all day. He smiled jokingly that he thought she had climbed onto some roof again. But later she noticed something. Yeon holds his hand, he said, seeing this. I think he noticed the girl. She turned around looking at him, from which he blushed. But a little later he saw how the girl was holding one by the hand. And yet he just remained silent. Everyone gathered around the children and someone offered to take them into the house because they were tired. Yeon let go of one's hand. Her mother offered to go into the house holding her shoulder. Turning around, Miju said that they were going right behind them. The child was shaking badly and lowered his head. I turned to him about what I told him to stay away. Seeing off people with my eyes, she asked if he really wanted everyone to know that she was not his biological mother. Now her attention was more riveted to the girl. She looked at his back and thought what was wrong with her. 2 men stood near them holding torches in their hands. A man with a beard lay in bed in his mouth. In the 7th month of this year, the head of Moryong quietly passed away in his sleep. Several people are standing near the stage. After his death, Miju called to the clan 21 warriors from the clan to make up for the lack of a leader. The men trained in martial arts. The warriors of the clan became known as the White Tiger Squad of the house. Mubik crossed his arms. Then he mounted his horse. Moreover, when Mubik's eldest son went to the clan to undergo training, Miju sat cross-legged on the elephant with a smile. She officially took the place of the head of the house. Several men stood in front of the house, the outbuilding, Muryong's rooms. The woman was rummaging through his things. She turned around and asked the servant if he had found them. He, kneeling, replied that they had searched every corner of the estate. He was visibly nervous when he said that the master had not left a single manual. Miju threw a book at him, screaming that she had heard the man say something about advanced technology. She frowned in anger and shouted for all the things related to Muryong to be moved to the warehouse so that she would never see them again. The servant bowed and replied that they would take care of everything. Turning to the others, he said that the members of the White Tiger Squad, excluding those who were currently outside the estate, should gather in front of the extension. Turning around, she installed him, saying that when they would clean up their things, her gaze became more indifferent. She demanded that they lock the boy there too. The servant looked at her in confusion. A cry for mercy was heard throughout the street. He admitted his guilt and asked to let him go. The men threw Gyaka on the floor. Standing in front of the entrance, he pumped that this was now his room. Scratching his cheek, he said not to hold a grudge against them, and they are obliged to do this because they also want to survive. A strip of light fell on the boy who asked for help. Closing the door, he replied that he could not do anything. Smile, he told Gyaka to read his father's books to almost his death. Frightened, Gyaka asked to help him. Come to the trees, put his hand on her. Fearing, he began to breathe deeply. Behind him, in a dark room, many different things were stored. All on the floor hugged his knees, thinking about how scared he is. Looking at the floor, did not guess how long he will sit here now. The sunrise illuminated the walls of the barn. The sun's rays fell on Gyaka lying on the floor. He looked up and saw how a small hatch opened. Whose hand washed the food in the photo there is breakfast. There was some water and bread on the tray. He took the photo, thinking about how hungry he is, but disappointed looking at it realized that it was disgusting. Looking at the bread, noticed some kind of glow. I would like normal food. Looking up, he was sure that something had just flashed. Putting the bread on the tray, he went to study the warehouse. She got the morning so that now he is not scared. There really was some kind of glow around the corner. He removed the unnecessary object. The sun was falling on the old mirror. He was surprised that he looked at it, it was much higher than one. Let's go closer. He decided to wipe it with his sleeve because he could not even see his reflection. There was some kind of glow around him and it was getting brighter. He said sympathetically that he had been abandoned there too, but suddenly his eyes became bigger. Jumping away from the mirror, he noticed that the reflection had stayed in place. His reflection smiled at him and he got very scared and screamed. Cries for help were heard from the barn. The soldier standing guard pretended not to notice the leaves falling in surprise. Autumn had come, it was getting cool. Two men were walking in the snow. Gyaka noticed that it had become even colder in recent days. The child will not be well, his friend answered. 2 months have passed since the imprisonment. Is he alive there? It would not be surprising if he froze to death. The man was shivering from the cold. He is alive there and screaming constantly. Both of their noses and ears turned red from the cold. Someone was eating the food. The interlocutor answered that it seemed that he really did have the blood of a master. He smiled and said that he himself would have frozen long ago, but the child was strong. He lowered his head to his comrade and showed him a piece of bread, noting that he was going to die anyway. His portion of food was getting smaller. They looked at the wooden shed in front of them. Inside, Gyaka was sitting with his legs tucked up. They would soon be removing his body. The reflection in the mirror waved at him. Steam came out of his mouth as he replied that it was distracting him. He wanted to sit quietly. He was no longer afraid of the mirror. The reflection was trying to reach out to the child. He said that he did not have the strength to be afraid and that he felt like he would soon die of cold. The reflection silently looked at the freezing boy, then sighed heavily. It began to walk from side to side. It bumped into a stick and lifted him from the floor. It waved it at Gyaka to get his attention. With a tired and indifferent look, the boy looked up. He watched as the reflection began to show off his moves and thought about what he was up to. Why did he suddenly start dancing? His face turned red from the cold. He decided that this was not right. He remembered the first meeting, how he fell to the floor seeing this. At first he was surprised, of course, but it didn't seem like it could escape from the mirror. Therefore, he really wasn't afraid anymore. Watching the movement of the reflection, he thought that she was behaving this way because she wanted to attract attention. The reflection swung the picked up stick like a sword. Looking at this, Gyaka saw a familiar movement in this. He looked and remembered how they learned martial arts. Could this really be the family art of the Sword of the Nine Heavens? The boy really looked at the movements of the reflection and remembered how he constantly watched his brother's training. That's right, the movements are the same. Confused, I think about how if a person uses this technique correctly. He imagined how the trainer says this, he will be able to control his internal energy and create its Helpyong energy, the ability to create to support it. The coach watched as Mubik practiced with the sword, and the first of his sword techniques 9. At that moment Gyaka modestly stood aside. If he recalled correctly, his brother could surround himself with warm air even in winter. The reflection noticed. The child began to repeat his movement. Taking the same stick, he began to brush it away like a reflection in a mirror. Looking at this, it only looked questioningly. Stretching out his hands, the hero answered that he should not look like that. If he had a choice, he would not repeat. That if he continued to sit in place, he would definitely freeze together, so he should at least try. Watching the movement of the mirror, what was conceived if it shows the true movements of the family art. They jumped synchronously, then Gyaka will be able to resist the cold and survive. But at that moment the child landed unsuccessfully on the floor. Getting up, he noticed how the reflection laughed at him and cursed. It was snowing heavily outside. The hand made a swing with the stick. Gyaka got better with practice. His movement becomes. The reflection watched his training. It folded its hands on the stick. Sweat was pouring down the boy's face. Smiling, he thought about what he had done. Now he was not cold at all. Swirls appeared around the stick. When he performed the technique's movement, warm air developed around it. The boy held the shelf with both hands. If he could maintain it for a long time, he would really survive the winter without problems. His attention was drawn to the movement of the reflection's hand. He extended the shelf forward. Flames appeared around him, but Gyaka replied that he did not need such a powerful one. He looked at the reflection. They say that he did not initially intend to repeat it exactly. It is not enough that he was able to warm up. Throwing his stick behind his back with satisfaction, he had no reason to look at his annoying reflection, and now he does not suffer. And he thought about turning the mirror to the wall, but turning around, he saw new movements of the reflection. It made several precise swings of the stick. The hero is interested. Tom, that I did not know the movement. Around the reflection of bright dots. It hit him hard on the floor. Could it be that what it taught him was not the family art of the Sword of the Nine Heavens? Gyaka asked the reflection what he was showing, and did she really think that he was interested? Steam was coming from the reflection. The boy said that he did not need martial arts. Lowering his head, he asked if he really expected him to repeat these complex movements after him. In response, the reflection grinned, parodied the awkward movements of Gyaka, but the boy raised his stick in response. Standing in front of the mirror, he was indignant and pressed that to think that he could not repeat, he could do even better. Snow was falling against the background of a clear sky. He lay on the gold branches of trees. After some time, green grass appeared. The hero continued to train. His movements became more confident. Breathing heavily, he thought that it was difficult for him, much more difficult than the previous movements. He pouted and looked at the movement of the reflection. Even if he himself could somehow repeat the movements. The mirror showed a bright flash. He looked at what had happened in surprise, thinking that he could not do this. The boy in the mirror pointed his finger at him and laughed. Gyaka thought that he was being mocked, but the truth was that he really did not understand how to do this. He threw away his stick and shouted that he did not care. He could not repeat something like this. After that, he realized that he was hungry when he tried to repeat all this. It was pointless, he thought, lowering his eyes. Anyway, it would not help him in any way. He remembered the bright traces left by the reflection, considering it very cool. Lowering his eyebrows, he thought that although it was pointless, he wanted to be able to do it. The reflection waved at him with a smile. Why couldn't he do it? These movements, although they were complex, and he understood everything for now. He imagined how his reflection moves, thinking that when he mentally compares them and what it showed earlier, he can trace the similarity of some elements in them. He remembered his movements. He thought that this does not make the task easier, and is not still an order of magnitude more difficult. Is this martial art even more advanced than the Nine Heavens sword technique? But he again remembered the training of other children, and when he did not see his brothers practicing these movements during training. Gyaka put his hands on his knees, thinking that they are related to the clan's art. But how does it know them at all? The reflection silently looked at the child, and he asked specifically if Len is missing something. After all, he repeats exactly after him, but something is missing. The reflection smiled slyly. The child looked at the mirror and told him that he was too petty. If he does this, he will respond in kind. He covered him with a cloth and said that he would stop looking at him and simply would not study. The reflection looked out from under the cloth and looked at Gyaka. Then you put your head down and asked if he still wanted to teach him. Well, the reflection nodded in response. Then he took off the cloth again with a mirror, asking her to lie more, otherwise next time you would wind it up forever. With a smile, and from the reflection, she raised her finger up. Gyaka raised her head questioningly. In the mirror, above the reflection, hieroglyphs appeared. The text was reflected in the child's eyes. She shows some kind of inscription. Looking at the text, he read it as a true mirror goddess name. Bright letters surrounded. At the same moment, 900 words hidden inside the true mirror appeared before him. Even if their meaning was too deep and complex for a child, Gyaka felt how the meaning of these words penetrated his head. The child looked at the mirror in amazement. So he understood that the art he was trying to repeat. He stood in front of a mirror from which a bright light emanated. The technique of his life was called the Sword of the Nine Heavenly Spheres. He opened his mouth wide. The clan had mocked him for as long as he could remember. His life was a misfortune. He was doomed to die locked in a warehouse. On the back of the mirror was an inscription that this was a Gutchen henna mirror. But it was this evil fate that led him to a fateful meeting with the name Mirror. Not far from the warehouse sat a guard, a child abandoned by everyone who was already considered dead. The soldier will be served again through a small hatch. At this moment Miju looked at him reproachfully. Gyaka began to rethink his existence. Newbeak trained under the supervision of an instructor. Secrets of the teaching of the sword technique of the 9 heavenly spheres, which were lost due to the death of Muriel. The guy began to repeat the movements of reflection more actively. Training gave everything better. Slowly but surely found a new owner. The bright sun illuminated the foliage. Time is equal for everyone, but only the person himself decides how to use it. The tree near the warehouse was covered with green foliage. Ironically, the cramped warehouse where Gyaka was locked was supposed to be living a miserable existence, waiting for death. Energy traces appeared around the boy. It became a perfect place for him to ooze unhindered during his training in the technique of the sword of the heavenly spheres. Gyaka's skill increased. Time passed. The child's hands lay on his knees. He sat in a meditative pose. A glow appeared around his body. A little later, fire emanated from him. Behind him, the reflection watched this with a smile. His eyes glowed brightly. Powerful energy emanated from his movement. He smiled, pleased with the result. Day after day, year after year, and so 10 years flew by unnoticed. He held his stick above his head. He smiled. He looked up at the mirror, said that finally his movement was just like his. A cart was moving along the road. A little later, it entered the city and stopped at the gate. Its door opened and a foot stepped on the ground. A tall guy with long hair left her. Ask yourself that 10 years have already passed. With her arms wide apart, the woman ran up to him, shouting that her son had returned. There was joy on Miju's face. She said that he had become so courageous and she missed him very much. The other children looked out from around the corner, saying that his brother had returned. But he looked at his relatives with a smile. Folding his arms, he said that after 10 years he had finished his training. She was very proud of him, saying that he had tried hard. Running up, she hugged him, and now the estate would become the strongest in the city, no, the strongest in the entire province. Hugging her son tightly, she said that she was focused only on him. There were 2 more people standing next to them. She noticed them and said that she had simply not seen her son for a long time. Chun looked at this with a smile. The women said that he had become stronger over these 10 years, truly incredible. There is no one in the city who does not know the name of the Azure Dragon Blade. Shifting her gaze, she looked at the girl standing next to her. The golden earring shone brightly in the sun, her hair was neatly styled. She looked at the woman with her son. Miju said that Yon had changed beyond recognition. Compared to her, the other girls were just dried flowers. Letting go of her son, she turned to the guests, saying that after the journey, she prepared the rooms for them and asked how their father was doing. The girl looked away when 5 answered that he was fine. She went in the other direction without saying anything when Miju wanted to know who she was looking for. Worried about this, brother asked her why she was so rude. Turning to the young man, the woman said that everything was fine. It seemed that her illnesses were still not cured and she was worried about her. Turning to everyone, he said that she had generally gotten better and the woman replied that it was nice to hear. After which she invited everyone into the house. Everyone went through the gate into the courtyard. Passing by the Swift, she turned to one of them. Looking at him, she demanded that he tell everyone to see each other so that the girl would not go near the garden. She watched the trail leaving Yon, saying that she was looking for Gyaka. They cannot be allowed to meet. Steadfast remembers him even after so many years. The guard looked at the woman confusedly, saying that he was looking for her to tell her that he had looked into the warehouse last night because it was too quiet. But what he heard scared her greatly when he said that Gyaka was not inside. She grabbed him by the neck and threw him to the ground, demanding that he repeat what he had said. The setting sun lit up the sky. The day before, the roofs of the houses were visible. Some sounds were heard in the warehouse. The guy was holding a stick in his hand and continued to train. Steam was coming off him. With a swing, he broke several boxes. Things fell all over the floor. The guy stood looking at them, after which he turned to the mirror and said that he had finally succeeded. Pleased with himself, he clenched his fist, did everything perfectly. This movement was very difficult. He looked at his reflection with a smile. The child was still reflected in the mirror, who was happily applauding. He did it perfectly, said Gyaka. He came a little closer and said that when he remembered all 900 words that it showed him, he finally understood the words that he lacked to move forward. He asked to teach him the next one. Then he looked at the reflection. It raised a finger up and the hero asked again if he needed to look there. Raising his head, he saw a hole in the ceiling. Opening his mouth, he looked only at it, and he took the stick out of his hands. The reflection looked at him with a smile. For Gyaka, who spent many years in a dark, dusty warehouse. With a deft movement, he climbed onto the boxes standing nearby. The sky, which he had managed to forget. He looked across the road and the ceiling in amazement. It was truly beautiful. He could see the bright sun. He thought that it was so warm there. He thought about what could happen. The reflection watched him with a smile. Heroes let the eyes. And again he turned his head to the hole. From the other side, his hand appeared. But he was able to get out and catch his breath. Go, turn to the side. A panoramic view of the city opened up in front. He looked in amazement in front of him, thinking that it was very beautiful. A bright glow appeared in the mirror. Instead of a child, a girl was reflected there. Turning his head, he shouted to the mirror that it was very beautiful here and suggested going up. He looked into the hole and saw an empty mirror. Only sunlight was reflected in it. He looked at it in amazement and silently, and pressed his lips together. After sleep, he turned to what he saw. After a while, Miju opened the door to the warehouse with a bang. There were only old things on the front. She went inside. Raising her head, she saw a hole in the ceiling and thought, could lightning have hit here? But how did he get up to the hole? Several servants stood behind her. One of them asked if they should send a response to the search. Miju replied that it was not necessary. Frowning, she asked why they should waste their energy on an ungrateful boy who abandoned the clan that fed him. To himself, he thought that does Gyaka really think that something will change? She doesn't even have to make an effort. People looked strangely at Gyaka walking. The woman thought that he was a child in an adult's body. The hero in dirty clothes walked down the city street with admiration. He doesn't even know how to make a living, survive. He will soon begin to starve, get sick and die alone. White clouds floated across the blue sky. The question was asked why Gyaka left the house. The entrance to the house. The woman answered that half a day had already passed. They sent people to search, but they could not find him. Everyone was standing near his mother. He objected and said that Gyaka was not one of those who would run away from home. But he heard the answer that perhaps he got excited, hearing about the return of his older brother, who had succeeded so much in his studies. No one could understand what was happening to him when he withdrew into himself. The guy was surprised to hear this and asked again. But Yon came into them, and the guy asked why she wasn't having lunch. The girl silently looked at the people present. Turning, Miju turned to her and asked if she came because she was worried about Gyaka. She shouldn't sell it that way. He's just at that age when he likes to run away from home. In response, the girl continued to silently look at her. She looked at the corner of the table thinking about what they said. Yon left a day ago, but there wasn't a single speck of dust on the furniture, as if it had just been cleaned. Raising her eyes to the corner of the wall, she noticed a cobweb on it. Otherwise, the room seemed to have been completely neglected. There was not a single sign of human life. After carefully examining everything, she turned around and began to leave when he said that they were trying their best to find him, so there was no need to worry. Newbeak looked outside and tried to call her. This made Miju very angry and she asked him if she always behaved like this. What kind of attitude is this? Are they a joke to her? The boy thought about what to say, a little worried. Looking at his mother, he asked if Gyaka really left home. Was she sure that nothing had happened in his absence? He had never seen her show this essence of hers without a reason. He imagined Yon among the flowers, a flower telepath, with a face as beautiful as a flower. She reads light thoughts. That's how people respond to her older sister. If she shows interest in something, she will definitely not back down from her own. They even say that you can deceive a ghost, but there is no flower telepath. So if she emits a thirst for blood, it means that it is not simple. Frowning, Miju asked if he really thinks that she killed him. Sun lowered his head. They say that it is not so. If it were so, the older sister would not have left silently. But if the woman tells what happened, yes, she began to leave the room. They say that nothing like that. Yes, he did not live in this room, but he really ran away. Looking at her, the boy asked again. She replied that he had never seen his father. Chun was surprised by what he heard. She said that she made him admire his things at least. Later, he quickly walked through the forest thinking that this could not be. He stopped at the entrance to the warehouse, after which he breathed heavily. His eyes became larger. He could not believe that Yon was already here. I do not understand how she knew that she needed to come here. Come closer, he called out to his older sister. The girl looked around the room, saying that this was the most secluded place in the estate, and at the same time there were so many guards around. Everything seemed to scream that they were hiding something from her here. In front of her lay several old things. Looking at this place, she understood why they did this. A warehouse overgrown with dirt, filled with the smell of mold. Worn out children's clothes and a bed where you can only sleep curled up. And if someone said something like that, she would think that they were hiding a demon or something like that here. Looking up, she said that she would report this to her father. Passing by, Mubik added that since he was his father's student, she would not spread rumors to the outside world. But she thought that the relationship between their home and his Mubik could not remain the same. They would return home with their brother. The guy did not respond to this. He only shook his fists. Standing inside the warehouse, he thought that the union of the house was hanging by a thread. This situation in one part had ruined the long-standing relationship between him, the teacher, his brother and sister. What should he do about it? The streets of the city were filled with cheerful lanterns. People were walking along the streets. The barefoot guy looked around with his mouth open. Everything had changed so much, he did not understand how long he had been sitting in the warehouse. Well, he continued to walk straight ahead. They say that it had changed even too much. He was almost confused, looking for a way out. Maybe he should just run away to the mountains. A moment later, he ran into a man passing by. Turning around, he apologized and asked if he was okay. The man with the mustache turned around and told him to watch where he was going. But when he looked closer, Gyaka's eyes became bigger. He remembered that he had met him before, thinking that this guy was from the Varang house. He lowered his head and said that he would be more careful and would go on. But the tall man looked at him and told him to stop. It seemed to him that he had met him somewhere before. Looking at Gyaka, he said that he needed to check his identity. The young man was scared. He thought that he had been caught, and what should he do? Turning around, the man demanded that he come to him. The guy thought that he did not want to end up in the warehouse again. His underwear was dripping. He was worried that he had relaxed and he should not have gone out into the crowded streets. And a moment later, he began to run away from the man. Running around the corner, he heard him demanding that Gyaka stop. The gate out was definitely somewhere here and he couldn't let himself be caught. Seeing the exit from the city in front of him, he was happy. The guy continued to run through the crowd thinking that he would run as far as he could and that no one could find him. The man with the mustache ran after him, shouting at him that he was ignorant. How dare he run away from the war at home Varang? Well, he continued to chase him, shouting that when they caught him, he would kill him. Frightened, Gyaka looked behind him thinking that he was soon being chased, and if so, he would take him to his mother. But he watched as the man approached him. He also shouted that this was his last warning. The young man ran past the guard thinking that he would never return to the warehouse and did not want his mother to punish him again. The gate began to lower. The guy sped up thinking that he could, even on the edge. But the mustachioed man was already behind him, saying that did he really think that he could really escape from him? He smiled, saying that since he was trying to escape, it was not in vain that he turned his attention to him. Gyaka gritted his teeth. He could not get caught. He sped up, leaving blue marks behind him. The man was angry at this, shouting about how the guy dared to use such tricks. Raising his head, the man noticed that an iron gate was lowering towards him. He screamed in fear. Looking through the benefit, he saw that the iron gate did not lower like that, and let him notice Gyaka holding this gate with one hand in front of him. Memory asked if he was okay. The shocked man replied that he seemed to be okay. The hero lowered his head, saying that he simply did not want to be caught again. The pursuer began to wave his hands, saying that he was just following him. Hearing this, the young man was happy, asking if he would catch him like that. He answered no, and the hero said that he was worried in vain. Then he will go. Let go of the gate, he headed out of town. The man watched his trail. I don't understand who this guy is and what just happened. The hero headed along the road. In the city they say not to look down on children, women and old people. That's true. The setting sun illuminated the mountains. The guy was sitting in the forest at home, saying that he hadn't eaten anything all day and was very hungry. Bending over, he saw red mushrooms, thinking about whether he could get poisoned if he ate something wrong in the mountains. Well, he can't eat anything at all either. Gyaka picked a mushroom. He brought it to his face, saying that these mushrooms are so delicious and most likely everything will be fine. Later, the moon rose in the sky. The hero slowly walked with his finger. Having settled down, he tore something out. Wiping my face with my hand, Gyaka said that everything inside him hurts. The hero saw how the bushes were bending. He said that everything was swimming before his eyes, as if the world was spinning. He walked on, not seeing anything and not remembering the darkness from the wild animals that might appear. Trying to hold on, he thought about how he needed to quickly find a place to spend the night, but his eyes were already closing. After taking a couple of steps, he fell to the ground. His eyes were slowly closing, but he still thought that he could not fall asleep right here. And this is bad. Someone's voice was heard. Was that a dead man? Why was he so unlucky this morning? Someone answered that the younger one said that he was already tired of preparing to get out. Maybe they should capture this guy. But why bother with him? He was about to die. Only fate will decide whether he survives or not. Let them just think that they are doing a good deed. Who knows, maybe this will turn into a better life for them. Gyaka opened his eyes a little and saw two men in front of him. Someone said that good deeds are never, and he says so simply because he was a minister for some time. The hero tried to examine their faces. He is definitely not dead yet. One of them asked again. Two men were standing over a young man lying on the ground. Whether it is fate or not, but he is still breathing, so what will they decide? Gyaka of them pointed at Gyaka with a sword and said that they will take him with them. He did not believe that the guy was more terrible than them. Bowing down properly on the ground, he said that they were still doing a good deed. He looks like a beggar. If they still save him, then he will be grateful to them. Gyaka tried to open his eyes again. How many of them were there already? The second answered that there were already 6. Okay, said the interlocutor, whatever will be, they will not die because of another mouth. The hero thought about where they were. Suddenly he saw a woman with him in a bright light. She approached him and he asked if she was a goddess. Opening her eyes, she smiled and replied that no one had called her yet. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply. Rising from the floor, he heard that he had finally woken up. Raising his head, he noticed a tall man with long hair in front of him who asked what he was doing to fall into a ravine. If not for them, he would have already been eaten. The hero looked at the interlocutor in confusion. He thanked him and asked where they were. There were several men in front and Gyaka of them answered that they were in the Fortress of 5 Peaks. They are mountain bandits. The bald man said with a smile that they were all brothers here. I'm under the ear. He is the second brother and introduced himself as Go-Mayang. Another man looked at the hero with a smile and said that he was the third and his name was Hyangdu. He said that he was the commander. He also said that he now owes him. The confused young man looked at him and asked again. The man with food in his hand pointed at him and said that he probably only begged before and therefore did not know how everything works. But now that he was here, he needed to learn everything and pay them for saving him. Imdal asked why there was such a hurry, but Yoncho said that even animals respond to kindness with kindness and he was no worse than them. The machine with a mustache handed Gyaka some bread, asking him not to put any more pressure on the barely awake child. He offered him something to eat. The hero looked at the food with regret. Raising his eyes, he wondered if he should eat it. In his eyes, the men looked as friendly as possible. Still, the guy began to brush it off, saying that he did not need it and that everything was fine. But in response, he heard that his stomach was roaring loudly while he was sleeping. Chewing, Yoncho heard that the guy had no money, said that they were not asking for anything, let him just eat. Okay, he said, but he really had nothing. The man looked at the worried Gyaka, thinking that he was speaking strangely, like the words of a small child. But from what I can see, he looks like he's about 16. Yoncho smiled and turned to Go-Mayang, saying that the young man was stupid. He replied that they could still give him light work. If they had miscalculated, they would soon starve to death at this rate. The guy looked worriedly at the bandits when they discussed how he was a good guy and could be given tasks. But the second one objected, saying that this idiot couldn't even get food for himself. And besides, beggars were used to being lazy, so they didn't work well. The man grabbed Gyaka by the collar, saying that he would go with him. The others looked after him, saying that he was up to his old tricks again. The bandit turned to the boss, saying that if he had taken on this job, he should also put his brains in place. The young man was indignant, asking to let him go. Later, he fell to the ground with a thud. When he got up, he was trembling with fear, asking to spare him. Yoncho replied that he was not going to kill him. The man looked at the boy carefully, deciding that he had been beaten all his life. He said that he would not be able to survive in the fortress like this. Holding his hands in front of his face, Gyaka asked again why he needed to survive in it. The bright sun illuminated the bandit's face as he spoke about giving him a chance to live like a human being and not become food for animals. He would not starve if he joined them. Having calmed down, the young man put his hand on the back of his head, not understanding how he could become a mountain bandit. He did not think that someone like him could do it. Gyaka lowered his head, saying that he was weak and could not do anything. Yoncho replied that he should not upset him. Was he really going to push away the outstretched hand just because he was afraid? He opened his mouth wide and shouted that there were only 2 types of people in this world. He extended his hand and showed a finger. Those who take and those who give. And who does he want to be? Gyaka looked confused, asking what this meant. The man continued to shout about whether he was asking if the boy was going to continue living in hunger. Did he really want to be looked down upon and called trash? The boy's eyes widened. He opened his mouth but remained silent at first. Looking at the tall man in front of him, he answered no. He did not want to be looked down upon. Gyaka lowered his head and frowned, saying that he did not want anything taken from him again. If someone was going to steal from him, then it would be better to be the one taking it. Yoncho smiled widely and said that this kind of determination was all he needed. They stood at the edge where the view of the mountains opened up. The man continued, saying that from the first left peak all the way to the 5th, this was all their territory. He proudly looked at the mountains, saying that they were the kings of the party of mountain peaks. No one here dared to look down on them. Sitting down and placing his hand on the boy's head, Yoncho said that if he stayed with them, he would also become one of the local kings. Cool, right? Gyaka looked at the view in amazement and agreed with this. Standing up, Yoncho said that he liked the guy. From now on, he is the 7th brother of the Fortress of 5 Peaks and asked the guy's name. He answered that his name is Gyaka. Yoncho liked it, and now the guy needs to remember something. If he decided to become one of them, he needs to listen and remember. The man took a deep breath. Spreading his legs wide and stretching out his arms, he shouted that they are the strongest. Gyaka looked confused when he demanded to repeat after him. We are the strongest. The guy seemed to overcome himself. At that moment, Gyaka felt a tremor that shook his entire being. Because of his relatives and stepmother, who mocked him every day. His memories were shattered into fragments because of a life full of deprivation in a hellish warehouse not forgotten by everyone. His heart turned to stone, and this stone had just cracked, and when he became free from the pressure of the past, his body seemed to be pierced by lightning. Gyaka stood up. This sword art of the 9 heavenly spheres, which had been dormant in him until now, responded to his desire to enter a new life. With his legs wide apart and his arms outstretched, he shouted that they were the strongest. Yeoncho looked at the boy in surprise. The scream could be heard throughout the area. This roar, conveying everything that he had kept within himself for years, spread over all the peaks and dispersed the clouds around. The boy's mouth was wide open. It was like waking up from a long sleep, and with this, Gyaka opened a new page in his life. Machina put his hand on the boy's shoulder, saying that he liked it. It turned out great. He has a loud voice despite his skinny body. Both stood at the very edge, and Yeoncho said that it would be a waste of such spirit to cook and clean, so he would teach him martial arts when he had time. In response, the boy thanked the commander. The sun brightly illuminated the entire area. In the meantime, Gyaka should follow his brothers and still learn some housework. He is still weak. First he needs to settle in here and get stronger, so he needs to try. The guy replied that he would give it his all, and he is a quick learner, the commander noted. That is how Gyaka began his new life as a mountain bandit. Imdal showed that the red mushroom is poison. The first thing he began to learn was the basics of survival. Later, he walked with the others with a basket for a pina, although he was childishly naive for his age because he spent almost his entire life in captivity. An arrow hit a forest animal. Yeoncho showed him the prey. The new brothers accepted him, and he also opened up to them and quickly adapted to the new life. In the forest thicket there were several wooden houses. The team watched as Gyaka cooked. In general, he lived an ordinary, normal life. But, of course, things never go smoothly. Several people entered the house. The guy turned around and looked at them. His brothers were badly wounded. Because the bandits were commoners, they were not particularly skilled in martial arts, and when they went into the mountains, they never returned without injuries. Later, the other bandits yelled at Yeoncho. However, he looked at them with a smile. Then he handed them some gold coins. Go Mayang held the bottles with a smile. The whole team was happy with the food they had prepared. The men were happy if Gyaka ate. They knew how to enjoy ordinary things, and they enjoyed every day they lived. The young man looked at them with confusion. Yeoncho put his hand on the boy's head. Although Gyaka was born into a famous clan of martial artists, he did not have a chance to taste a carefree life because he grew up an unloved child. The man stroked his hair with a smile. Gyaka looked happy, and ironically, he first learned what joy was only when he became a mountain bandit. And then one day, the bandits bowed their heads to the ground. Sweat was pouring down Yeoncho's face. "Boss, this is not good," said one of the bandits. 2 men stood in front of them, and one of them said that he came here because he heard that he would find a fortress here. The one-eyed man looked at the people with disgust, saying that this looked more like a shelter for stray dogs. The men with weapons gathered behind the bushes. The voiceover said that because the bandits themselves called themselves the Green Forest, just to emphasize their activities, it remained the subject of jokes for a long time. The man jumped up. He knocked down the tiger and grabbed it by the mouth. The narrator explained that one day an incredibly strong man appeared who called himself the Green Forest Bandit. The man grabbed the unconscious old man by the hair. The voiceover explained that when rumors about him spread among the people, the best martial arts sects tried to subdue him, but none of them succeeded. The man looked ahead ominously. The narrator added that meanwhile, his strength, as well as his notoriety, grew day by day, and people called him the Demon Lord who crushed the heavens. The great warriors stood in a row next to him. The voice said that under this name he entered the top 10 strongest masters in the world. The unrecognized sects, long hidden in the shadow of the orthodox, were unusually happy with his appearance and raised their heads. A large boulder with hieroglyphs split into many pieces. As a result of his appearance, many masters from all over the district began to seek a meeting with him, willing to enter the Green Forest. The man sat on the throne in front of a group of people. The narrator finished the sentence by saying that he, who by that time had already become the leader of the bandits, accepted them. The leader smiled broadly and scratched his chin. As a result of his actions, the Green Forest gained unprecedented strength in the history of the Murim. The reputation of the sect grew, and they began to be spoken of as the unattainable dream of all mountain gangs and unorthodox sects. The men fell to their knees, bowed, and asked to be accepted into the Green Forest. Sang Chial looked at them silently. The man with the eye patch calmly asked if the other man wanted to be accepted. He frowned sternly, looked at the bowing men, and, turning to Yeoncho, asked if he thought the Green Forest was a toy. He raised his voice significantly and added, asking if he thought that a rabble of less than a dozen people deserved to be part of their force. The man on the ground frowned and replied that if it was just a matter of numbers, they would recruit 3 in less than a month. The boy looked up at them in surprise. The man in the bandage shouted that this was very impudent and that they needed at least 4 because there was a child among them, so he couldn't be considered a gang member. Yeoncho and the second brother smiled widely. The boy said that maybe you wouldn't know it from looking at him, but the boy was quite useful because he did chores well. The man in the bandage shouted at him to listen, and then said that he needed 10 people who could fight. The boys stood up from the ground. The man added that since he said that the kid didn't count, that meant there were 6 of them, and then asked if they understood how vast this territory was. The boy frowned tensely and wondered who he was to talk to the commander like that. The man scratched his head and said that even 10 people would not be enough to keep everything under control here, so this was unthinkable. They should forget about it, because he came to this place for nothing. The ally leaned towards him and whispered in his ear that they needed to talk in private. The men stepped aside. Young-an asked his friend if he wanted to be acknowledged. The masked man answered in the affirmative. The other man asked him how they could trust this rabble, because even considering all the circumstances. The guy looked up at him and said that they had only recruited one distant fortress, so they didn't have any more time. Young-an panicked, imagining the raging man. Sang-cheol added that the chief would be checking on their progress on the 15th, and that the comrades should know what would happen if they failed to complete the assigned tasks. The man lowered his head and said that trying to double the number of fortresses was simply unthinkable. The ally agreed with him. He gritted his teeth and added that if word got around that they were accepting people like them, even their heads might fly. Sang-cheol narrowed his eyes and told his friend not to worry about it, since he had already mentioned the size of the area. The boy presented a map and the different areas on it, then said that the reason no one could settle in the province was because the big factions had divided it up among themselves and were standing firm on their own, and it would be difficult for even them to set up a fortress there. He then pictured the men hovering over the boy, adding that this meant that if one of the bigger factions came to this gang with a sword, no one would say that this rabble was incompetent, since anyone would have been defeated in their place. The man grabbed his chin and said with a smile that he understood his train of thought. The boy raised one eyebrow, smirked, and added that they just needed to meet the quota. The allies looked back at the team behind them. Yeoncho looked at them in surprise when he heard their agreement and the words that they would be recognized as part of the Green Forest. The man in the bandage frowned and said menacingly that they needed to recruit 10 people before winter, and they also couldn't run away from other groups and abandon these territories, because that would ruin the reputation of the Green Forest. Yeoncho's cry was heard throughout the fortress, saying that they understood everything, and then thanked the guests. The boys began to celebrate what had happened, not realizing the whole situation, because even if they put up the Green Forest flag, the large groups in the neighborhood would not give up the idea of charging them. The men walked away contentedly. They knew how strong the neighboring groups were, and they left with the confidence that the Five Peaks fortress would not last even 2 months. The boy smiled happily, holding a glass in his hand. The group's expectations were not destined to come true. The morning sun rose over the gorge. The leader asked the squad if they were ready. The boy swept the area, while everyone discussed that from today on they were part of the Green Forest, so we must try hard. The warriors left the fortress, telling the boy that the housework was left to him, and that he should not forget to wash the dishes. The young man watched his allies leave. He exhaled heavily and said that he was already bored with these chores, after which he began to dream about going with them to the mountains. He closed his eyes and remembered the captain who had told him last time that he did not understand how necessary the chores were, because all the great people would laugh at them if they saw them hungry and miserable. The young man thought that he could not let them down, and that he was doing important things. He looked down and changed his mind. Looking ahead, he thought that he still wanted to follow them. The young man was washing dishes in the river. A month had already passed since the day he began living in the fortress. The boy was sitting on the edge of the bank. Another month later, he was blowing on the fire inside the fortress, after which another month passed. The youth sat on the edge of the cliff and said that he had already gotten the hang of it, so he finished quickly, after which he wondered what he should do before they arrived. Suddenly, he thought of something. Gentle gusts of wind blew through the tree branches. The young man closed his eyes, holding the stick in his hands. He frowned tensely and tried to remember what he had learned in the warehouse. The currents of air swirled around his hand. The boy decided that he should prepare well for the day when he would go with them. Waving his hand, he added that he would need to train hard if he wanted to repay their kindness. Powerful currents of wind swept around him. The hero tried hard to catch his breath. He took the stick in both hands and decided that one day he would definitely be able to help them, as they helped him. The group's fighters gathered in the courtyard with the newcomers. The leader said that these people wanted to join them in the Fortress of the Five Peaks, and that they would accept them into the family. Because until now everyone who joined them became brothers, but there can't be too many brothers and their family continues to grow, so now they will give out ranks to those joining depending on the order in which they came. The newcomers stood next to each other. The leader asked them. The man took a step forward, touched his chest and introduced himself by name, after which he said that he fled the city because he was accused of attacking the judge's son, and now follows Gi-duk. The guy behind him looked at the captain and introduced himself as Gi-duk, after which he said that he went to the city because his family had too many mouths to feed. The new girl smiled softly and introduced herself by name, then said that she was 19 years old, her father sold her to the brothel of the county and she ran away from there, got home. But her family asked her to go back to the brothel, and then she thought that the life of a mountain bandit was better than the prostitutes, so she came because she wanted to work with them. The second brother patted the youth's head and said that he probably didn't have to clean up anymore because the new ones had arrived. One of the fighters crossed his arms and said with a smile that the boy would finally be able to go with them to the mountains. He frowned slightly and added that he knew the boy had been practicing holding a sword in the backyard, then asked him to admit if he had wanted to go with them for a long time. The boy smiled happily, confirmed it, and thought that he would finally be able to go with them. The boss raised her hand and said that since they had no outstanding skills, he would assign them ranks based on seniority. The girl received number 10, Gi-duk number 9, and the tall man number 8. Chulsan calmly replied that he had skills. He looked at the boss and asked if he could move up if he could prove that he could do something. The man answered in the affirmative and said that they were part of the green forest where the strong ruled, after which he asked the newcomer if he was good at fighting. The interlocutor folded his arms and said that he had trained at a martial arts academy 3 years ago. The boss frowned slightly and asked him to tell which of them he did not want to serve, because if he won against him, that rank would go to him. The man pointed at the boy and said that he did not think he was ready to put up with serving this skinny guy. He looked at him and asked if the boy heard this and whether he would defend his position or give it up. The hero clenched his fist and decided that if he ran away from the fight, he would not be able to go to the mountains with them. He gritted his teeth and agreed to accept the challenge, thinking that he would not allow such a thing to happen. The second brother frowned in surprise and asked the boss if he was sure and if everything would be okay, since this guy looked like an experienced fighter. Yeoncho answered with a smile that they could fight, since it would be interesting. The opponents stood opposite each other. The boss waved his hand and said that the two of them would fight, and the loser would become number 8. Chulsan said that he would not give in. The young man insulted him. The man in the bandage looked back at his comrade and said that it was from him that the boy picked up such words, since he always says such things to the boss. The third turned to the boy and said that the older brother was proud of his fighting spirit. The man looked back at the two newcomers and said that the boy was very insolent, after which he added that he would deal with him quickly and become the 7th brother. He jumped up, swung his right hand and apologized to the boy, saying that he would knock him out with one blow. The young man frowned sternly. He slipped under his hand. The man looked at him in surprise. The boy made a sweeping attack on his stomach. Suddenly, there was a misunderstanding between them. The young man suddenly realized that he was unarmed. The man swung his hand and said that for a second he was even scared. He hit the boy on the head and he lost his balance. The young man fell to the ground and thought about how he could attack without a weapon because he had not been trained in this. The leader silently watched what was happening. The second brother asked him if they should stop them because he did not think that the boy had ever fought before. The young man gritted his teeth, holding the block, and wondered what was going on. He closed his eyes and screamed, asking why such blows hurt him. The young man got to his feet and hit his opponent in the jaw. The man's nose started bleeding. He frowned and said that the boy didn't dare hit him. He hit the boy on the ground with incredible force and said that if he didn't want to get beaten, he should calm down and accept defeat. The man grabbed the guy by the collar. The young man said that he didn't want to because he would win. The opponent pressed him to the ground and swung his other hand, saying that he could only wag his tongue. The newcomers watched what was happening. The girl covered her mouth with her hands in fear. After a while, the man raised his head and tried to catch his breath after the fight. He turned away from his opponent and said that he warned him and that he should have just laid down, so it was his own fault. He looked at the boss and asked if he saw it, and said that he was now the 7th brother. The boy trembled slightly and interrupted him. He put his hands on the ground and asked you who said they were done. He gritted his teeth and said heavily that he would never let himself be defeated. He spread his legs wider, stood up and asked the opponent to attack, saying that they would fight to the end. Chulsan looked at him in surprise and thought about how this brat was still standing. The young man snowed. The man thought about how even bigger guys went to bed after fighting with him, and the boy took several blows to the head and was still standing. The boss put his hands on his waist and surprised him by asking if he wanted to finish, because if he did not fight, it would count as a defeat. The newbie gritted his teeth and asked them not to regret this in the future. He jumped into the air, swung his right hand and said that he could seriously kill the opponent. The kid stepped slightly to the side. He remembered running with a sword, and although he learned the 9 sword technique without the sphere in the warehouse, he still didn't know how to use it in battle. Then he remembered holding a giant object above his head. The announcer said that this was also the reason he didn't realize how strong he was. The youth remembered his boss stroking his head, his desire to finally go to the mountains. Jiaka gritted his teeth because he didn't want to lose anything again, so this was enough. He spread his arms out to the sides and gathered his strength, deciding to release the energy of the 9 heavenly sphere sword. He swung his right hand and thought about thinking of his fist as a sword. The man frowned in surprise, noticing his actions. Shining energy began to gather around the guy's fist. He frowned ominously. The young man pierced the man's body with all his might. The opponent spat out his own blood and lost consciousness. For a second, they froze in one position. The guy gritted his teeth, clenched his other hand and decided that it didn't work, and wondered if it only worked with a sword. Suddenly, the man lost his balance and fell. He boiled face down into the ground with a crash. The guy looked down at him and exhaled heavily. The second brother frowned and told the boss that he was going to stop them. Suddenly, he looked to the side and noticed something. The man flinched in surprise when he saw the fallen fighter and wondered what happened. And why was this guy on the ground? The boss asked the people around him if any of them saw what happened. The soldier was drooling. One of the men said that he only saw the fighter run at the boy and suddenly fall. The boss decided that he must be sick because he was unconscious. The guy in the bandage frowned tensely and wondered if it happened because of the boy's blow. The third brother said that he did not know because he was distracted by the conversation with him, and said that it made no difference. The boy smiled happily when he heard the words that the duel for the title was over, and the young man remained the seventh brother in the Fortress of Five Peaks. The sun was setting behind the outlines of the mountains. The second brother called the boy to him. He put a giant sword in his hands. The man raised his hands and said that it was a gift from the boss, because apparently he liked the way the boy fought that day, and from tomorrow he would start walking with them. The boy smiled happily and asked there if it was true, after which he thanked them and said that he would give it his all. The man coughed and added that excessive zeal would be of no use. The second brother hit the ground with the tip of his sword and said that it was great that the boy was filled with fighting spirit, but fighting with a sword was completely different from fist fighting. He smiled broadly, put his hands on the hilt and added that if the boy overestimated his strength and acted recklessly, he would be killed immediately. And although today he got off easy because the fight was unarmed, but if the enemy had a sword, he would have died 12 times already. The hero lowered his gaze and sadly said that he would have won easily if he had a sword. The second brother held the blade out in front of him and said with a smile that he would have mercy on him and teach him his demon slashing blade technique, so the boy should watch carefully and remember. He lowered the blade down and said that he lived in a temple when he was little and he didn't know all the techniques, but only 3 formations. However, it would be difficult for him even with them, because the boy had never dealt with ball techniques before. He frowned with enthusiasm and said that he understood his brother. He looked back at them. The man in the bandage said that apparently the boy inspired the second one, because no matter how much they begged him, he didn't want to teach this technique to anyone. The boss grinned. The man in the bandage asked him about whether he would really take the boy with him. The boss answered, saying that with the name of the Green Forest they are kings, so they no longer need to fight for their rights like before, so nothing terrible will happen. The next day, the morning sun shone on the gorge where a group of people were walking. They walked forward calmly. The men walked next to the cart where the master was sitting. He bit his finger and said that he had a bad feeling and that he had never had such a bad dream. The man looked at one of his subordinates and, turning to him, said that he should not worry, because his instincts usually did not fail him, after which he asked there if nothing would happen. Kang threw his sword over his shoulder, smiled broadly and laughingly asked if the man was worried about the rumors about the neck of the bandits of the 5 Peaks, after which he calmed him down and said that there was no need for that, because even the people from the fortress of the Sea Dragon would not touch him, the speed sword, when he walked through their territory. The master frowned tensely, agreed and said that he felt much better with a fighter. The next second, an arrow whistled. The warrior grabbed the flying projectile in the air. The gentleman exclaimed in fear. The man smiled and frowned. The 5 Peaks group came out to them. Their team was walking forward, holding weapons in their hands. The bandits blocked their way and said that this was the territory of the 5 Peaks fortress from the Green Forest. If they wanted to go this way, they had to pay. Kang Paul was shocked by what he heard and asked, is it true that they were accepted into the Green Forest in such a composition? He smiled slightly. The gang boss gritted his teeth in irritation, hearing laughter and words about how they were underestimating the trade union too much and that the warrior could not even think that some small gang would get to them. The commander stepped forward and said that the man seemed to want to taste the arrow. The second brother tried to calm him down and said that the enemy had just caught one of them in his hand. Yoncho gritted his teeth and asked them to fire several arrows and ordered them not to try to jump above their heads, then said that he would show them what happens to those who cross them on their own land. The man held his hand out in front of him and ordered them to fire. The arrows flew straight to their targets. The man grabbed the handle of the ball and called them wretches and said that was why he didn't like fighting gangs like that. In a few quick blows, he destroyed each arrow. Wooden splinters rained down on the floor. The men were shocked by what they saw. The second brother said that he had just deflected them all with his sword. The boss was afraid and decided that they were in deep trouble. Kang stood up and activated his energy. The boss wondered when the merchants got such an escort, because he was a martial artist. The warrior clenched his jaw and insulted the gang. He frowned in rage and shouted that today they will all die by his hand, so they should prepare for battle. The bandits grabbed their swords. One of the group grabbed his weapon. The boss gritted his teeth and tensely said that they should stand still, because if they run away, they will definitely die. The bandits asked him about what to do in such a case. The kid clenched his hand, standing behind the boss. The commander said that, and the team will try to escape. The boy walked past the commander. The boss interrupted his speech that when they get away, he will find a way out. Calmly moved on, that they do not understand, and where he went. The boy walked forward confidently. The warrior laughed and said that they were trash, not bandits, because they sent a child to escape like rats. He smiled widely and called them pathetic, then asked if they thought that this snot would buy them time. The kid frowned sternly and said that the master was in big trouble. The warrior grabbed the hilt of the sword and asked if the boy had gone crazy, because he was the one with the problems at the moment. The young man put the blade on the ground and repeated the words of the boss that in the 5 peaks no one can mock them. The commander gritted his teeth and asked if the boy had gone crazy. The second brother agreed and asked if he should be stopped. The young man frowned sternly. He put his hands on the handle of the ball. The warrior was stunned and said that he did not know that children were so fearless or stupid now. He grabbed the sword with both hands and called out to the boy, saying that he would not hold back just because he was a child, and if the boy admitted that he was wrong, he would be spared immediately. The boy clenched his teeth and asked his opponent why he was shouting, and said that his uncle was talking too much for someone who was going to die soon. The boss and the second brother were wary, but they looked at each other, discussing who taught him this. The boss said that he did not know that everything would turn out like this. The warrior of the merchant union squeezed the handle with a trembling hand. He frowned in rage and shouted that he could see that the boy had not been hit on the head for a long time, and that he himself asked for trouble. The man pushed off the ground with explosive force. He rose into the air and raised his sword above his head. The warrior delivered a sweeping blow right in front of the boy's face. The boss grunted in fear at the boy. The boys were horrified to see what had happened. The man's blade passed the boy's nose at a minimum distance. The hero swung his blade and broke the enemy's weapon into 2 pieces. The man was stunned and looked at him in fear. The allies froze in place, seeing what had happened. Everyone around was stunned. The young man was radiating powerful energy. The warrior thought about what had happened and whether his attack had worked. He remembered the moment of the blow and realized that the young man had deviated only a little, after which he decided that it was impossible, because even among the greatest masters, not everyone could do that. He frowned tensely and decided that, in addition, the boy had broken his sword and he had not even seen his movements. The young man smiled broadly and asked his opponent why he had frozen, after which he said that if he had finished, then it was his turn to attack. The boy took a step forward. The fighter asked him to wait, saying that he should at least change his sword. The young man agreed with a calm expression and said that the enemy should take something stronger this time. The man frowned tensely, hearing the words that the previous sword was so thin that his head was almost cut off. The young man promised to try and hit the weapon next time. The warrior looked at his neck, on which there were streaks of blood, and decided that this was impossible, because from that distance his executioner could not reach the blade. The next second, the man fell to the ground and bowed, begging for forgiveness, and said that he deserved to die for his door, but promised to pay for the ride. Frowning, he decided that his opponent was a monster, and that he had already mastered the control of internal energy at such an age. The hero looked at him in surprise. The man decided that he had never heard of such cases. The boy smiled, agreed, and said that they would charge a pretty penny. The boss and the rest of the group were dumbfounded when they heard the words that they could do as they saw fit. Light gusts of wind blew over the forest road. The man had a tied pouch in his hand. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder and asked what he did that time. The boy smiled and asked if the boss was talking about the enemy's sword. The man frowned and confirmed it, then asked where he learned it. The boy replied that it was the demon slashing blade technique that his second brother taught him. He looked at him suspiciously and thought that it was strange. His heaven and earth blade technique, like his second brother's, were only third-rate techniques. He looked at the smiling boy and added that he didn't know if it was even possible to cut the master's sword with something like that. He put his hands behind his head and asked with a smile if it was true, then said that if it was, the boy could show it in action one more time. The boy agreed with this. People gathered in the clearing near the fortress of 5 peaks. The boy took the sword in his hands and stood in front of them. He embraced his body with aura and raised the blade in front of him. The girl watched his movements with interest. Suddenly, she opened her mouth in surprise and touched her chin. She noticed every movement of his hands. The hero raised the sword above his head. He made a sweeping strike and created a stream of air. The boy frowned and looked away. He swung his hand and cut the leaves floating in the air. The scraps of leaves flew around the area. The boy raised the sword above his head and frowned sternly. He struck the sword from top to bottom and tore the pieces of leaves into even smaller pieces. The shock wave from his attack broke the tree into pieces. The tree collapsed and raised dust into the air. The boy lowered the blade to the ground and looked at the plant. He looked back with a smile and said that he thought that was all he could do. The men watched in shock. They raised their hands and ran towards the boy, shouting that it was cool and incredible. The guys surrounded him and started asking him to teach them this move. The girl folded her hands with a wide smile and asked him how he did it because it was so cool. The hero awkwardly scratched the back of his head. The girl called him amazing and asked if he could teach her this. The boy replied that it wasn't that cool. The boss and the second brother watched them. The commander asked if this technique had always been so powerful. The second brother replied that he had never seen such a result, but he thought it was all because of the kid. They frowned and thought about who he even was. The boy smiled happily and closed his eyes. The sunny sky hung over the 5 Peaks Mountains. The man with the ball rushed at the boy and said that trash like him did not dare to block their path, so they should be prepared to receive. The youth calmly dodged the blade. He ducked under the blow and ran forward. The hero looked away and frowned sternly. With one blow he smashed the opponent's sword into pieces. The youth put the blade to the lord's neck. The man admitted his defeat. Pieces, the boy patrolled all the time, from autumn to winter. He cut the bodies of 3 opponents. During this time, not a single guard of the trade union could withstand his attacks. The soldiers looked at his portrait, thinking that this was a bandit of the 5 Peaks, who perfectly wielded the sword. Rumors of their fortress spread throughout the surrounding area like a fire. Torches burned at the entrance to the village. One of the men asked the boss about what was going on. Yeoncho smirked and said he didn't know the answer himself, then asked what the situation was. The second brother said he thought it was all because of the rumors about the boy. The guys knelt down in front of them. The second brother added that if they accepted them, the gang would become 25 people, so they needed to think about it. 3 months later, the fortress was being rebuilt quickly. It had grown a lot. The bandits had earned a name for themselves in the province and their fighting spirit was high, but the larger their gang became, the higher the people's ambitions became. Snowflakes fell to the ground. From one of the houses they were discussing that they needed to lay down 7 and then they would be able to pass. A gray-haired man sat opposite the interlocutor, who said that then they would need to deal with the commander and vice commander, and all the rest of the top 6 would not withstand even a blow, and besides, the boss and his deputy were not fit to hold a candle to them. Looking at the old man, the man added that he heard that their commander uses the heaven and earth blade technique learned from a drug dealer, and the vice commanders use the demon slashing blade technique learned from the temple. The old man grinned contentedly and said that this would not do, because the higher-ups could not use such trashy techniques. He looked away, scratched his nose, and decided that there was another strange one, after which he asked how such weaklings were recognized by the Green Forest. The interlocutor frowned in surprise and repeated the man's words. The old man angrily shouted at him and said that it was impossible not to know about them, being a mountain bandit. The old man introduced a crowd of people and a red-haired man at the head, after which he said that the Green Forest is an unrealistic dream of all bandits, because the beggars have a sect of beggars, and they have a green forest. He imagined the image of the head of the Green Forest and said that the boss was a demon lord who swung the skies, and he was known for his incredible strength, because the man stood on the same level as the heads of respected clans. The old man touched his chest and shouted that this was exactly why he, a minister of an unorthodox sect, came to them. If he became part of the Green Forest, he would not have to bow his head to these freaks from the recognized sections. The interlocutor apologized and said that he did not know much about martial arts. He frowned and added that judging from the old man's words, it was quite difficult to become part of the Green Forest, so he did not understand how this gang of losers joined it. The man imagined a child covered in aura and guessed that he was stronger than they said. The old man bit his finger and said irritably that he did not want that, and that he still had not seen him in action because they did not go on patrols due to the weather. The door opened slightly. The interlocutor asked him not to worry and said that it did not matter how strong the youth was. An older man appeared at the door, who said that the boy was no match for the northern ball, who stood up to the masters of the 5 great clans. Yonggak noticed him and asked what they would say if there was any good news. The old man frowned and said that the Green Forest took a course for expansion because the Orthodox Union expanded, and for this they decided to claim the province. But there were no noticeable fortresses in this place, so it seemed that they were ready to accept anyone, and this rabble was just lucky to become part of the Green Forest. The interlocutor smiled contentedly and said that this meant that although they went under the name of the Green Forest, in reality they remained an ordinary gang of mountain bandits. The old man smiled slightly, confirmed this and added that there was no need to look for a hidden meaning, because they give people a title based on the order of entry, so he did not believe that such guys became part of the Green Forest. He sat down next to the guys. The interlocutor laughed, agreed with him and said that the Green Forest is not a place for children. The old man replied that this was proof that they were just nobodies. Yonggak looked at the bowing men with a smile and said that they did not need to worry, because once he finished the 5 peaks, they would definitely be promoted to elders. The men thanked him. He put his hand on his knee and said that no matter what the reason, luck was on their side, and he did not believe that they could simply seize power in the fortress of the Green Forest. The man flared up with energy and added that they themselves said that it was strength that determined their position, which meant that he, along with his brother and the demons of the province, would easily become the leaders of the fortress. It continued to snow outside. The girl was washing dishes and asked the boy if he knew that the newcomers had requested a title fight. Gyaka was chopping food, saying that he had heard about it from others, but he didn't understand what the point was. He looked back at the girl. The Palapa was hoping that he would teach them a lesson. The boy asked why he had to do this and if they had bullied her. The girl frowned sternly, answered in the negative and said that she had heard them humiliating the boss, saying that his sword technique was just. Suddenly a loud bang was heard in the room. The girl covered her face with her hand and looked at the boy in fear. The boy smashed the table and, looking back at her, asked who had humiliated the boss. The girl replied that she was not sure, because she had only heard it briefly. The boy clenched his jaw, went outside and said that he didn't care about it, because he would get an answer from them personally. The boy headed towards the house opposite. The fourth brother of the gang noticed him. The man raised an eyebrow and wondered where he was going so late. The boy looked back at him and said that he heard that the newbies were humiliating the boss. If that was true, then he intended to fight in tongues. The man in response asked if he wanted to kill the newbies they had recruited with such difficulty, because that was what the boss was worried about. The boy looked at him in confusion and asked what that meant. The fourth brother shrugged his shoulders from the cold and said that while he was looking at him at the moment, he was also starting to worry, and that they were worried that he would chop them into cabbage during the fight for the title. The hero frowned angrily and shouted that I would definitely chop them up, because he would not forgive those who bully his brothers. The fourth brother grinned contentedly. He took a step forward. The man put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that they would have to return to the mountains as soon as the snowfall stopped, and when that happened, they would need the arms and legs of these newbies, so they had to go back, or else he would get sick in the cold. And we clenched our teeth and frowned. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds. The blue sky hung over the area the next day. The boss put his hands on his hips and asked his subordinates if they knew why he had gathered them here. Because a title fight had been requested, and since they did not always accept them, those who wanted to climb higher should not miss such a rare opportunity. Shulsan looked at the interlocutor, who asked him if he would try, and then replied that he would never dare try it again. Yanggak and his group came forward and said that the boss had a good mouth for trash, but it would not last long. The commander looked at them in surprise. The men came forward and asked everyone present if there were any more who wanted to be number one. He raised his hand and said loudly that they could choose the rank they wanted, but starting from number 7 and up, they would have to rise one rank at a time, fighting each one in turn. The old man listened silently as he said that the duel was being fought fairly in front of everyone, so they would accept the results without objection. He smiled and said that each of them wanted to be number one. Yeoncho frowned and asked if that was true and if they would regret their decision. The man grinned and laughed. He grabbed his wrist and said that they had no reason to regret it, since they were well-known masters of the province. He frowned with a smile and added that none of them would be afraid of some drug dealer. The bald man looked back at his ally and said sarcastically that he was very scared. The dark-haired guy pretended to wonder how they would stand up to the heaven and earth blade technique. The second brother was furious and insulted the volunteers. The boss ordered him to stand still. The old man raised his head and wheezed. He spat at the boss's feet. The man looked at his interlocutor with a smile and said that it was cold today, and he was already hungry, so they could finish quickly. Gyaka was shaking with anger. The gang members were trying to beg for an opportunity to teach them a lesson. The commander gritted his teeth and said that as he had said, everything would go in turns. He looked back at the boy and called him by name. The young man agreed. The old man grinned contentedly and said that they must be counting on this freak. His ally added that the world would know that his skills were exaggerated. Gyaka stepped onto the ground in front of them. The older man looked at him in surprise. The boy was blazing with energy from rage, stirring up the surrounding air. The old men were shocked, thinking about what was happening. The young man looked at them sternly and said that he thought he would die from an excess of anger. He frowned ominously, calling out to the old men, and asked who would be beaten first. The men were surprised by his bloodlust. Clenching his fists, Gyaka walked forward. He stood in front of the three men and asked who would be first. The men looked at the boy surrounded by the glow of energy with excitement and remained silent. The elders sternly turned to the brunette, who called out to them in alarm. Yanggak grinned slyly and said that they should not go first, it would not look good. Jio turned to him and confirmed, saying that it was normal for the weak to go first. The guy stood tensely in front of them and thought that they had spoken differently before, and asked out loud, who was first then? Glancing sideways at the hero engulfed in flames, he said that his stomach suddenly hurt, and thought to himself that his instincts were telling him that he was dangerous. He needed to look at the situation first. A hand pushing him in the back interrupted his thoughts. The man waved his arms, trying to keep his balance. He leaned over, exhaling. Jiaka, surrounded by a glow of energy, towered over him, asking, "Is he first?" The man thought that this was bad. What kind of incredible bloodlust was this? He clenched his teeth, resolutely thinking that there was no need to be afraid if he ran away now. He would lose the chance to rise in rank. Since they said that he was good with a sword, then he would have a better chance if. Looking at the red-haired man, he exclaimed that he was Ilbo. They were not enemies with him, so they would decide everything with their bare hands. Looking at him with determination, the boy replied that of course. The opponent jumped high in the air, thinking that this was it. With a cry, the brunette flew at the hero from above. A powerful blow from his fist knocked out his teeth. The hero threw him away, raising a pile of dust. The old man's mouth opened in amazement. Looking at them indifferently, Jiaka called out the next one. The bald man clenched his fist, saying that he was Sowoong and he also chose fist fighting. He was crushed by a powerful blow from his fist. The brunette with a mustache held a sword, saying that he was Yamyang and would fight with swords. Frowning, Jiaka asked if he would regret it. The fierce attack left a bright mark on the man's torso. With a determined look, the hero said, "Continue." The old man looked at him tensely. Jiao thought that he had laid down all three of them so quickly. Too bad, he was stronger than they thought. Jiaka frowned and asked what they were standing there for. Have they changed their minds already? The elder spread his arms and said that they needed some time. They couldn't decide who was higher in rank. The hero replied that it didn't matter, let him go. Jiao gritted his teeth in displeasure, swearing silently, and decided that he had plenty of arrogance. Reaching into his pocket, the man thought that he was definitely strong. He didn't think he'd have to use it. The man unfurled a brown fan, telling Jiao that he wouldn't use a sword in a friendly duel. The hero stuck the weapon into the ground and agreed, saying that he wouldn't either. Stucky smiled slyly, thinking that he'd been caught. He suddenly rushed into the attack with a shining fan. A bright trace remained from his movement. Jiaka covered himself with his hand in surprise. The man watched as the opponents fought. The old man shouted that he didn't seem so arrogant anymore. Couldn't he really keep up with the fan? Yonggek grinned and thought that here he was, the sly fox. The guy managed to block the blow, leaving bright sparks. The man thought that it was with this fan that Jiao became famous in Henan province. Going against him bare-handed was suicide. It looked like he wouldn't have to fight anymore. Jiaka covered his head with a trembling hand. Frowning, he asked, "This wasn't an ordinary fan, was he right?" Jiao waved the combat accessory, saying that he had time to be distracted. He looked closely at his opponent, thinking that his fan would cut even a stone. He wouldn't be able to do anything. Jiaka called him an old man without looking. The gray-haired man was amazed to see the guy's fist right in front of his nose. The hero asked, "Doesn't he know what a fair fight means?" With a crushing blow, he slammed his fist into the opponent's head, throwing him back. A pile of dust rose from the impact on the ground. Yeoncho looked ahead in shock. The pink-haired girl opened her mouth in surprise. Jiaka stood with his head down in the settling dust. He exhaled. Without turning around, he took the sword and asked Yonggek, "Is he the last one? Will he use the sword?" The elder angrily clenched his teeth, thinking that he had dealt with Jiao so easily, much stronger than the people said. The tip of the sword touched the ground. The man looked at the boy engulfed in flames of strength and exclaimed that he should wait. He did not want to continue fighting for the title. Waving his hands, Yonggak shouted that although it was difficult to say who was stronger, him or Jiao, he did not think that they were far apart, so there was no point in them fighting. Jiaka's eyes were hidden by his bangs and he called out to the old man, telling him to remember this once and for all. Looking at him with red eyes, the boy continued that if he dared to bully his brothers again, next time they would die. Did he understand? Yonggak frowned, thinking how humiliating it was, and not just because this young man was so familiar with him. He looked at Yeoncho, who had his hand on his hip, and thought that he could not believe that these fools would order him around. Looking at him, Jiaka asked why he was silent. Bowing, the old man agreed and promised to work for their benefit. The gang leader happily asked what they were worried about. He was the one who won. Jiaka awkwardly apologized. The man walked away, putting his arm around the boy's shoulders, and asked what he wanted to eat. He was sure he was hungry. The hero replied with a smile that he would be happy with anything offered. Yeoncho laughed, saying that he knows how to please. When did he learn? Yonggak angrily gritted his teeth, thinking that if they just waited, he would still hold them accountable for these humiliations. Among the mountains, there was a settlement called Hejia of the Nanyang Trade Union. A shout was heard demanding to let him through. A man ran, pushing passersby, shouting that he urgently needed to meet with the master. The man was drinking a hot drink from a cup. The guy ran into the room, shouting that they were in big trouble. Those rumors turned out to be true. Breathing heavily from running, the brunette said that Yonggak and Jiao had recently gone to the Five Peaks Fortress. The man with the cup smiled, saying that he understood. Sitting on the sofa, he said that if the world knew that 2 of the 3 demons of Henan province had joined the Five Peaks Fortress, their influence would grow so much that they would no longer be able to stop them. The guy kneeling and bowing said that a whole bunch of merchants had already suffered from them throughout the autumn. Moryang looked tiredly at his subordinate, saying that it was becoming more and more interesting which of them became the commander. Raising his head, the brunette said, "What about it?" Looking at the main guy, he said that Yeoncho, who owned the Heaven and Earth sword technique, remained the commander. According to rumors, they both lost the battle for the title. Moryang smirked, saying that this was some kind of nonsense. He was sure that this was a lie and some kind of trick. The brunette, bowing before him, said that from now on, they had 30 people in their rank, including 2 fighters of this rank. What should they do about it? The man stood up, saying what else? Let him think about it himself. He imagined the images of the elders with a smile, saying that he was always worried about them. He couldn't stand it when they were called the demons of the province, as if they were equal. It was illogical for them to be put on the same level as him. As he walked away, Moryang said that moreover, they could no longer allow the 5 Peaks bandits to wreak havoc. They would take this chance and deal with them and the old men at once. Wouldn't that be great? The man looked at the sunset, saying that he shouldn't underestimate them, let him trust them a little. He stood on the steps in front of the huge crowd lined up, asking, "Are there 30 of them?" There were 3 times as many. The people were sitting in the courtyard of the 5 Peaks fortress. A fire was burning near the wooden gate. A palm was wiping the blade of a sword with a wet rag. It was Gyaka washing his sword after the battle. Turning around, he saw a bald man who said that it was a good job. Would he like some water? As he took the spoon of water from the man, he heard that the man was truly surprised at how skillfully he defeated one of the Hanan demons. The guy replied that nothing like that, weaklings, and that's it. Holding a bowl of water to his mouth, he heard a question that he almost never uses a sword, people used to say. The bald man imagined his fingers holding a green leaf and quoted that martial arts masters are even capable of cutting people with a leaf. When he remembered these words, he immediately thought of him. Gyaka looked at him in surprise and asked, "Cutting with a leaf? Never heard of such a thing." The man awkwardly scratched the back of his head and ran away, saying that it seemed like he said something stupid. Gyaka thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking that masters are capable of cutting people with a leaf. It's incredible. When he becomes capable enough, will he be able to do the same? The hero sat on a stump and thought that if such masters exist, he wants to meet them. There were many stars in the night sky. Some were sleeping, some of the men gathered around the fire. The fortress bandit walked forward with a torch in his hand. He yawned, covering his mouth with his hand. Then he froze, noticing something. His eyes widened in shock. He ran away, escaping from the flying weapons, and shouted that they were fire arrows. An attack, a hail of fire arrows. The gang members woke up, hearing that the enemy was attacking. Gyaka turned around, looking at the men running through the flames. Fire arrows were piercing the bags. The wooden wall was burning with flames. The hero frowned angrily. Clutching the hilt of his sword, he cursed. Yeoncho threw open the doors, appearing on the threshold. Brows furrowed, he shouted, asking what was going on. "Don't panic, everyone to your places, prepare for battle." The leader turned, looking at the man who said that if this goes on, all the walls of the fortress will burn down. He will go to them and help put out the fire. The leader touched his face thoughtfully, thinking that there was only one entrance to the fortress. He imagined a hand reaching into a rabbit hole, and thought that if the fire surrounded them inside, they would run to the gate, and there they would be ambushed. They would be like rabbits that had been smoked out of their holes. He looked at the men running around in the fire, thinking that these fools probably didn't think he was so smart. Gyaka, who was holding the sword, turned around, hearing the leader's order. No one was to leave the fortress, they would stop the fire from spreading. We had to protect them, go ahead, they would build a second wall. The men were dragging large logs, hearing the encouraging shouts. Gyaka stood behind, looking at them. Gritting his teeth angrily, the boy thought, how dare they set the fortress on fire? Whoever it was, let them wait. Smoke rose, hiding the fortress. Moryang chuckled, thinking that they were just mountain bandits, but smart. Surprisingly, no one even tried to escape. He stood in front of the army with the flags, saying that it was a pity they could have finished it quickly. Smiling, the gray-haired man said that it would not change anything. Several harpoons flew forward. They caught their hooks on the logs. The warriors pulled sharply, destroying the wall. The man standing behind said that the leader of the Union was incredible, as they thought. How did he come up with the idea to use fire to attack? Moryang smiled, saying that he had done almost nothing and they were already on the verge of destruction. Opening his eyes, he said that once the walls fell, they would easily break them. His eyes widened in surprise. The man standing in front asked in shock, when did they have time? They were standing in front of another log wall. A question was heard about what to do. The oil was out. It seemed like the strategy had failed. The leader of the alliance clenched his fist until he was shaking. An advice was heard to shut up. He knew about his pride. The trembling Moryang told them to calm down. They expected this since they had brains. Resolutely looking forward, the man said that he would use a different strategy. A gang member was peeking through a crack in the wall. The man threw an axe into his palm. The weapon in his hand glowed with purple flames. The bandit turned and shouted to the others that a guy with an axe was coming here. What should they do? The gray-haired man smiled, hearing their shouts. What is he talking about? He is coming alone, and the answer is yes, he only has an axe. Yonggak angrily exclaimed. What about him? He does not think that he will just hit the wall with an axe. The long-haired man frowned as he heard the boy say that he was hardly that stupid. He definitely had some kind of ace up his sleeve. A shout was heard that he was annoying. He would take a look himself. Let him move away. The old man looked through the crack in the wall. He saw a man approaching with an axe and asked, wasn't that man the divine swordsman Muryong? Turning to the others, the old man shouted that it looked like they were against a trade union. Their leader was one of the three demons Henan. Looking ahead, Jiaka asked again. Everyone turned to the determined-looking boy, who asked, was the enemy leader right in front of them? The man stopped in front of a log fence. Clutching the handle of the axe, he asked, how dare they, mere bandits, mock him? Pink marks were left from the swift attacks. He shouted, a stupid wooden wall, will it stop him? One blow is enough to smash it to pieces. The tip of the axe pierced the tree. The man smiled predatorily, saying that he knew it. Suddenly, his gaze became shocked. The logs flew apart, revealing to Jiaka's gaze that he had been thrown back with energy. Muryong, who flew away, asked the red-haired man who he was. Looking at him angrily, the guy asked, is he their leader? The man looked at him questioningly and asked, is he a child? Bright marks remained from the clash of weapons. The gray-haired man frowned, thinking, what power? Who is he? He jumped back, slid along the ground, stopping. His hand was clutching the handle of the axe. It trembled when the man thought that he was in such a state. After just one blow, he had incredible strength. Jiaka looked forward with displeasure, saying that it was clear. He looked at Muryong, surrounded by radiance, who said that so he was the master of the Sword of the Five Peaks. I did not expect that he would be so young. Without looking up, the hero asked what the difference was. He looked at him angrily with burning eyes and said that the most important thing now was that their fortress had burned down because of him. Behind the long-haired man stood an army with flags. A question was heard whether they were too pathetic, so many of them, but they still resorted to tricks. Muryong replied that this was actually a strategy, to which Jiaka said that he did not understand what he was talking about. How would he compensate for all this? The gray-haired man indignantly asked, why would he do this? Jiaka glared at the enemy, who shouted that they were well settled here in the Fortress of the Five Peaks, robbing others and making a name for themselves among the bandits. Therefore, he came on behalf of the entire Henan province to subjugate them. The red-haired man replied that he was not a thief and did not rob anyone, they just took a toll. Muryong extended his hand, claiming that this was theft or that he thought these mountains belonged only to them, to which he received an affirmative answer. Frowning, the blonde man exclaimed that enough was enough, he was talking nonsense, and why was he even talking so much? Surrounded by a red glow, Jiaka looked at him darkly and said that when people had different opinions, they could not agree, and then the one who was stronger would be right. Muryong chuckled, saying that he saw that he was confident in himself, thinking that he would survive after provoking him. He did not know how he defeated Yonggak and Jiao, but he was much stronger than both of them. Jiaka shouted impatiently, when would they start? The man gritted his teeth in anger and called him shameless. His axe swirled in the air. His hand clenched the hilt of his sword. Swinging the weapon, Muryong said that he would teach him a lesson in good manners, to which the boy replied that he could do whatever he wanted. The man frowned, saying that he would not let his guard down like the other two. There would be no concessions. He didn't care that he was still a child. Jiaka clutched the glowing blade, smirking that everyone said that he shouldn't relax. He hoped that at least he would have fun with him. Insulting him, Muryong rushed to attack, shouting that even if he begged for mercy, it would be too late. Bright rays of power spread around the approaching opponents. Swinging his sword, the man thought that he would not come up with a cunning plan. He would simply use the strongest formation and finish everything at once. Jiaka looked at him in surprise. Leaving ghostly traces, Muryong quickly approached, using the technique of movement and stillness. The hero looked at him slyly, saying that this was even more interesting than he thought. He repelled the attack of the gray-haired man, who seemed to have multiplied. Seeing the sword mark, Muryong was surprised, wondering what he blocked. Raising his sword, the red-haired man quickly approached. A bright mark was left from the swift sword strike. The opponents bounced off each other. Jiaka grinned, saying that he really is not bad and his techniques are interesting. The man gritted his teeth, thinking dissatisfied, he is interesting, absurd, movement and stillness is a technique of the Hua Mountain sect. A bandit would definitely not be able to block this. Dissatisfiedly throwing up his hands, he asked, what the hell is this? Who is he? Where is he from and what art does he use? Jiaka grinned, answering that he has no homeland. He held the sword with a wide smile and said that his art is the technique of the blade-cutting demons. This technique was taught to him by his second brother. Muryong, standing opposite, asked in surprise, did he say a technique learned in the temple? Jiaka said that it was true, it was incredible, but no one had ever withstood more than one blow. He really wasn't bad. With a wide smile, the guy pulled out his sword and said that he was glad he showed his technique. Could he try to do it? Muryang frowned in displeasure, asking, did he want to do the same move while standing still? He said that he was being too arrogant as he charged. The man shouted that he would see if he could. For his knowledge, his art included hundreds of moves. Doing it would be much harder than third-rate techniques. Gyaka started the move, mockingly saying that he didn't find it difficult. The men in the gang opened their mouths in surprise upon hearing this. The red-haired man, like his opponent, seemed to multiply and rushed forward. A cry was heard that he seriously did it on the first try, exactly the same. The gray-haired man frowned, thinking, how is that possible? Muryang was shocked. He imagined a bearded man, whose fingers emitted a glow. Motion and stillness is the final formation of the Six Swords fusion technique belonging to the Hua Mountain sect. The warriors lined up in a fighting stance. Ultimate stillness may look like an ordinary lunge from the outside, but at that moment the warrior makes hundreds of changes in body position. It is no coincidence that the Six Swords fusion technique comes from the Plum Blossom sword technique. The long-haired guy was clutching a stick, studying the technique in the Hua Mountain sect. The Six Swords fusion technique is taught to absolutely everyone, but even the disciples of the main branch of the sect encounter great difficulties in mastering this art. The man swung his stick. However, Muryang perfectly mastered the Six Swords fusion despite the difficulty, thanks to which he became a master and captured the Henan province with the speed of a hurricane. The man watched as the ghostly Gyaka, attacking, approached him. However, now his pride for the titanic efforts put in during his apprenticeship was instantly destroyed. He looked at him in shock, thinking that this was impossible. This technique could not be learned just by looking at it. He clutched the sword in his hand. In the movement, his feet left the ground. The man cursed in his mind, thinking that he should remain calm. Gyaka clones were approaching him, while he thought that he knew this technique better than anyone. Frowning, Muryang thought that there could only be one true body here. He saw the red-haired man behind the clones and mentally pretended that the last body was the real one. The man froze in surprise. His eyes widened in shock. Bright flashes crossed the body. He mentally asked to wait. Opening his mouth in amazement, the man cut by the sword's thought, was each body real? His eyes rolled back and blood came out of his mouth, but he managed to think that this was not just an imitation. He surpassed it. The man fell to the ground face first. Gyaka, who was standing with his sword, asked in surprise why he had fallen, even though he hadn't even completed the technique. He walked up to the man lying on the ground, and looking at him in surprise, he asked, had he passed out? Towering over the man, he said that it was a pity, but at this rate he would chop off his head. Muryang, who had suddenly come to his senses, screamed that he would never come to the Five Peaks Fortress again. Let him spare him this time. Looking at him with red eyes, the guy asked what if he came. In response, he heard a scream that no way. He swears on his right hand. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, Gyaka walked away and said that he had better keep his promise. An enthusiastic cry was heard that Gyaka had won. They had won. The boss rushed to the smiling guy, asking what was that, a clone technique. His comrades were lifting the gray-haired man. He turned around in amazement and looked at the guy. Gyaka smiled sheepishly, and Muryang thought he couldn't believe it. He was incredibly strong. The man on the mountain watched the scene below. His face was hidden by a handkerchief. The man frowned and watched in silence. Yeoncho looked at the boy suspiciously and asked, how could he destroy the wall they had worked so hard to build? A white brush with black ink crossed out the drawn tablet on the map. Words were heard, excluding the small alliances. The tablets were crossed out crosswise. In Henan province, 3 major alliances fell one after another. The brush crossed out the name with the image of Muryang. The voice continued, naturally, even they, the Mansu Trade Alliance and the Nanyang Trade Alliance, who divided Henan province, fell. The man with the brush in his hand said that it can be concluded that there was a shift in the balance of power. The man gritted his teeth, asking, even the divine sword was defeated. Who would have thought that a small one would be so strong? The man with the brush raised his hand, saying that yes, this was all that was being discussed in Hejia settlement right now, so the number of bandits in Five Peaks stronghold would only increase. The dark-haired man touched his face thoughtfully, saying that of course it would be better to strike before they became a big force, but there were some concerns. He imagined the image of Gyaka standing behind the long-haired man and said that this little guy might be the disciple of the boss of Green Forest, the heaven-destroying demon lord. Otherwise, how could he explain why he was so strong? The man with the mustache said sadly that he was right. He appeared just when Green Forest began to expand. Looking down pitifully, he continued that if this was really the disciple of the boss, they should stay away from him. The man slammed his fist on the table, breaking it, and shouted at them to stop talking such nonsense. How could they run from some bandits? Blood trickled down the broken fist. He continued, do they know what will happen if they retreat now? Raising a frowning gaze, the head of the Mansu Trade Union, the Tornado Swordmaster Muchan, said that the trade union will become the laughingstock of all of Henan. Do they think they will have a future with such a reputation? The men backed away from him in fear. One of them asked, then what should they do? Isn't he on the same level as a divine swordsman? Muchin frowned, hearing that since he had already lost, how would he deal with that bandit? He furrowed his brows angrily. Imagining Muryong being frightened by his attack, he thought he didn't know what to say. This brat was on a completely different level. Muchin recalled the man hiding behind the mountain, and thought that before challenging him, he should study well, otherwise he would become his pawn like Muryong. He recalled the clone's swift attack, thinking that he was too strong. Was he really the heaven-destroying demon lord's disciple? The man headed towards the exit, saying that he should go to Hyugang province, have them bring back the best Longjing tea leaves from the West Lake. The man in the blindfold called out to the chief in shock, asking, is he going to go there at this time? If he left like this, the alliance would be in an uproar. Muchin turned around in irritation and said that he was stupid. Had he already forgotten what was in this province? The other party looked at him in surprise, asking what, and then guessed that it was in Hyugang province. He imagined a building near the high mountains and said that it was the Wudang Mountains. Muchin chuckled, saying that was right. He was an outer disciple. He had the right to learn the martial arts of the Wudang Mountains. He imagined a bearded man in a hood, saying that his teacher was the elder of the Wudang sect, Sage Chunjai. The alliance member jumped to his feet, exclaiming in surprise that this was the famous master of the Wudang sect. He smiled, saying that he was good at teaching. Resolutely standing in front of him, the leader confirmed, saying that he was finally using his head. He introduced the warriors surrounded by radiance, saying that the Wudang sect was one of the 10 great sects. Their disciples were at a level that they could not even imagine. If he asked the master to teach him, he would be no worse than them. Frowning, Muchin promised that this bandit would become a corpse. He introduced Chunjai and the hooded men, saying that even if he was a disciple of the heaven-destroying demon lord, he was too young and inexperienced to fight equally with a disciple of the Wudang sect. He introduced the red-haired man looking forward in confusion, and said that if he lost, the entire Five Peaks fortress would fall after him. The sun shone on the street decorated with lanterns. A cry of delight was heard from the elegant buildings. There were plates of delicious dishes on the table, and people said that it was just like a dream, all this expensive food. She heard that this was the best restaurant in Hejia village, so it was clear that everything here was top-notch. The pink-haired girl with shining eyes leaned over the dishes and said that her dream was to order whatever she wanted at least once, and now it had come true. The brunette standing next to her asked if everything was really okay. It looked expensive. The happy Kiyon said that she didn't have to worry. Everything was fine, because the strongest warrior in Hejia province was with them. They were here with Jiaka. The guy sitting opposite scratched his head in dismay and said that no, how could he be the strongest? There was a boss. The girl replied that even the children knew that. He was the strongest in the fortress. Jiaka looked at his hand and said that he knew, but he thought it was all a bit too much, and these clothes were also expensive. Was everything really okay? Since they had so many people now, they had to be frugal. Kiyon jumped up, clenching her fist resolutely, and said that of course it was fine. He had earned so much money for the fortress. The brunette laughed into her palm, saying that she was right. It was all thanks to him. He deserved it. She raised a finger, imagining the man with the coins, and said that they spoiled him with such things because the second brother gave them a lot of money and told him to help him have fun, so that he would eat until he was full and change into the best clothes. Jiaka, with a glass in his hand, asked again, did the second brother say that? The girl answered that it was exactly like that. He wanted him to fully enjoy this day before returning. Jiaka looked at the brunette and said that he had never seen her before. What was her name? The girl was embarrassed and said that her name was Sobik. She had joined a week ago. Kiyon looked at her with a smile and said that she was cute. There was a big fuss about her in the fortress, and she was also popular in the Hejia settlement. A man appeared in the room and watched as Jiaka asked if it was true, and the girl said no, it wasn't. The girl looked at her slyly and told her not to lie. Everyone here, no matter who you ask, knows her name. She heard that she got there because of her popularity. The man moved forward. Jiaka asked what she was talking about and heard the answer that she ran away from here because some bully was trying to marry her. The man smiled widely and said that he told her to find him if she got into trouble. The bald man leaned over the girls, scaring Sobik, and said that that's why she wasn't visible. Did she even know how worried he was about her? Looking at her friend, Kiyon asked if this was the bully. She looked at her with displeasure and answered that yes, it was him. The man chuckled and asked, "Hooligan, that was rude," and it made him sad when she called him that. The pink-haired girl looked at him with displeasure and said that his face was asking for a punch, but maybe he would just leave himself. Covering her mouth with her hand, she said, as if it were a secret, that she didn't want such a luxurious table with delicacies to fall apart, and he didn't want to die. It was beneficial for both of them. The bald man chuckled and asked, "What kind of nonsense is this? Die him." The man extended his hand, saying that he was serious. He gloomily took Sobik by the shoulder, saying that he didn't believe that he was hearing this from someone like her. Maybe she could tell her friend how scary he was when he was angry. Let her say that she would have a lot of trouble later if she made him nervous. Looking sternly at the girl, he told her not to dare run away again. His patience was not endless. His fingers squeezed the girl's shoulder. The man continued that if she continued to delay with the answer, the red-haired man sitting opposite him told him to stop. The man looked at him questioningly and heard that the boy was in a good mood today, so he would count to 10, and if he left, he would spare him. The bald man frowned, asking the child if he was talking to him. Standing with an inscrutable look, Gyaka began to count. The bandit frowned with displeasure, hearing that it was better for him to listen to the advice and run. He turned his gaze to Ki-yeon, who was chewing a bun, saying that he would definitely die, and told her to stop being impudent. Hadn't she heard of Yongchul from Hejia village? With a completely indifferent look, the girl answered that no, not even once. He was the one who didn't understand who he was talking to. Smiling with the corner of his lips, he asked who they were. He could guess, impudent children. Looking at him, Ki-yeon calmly replied that the Fortress of the Five Peaks was S, and this guy was a bandit who was a perfect swordsman. Yongchul's eyes widened in shock. Gyaka stood up, leaning on the table, and recited 3, 2, 1. The silhouette of the red-haired man was reflected in the eye of the bald man. He looked at him gloomily and asked, "Is he still here?" Bright flashes of a blow appeared. The leg quickly moved forward. Blood splashed out of the man's mouth. With a sharp movement, the hero threw him back, raising dust. A clear imprint of his foot remained on the body of the fallen bald man. The man in a long cloak stood next to the flying dishes. His eyes under the hood burned angrily. He stamped his foot. From his strength, the plates rose, surrounded by a bright glow. Gyaka turned her gaze to the man in surprise. He stood in a destroyed room with settling dust. Then he turned and looked at the man in the cloak. A gust of wind blew the hood off his head. The hero frowned. A gloomy man with a black beard stood right in front of him. In the settlement illuminated by the setting sun, a question was heard: why did he come without warning? The man walked fearfully behind the man in the cloak and said that he did not know, otherwise he would have met him properly. This street was dangerous, there were hooligans all around. He ran anxiously after the man, saying that he had already called a carriage for him. If he waited a little, they would get to the trade union with all the comforts. Muchen frowned slightly and asked why he came in person. The elder of the Wudang sect, the sage Chun-Jai, did not even turn his head to him, indifferently looking into the distance. The man saw him go further and asked where he was going. Clutching his forehead in displeasure, Muchen thought that he would go crazy. Why did he come here, and so unexpectedly? The man removed his hand from his face, thinking that it was not some disciple who intervened, but the sect elder himself. That was a different story. If the elder came to subdue some bandit, and people would find out about it. A cry was heard. Was Sage Chun-Jai seriously taking this matter personally? The warrior turned around and saw the men discussing this story. The bearded man said that he said it was true. It seemed that Muchen chickened out when Muryang fell with one blow. The comrade asked, "After all, is it necessary for the elder himself to intervene?" The answer was heard that he must have been quite confused, not being able to deal with some bandit. The man with the blue bandage frowned, saying that if you look at it like that, isn't it impressive that he managed to attract the elder? Is the Mansu trade union really that influential? The green man chuckled, saying that it was not impressive. Muchen is a disciple of the Wudang sect. The bearded man chuckled and asked mockingly, did he get scared of the bandit and complain to the teacher? He is acting arrogant, but let them look at him now. Muchen looked at the men sitting in the alley and cursed. Chun-Jai, who was walking in front, said that he could not believe that he was angry because of market rumors. The man frowned and looked at the disciple, saying that he still had a lot to learn. The dark-haired man looked at him worriedly and apologized. The cloaked man said that after this was over, he should go into secluded training. The disciple bowed and agreed. Suddenly, Chun-Jai looked forward in shock. Bright traces of a blow appeared. The movement of a leg. Blood from the man's mouth. Gyaka threw the bald man back with one blow, raising dust. A trace of his boot remained on his body. The red-haired man shifted his gaze with caution. He was standing right in front of the cloaked man. The hero looked at the boy in the settling dust. The wind blew the hood off his head. Gyaka frowned. In front of him stood the courageous Chun-Jai with glowing eyes. The wall of the building was completely destroyed. Passers-by gathered. The man asked what the rumble was. Was the teacher okay? Suddenly Muchen's eyes widened in shock. He saw Gyaka standing next to the destroyed wall and thought that this guy was definitely a bandit from the Five Peaks Fortress. Why was he here? The man thought that the atmosphere around him was slightly different, and his hair color was not something you see every day. Pushing people aside, the man ran to the elder and exclaimed that it was him, but the man, without turning around, told him to shut up. Chun-Jai pulled the hood over his head, and then he walked away, saying that he wanted to rest here, but it seemed like the street wasn't very safe. Since he had arranged for a carriage, they were leaving. Gyaka looked at him, wondering who this old man was. He saw the blue flames surrounding his figure and thought that he had an ominous aura around him. Ki-yeon grabbed her head in shock, exclaiming, "What a mess, why did you have to destroy everything?" The girls came up to him in surprise. The pink-haired girl said that the boss told her not to cause trouble and not to ruin her reputation. She shouldn't have gone that far. The repairs would be expensive. Jiaka awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that the guy was at fault. He had time to leave. Taeyeon indifferently said, "Okay, screw it." She remembered how the hero smashed their table, throwing the guy back, and angrily asked why they had to break their table. She was so hungry. What should she do now? She looked at the rubble with her arms crossed, saying that the restaurant was now completely destroyed and there was no table, that even if they paid for the repairs, they would hardly be served. Jiaka slapped his fist into his palm, saying that he would figure it out, but his friend said that she had already told him that they needed to maintain a good reputation. The embarrassed hero pointed his finger back, saying that Youngchul was weaker than he thought. He did not expect that he would fly away like that with one blow. The bald man was lying in the rubble against the wall. Words were heard that it would be strange if he got off easier after his blow. The girl took a bunch of coins, asking what to do now. That was all they had, enough for the repairs, and there should be some left over for rice soup. Sobek, standing behind, was surprised to hear that, unfortunately, they would not be able to buy clothes for her, and she so wanted to finally get an outfit befitting a bandit. The brunette put her hands out and exclaimed that she had never said such a thing. Taeyeon covered her mouth with a smile, saying that it was okay, they would buy it next time. Jiaka asked how that was possible. Maybe she should just buy clothes instead of soup. The pink-haired girl looked at him slyly, saying that it was still not enough, but if he was really sorry for this trouble, he should listen to her request. Clenching his fist, the guy exclaimed that he would do what she said. The girl chuckled, saying that he said it himself, and then he would not be able to get away with it. Hugging her friend by the neck, she asked her sweetly to teach them martial arts. The setting sun illuminated the roofs of the buildings. A voice was heard telling the teacher that the guy was the bandit he was talking about. The man in the cloak walking in front of him replied that he knew. Muchan asked why he didn't deal with him back then. If he was gone, they would easily solve all the problems with the Five Peaks Fortress. Looking ahead sullenly, Chun-Jai said that there were rumors that he was the heaven-destroying demon lord's disciple. The man replied that yes, the fortress was recognized so quickly because of this young man's incredible strength. The brunette shifted his gaze, saying that perhaps it was not so. If the heaven-destroying demon lord had a disciple, they would have been whispering about it a long time ago. He introduced Jiaka, standing in a confident pose, and said that he liked to brag, so such an outstanding disciple would definitely not remain in the shadows. The bearded man chuckled. He held a wooden tablet in his hand, saying that it seemed like coming here was a great idea. To think that he met a martial arts genius in such a place. There were hieroglyphs carved on the wood, and words could be heard saying that it was nice, very nice. There was a traditional building by the high mountains. 3 days ago, Hugong Province, Wudang Mountain. People approached the building. A girl was holding a bundle of dishes. A man touched his long beard with his palm. Turning around, Chun-Jai looked at him, hearing that the scenery was becoming more and more beautiful. Even within the Wudang Mountains there were few like this. The head of the Wudang sect, Sage Taeyeon, arched his eyebrows, saying that he brought him longjing tea leaves from the West Lake as a gift, remembered that he liked tea. Turning to him, the elder of the Wudang sect, Sage Chun-Jai, asked, "Isn't it damn hard to get them?" Sitting on the floor in the lotus position, he said that since he brought such a valuable gift, does he have a conversation? Closing his eyes, Taeyeon laughed and asked, "Is it so obvious?" The building, there was a short staircase. Water was pouring from a teapot into a small cup. The two men sat across from each other at a low table. The leader said that the merchants were in great trouble, all because of the bandits in the so-called Five Peaks Fortress, and their connection with Green Forest could not be ignored. Chun-Jai frowned and asked, if Green Forest was involved, wouldn't it be too problematic? Looking at him, the guest replied that if they had no reason. However, the leader of the merchant union seemed to be his former disciple. He remembered the man bowing next to the bundle and said that he was the one who brought this tea. The man with thick eyebrows said that wasn't sending a disciple to observe the progress of his former disciple a plausible enough excuse. Chun-Jai looked at him and asked, should he keep an eye on Green Forest? Holding the cup, the leader replied that yes, he remembered how much trouble Lunar Fairy had caused in the past, right? That incident showed that the Orthodox Union needed to become stronger. He introduced a long-haired man with golden claws and said that Lunar Fairy had used terrifying martial arts to conquer Murim, no, the entire central continent. He recalled Muryong and his friend with weapons in hand, saying that back then, the Sword Emperor and Moon-Splitting Swordsman had still managed to win, but their strength could no longer be relied upon. Looking ahead, the Beard Man said, who could guarantee that Murim would not face such a threat again? He was uneasy. He did not know how long this peace would last. Shifting his gaze, he continued that unorthodox sects were also a threat. Introducing a man wearing a tiger head mask, he said that the head of Green Forest was the heaven-destroying demon lord. Many swordsmen had died under his hand. It was no secret that there was hardly anyone in the current world who could stand against him. Chun-Jai asked with a cup, did he want him to strengthen his influence over the trade union so that he could start helping the demon lord? Pouring tea, the elder confirmed, saying that his disciples had always brought their sect a good reputation, and this was also an opportunity to improve their opinion. Smiling, he continued that the influence over Henan province would increase, 2 birds with 1 stone. The man held a steaming cup in his hand and then took a sip from it. Exhaling, Chun Jai agreed, saying that there was a condition. With a sharp movement, he slammed the cup on the table. Looking resolutely at the leader, he asked to be allowed to subjugate the 5 Peaks fortress. Looking at him, Tihyo asked why. With a determined look, the man said that while managing this temple for the past 10 years, he participated in many rituals and heard hundreds of prophecies. On the wall was painted a yin-yang symbol. Words were heard that whenever he tried to look at his success in undertakings, it was always the same. The man in the blue traditional robe said that he only saw a possible failure. It seemed that he was destined to live a smooth life without any ups. He looked away, saying that however, today the prediction had changed. He recalled the tablet with the characters painted on it and said that there was an incredible success. Taking it in his hands, the man said that it must have been the heavens themselves that had sent him this opportunity. He thought that the bandit was a perfect swordsman. Although he did not believe in the absurd rumors that he was the heaven-destroying demon lord's disciple, there was definitely an unusual aura around him. He imagined the red-haired boy standing in front of the warriors and thought that if he taught him, he would become the strongest swordsman. No, he would become the greatest swordsman of Wudang Mountain. If this idea could be realized, the influence of the Wudang sect would skyrocket. Clouds floated above the mountain peaks, men carried planks. One of the men pointed his finger at the one sitting on the roof. The man ran up to the long-haired man, saying that they had finished building. Leaning his hand on his hip, Yoncho said that this was the 5 Peaks Harmony Pavilion. He looked at the tall traditional building. All the people standing on the platform were looking at him. Meanwhile, things were going well at the 5 Peaks Fortress. Debil Fortress helped them build a building that matched their newfound status, so they needed more people. For this purpose, Yoncho recruited carpenters, advisors, and many others. He smiled as the people behind him exclaimed how wonderful it was. The children ran forward. The boy said he wanted to see. His comrade exclaimed that he did too. The leader looked at the children running past him. His gaze became more attentive. Do Mayung, who came up behind him with an axe, asked why the boss was daydreaming. Looking at the children, the man replied that he remembered seeing such a scene in the past. A comrade standing next to him asked, "Is it true?" The man replied that it was, but he didn't have time to tell them because he was called. He turned his gaze in the direction of the sound. Yoncho looked at the tired man and asked what the rush was about. Instead of answering, Hyung-do asked if they had seen Jiaka. He heard that he was teaching Kiyon and Sobik martial arts and wanted to ask too, but he was nowhere to be seen. Go Mayung pointed his finger back and said that they had just gone into the forest. The man exclaimed, asking how they could leave him behind, and heard that he could catch up with them. Jiaka stood in the clearing opposite the girls and said that today they would learn a breathing technique. They would need to memorize 300 words. Closing his eyes, the guy folded his palms into a ring and said that whoever intends to obtain the power of the 9 heavens must first tame his heart. The energy of the 9 heavens is both imperceptible and not empty. T-Yon called the guy. He looked at the discouraged girls. The pink-haired girl said that it was too difficult. The guy replied that they would be able to if they studied for 10 years. Pointing with his palm, Jiaka told them to close their eyes and slowly repeat after him. With time it would become easier for them. The dissatisfied girls clenched their fists, but agreed. He told them to close their eyes. The heroines obediently did so and heard that they should concentrate on breathing. Bamboo stalks grew ahead. The wind carried their leaves. Jiaka opened one eye and thought, "Are they okay?" His eyes widened in surprise. A ray of sunlight illuminated the bamboo shoots. Thin leaves flew past the girl. Sobik and Kiyon were sitting in a meditation pose, surrounded by a light glow. The guy thought that they were completely focused. He opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that this was the first time he saw someone else train like this. His girlfriends were sitting with their eyes closed. He thought that the feeling when you clearly hear something that you could not before. His palm lay on his knees, concentrating. The hero repeated the words of meditation. Clouds floated across the sky, illuminated by the setting sun. The wind ruffled the grass. T-Yon scratched her eye, asking if it could be him. But, without finishing, she looked ahead in surprise. Sobik looked at her friend in shock. The pink-haired girl put her finger to her lips and told her to be quiet. There were bright golden flashes around the training Jiaka. Glowing tendrils swirled around his folded palms. The boy, sitting in a lotus position, was floating above the ground. Rays surrounded his face. His foot touched the ground. Jiaka stood with his eyes closed with a sword in his hands, and the blue power ruffled his hair and clothes. The sword swing left a mark. Jiaka was clutching the sword with both hands. He moved it again, and then raised it up, then swung it again. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that this is not what he should do to understand deeper. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing an inner voice that told him to calm down and focus on the voice of his heart. Jiaka asked, "Who is this?" A pink reflection appeared next to the sword. The red-haired man was shocked to see his smiling reflection. He looked at it in surprise, recognizing it. Gyaka smiled and told him to get ready. The boys stood in identical poses, like reflections of each other. A foot stomped on the ground. The hero and the reflection swung their swords at the same time. He moved as if they were one with him. His fingers reached for the sword, his feet stood as if on water, the blurry fractions became clear one by one. The heroes jumped, waving their arms. The girls opened their mouths in shock. Pink flowers appeared around Gyaka's head, and then they blossomed, emitting a golden light. Small golden balls appeared on each lotus. The boy opened his eyes a little. When he opened his eyes completely, the flowers began to disappear. The girls looked at him in surprise. The hero sitting in the lotus position asked in surprise, "Why are they looking like that? Is there something on his face?" The girls ran up to him. Ki-yon exclaimed that there were some lights just now. Gyaka looked at the girl with embarrassment, who exclaimed that it was amazing. They could do it one day if they continued to train. Blushing, he walked away, saying that they were greatly exaggerating. They needed to recite these words every morning and night during meditation. Did they understand? The inspired heroines answered that they did. The sun painted the clouds golden. The girls walked behind Gyaka while talking. Ki-yon turned around, noticing something. She looked at the real Yeoncho in front and said that they returned to the pavilion, finished building. The red-haired man called out to the boss questioningly. The man was standing on the platform in front of the pavilion alone. A question was heard, where did everyone disappear to? Without turning around, the boss asked Gyaka what they should do. Turning around, he clenched his teeth and said that the sage Chun-Jai was going to attack the fortress of the 5 peaks. Clouds were floating in the evening sky. The heroes gathered in the room. A question was heard, did they all run away? Gyaka crossed his arms, hearing that the Mansu Trade Union had attracted sage Chun-Jai, and now they were going to attack them. Clenching his fist, the leader asked, "Are there any suggestions?" Spreading his arms, Imdal said that they would be right here tomorrow. Shouldn't they run away somewhere? The boss remained silent. Looking at the gray-haired man, he asked, "Are there any ideas?" Without raising his head, Yonggak snorted and asked, "Do they think such a trick will work on sage Chun-Jai?" Go Myung glared at him and exclaimed, asking, "What should they do then?" The old man crossed his arms and asked, "Do they really not understand? The 5 Peaks fortress no longer exists." He introduced a man in a cloak holding a sword and said that Chun-Jai is an elder of the Wudang sect. He is the strongest in the sect, who was once even the strongest in Hubei. He introduced warriors in fighting poses and said that, moreover, each of his disciples is incredibly strong, and they want to go up against such a monster. Let them just pray to stay with their heads on their shoulders. A dialogue was heard, what to do, and the answer, is there a choice? Run. Where? The man answered, what difference does it make, to where they can? Yeoncho slammed his fist on the armrest and called for silence. Looking at the red-haired guy, he asked what he thought. All the members of the fortress looked at him. Gyaka was silent, and then, looking away, hesitantly answered that he did not know. His comrades opened their mouths in surprise. Yonggak shouted that if they stayed here, they would definitely die. He walked away, saying decisively that he was leaving. He did not want to die here. The men looked at each other. Their looks were confused. But then they also walked away, saying that Chun-Jai was coming. What was there to think about? They had to run. Yi-Duk turned around. He turned to Chul-san and asked why he was not going. He frowned decisively, and then glanced sideways at the girls standing behind him. Yeoncho consoled Sobik, saying that everything would be fine, but her face was just as upset. Words were heard that he was staying. Turning around, the guy exclaimed, "Is he crazy? Does he want to die because of some girls?" Chul-san replied that no matter what he said, he was staying. Turning around, the guy clenched his teeth and said that since he was not listening, he was leaving. The men stood with a tense look. A question was heard, are there 9 of them left? The warriors silently looked at each other. Ki-yon stood next to the upset brunette. Clenching his fists, Yeoncho thanked them for not leaving. Closing his eyes, he thought that objectively speaking, they should have run away, just like Yonggak said. He remembered smiling when he heard the children's cries and thought that there was a new pavilion, houses. The children ran forward happily. He thought that there were people who wanted to return to the fortress of the 5 peaks. He remembered standing and looking at the new building. The man's fist trembled. The team members looked at him silently. A gust of wind blew into the room, carrying green leaves with it. Gyaka looked at one of the green leaves, and then caught it in his palm. The hero looked down and resolutely clenched the leaf in his fist. The teammates turned around as he addressed the boss. Clenching his fist, Gyaka asked if this sage Chun-Jai could cut a person with a leaf. There were logs on the ground near the building. The man stood looking at the tall wooden fence. Sweat was pouring down Yeoncho's tense face. He remembered how everyone was looking at Gyaka, who asked if this sage Chun-Jai could cut a man with a leaf. Yeoncho rubbed his chin, answering that he did not think he was that skilled, and it was unlikely that a human could do such a thing. The red-haired man crossed his arms and asked that since he was not that strong, then was there a chance to defeat him? The comrades looked at him in surprise. The leader asked, was he serious? He chuckled, thinking that for sure Gyaka would be able to hold off Sage Chunjai, and then they would all attack together. He gritted his teeth, remembering Yonggak shouting that the Five Peaks Fortress no longer existed. They could only pray to remain standing. The man thought, what if? He imagined the cloaked figure standing on the logs of the fence. Chunjai's eye glowed as he looked at them. Gyaka jumped, surrounded by bright rays. The fortress keyboard lowered his gaze, imagining it. Gyaka stood, talking with his comrades. The man thought that the only way to protect the fortress was to rely on the strength of a child. The red-haired man smiled happily. Is there really no other way? The man's hand clenched into a fist. While clenching his fist, Yoncho said gloomily that it has been 5 years since they settled here. Last year, more people came to them, they even built a luxurious pavilion, many good things happened. And this is quite enough. The comrades looked at the leader in confusion, asking what he was talking about. The man asked not to say that. Ki-yon clenched her fist and exclaimed that she was sure that Gyaka could handle the situation, so she should not worry. She was interrupted by a decisive no. Gritting her teeth, the leader thought that they could not rely on him forever. This was the sage of the 10 great sects. He was much stronger than they could imagine. The comrades, along with the red-haired man, looked at the man who thought that he couldn't put such a responsibility on a child. Yonggak said everything correctly. They don't stand a chance, not in the face of such a force. Yoncho bowed his head sullenly and said that from now on, the fortress of the 5 peaks is dissolved. He stood by the log fence with an axe. The man looked at his trembling palm. Yoncho clenched his fist and thought with a grin, why can't he force himself to leave? The rope holding the logs of the fence broke. The hero looked at him questioningly. He watched in shock as a log fell on him. Thick dust rose up. A question was heard. Has the boss forgotten how to place logs properly because others worked here for him? Yoncho opened one eye and asked, what? Do-Myung, trembling with tension, held a large log, asking the boss, did he really think they would leave? The group member was holding the logs of the collapsing fence. The man recognized Hyungdu, Imdal, Ki-yon. On the other side, the members were also shaking, holding the logs. The leader called their names, Chulsan, Sangchung, Sabong, and even Sobik. He turned his gaze, saying that he saw Gyaka, who was holding several large logs at once by himself. The guy holding the logs looked at the boss and asked how he was. Yoncho looked at them with emotion. The heroes were standing among the collapsed fence. A question was heard, why was the leader here? He had disbanded them all. Imdal said that they decided that if they died, they would only die together. Not having received an answer, he asked, was he hurt? Is everything okay? Yoncho closed his eyes, hearing the question. He hadn't had dinner yet, let him give his hand, and said that they were all serious, so naughty. Do-Myung approached his comrade, offering his hand to help him up. The night sky was full of moon. Its light illuminated the roof of the building. The members gathered the scattered logs together, and then they built a new fence. The sharpened logs were tied with a rope. The flames of the fire rose up. The heroes sat around the fire. Yoncho said that he was glad that they had wood left. They were able to rebuild the wall. Imdal said that now they can relax. Waving his hand, the leader countered that they should be on guard. Even though they were only expecting them tomorrow, the enemies could attack suddenly. The heroes sitting opposite agreed in unison. The short-haired man stood with his arms crossed. Do-Myung, who was used to living in a temple. The long-haired man looked at his smiling comrade, Hyungdu, a thief who escaped from prison, and Imdal, a petty thief. Laughing, the man leaned on his friend's shoulder. Sancheng and Sabong, former farmers. Yoncho, sitting by the fire, mused that they all believed in the pathetic him, the family he was grateful to. He chuckled and said that he thought luck was on his side. Do-Myung mockingly asked, did he just understand? They turned to Ki-yon, who stood up, addressing the commander. Raising a finger, the girl said that since they had decided to stick together and it didn't matter if they died tomorrow, maybe he wouldn't be petty on such a day and accept them not as gang members, but as family. Chulsan, Sobik, and Ki-yon asked, did they want that? The man and the brunette answered that they did. The leader smiled, saying that he thought it was a good idea, but what did the brothers think? The heroes stood by the fire and smiled and answered that they were all for it. The ponytailed man heard that Chulsan was the 8th brother. The pink-haired girl smiled when she heard that Ki-yon was the 9th sister. The brunette smiled when she heard that Sobik was the 10th sister. The family members smiled as they looked at each other. Yoncho said that he was counting on them. Gyaka smiled warmly as he looked at them. The whole group gathered around the fire. They were simple bandits, and it was not like they had any customs, so they just repeated the oath of the Peach Garden. The red-haired man looked at the girl with a smile. Whether they were educated or not, it did not matter at that moment. Clouds floated across the sky. The rays of the morning sun illuminated the buildings. On the wooden sign was written "Great Success." On the brunette's head was the hood of a black cloak. A huge group of people in beige suits walked along the street behind Chunjai. Looking forward with determination, the bearded man said that they were moving out. The clouds were illuminated by the light of dawn. The morning mist fell on the buildings and trees. The man walked past the men sleeping on the floor to the exit. Gyaka carefully opened the door. Stepping outside, the red-haired man let out a long breath. His fingers were clutching the hilt of his sword. Looking down, the boy thought that he could not sleep. Holding the sword with both hands, he thought that although he tried not to show it in front of others, he was worried. Would he be able to defeat the sage Chunjai? Closing his eyes, the hero decided that he simply had to win so that they could stay here together. He opened his eyes wide, feeling someone's shadow flash by behind him. Turning around abruptly, Gyaka swung his sword and asked, "Who is here?" A scream was heard. The boy's gaze became surprised. Yoncho raised his hands, looking at the sword pointed at him, and reassured the boy, saying that it was him. The guy standing opposite exclaimed that the boss had scared him. Was he going to keep an eye on him? The man replied that he had, and had sent the others to bed. The older man grinned and asked why he was hanging around here. The guy awkwardly scratched his head and replied that he didn't feel like sleeping. Yoncho frowned and looked at him. He clutched the sword behind his back, hearing Gyaka say that he was fine, not tired at all. The man suddenly swung his sword, but the hero managed to block the blow and called out to the boss in surprise. Yoncho frowned and asked how about a duel to warm up. The red-haired man looked at him in surprise. Then his gaze became inspired and he replied that it was a great idea. Bright sparks flew from the blows of the sword. The leader smiled, looking at the guy. With a decisive movement, Gyaka struck. The sword flashed in front of the man's face. While slashing downwards, Yoncho said that he was sorry. The hero asked in surprise, why? The leader frowned and said that he always relied on the younger one. The red-haired man smiled and said that it didn't matter, they were brothers. The heroes froze with their swords crossed, hearing someone calling out the name of the Five Peaks Fortress. The sound of feet in identical suits could be heard. Yoncho gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked, were they already here? Chunjai, wearing a black hood, looked ahead. A man with a sword in his hand stood in front of a group of people and said that he was the leader of the Mansu Trade Union. Machun, let them surrender the fortress, and if they refused, their blood would be spilled. The leader of the fortress looked ahead angrily. Jumping off the logs, he jumped up, thinking that he couldn't let Gyaka deal with everything alone. Hearing him call out to him, Yoncho turned around and said that the leader should go first in the vanguard. The long-haired man looked at the huge crowd and thought that there were quite a few of them, but the fact was that he was no longer afraid of anything. Machun grinned and asked if he was their leader, so he should not put up useless resistance. Yoncho grinned wryly and called them names. Standing on top of the wooden wall, the man exclaimed with insults that he heard that Machun crawled to ask the sage Chunjai for help. They expect them to run away in fear from this old man. They love to dream, such tricks will not work on them. Machun blushed with anger. A cry was heard that they could bring a sage or someone stronger, it was all the same to them. Gyaka looked at the elder with a smile. The man in the cloak approached the head of the trade union and reminded him that he had told him not to fall for provocations, but he could not allow such a speech to defame his name. The old man frowned, and then he screamed, spreading waves of power around himself. Gyaka's gaze became surprised. The boss turned around when the red-haired man screamed for him to move away. The man was surprised when the logs beneath him broke from the force of the old man's scream. Yoncho fell in surprise, not understanding what was happening. A sharp, swift jump left a mark on the ground. Chunjai was rapidly approaching the falling boss. The guy crouched, bending his leg. The moment Yoncho was in danger, the fear and pressure that had held Gyaka back until now evaporated like dust. The hero clutched the sword with both hands. His gaze was angry, he just wanted to protect his boss. A bright mark was left from the jump. Chunjai, sword in hand, looked ahead attentively. A golden beam flashed past him. A bright explosion appeared on the mountain behind. The sage turned around, looking at it, and thought, what kind of incredible power. And then his gaze became more surprised. Gyaka raised his sword above his head, surrounded by radiance. He flew at the elder. Gritting his teeth from tension, he attacked him with his sword. However, Chunjai managed to parry the blow, and the blades crossed. The man held back the attack, from which sparks flew. The heroes flew away from each other, leaving a bright trace of the blow. Turning in the air, Gyaka landed further away. The brunette's hands trembled when he clutched the sword. The tip of the blade touched the ground. Leaning on the sword, the red-haired man asked, is he the sage Chunjai? He definitely felt an enormous power in this clash. Wiping his face, the guy confidently declared that he was stronger. The man in the cloak standing opposite asked, who is stronger than whom? Looking at him with a shining eye, he said that it was commendable that he had mastered the transformation of internal energy at his age, but he should not think too much of himself just because of this. Wiping his chin with his finger, Gyaka said that he did not think anything, and then asked if they had met by any chance. He remembered the gloomy man with the beard and thought that he had definitely felt his incredible energy that time, although he did not think that he had come for him. The sage looked at him silently, holding a sword. Jiaka said that he was glad that he was the sage Chun-Jai. He could not cut a person with a leaf, could he? The man in front laughed loudly, saying that he was more interesting than he thought. Still smiling, the man with the mustache said that he had met many talents while traveling the world, but he had never met someone so fearless. He remembered how the men knelt before him and told the boy to know that all masters prostrate themselves before him. Chun-Jai frowned with determination, saying that since he was so fearless, he would give him a chance to prove himself. They would now find out if he was better. Jiaka was clutching a sword in his hand. The man jumped up and charged, continuing all those he met along the way. Bright blue lightning appeared from the clash of swords. The warrior standing on the ground made a surprised sound. Go Myung held the boss, who was holding his head, asking what was going on, what happened to the sage Chun-Jai. Frowning, his comrade asked him not to be surprised, right now these two. The man looked up, seeing the heroes above, and heard that they were fighting each other equally. The opponents bounced off each other, leaving bright sparks. They landed, throwing up whirlwinds. The sword in Chun-Jai's hand glowed blue. He exclaimed that it was excellent. He raised the sword back and said that he was waiting. Let him try to dodge it. The movement of the weapon left a bright blue trace. Jiaka looked at it carefully. He swung the blade, raising a golden beam. The man in the cloak moved forward rapidly. As he approached, he flew next to the red-haired man. Looking closely at the guy, Chun-Jai told him not to let down his guard and think about the next step. The red-haired man dodged and asked, "Is that so?" A bright explosion kicked up a large cloud of dust. The heroes flew in different directions. Looking closely at Jiaka, the man thought that this guy did not overestimate his strength. He looked at the red-haired man confidently standing in the dust and thought, is he really a disciple of the heaven-destroying demon lord? Standing in a pile of settling dust, Chun-Jai asked who his teacher was. The hero clutched the hilt of the sword, and then raised the weapon up. The sage looked at him in surprise, then opened his mouth, grinning. The man pulled down his hood, saying that the more he learned about him, the more he liked him. Now he understood why the tablet had come across with great success. Taking off his hood, Chun-Jai continued that he thought he could easily learn all the advanced techniques of the Wudang sect. Jiaka looked at him indifferently, replying that he had no idea what he was talking about, but he didn't need it. The man with the beard said no. Surrounded by a blue glow, he continued that from now on, he needed to know them. The boy frowned at the blue lightning, thinking that the flow of this old man's energy had changed. Several swords appeared near the bright curl. Chun-Jai stood with his weapons outstretched in front of the shining yin-yang sign. The warriors looked at him in shock. The eyes of the man holding the sword were shining. He thought that the art of the Wudang sect, only accessible to elders, was the ultimate technique of the mystical sword Taiji. The red-haired man knitted his brows and looked at him. Jumping into the air, the guy said that they would end the games now. He quickly rushed towards the man standing surrounded by symbols and said that it was too late. Blue flashes flickered around Chun-Jai. He turned his gaze to the side. Jiaka's clothes fluttered from the jump. The hero's gaze became extremely surprised. He thought, what is this? The elder injured his hand and exclaimed to focus. The hero rolled across the ground, raising dust, and called him names. Suddenly, the guy was surprised to see that there was no one in front of him. Chun-Jai, raising his sword, appeared from behind and asked where he was looking. The red-haired man froze, turning to the man, and thought that he could not dodge. The comrades looked forward in shock, calling out to the boy. Jiaka dodged the swift blue strike. His foot left the ground. The hero managed to jump back with effort. However, he was injured, and, clenching his teeth, he touched his other injured hand. Looking at him, Chun-Jai exclaimed that he should get up right now. It can't end so quickly. A swift blue beam of his attack flew towards the hero. The red-haired boy looked at the bright glow, and then managed to block it with a quick blow of his sword. Round yin-yang symbols circled in the air. Jiaka looked at them in surprise. Using the symbols as steps, the man rose high into the sky and raised his sword. The gang members ran towards the shocked leader. Ki-yon looked forward in fear and called out to Jiaka. The heroes stopped surrounded by the rising whirlwind and heard a scream. Chun-Jai raised his sword with shining eyes, leaving a bright mark right next to the guy. A bright blue beam burst out from the yin-yang symbol, crashing into the ground with an explosion. The gang members were blown away by the shock wave. The warriors who came with much uncovered their faces with their hands. Chun-Jai stood in a depression that left huge cracks on the ground and said that he had not fought with all his strength for a long time. He was so immersed in the fight that he could hardly control himself. The brunette looked forward carefully. A bright glow appeared among the thick dust and debris. The man's gaze became surprised. A shining eye appeared in the black clouds of smoke. The sage looked forward at the shining figure in shock. In front of him, a sparkling fire dragon appeared in the clouds of smoke. He thought, what is this? The warm rays of the sun illuminated the courtyard of the estate on the eastern side. Young men with swords showed their skills to the gentlemen. The people silently watched the performance. The guys finished their performance. The gentlemen began to talk among themselves. The hero came out on stage, addressed the elders, and thanked them for coming. The woman smirked, looking at him. The guy took the sword and said that he had learned a lot over the past 10 years in the clan, and today he would like to show everything he could do. The woman took a glass in her hand, smiled evilly, and thought that martial arts had reached the family of stars, and although he was still far from his father's level, this should be enough to be recognized as a master. The young man quickly pulled the sword out of its sheath. He stepped back and made a sweeping strike. Spinning in his performance, the guy continued to strike. The elders watched what was happening in surprise. The young man stopped, streams of air swirled around him. He held the sword in front of him. The guy imagined a dragon and how its claws were tearing the earth apart. He frowned seriously. The young man made a chopping strike in front of himself. A powerful wave swept across the ground. The elders covered themselves with their hands from the wind currents. One of them said that this was truly powerful. He frowned tensely, noticing something. The young man's attack created 3 trenches on the floor. The elders were surprised by this and wondered how this was possible because there were traces of the dragon's claws. They jumped up from their seats and went to examine the impact site. The woman watched them with a smirk. The elders discussed how it looked. The hero put the blade back in its sheath. From behind, the flames appeared. The men were dumbfounded by what they saw. A giant image of a golden dragon appeared from behind the smoke. The old man watched it in shock. A lightning aura enveloped the young man's body. The guy frowned with displeasure and turned to the old man. He increased his pressure and asked if the enemy was hiding his strength. Looking angrily at the old man, he decided that he was underestimating him. The young man held the blade in front of him and menacingly said that from now on he must fight seriously. The old man smiled with excitement and said that it was incredible and that he was truly magnificent. The man lowered the sword lower and enveloped it in his aura. They say that with such strength he will be able to enjoy himself. The next second, the man quickly jumped up. He held the blade in front of him and with a shout headed towards the guy. He raised the sword above his head. He coldly watched the approaching enemy. The next second, a roar was heard throughout the area. The boy's attack created a bright flash in front of the enemy's face. The man frowned tensely, not understanding what was happening. Streams of energy and dust were heading towards him. The boy's powerful attack created marks on the ground. The man's ability split into pieces. The old man turned around and recognized the technique used. The boy's hair rose into the air. He stretched his sword out in front of him and reminded the man of his words about not being distracted. He turned around in a panic. The boy rushed into battle with a loud cry. The man choked on his own blood. He looked at the approaching enemy and thought that he had exhausted all his strength. Lunging forward, he thought that this was his last attack. The opponents missed each other with blows. The man frowned tensely. The boy looked ahead calmly. They landed, standing with their backs to each other. The man silently looked ahead. He lowered the blade to the ground and asked the boy to say his name again. Jiaka, without turning around, gave his name. Looking at the sunset sky, he began to tell what the parts of his name meant. He drew attention to the sun shining between the rocks. The boy looked back at his opponent with a smile and called himself the Red Dawn. The man smiled happily and said that he understood him. The sword began to slip out of his hand. The warrior let go of the weapon's handle. While the blade fell to the floor, the man remembered how he had been kneeling in front of his opponent. The old man looked up with displeasure. Nubik frowned sternly, looking at him. The boy turned around and silently walked away from the opponent. The man looked down with a smile and realized who his opponent was. The old man fell face forward. The squad watched what was happening in surprise. The man in the bandage opened his mouth in surprise. The boy rested the blade of the blade on the floor and looked at the opponent. He slightly jerked his shoulder. The boy turned around and addressed the boss. The man trembled with surprise and said that the kid had won. The boys instantly broke loose and shouted with joy for their ally. They laughed and cried joyfully at what they saw. Jiaka suddenly lost his balance, not understanding what was happening. The leader lifted him onto his shoulders and said that the boy was incredible. The squad began to walk away, praising the fortress of the 5 peaks. The boy smiled happily, while everyone rejoiced at his victory. Clouds floated across the dark sky above them. One of the soldiers was shocked and wondered how this was possible because he could not believe that the teacher had lost. The old man leaned on his blade and rose to one knee. The boy rushed to him and called out to the teacher, asking if he was okay. The soldier looked at the elder with concern, saying that he was all covered in wounds and that he needed to see a doctor as soon as possible. Suddenly, he frowned in surprise when he heard the old man laugh. The man imagined a giant rock in front of him and said that today he saw the sky above the sky. He frowned slightly and added that it was impossible to take this fortress, but it would be possible if the emperor himself led the army. Looking in front of him, he thought about his opponent. The guys happily congratulated the guy on his victory. The man added that the soldiers could not even think about defeating him. One of the townspeople slammed his glass on the table when he heard the words that the sage lost and called it nonsense. The men were sitting at a table in the southern region. The guy in the bandana said that the sect elder could not lose to some bandit, The interlocutor confirmed his words and added that the bandit was a monster who perfectly wielded a sword. He narrowed his eyes and asked the boy if he knew that the sage had gone to the Five Peaks fortress to subjugate it. The man in the bandana raised his glass to his mouth and said that he had heard about it, but no one had personally seen it happen. They suddenly laughed, deciding that it was all rumors. Muryang passed by them and said with a smile that it was not entirely impossible, and he thought that the boy could really beat the sage. The man looked back at him and asked who he was. Muryang took a sip from his glass. He wiped his chin and said with a smile that he could be called the one who had met the bandit in person. The man remembered his fight with the boy and called it an incredible event. Keeping his eyes closed, he wondered if anyone could resist him at all. The boy in the blue bandana turned his attention to him. The people around him gathered around the table, asking about whether it was true that he had also been marked by that guy. The man was surprised by the meeting and asked them about how the boy had defeated them. The interlocutors said that he had laid them out with one blow, but Muryang, according to rumors, had withstood several. The man imagined the image of a guy with a sword against the backdrop of opponents, and thought that the trade union had failed to subdue them, and this meant that no one in the province was equal to the fortress of the Five Peaks. Then he imagined the squad leader in front of whom the soldiers were sitting, and thought that for the sake of the reputation of the trade union and the sect, the leader of the union had done everything possible to suppress the spread of rumors about their defeat. Then an image of a map appeared in his imagination. The man added that this news had already slipped into the southern region, and the fortress of the Five Peaks had turned from unknown to anyone into the strongest. Images of townspeople flew through the man's imagination. He thought that, according to official statements, the part about the sage was false. Muryang imagined the youth's party and thought about how, at the same time, rumors about the 10 heroes who defended the Five Peaks fortress were actively spreading. He thought about the youth and decided that the name of one of them was heard especially often. The man with the eye patch looked back at the noisy table. He appeared before his master and told him that the Five Peaks fortress had a martial artist known as Jiaka, and according to unverified rumors, the bandits were able to repel an attack by 100 warriors from the Merchant Alliance, who were supported by people from the sect, and only 10 people defended the fortress, so they are now known as the 10 heroes of the Five Peaks. The man with the eye patch was surprised and said that he personally gave the name to this fortress. The interlocutor turned to him and wondered if they were not a simple seagull of 7 bandits a couple of months ago. They crossed their arms. The man with the armband agreed with this and said that he told them that if they recruited 10 people, they could be called part of the Green Forest, but he thought that this would crush their pressure from the trade unions, and apparently they were lucky to pick a strong guy. The mustachioed man touched his face and said with a smile that when the teacher said to double the number of the Green Forest, all 12 demons, including him, were against this idea. He tilted his head to the side and added that they reasoned that if they thoughtlessly expanded, their reputation would only fall, and by the same logic, he ignored any requests to join the Green Forest, hoping that all these nobodies would disappear by the time of the clan meeting. At him, the man added that there was very little time left before the meeting. One of the guys agreed and said that there was less than a month left. The man opened the curtain and said that since they had attracted so much attention, he would go and see if they were worthy of being a full-fledged part of the Green Forest. A bird with dark feathers flew to the fortress of the Five Peaks. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the Pavilion of Harmony. The man collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear, and, turning to the boss, he begged for mercy, saying that he had nowhere else to go. Yeoncho approached him. The guy looked at him angrily. The man added that he would never betray the fortress or run away from the enemy again. The boss sternly ordered him to get up. The man rose to his feet with difficulty, thinking that he would be hit. Yeoncho swung his right hand. The man closed his eyes and decided that he would definitely be hit. The boss hugged him, grinned and congratulated him on his return. He patted him on the back with a smile and asked him why he was so scared, then thanked him for believing in them and coming back. The man turned to him with tears in his eyes and addressed the boss. Once outside, he bowed low and ran away, saying that he will definitely repay the kindness. Go Myung came up behind him and asked him if he thought he had been too easy with the traitor, since simply accepting him back would make their fortress look weak. The guy walked up to him and added that they needed to choose those who would never leave the fortress. The boss frowned and said that the recent incident showed him that no one recognized them as part of the Green Forest, and that made him very angry. The man presented notes on paper and added that when they expanded, about a dozen fortresses joined them, but they only thought of them as ordinary bandits, and that they were part of the Green Forest in name only. The interlocutor scratched his chin, agreed, and said that no one from their side ever came to their aid, as if they had forgotten about the fortress's existence. The boys stood looking at the city. The boss added that he thought the name of the Green Forest would protect them, but for now it was just words, and besides, he didn't want to put everything on the boy like this time. He clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and said that for this reason too, they needed to get real recognition from the Green Forest. Go Myung looked at him and asked if he had any ideas on this matter. The boss said that there would be a meeting of the Green Forest soon. He introduced the fighting opponents and added that this was their chance to show everyone what they were worth. If they succeeded, they would be equal in status to the other fortresses of the forest. He looked at his ally with a smile and asked if he understood that in order to do this, they would have to leave, so they would need people to watch the fortress in their absence. The boy grinned, lowered his head and agreed with these words. He put his hand on his belt, looked at the boss and said that this means that they will have more hungry mouths to feed again, so they need to work harder. The interlocutor agreed and relied on his help. Go Mayang asked where the boy went. The boss presented a rock and said that, according to the boy, he went to look for that old man, and apparently he is very busy. The guys went into the building. The boss asked his partner about the rumors going around among the people. The guy said that they are crazy because everyone only talks about the 10 heroes. The falcon landed on the man's hand. It tore the note from his paw. The man opened the sheet and looked at it. Sitting on the rock, the man was reading a letter. He threw the letter aside. The falcon flew away and the piece of paper landed on the grass. The man repeated the lines about how he was still in the Five Peaks Mountains. If the elder was absent for a long time, he would set a bad example for the youth, so he should return quickly. Gyaka stepped onto the grass next to him. The sage turned around and was glad to see him. The tired boy looked at him. He frowned angrily and asked the old man why he was still in this place. The sage grinned contentedly. He turned away from the boy. Ira said that he had not rested for a long time, so he decided to have a little fun. The boy was irritated. He frowned and repeated his question about why he was staying in this place without heading to the trade union. The man closed his eyes and said that the boy had not made a decision yet. The hero exhaled heavily and asked if he was trying to take him as a disciple again. The man answered in the negative. He rested his hands on his knees. The old man lowered his head and said that it was just the opposite. He recalled his past battles and said that he was called the strongest disciple of the sect because he could accumulate internal energy faster than anyone else and easily mastered even the advanced techniques of the sect. And this year will be 30 years since he began to study the technique of the mystical ball. He imagined himself standing in front of the magic circle and said that, however, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the 3 limits. The youth looked at him with interest and asked what limits he was talking about. The old man frowned and explained that he would like to learn from the boy. The youth frowned in irritation. The voice of the youth, surprised by what he said, rang out through the bamboo forest. He frowned angrily, raised his hand and shouted that he could not teach him the technique of the blade that cuts demons, because the ally shared it only with them. The man cleared his throat, raised his hand and said that he did not need it, because he wanted to learn not from his ally, but from Gyaka. The old man came down from the rock and said that it would be enough for him to simply watch. The boy asked him if that was enough for him. The sage put his hands behind his back and said that the phrase about all the streams converging meant exactly that, and that he would be able to understand a lot just by watching the boy. He looked up at his interlocutor. The man made a quick dash towards the boy. He put his hand in front of his face and said that the enemy would have a great opportunity. The boy watched the approaching fist. Suddenly the wind from the blows stirred his hair. The bamboo stalks behind his back flew into splinters. The boy turned around in shock and asked how the man did it. The old man asked if the young man wanted to know. He took hold of his wrist and said that he could share a secret with him, but only on the condition that they make some kind of deal. The boy asked what the conditions would be. He spread his legs wider and looked at his interlocutor. The old man said that the young man would give him a little advice, and he would help the boy fill in the gaps. The hero asked if he had any. The sage frowned, confirmed this and said that although the guy was quite strong, he could not use all his strength. The man imagined the silhouette of the boy and a shining flower, saying that all because he still did not know the basic theory of martial arts, but as soon as he learned the basics, the effectiveness of the techniques would immediately rise. The man extended his hand to him and asked if he considered this a good offer. The opponents crossed their weapons. After a while, they sat down to meditate under a waterfall. The kid rose into the air, swinging his blade over his head. The opponents crossed blades and created a shock wave. They were walking along a forest path. The elder came across children running. The children were playing and having fun. The men were watching them. Suddenly the sage noticed another boy. The child looked away. The man asked him if something had happened. The child handed him a pink flower and said that it was a gift. The sage stroked his head, accepted the gift and thanked him, saying that the flower was very beautiful and that he would definitely keep it. The boy asked the old man to play with them again. The boy ran away. The hero said that it seemed to him that they had become close. The interlocutor called the children wonderful. The hero snorted irritably and said that he hated children. The man asked him why he had such an opinion. The young man frowned and replied that children were the most terrible creatures, but he remembered how the boys used to make fun of him as a child. Ira said that they were always laughing, making fun of each other and making fun of each other. The sage turned to him. He looked at the children playing and said that perhaps that was true, but at least in the fortress of the 5 peaks all the people were kind, regardless of age, that the fortress of the green forest could look like that. The fortress was just a place where people lived, so he didn't understand what differences there could be between them. He answered and said that, apparently, he had been mistaken all this time. After a while, dusk fell over the surrounding area. The girl tightened the rope on the logs. She put her hands on her belt and said that this should be enough. The girl threw 2 logs over her shoulders. A dark silhouette approached her from behind while she was saying that they needed to go back. The stranger extended his hand to her. The old man took the logs from her shoulders and said that he would help. The girl picked up the logs from the floor and asked how the sect elder could do such work, because she felt awkward. The man replied that he had a lot of free time, so there was nothing to worry about. The girl took a step forward and said that the man was very strange, and that she thought that an elder was not like ordinary people and would not do such a thing. They walked between the trees. The man said that he also had misconceptions about mountain bandits. The girl asked what dispelled them. The sage frowned slightly and replied that he himself was interested in this, but, as it seemed to him, the fortress of the 5 peaks was not bad. The interlocutor smiled and agreed with him. They say that their fortress is not like the others. And she imagined the bandits surrounding their victim, and said that most of the bandits were used to robbery, but they gathered those who simply ran away from the hardships of simple life, and she came for the same reason, because she was almost sold to a brothel. She walked on with a smile, saying that as long as the boss accepted all those in need and Gyaka protected them like a guardian angel, the fortress of the 5 peaks would remain just as calm. The sage looked at her sternly and asked if she could tell under what circumstances this boy had come to them. She opened her eyes in surprise and said that she was not sure. The girl remembered how the guys from the team found him on the ground and said that she herself did not know all the details. The boss in Gomayong raised him to his feet. The girl added that she heard that the boss and the second brother saved him from death. Chun Jai chuckled and said that since they were the people who saved his life, it was not surprising that he stood by the fortress like a mountain. The interlocutor smiled and agreed with this. They approached the cliff in front of the fortress. The girl added that, as it seemed to her, he was so devoted to the fortress because he thought of them as his own family. The old man thoughtfully looked at the fortress. He smiled slightly and said that now he understood what she was talking about. He turned his back to the girl and suggested going back to the fortress. The warrior grabbed the enemy by the neck and enveloped him in his own energy. The victim instantly began to lose vitality. The masked man looked sternly in front of him. The woman threw the enemy to the ground. The masked man looked at her and congratulated her on reaching the level of a great demon general. The commander smiled and said that the moment had finally arrived. She turned to face the throne and added that the anger she felt 20 years ago was impossible to forget, and she kept thinking about it again and again. The woman climbed onto a small pedestal and added that she was too impatient back then, but she would not make such a mistake again. Lowering her head, she said something about the Sword Emperor, a swordsman who cuts the moon. The woman sat down on the throne. She crossed her legs and said with a smile that all the sects, as well as the emperor, would prostrate themselves before her, the moon sage. Yonggak knelt down. The voiceover said that he was a well-known demon in the province, and that he was often called the hack in the quarter, because if you run into him, you will not escape alive. Behind his kind smile, he cunningly hides a sharp sword. The man frowned tensely as he bumped into someone. The sage and the youth glared at him. The people were walking along the sunny street of the village of Haga. The man sat down on a chair. He and his allies sat at the table, talking about how they had finally arrived, and then asked for food. The mustachioed man frowned and asked if they thought the rumors in the village were true, that the 5 Peaks fortress had dealt with the Merchant Alliance and the sage. The man introduced the youth standing on the ledge and added that wherever they went, people were talking about it. Yonggak touched his chin and said that it was impossible, because if the sage himself had intervened, this fortress would definitely have been destroyed. He frowned tensely and wondered if it was possible that the sage attacking the fortress was a lie. He imagined the image of the sinister sage looming over the army, and thought that the man should have destroyed the 5 Peaks fortress and defeated the arrogant youth. Then he imagined the image of the youth, and added that the sage should have killed all of his brothers as well. An image of bandits lying on the ground floated into his mind. He imagined a blue cloth fluttering in the wind, and added that if that was the case, then the 5 Peaks fortress should be empty, with only the flag of the green forest fluttering lonely above it. Yonggak imagined himself stepping onto empty ground, and thought that since there was no head there, then he imagined himself standing majestically before the people, and decided that he would appear as a hero and become the boss of the 5 Peaks fortress, or so he wanted. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that everything had not gone according to plan. He looked back at the man sitting behind him who told his companion about the 5 Peaks fortress. The companion said that he didn't know if anyone could not know about them now, because according to rumors, they were as strong as demons. The men discussed among themselves how strong they were to have such rumors spread about them, and that according to rumors, the captain of the White Wolf and the elder of the sect lost completely. Yonggak looked at them with irritation and thought that, apparently, they were stronger than he thought. The waiter brought food to his table. The men at the next table discussed that the fortress fighters accepted everyone who left, and that the fortress was already filled with people because everyone began to flock there after hearing the rumors. The mustachioed man frowned tensely and asked about what they should do, because, apparently, the Five Peaks fortress survived the attack. Yonggak grabbed his chin, clenched his teeth, and said that they must have been bluffing about the sage. But it was really hard to believe. After all, the elder himself wouldn't go and deal with the bandits. His allies looked at him tensely and asked what they were going to do, and didn't he say that they would reach the summit if they went there? Yonggak frowned angrily and answered with a shout, asking if they were going to blame him now. One of the interlocutors looked down and answered in the negative. He imagined the man throwing the boys off the cliff and said that when Beak Gio suggested going to the Fortress of the Crimson Winds, he said that those who handed over the fortress would be despised, so they trusted him and did not turn back, but if they continued to follow him, they still needed to rely on something. The man slammed his fist on the table and called them idiots. He looked at his allies and said that if those guys weren't lying, then the Five Peaks fortress would take back everyone who left. The mustachioed man looked at him with a smile and said that they probably needed more people to continue being part of the Green Forest. The guys smiled happily, saying that it meant they could come back and that it was better than going to the Crimson Winds fortress because the boss there was very cruel. The bald guy looked at him and with his mouth full, addressed him by name. Tension hung between them after he said that Jiaka was probably much crueler and he didn't think the guy would accept them so easily. Yonggak hit his interlocutor. The guys looked at him with a smile. The man said that he was sure that everyone thought that they temporarily left the fortress to protect it. One of the guys agreed and said that they did not run away, then asked about the point of them rejecting the leader. The man agreed and said that they were definitely waiting for them. He frowned tensely and thought that in their fortress he was the one who knew the most about the world of martial arts. Their group headed towards the ravine in front of the fortress. The workers turned around in surprise. The women were shocked to see them. Yonggak went forward. The people were discussing what was wrong with them and how they dared to show up in this place. The man and his group passed by disgruntled people who were discussing that they were the first to betray the fortress, and even though the townspeople also decided to return, these guys were completely impenetrable. The mustachioed man looked back and turned to the leader and said that the atmosphere was not conducive and he did not think they were happy to return. Yonggak lowered his head and asked him not to pay attention to it, because they just needed to meet the boss and say that they did not intend to give up the fortress. The man frowned and asked if he would believe them, because he had a feeling that everyone was treating them like criminals after escaping. The leader looked back and asked him not to worry, because they would not dare to tell them anything. Suddenly, he looked in front of him. The man noticed giant stripes on the ground and wondered what they were. The mustachioed guy approached him and said that some idiot must have tried to cultivate the land. Looking at the trenches, the man thought that this was nonsense, because these marks looked like they were left by martial arts, but there was only one person in the fortress who could do such a thing. He turned pale from the tension and added that no matter what kind of monster the young man was, these were definitely not traces of his demon-slashing blade technique. Suddenly, one of the workers approached them from behind and asked how they dared to appear. Yonggak looked back and shouted, asking who dared to talk to him like that. The man grinned, repeating his words. He threw the axe over his shoulder and answered him angrily. Yonggak recognized Chulsan. One of his allies turned away tensely, hearing the leader's cry. The worker, standing in front of him, said that the man must have gone crazy. The old man frowned angrily and said that he had been gone for only a short time, and the entire hierarchy had gone down the drain. The man threw the axe on the ground and asked what hierarchy he was talking about. Chulsan bit his lip and furiously offered him to greet his elder. Suddenly a scream was heard from the pagoda. Someone was calling the boss. The man frowned and said that the group was outside Yonggak. The boss looked back at him. The man bowed and added that they had returned to the fortress. The guy leaned slightly and said that the old man had also returned. He sat down in his chair. The second brother gritted his teeth and said that he probably didn't care about others' opinions. He looked back at the boss and asked if he would take him back. He had never liked this old man. The second brother remembered how the old man had left them and said that no matter what his reasons were, he was the first to decide to leave them in a difficult moment and led the others with him. Yoncho touched his chin and agreed with him. He opened his eyes slightly and replied that the demon of the province was the person they needed. Go-Mayan crossed his arms and said that he thought the fortress had already become stronger since that young man had trained them. He frowned and added that there were currently those in this place who could compete with the old man or Beak Gio. The boss looked down and said that he did not know, and although those two had lost to the boy without a doubt, that old man. Chulsan stood in front of his opponent between the rocks. The old man gritted his teeth. The boss added that he had good skills. The worker beckoned to the old man with his hand and called out his name. He frowned angrily and said that he would show him that he was no longer what he used to be. Yonggak frowned angrily and insulted his opponent. He jumped up from his place with a scream and said that the man probably wanted to die. The opponents clenched their fists and prepared to attack. The old man hit the man. The worker defended himself with his forearm. Yonggak looked at the situation with a tense expression and realized that his punch had just been blocked. The worker smiled excitedly and asked what had happened, since there was apparently nothing special about the old man. He waved his hand and pushed the opponent back a few meters. The guy from Yonggak's group watched what was happening, wondering how this was possible. He bit his lip and added that although the worker was strong, he was not strong enough to fight the old man, and that in general there were few people in the province who could compete with him, so they did not understand when he became so strong. The man instantly jumped up with his own. He swung his arm again to strike and laughed, saying that after training with the boy, the old man no longer seemed like a problem. Yonggak grinned and said that everything was clear to him now, since he must have grown a lot after learning from the young man. Suddenly, he jumped up from his place. The old man instantly closed the distance and grabbed the opponent by the head. He frowned angrily and shouted that the worker was still too far away to fight him. Suddenly, a huge amount of dust rose into the air. The man lay with his head on the floor. He squeezed the old man. Yonggak looked at him irritably and said that if the man continued, he would only suffer more. He held him down on the floor. The man shouted and said that the opponent should not trifle with him because the fight was just beginning. He looked back, swung his fist and said that he could not lose to someone who cowardly ran away. The old man dodged the blow at the last moment. He gritted his teeth and insulted his opponent. The old man rose to his feet above the man and thought about whether he was really trying to win. Yonggak swung his palm and mentally addressed the enemy, saying that he himself asked for it, so he should not blame him. Suddenly a dark cloak appeared nearby. The sage touched his head with his finger. Instantly approaching the old man, the sage ordered him to stop. Yonggak looked at his face in confusion. The men froze in place. The old man could not understand what had happened. Chun-Jai frowned sternly and said that he did not know who he was, but he did not think it was necessary to use a deadly technique in this place. The old man looked at him tensely and wondered how this was possible, since he had stopped this attack with one finger and then thought that there must be another monster. The worker rose from the ground and asked not to separate them, since he had almost defeated the old man. The sage looked back at him and said that understanding the difference in abilities was also a skill, and that the old man was several times stronger than him. The man wiped the blood from his chin and said that he had not yet shown all that he was capable of, after which, calling the sage by name, he said that there was no need to interfere. The old man was shocked by what he heard, realizing that Chun-Jai was standing in front of him. The sage removed his hand from his head. The old man asked fearfully if it was really the elder of the sect. Chun-Jai looked back at him sternly and confirmed it. The old man recoiled and thought that it was impossible. He pursed his lips and realized that the rumors of losing were true. He looked at the sage and asked there why the elder was in the fortress of the Green Forest. Suddenly, they turned around, hearing the voice of the boy, who said that the old man was not even a member of the fortress, so he did not understand why Yonggak had anything to do with this. The old man frowned tensely. The boy stepped onto the ground. He lowered his head and addressed the old man by name. The youth threw his sword over his shoulder and said that if the old man came back and started causing trouble. The boy frowned and asked if that meant he was ready for what awaited him. A wind blew over the first of the 5 peaks. An old man with a broken arm climbed to the top and said that he was used to ruling the province, and that even the children stopped crying when they saw him. He clenched his fist and wondered why he was in such a shameful situation now. His face was badly beaten. The man angrily called the boy by name and said that he would not forget from today's defeat. A couple of hours ago, the sage looked away in confusion, thinking that the old man would probably die. The Yonggak group was shocked, thinking that the boy would definitely kill him. The old man received blows over and over, covering himself with his hands. He looked at the boy hanging over him and thought that he was a demon. Suddenly, his hand, bandaged with bandages, began to hurt. He frowned sternly and said that one day he would repay his opponent for this. The man suddenly noticed something. Streams of energy and air swirled in front of him. They rushed past the old man, while someone thought about what it was. The energy pressure was getting stronger. The man wondered what kind of huge energy was there. He looked out from behind the tree and decided that this pressure even surpassed the boy. Chun-Jai created streams of energy in his palm. The old man from behind the tree then watched as he gathered the aura between his hands. The sage frowned sternly. The boy ran towards him with all his might. The youth smiled and said that this was quite a powerful force. Yonggak noticed the boy in surprise. The sage spread his hands, creating 2 yin-yang symbols. The boy asked him if he could master what he was weak at. He jumped high above his head and said that it would be interesting. The sage smiled slightly and said that he was also interested in this. He moved his hand to the side. The man grabbed the handle of the blade. He glared at his opponent sternly and apologized to him. The elder made a sweeping strike and created a shockwave. They say that he surpassed the boy. The boy smiled and said that it was impossible. The wind currents shook the trees and blew away the leaves. He frowned tensely and wondered what was going on and why the elder of the sect was mating with some bandit. Chun-Jai and Gyaka exchanged blows. The old man thought that if the Orthodox sects found out about this, they would foam at the mouth. The boy smiled, looked into the eyes of his opponent and asked what was happening and how he thought nothing had changed. The man grinned and said that it was too early to make such a statement. Suddenly, a blue aura enveloped his palms and blade. The man activated his ability and created symbols behind his back. The boy opened his eyes in surprise. The old man lunged and sent a stream of energy at the boy. The powerful attack began to move the boy from his place. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. A giant rut formed in the ground. Clouds of dust rose in front of the man. The old man was frightened but watched the scene, thinking about what had happened. He was shocked and thought that even his aura had a huge amount of power, and that it felt a huge pressure, so it could truly be said that the sage was a monster. Dust swept through the air. In these clouds, the youth's strength appeared, interrupting the man's thoughts that even Gyaka would not be able to continue after this. The sage was tense and frowned. The boy raised his sword above his head. He smiled and said that it was indeed dangerous. He frowned and added that it would probably be foolish for him to continue relying on the technique of the blade that cut down demons. The young man jumped up. With a wide smile, he raised his sword above his head and said that he would be serious from now on. The old man watched the battle from behind the trees and thought that the boy was fine, and he did not understand what he was made of. The elder smiled contentedly. He grabbed the handle of the ball with both hands. The old man frowned and began to taunt his opponent, saying that he would also be serious. The young man looked at his opponent. His body was enveloped in a golden aura. He was using the family art of the Sword of the Nine Heavens, namely the second formation. Chun-Jai froze in place, seeing what was happening. The young man attacked him with a powerful stream of burning energy, using the technique of the great dragon soaring into the sky. A powerful explosion was formed in the middle of the trees. A stream of wind began to blow the old man away. The clouds above their heads split into two parts. The sage jumped to the side. The old man looked up at the sky and prayed to the Lord. He noticed that the boy cut the sky. Gyaka squeezed the handle of the blade and said that it was even better than he expected. The boy landed in front of his opponent and said that he must have become better thanks to the sage, and then asked how the old man was feeling. The elder smiled and said that if he had been hit directly, he would have turned to dust, and then added that the boy never ceased to amaze him. The young man smirked and called him a weakling and asked him not to act like that, and then said that he knew the man had not shown his full potential. Chun-Jai sheathed his blade and said that he did not think there was any point in showing anything more, since he did not want to lose all the confidence he had built up over the years. The elder extended his hand to him. The man smiled and said that he thought it was time to stop there, since he had learned a lot thanks to the young man. The boy looked at him in surprise, asked him to stop, and said that everything had just become interesting, so the old man should not be so petty. Standing in front of the boy, the elder apologized and said that if he hurt him with his attacks, he would have to stay for a few more months, and he needed to protect his position as an elder. The young man smiled and agreed, saying that he really wouldn't leave without a reason, although he would be interested to see if he would turn into a mountain bandit, and then asked how long he had been planning to return. Chun-Jai frowned and confirmed this, saying that the time spent in this place was indeed a great fortune for him. The boys shook hands. The man said that he would remember the kindness and repay it in full in the future, although they both benefited from this 3-month training together. The opponents headed back. For the sage who wanted to ascend to a new level, it was also of great importance to watch the boy grow. The young man closed his eyes with a wide smile. Then the old man's journey would end. He would wait for the young man in the world of the Murama Masters. Chun-Jai smiled slightly as he looked at him. The opponents headed straight for the fortress. With the beginning of summer, the elder had to leave it. The old man watched the warriors leaving. He frowned tensely. Standing behind a tree, he decided to give up revenge. A fat man walked through the forest and drank from a jug. The fortress continued to strengthen its position. The man said that in the 5 Peaks Mountains, everything was much better than he thought. He blushed because of the alcohol and wiped his chin. And suddenly a giant bear came out to him. The man wondered if the animals had finally lost their fear, and who could he even consider himself to dare to attack him? The man frowned angrily and thought of something. He looked at the killed cubs and wondered if she was the mother of those cubs, although he simply punished them for bothering him. Suddenly, the man noticed something. The bear raised its paws and let out a loud roar. The warrior bared his claws and said that this was a very stupid decision. With one wave of his hand, he tore the bear apart and said that he was the North Wind Yin, or he was not so merciful. The head of the Green Forest, the demon lord who crushes the skies, Seok Mu, he sat on his throne wearing a tiger mask, because after appearing in the world of martial arts, he was considered undefeated. But in the past, everything was different. Various laborers walked around with buckets. At that time, Mu-He carried a jug on his shoulder and a huge pole, because before, he was an ordinary laborer in the Shaolin Temple. He went there wanting to understand martial arts, but he did not want to shave his hair at all and watched everyone closely through the long thickness of his hair. The other guys frantically watched as this guy stuck the pole into the ground, because his innate physical abilities and skills were enough to attract the attention of others. They saw how this guy greedily ate a piece of meat on the bone, and his life principles were too far from the ideals of Buddhism. Well, one day, something happened when he passed by the building and looked inside. At that moment, in an abandoned temple warehouse, he found a forgotten Buddha statue, and at that moment, his fate changed. It was a smiling Buddha statue. At that moment, in an abandoned temple, he began to carefully polish the statue, because he hoped to gain approval and get the opportunity to learn martial arts. At that moment, his eyes bulged when he rubbed too hard and diligently broke it. He looked at the crack through his bangs with a dejected look, but luck smiled on him. He saw inside the forgotten statue, lying ancient scriptures, the sacred scriptures of the dark sky of the Asura. He then picked up the book and began to study the scriptures, because the future Lord of Demons, crushing the heavens, went on a journey across the country. At that moment, his eyes bulged, because some time later he became the head of a bandit union and stirred up the entire world of martial arts. At that moment, the soldiers were kneeling and worshipping Muhi, who was standing on the hill. This lord took 12 of his most capable minions as disciples and passed on all the knowledge he had gained from the sacred scripture of the dark sky of the Asura, and the power they had gained was so great that it shocked even the elders of the 7 great sects and 2 schools. One of the fighters under the cloak looked ahead with a purple gaze, because this is how the 12 demonic generals of the Green Forest, also known as the Grim Reapers, were born. They were transported to the fortress of the 5 peaks, which were near the mountains. At this time, the cat was lying on the ground and yawning. Then her gaze caught on something. She looked ahead warily. A man's cry was heard, trying to find out if the leader of the fortress of the 5 peaks was here now. People began to look around in surprise at the cry, which was from the messenger of the Green Forest. The Lord and his men immediately ran towards the indignant man, who introduced himself as the disciple of the heaven-crushing demon lord. The brunette with a tiger headband on his head looked ahead in bewilderment. They saw a drunk man with a bottle who shouted that in front of them was one of the 12 demon generals, the cat lord of the Yin Wind. This drunk man held onto a jug of alcohol and ordered everyone to come out and greet him properly. All the people looked at him in bewilderment. Ki-yon and another girl looked at the guest cautiously. Their brunette leader in armor frowned slightly. The Wind Lord sat down on the chair and crossed his legs, ironically noting that he had expected more, since he had heard that the 5 Peaks Fortress had 10 heroes and did not understand why there were only 9 in front of him. The fortress leader stated that their 7th brother was currently in closed training, so they could not contact him now. This Wind Lord closed his eyes and tasted the plate of food, mentioning the closed training. The Lord wiped his mouth with his hand. He then looked through his iron-clawed fingers, ironically saying that for such a pathetic reason they did not contact him despite his arrival. Phil Myung extended his index finger, looking back at his friend, who informed him that Jiaka was currently sleeping in his room, but he did not want to give him up. Phil Myung frowned, looking sideways and reporting that this guest had shown no respect for the sect elder, and noted that it would hardly be any different with the disciple of the head of the Green Forest, and asked his friend to imagine what would happen if he started to get on Jiaka's nerves. He imagined the protagonist punching this lord, as they would not be able to avoid trouble later. Phil Myung sweatily looked at his leader, who stood in front of the guest, and hoped that everything would go smoothly. This Wind Lord slammed a plate on the table and stated that it was arrogant of him, but also praiseworthy. The head of this fortress bowed slightly as the Wind Lord noted that they must have survived thanks to their hard work as well. This guest sat on a chair, crossed his legs and looked at his claw, saying that if the mountain bandits only indulged in debauchery and alcohol, then the trade union, the 5 great clans, the 7 great sects and the 2 schools would easily deal with them. This drunk lord grimaced and asked them to maintain the same diligence so as not to disgrace the name of the Green Forest. The brunette in the cape bowed his head to the lord, saying that he would remember his words, and noted that he was most likely tired after a long journey and wanted to show concern. This drunk guest began to wave his hand, wanting to start something else from the beginning. He glanced to the side with a malicious grin. He turned his attention to the 2 girls and asked to provide these young ladies to him. This Yeon Cho clasped his hands with a smile and pointed out that it was their 9th sister Ki-yon and 10th sister Sobik, and guessed that he was probably hungry and decided to feed him first. This gentleman leaned his elbows with displeasure and said that he did not want to do so yet, because among the 10 heroes, there were only 2 pretty girls. He wiped the drool from his lip with his hand and realized that the rumors were not lying. The leader of the fortress held his hands with a grin while Chulsan tried to grab the girls from behind, and repeated once again that he really felt uncomfortable leaving him hungry like this and wanted to eat with him. This Wind Lord frowned sullenly, because he had not finished speaking yet. Suddenly, the girl raised her hand. The girl became slightly wary and frowned, asking the Cat Lord what was the reason for his coming to such a modest place, as if he had some important business. The man began to laugh maliciously, opening his mouth wide, and noted that the girl had more than just a pretty face. Then the Lord slightly drooped and became sad, explained that he really had an important matter for them and remembered it. He immediately decided to get up from his chair and explained that he was here to make sure whether they were worthy of carrying the flag of the Green Forest. He looked at them arrogantly with his legs wide apart and explained that if they were not worthy, then he planned to kill them all, but he saw that they had not gained fame and mane throughout Henan province. He bared his teeth with a malicious grin and explained that they had tried hard to raise the reputation of the Green Forest and there were a few talented people among them. Ki-yon and the brunette became wary and frowned when the guests remarked that it would be a pity to get rid of all of them. The man reached into his pocket and therefore officially decided to recognize the Five Peaks Fortress as part of the Green Forest. Then he pulled out a letter tube from his pocket and decided to invite them to the Green Forest tournament that would be held in Gangnam this October. The leader held his hands over the tube. It was a small red string. It was empty branches, trees, and a black silhouette with a green eye. It was a message that the branches of the Green Forest had spread out over many regions, and therefore had no opportunity to show their true strength, and therefore did not find anyone to respect him. That is why it was decided to pay the Green Forest with a great tournament. If they united, then everyone in the world would fall at the feet of the Green Forest, including the 7 great sects and 2 orthodox schools. This leader opened the scroll with a message in Chinese and was glad that they were finally recognized, and now they were officially part of the Green Forest. The brunette happily looked at the guest, holding the scroll. The Wind Lord scratched his nose and slightly closed his eyes, noting that he had finished his official business and decided to have a drink with his brothers and sisters from the Five Peaks Fortress now. The brunette held onto the pink-haired girl and became wary. The guest slightly frowned and grimaced when he heard the leader's consent. Suddenly, an assistant ran towards them from the side, while the brunette wanted to make sure that the Wind Lord would be provided with the best today and asked Hyangnim to arrange it. The girls watched as their leader along with Misha wanted to escort the Lord to the inn in the Haga settlement, which was incomparable. Yeoncho walked behind the Lord and whispered to Go-myung about where Jiaka was. The assistant closed his eyes and put his head on his hands, noting that he was still sleeping. These guys in the company of the Lord were standing on the street and wanted to leave here as quickly as possible. The brunette smiled mockingly while the Lord frowned sullenly. Yeoncho looked back with displeasure and said goodbye to Jiaka. At this time, the main character was sleeping on the floor and had not yet woken up. The protagonist was fast asleep. At this time, the drink was being poured into the cup. It was a whole feast with the fortress leader and the Lord and others. The maid was putting snacks on the table, and the leader remarked that looking at all this immediately awakened his appetite. Go-myung agreed with this, remarking that the food was simply amazing. Go-myung, along with their leader, happily looked at the Lord and asked him about it, if everything was to his liking. The cat Lord looked back sullenly at the maids and said that he was not particularly sure, but it was not that bad. Then he decided to try the drink from the porcelain cup. He imagined Ki-yon and Sobik, who were looking at him sarcastically with a playful look. This old man continued to frown, tasting the drink. Then he looked ahead intently. He saw the maids walking towards him and smiling politely at him. The cat Lord angrily put the cup down on the table and said that everything was terrible. He bared his teeth angrily and said that this would not do. He held the cup tightly and shouted for those 2 beauties from the fortress to be brought to him. Go-myung immediately frowned when the leader was next to him and said that they most likely screwed up here. The cat Lord frowned and asked them to stop whispering about something of their own and told them to hurry up and bring those girls. The brunette smiled maliciously, frowning, and said that those children would not come to the tavern even if they called them. This gentleman angrily slammed his fist on the table and did not understand how they dared to contradict him and notified that they were obliged to come when he himself wished. This lord immediately began to leave the room, when the guys immediately became wary, because he said that if they did not come here, then he himself would come to them, and said that if he did not see them, then today he would destroy the fortress of the 5 peaks. It was deep night over this province. At this time, the girls were already asleep when they heard a scream. Ki-yon slightly opened her eye and stood up, looking around. She immediately began to rub her eyes. These girls went out into the street in a half-asleep state and did not understand what the noise was. They saw how the head and his assistant tried to hold the lord, who really wanted to see the girls, and was angry that they dared to order one of the 12 demonic generals. This old man angrily extended his index finger and ordered these girls to come to him. He continued to point his finger at the girls and ordered them to bring out the drinks right now and not to delay him. He continued to point his finger at them and bare his teeth, saying that if they refused, they should be ready to die. The brunette immediately removed the old man's hand and mockingly began to beg him to calm down. The assistant standing next to him replied that he knew another tavern and suggested going there. The head of the fortress looked with sweat at the cold-blooded guest, who informed him that he dared to touch him. The cat lord looked haughtily towards the head and asked them a question, Were they seriously deciding to test his patience? He was about to stretch out his hand with iron claws. The brunette looked with horror at the shining steel claws and noted that they would not dare to do this. He looked at what was happening with tearful eyes and explained that they were doing all this only for his comfort. The Wind Lord looked at the guy angrily, getting ready to use blue magic, and suddenly began to calm down, as if they were really worried about him here. The head of the fortress and his assistant looked at the guest tearfully and swore by everything. This Wind Lord began to shout furiously, saying that this was due to the fact that everything here belonged to the head and therefore he did not want to give him these girls. This head and his assistant continued to look tearfully and justify their actions. This lord was asked to lower his voice, otherwise something terrible would happen. The cat lord bared his teeth in rage and was about to swing his hand with magic, noting that these guys really wanted to die. The brunette, stunned, widened his eyes when he heard the voice of Gyaka, who did not like that some scoundrel was shouting in the middle of the night. The lord immediately stopped his hand with claws and magic. He looked back in confusion. He stood in the middle of an empty street and looked at the crowd. He bared his teeth angrily and looked at the crowd, asking who dared to tell him this. He continued to look at the crowd of people and heard that he had managed to get drunk and was told to wake up. Sobek looked back at her friend in confusion, and they both looked puzzled. Ki-yeon quickly looked back at her numb friend when she heard a voice behind her, which said that it was not right to behave like that in someone else's fortress. Ki-yeon looked at her friend with a dejected look. The brunette's eyes widened in alarm and did not understand what was happening. The Wind Lord frowned in confusion. The brunette immediately stuck out her hands in horror and shouted that it was not her who said that. The Wind Lord bared his teeth in anger and explained that he was not in the mood for jokes from these scoundrels now. He looked arrogantly towards the crowd and ordered the impudent one to get out, because today he would go straight to hell. Gyaka's hair appeared behind everyone. The girls looked back in amazement and saw the main character. Gyaka stepped forward and put his hand on his waist, imagining how he would try to go to hell. The Wind Lord looked at the impudent man in bewilderment and asked who he was. The main character covered his mouth while yawning. The guest looked at the upstart in bewilderment and thought that he was the local idiot, otherwise he would not have spoken to him in such a tone. These girls clasped their hands enthusiastically, and the guest assumed that they should have tried to pull this impudent man away, but they were in no hurry to do so. Yeoncho indignantly covered his face with his hand. The sleepy main character rubbed his eye and did not understand why the Lord froze and asked again his question about how he was going to send him to hell. The old man raised one eyebrow in displeasure. He continued to look at the protagonist, who looked sleepy, and thought that he really was crazy because killing him would only dirty his hands. The Wind Lord closed his eyes and sighed in displeasure because he took into account his position in the alliance and understood that it was better not to get involved in such stories. He immediately turned around and bared his teeth in displeasure because he understood that it was common for mountain fortresses to have an idiot or several answering Gyaka so that he would simply forget about it and bring him a drink. The protagonist opened his mouth and did not understand why he suddenly acted like a guest and where he decided to go in the middle of a conversation. Gyaka looked at him with disgust, twisting his face, and realized that the Lord was scared. This Wind Lord immediately extended his hand in anger and surrounded himself with blue magic. The Cat Lord extended his hand in rage and directed a stream of mana towards Gyaka and shouted that he would become a dead man. Ki-yeon and his friend looked at the scene with alarm and gasped. Yeoncho threw his head back in indignation, while Go-myung stood behind and realized how things turned out. A weak gust of wind blew past the leader's face. The protagonist smiled mockingly through his long hair because the leader of the fortress really hoped that he would not kill the Lord. Gyaka looked at the Lord's attack with a smirk. He immediately waved his hand, diverting the blue energy to the side. The old man frowned angrily and was shocked. The protagonist looked at his enemy coldly, waved his hand and stated that there was nothing special about it. The Wind Lord bared his teeth in glee and extended his claws with magic again, suggesting that this guy might be a local freak, but noticed that he had some skills. The man's eyes suddenly bulged. He stretched his hand forward and dark flames came out of it, because now he definitely became serious from this moment. The guy looked at him with bewilderment, his eyes bulging. He saw how streams of purple aura were directed at him, and he heard that the Lord was going to fight seriously now. This old man looked angrily from under his brows, stretching out his hand, and wanted to convey the idea to Gyaka why he was still called the Cat Lord of the Wind. The protagonist looked with bewilderment as the blue energy tried to surround him. Sobek along with Ki-yeon closely watched what was happening, hoping that everything would be fine with the Lord. Yeoncho looked back at his assistant with displeasure, who asked about whether it was worth stopping them. The head asked about how they could do it. The Lord angrily clenched his fist. He made numerous attacks on the guy's body, who did not react at all. Gyaka then frowned in displeasure as he was bound in blue energy. The Cat Lord glared furiously and remarked that it would not be difficult for him to kill this guy. He immediately extended his hand, which was covered in purple flames. The Lord immediately clenched his fist and said that he would not let him die until he saw him crawling around, begging for mercy. He looked down on the guy with fury and bared his teeth and informed him that he would die slowly and realize how much he had sinned, writhing in pain. The Lord clenched his fist as blue energy enveloped Gyaka's neck. The protagonist looked at him indifferently as he was bound and stated that he had been lenient with him, but remarked that he did not know when to stop. Gyaka immediately tried to tear off the blue flame with his hand. The main character pulled the blue energy collar off his neck and did not want to continue this. The Lord of the Wind twisted his face in bewilderment and bulged his eyes. He saw how this guy easily got rid of the energy collar, waving his hand, and wanted to become more serious. The glowing moon enveloped the night clearing, where people were crowded and there were showdowns. The Lord of the Wind stretched out his hand with claws and was perplexed that this attack could be so easily repelled. The protagonist only sighed, slightly lowering his head, and ironically noted that it was easy as pie. The old man, being in shock, frowned heavily, because he realized that he had used the technique properly, but it did not give any results. He saw the protagonist staring at him with his hand outstretched in front of him, and knew that this technique would defeat most of the villains from the 9 sects. Gyaka joked sarcastically at him as he was about to stop playing around and become serious. The Lord looked at him with displeasure in his sweaty brow and did not understand what kind of guy was in front of him, and even though he had drunk, it was impossible to reflect the technique so easily. He recalled how the assistant and the fortress leader looked at him with a smile while clasping their palms. I realized that the levels of the leader and the deputy were so mediocre that he wondered how these people could even fix Henan province for themselves. He imagined Gyaka standing on a hilly mountain and leading the fortress while holding a sword, and guessed that the glory of the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks rested on this guy. The Lord turned his attention to the leader and his assistant, realizing that this was the reason they did not stop him in the showdown. He smirked slightly from the shadows and realized that they simply couldn't do that. He laughed maliciously and extended his hand because he was surprised that there was a guy in front of him who was honored to have him use all his strength, and now he was going to show all his might. The main character at this time closed his mouth and began to laugh. The Lord saw Gyaka holding his stomach and continued to laugh hard. Gyaka was about to wipe away a tear from such laughter and noted that it was a really funny name, and realized that this was why he was called the lecherous cat lord. The old man bared his teeth angrily and asked the guy if he didn't think that he should think about what he said. The Wind Lord frowned angrily and said that these words could be the last in his life. This lord immediately flew into the air and was about to attack. Gyaka looked at him coldly, raised his head and said that this old man only had a good mouth and he was too slow. The Lord of the Wind looked at him furiously, swinging his claws. These claws flew straight at Gyaka's head because they wanted him dead. The Lord of the Wind furiously flew to attack when a snake appeared from his hand because he used the skill of the poison style technique and the claw of the cat lord. The main character looked at him displeasedly. He immediately extended his 2 fingers. Gyaka held his finger in front of the Lord's claws, stopping the attack. The 2 of them touched each other with their fingers and a powerful energy spectrum emitted. All the guys from the side slightly covered themselves with their hands from the air wave. Yoncho and his assistant also slightly stepped back. The Lord tensed up greatly and bulged his eyes because his attack was restrained. They touched each other with their fingers, and the Lord understood that he was stopped by such a simple technique. He stretched out his hand with claws in the energy aura because he wanted to use trump cards, although the master told him not to use it often. The Wind Lord immediately became even more enveloped in dark energy because he understood that he had no choice and used the scripture of the dark skies of the Asura. He remembered how he himself received a blow from the master because it was an unconventional martial art that he learned from the demon lord who crushed the skies. At that moment, he received a blow to the head from a hand. Blood splashed out of his nose and mouth. He also remembered how he himself practiced this blow on wood because he went through suffering many times, and after learning it, he did not lose a single battle. He remembered how he cut off the hand of one of the fighters sitting on his knees because this power allowed him to defeat even the elders of the sects, but now he did not even think that he would use it against such a boy. The protagonist lowered his head and extended 2 index fingers. The Lord looked at him furiously and shouted that the guy himself forced him to do this and asked not to blame him for what happened. He pulled his hand with claws as suddenly an energy funnel appeared. He pulled his hand forward as 2 of his fingers bent. Gyaka stretched his hand into the curved fingers of the Lord. Gyaka with a smirk said that forming icy winds and giving them a different color would not be a very good technique. He bent his iron fingers. The protagonist looked at him mockingly and broke his fingers with his technique, calling his name. The Wind Lord looked at his broken fingers and understood that he was in a bad position. He bared his teeth furiously, frowning as he realized that he was going to fight a crazy guy. The boy ducked under the Lord's body and was about to attack him. He ordered him to listen carefully and swung his fist at him, saying that his friends were not his toys. The Lord grimaced and was horrified when the fist flew at him. The head of the fortress covered himself with his hands from the airflow and understood that if Gyaka beat the envoy of the Green Forest, then they would definitely not be able to become part of them. The head of the fortress tearfully closed his eyes and ordered Gyaka to stop. The main character flew at the Lord with a fist. The black silhouette of the fighter stood in a fighting pose. The assistant and the head covered themselves with their hands from the airflow. The Lord of the Wind bulged his eyes in amazement and looked at the light. He saw the silhouette of a Chinese golden dragon flying at him. He bulged his eyes in shock, absorbing the glowing flame. A huge dragon with an open mouth tried to eat him, and he realized that he had lost. It was a dark rocky cave. The Black Death was sailing on a boat on a lake at that time. The Death on the boat waved to the Lord, and he thought that he had died. The Death Skull looked away in bewilderment, and the Lord realized that he did not want to die. Then this Death swam further and looked back with displeasure. The protagonist's fist stopped right in front of the Wind Lord's face. Gyaka held his fist in front of the Lord and an air wave rushed behind him. The protagonist continued to hold his fist while the air wave straightened the Lord's cloak. The old man stood with a puzzled look and bulged his eyes. He began to back away. Gyaka continued to hold his fist. He stood in a fighting stance and held a clenched hand. The old man's knees began to shake as he began to back away. He fell to his knees and realized that a crazy monster was in front of him. Gyaka lowered his tense hand and noted that it was a disgrace. The protagonist looked at him arrogantly through his bangs and said that if it weren't for the leader, he would have sent him straight to hell. The drooping Wind Lord sat on his knees with his arms folded when he was told that he was lucky. The Cat Lord dangled his iron claws and began to laugh. He sat in a clearing shrouded in smoke and was sad because he did not have time to show all his strength. The old man looked out from under his brows in sweat and lost all will to fight. Gyaka's black shadow looked arrogantly at the sitting old man, because he felt pressure from the boy similar to a demon crushing the heavens. The Cat Lord opened his eyes in horror, seeing the glow, and wanted to stop there because he was too drunk and made a mistake. Gyaka looked at him angrily and asked again if he really realized his mistake. Yoncho and his assistant watched with sweat on their brows as Gyaka scolded the Lord and told him to be more careful next time when he got drunk. Gyaka put his hand on his belt and looked at the old man coldly, suggesting that he say goodbye to everyone and leave. The Wind Lord looked at him and realized that he was asked to say goodbye first and informed him that there was a strict hierarchy in the Green Forest. The hero bared his teeth through his thick hair in displeasure and said that he really wanted to sleep. Gyaka looked at him bloodthirstily and informed him that he continued to irritate him. The Wind Lord immediately stood at the exit and waved his hand to everyone, informing him that it was time for him to leave and said goodbye to everyone as if they were brothers. Go Mayang and the leader looked in surprise as the Lord tried to run away faster. Being named brothers with one of the 12 demon kings was an extraordinary event for them. Gyaka stood sleepily and yawned, covering his mouth, because from the moment the brotherly relations between the commander and the subordinates of the organization were established, the glory of the 5 peaks increased thanks to Gyaka, but not all the people from this fortress were happy. The residents looked at the main character and noted that this is what this lord deserves, because his running speed was amazing, ironically noting that he was one of the 12 demon kings. All the residents decided that Gyaka was stronger than the 12 demon kings. One of the fighters looked downcast as Kiyon whispered to Sobik, whom she suggested to build a connection with Gyaka because I had a high level of envy and respect for him. Do Mayang looked away with a sly grin along with the leader, who asked if everything would be okay in Wannan. The assistant said that most likely everything would resolve itself thanks to Gyaka. The brunette in the tiger headband sighed with relief and resigned himself to it. They saw how Gyaka ran towards them happily. At this time, the Wind Lord ran through the forest and could not believe that he had experienced such humiliation. He imagined this guy in the company of other residents. The Cat Lord looked up angrily and sighed because he realized that there was such a monster in the Fortress of 5 Peaks. He imagined Gyaka staring at him with a demonic gaze and realized that if he showed himself at the Green Forest tournament, he would cause a stir in the entire hierarchy. The Wind Lord immediately jumped into the sky and knew that he needed to quickly report what he had seen to the boss. At that moment, a cart with horses and people stopped on the road, and the ruler did not understand who dared to block the path of the Suwal Trade Union. The cart with the ruler and a whole crowd of people saw a man in front of them. It was a guy in a mask who looked at them and said that the sun was about to set, and they were still on their way in the mountains. This ninja in a black cape looked at them intently and said that he just needed to check something and hoped for cooperation. The people from the cart looked at the ninja's curved blade and asked him who he was to inspect their cargo. The scarred and caped guy said it was a routine check and asked them not to worry about it. A whole crowd of guards ran forward and were about to point their blades because their ruler called the guest a shameless scoundrel who asked them for cooperation in such a threatening tone. The masked ninja lowered his spherical knives and was surprised that it actually sounded like a threat, and even if it was, they could ignore it. He looked at them angrily, bowed his head and asked why it was necessary to attach such importance to it. The ruler and his daughter looked angrily at the ninja, who asked him if he should not now protect the life of his daughter. This ninja stood in front of the cart and soldiers when the ruler shouted that this guy had completely lost his fear, as if he thought he could handle them alone. The ruler shouted furiously towards the fighter and wanted to give him one last chance, because if he did not leave, they would definitely kill him. The ninja grabbed his sword tighter and called it all pity. The fighter in the cape pulled out his sickle sword and said that they themselves left him no choice but to find what he needed by searching their corpses. The old man immediately angrily extended his index finger towards the ninja and wanted his head to be cut off. The soldiers immediately flew to attack with swords. The ninja looked at them coldly and noted that this left a bitter taste in the mouth, because 20 years ago they would have run away, seeing a man in black robes. This ninja extended his hands with sickles and began to radiate dark energy at the soldiers. This black silhouette of the ninja began to evaporate. The soldiers ran to attack and were perplexed. This ninja flew at one of the soldiers with his sickles. This ninja began to cut everyone with his sickles. He rushed past the soldiers, cutting them all. The rest of the fighters pulled out their blades and ordered to protect the messenger. The fighter frowned deeply and shouted at everyone not to retreat. This ninja immediately inflicted a cut wound on one of the fighters in the stomach. The ninja in the black cape looked at the splashes of blood with cold blood. Then he was slightly perplexed, his eyes bulging, seeing that the messenger was missing. He saw that the messenger with his daughter had disappeared from the carriage and did not understand when he managed to do this. The warriors with swords immediately ran forward, wanting to kill the ninja. This fighter in the black cape swung his sickle. Red beams of light flashed through the black space. The spy immediately stood in front, while the corpses of soldiers fell behind. The other fighters watched as the black shadow of a ninja sat on the ground. They opened their mouths in horror. The fighter held his bloody sickle and smirked, because he had been too careless before and did not expect the messenger to sacrifice his subordinates so easily. He stood in a fighting stance and looked at the fighters, notifying that the messenger most likely realized who he was. The black ninja frowned slightly from under his mask and stated that it did not matter, because it looked like the man was looking for a certain thing. The ninja immediately dropped his swords and said that the thing should be in the hands of the escaped messenger and he just had to find him. He decided to adjust his collar with his hand. Then this ninja tore off his handkerchief and smiled bloodthirstily, realizing that there was no need to leave the guys alive and he could kill everyone. The combat soldiers stood in the crowd and were slightly surprised. One of the fighters saw the messenger running away with his daughter and said that they were going to support their people in the rear. The leader looked back at the worried fighter and said that they couldn't do that because they didn't have time now and there was nothing they could do to help them, and they had to run. The messenger ran ahead of everyone with his daughter and the rest of the fighters and wanted to follow the path of his leader after completing the mission. The messenger ran forward and wanted to be understood because he didn't want to die. In a moment from the past, the black shadow of a dragon flew over the city. He remembered how the master handed him a sacred thing. This young messenger looked at the box with trepidation. Now he stared at this box and understood that this thing should not fall into the hands of bandits. He opened the box and it was an iron artifact with balls. It was deep night over the mountainous area. The messenger ran with his daughter and the soldiers, asking them not to stop and to run as if their lives depended on it until they escaped from this mountain. The out-of-breath messenger looked at his daughter who could not run any further, but he ordered her to do the opposite. The brunette looked at her father with a tired look and said that they had already covered a considerable distance and suggested that they rest for a while. The father looked back at her with displeasure and ordered her not to say such nonsense, because she could not say such things after seeing that guy's martial arts. He remembered how that black ninja rushed past his soldiers and cut them all down, and added that if his martial skill was at such a level, then his light body technique must also be excellent, and therefore it was too early to relax. The messenger looked back at the fighter, who said that there were suspicious people ahead. The representative immediately became angry and assumed that they were most likely already surrounded, and that would be bad. The crowd of warriors immediately prepared to cut their blades and prepare for battle on the representative's orders. This envoy, with his brow sweating, bared his teeth in displeasure and realized that although he had lost his entire trading party, he still ran away to protect the 8-bead bell. He imagined this bead bell against the background of a ninja and a black silhouette of a demon, because he could not allow himself to be captured so easily, and he must inform the 9 sects about the revival of the Dark Spectre sect. He also could not allow the nightmare of 20 years ago to happen again. The representative stood in the clearing while some fighters peered out from behind the bushes because he was going to survive no matter what it took. These fighters immediately rushed forward. These sword soldiers saw a group of people sitting by the fire in front of them and shouted at them that they would break through all their defenses even if they deployed the Heaven-Earth network and asked them to attack them immediately to demonstrate the power of the trading group. At this time, a man was eating a piece of meat and was surprised by such an onslaught because he almost got an upset stomach while eating. The representative looked at the group of people sitting by the fire in bewilderment. He saw a man resting his hand on his knee and noticed that it was not a black Taoist robe, and the people asked them who these guests were. The black shadow Ki-yon looked back at the people while wiping her mouth and repeated that their brother said that he almost got an upset stomach. The representative looked ahead in the company of his soldiers and thought that they were from the Order sect. These soldiers looked at the group of people sitting by the fire, and the representative guessed that the god most likely had not left them yet. 3 days ago, a shelter on Mount Wufeng, which was covered by an orange sky. Someone shouted that they would not wear such stupid things. This was a Chinese province in the mountainous terrain. The warrior wondered if there was a need to go so far and would it attract too much attention. Yonggak extended his index finger and explained that if so many people were moving at the same time, there would definitely be someone curious. He imagined a warrior with a sword against the background of a map, and said that in order to get to Wannan County, they would need to visit several cities, and among them was Hefei, where the Nangong clan had taken root. That black shadow warrior was the Sword King Nangong Byok, who was one of the top 10 sword masters, because he was someone they should never make an enemy of, because nothing good would come of causing trouble with the 9 sects before the Bandit Alliance tournament. The old man frowned slightly and extended his hand, saying that since those scoundrels from the Order sect would foam at the mouth at the slightest mention of the Demon and Chaos sects, there would definitely be conflicts with them if they moved around in bandit clothes. Yon Cho bared his teeth angrily. The leader bared his teeth in displeasure and extended his hands, being tense, because he asked the old man about the fact that he dressed them like that because he was afraid of those scoundrels from the Nangong clan. He asked Yonggak about how he forgot that they were the very refuge of Mount Wufan that even the sect elder knelt down because of. While Yoncho was looking at himself at this time, the assistant threw up his hands and informed that, moreover, they were officially recognized as a bandit alliance, and they were already on their way to Wannan County, and therefore they did not need to hide their tails from the 9 sects. Yonggak looked at them with a malicious look and realized that thanks to the scoundrel from the Yon clan, they had lost all fear and turned into donkeys in lion's skin. The old man informed that the Sword King Nangong was one of the 10 greatest experts, so he was incomparable to the opponents they had faced so far. Go Mayang looked at Yoncho, who was standing next to him, and told the old man that he had told them the same thing before when the head of heaven and earth was here. Yonggak replied that he was simply saying that their elite 10 Wufan should not be underestimated either. Ki-yon and Sobik immediately showed their smiles and asked what the problem was. The 2 girls stood nearby with an enthusiastic smile, and Ki-yon agreed with the old man's opinion, since they would hardly have the opportunity to wear such things again. All the boys immediately looked at the girls with bewilderment. Ki-yon said that it was a good idea to go there without any problems, especially since it did not seem that only the sects of the order could wear such clothes. The girls decided to come closer to the men, while Yoncho laughed maliciously since he knew that his brothers and sisters were so beautiful, but he could not imagine that Ki-yon was so good, wearing exquisite clothes. Ki-yon replied that this outfit suited her very well, since she looked like a child from a famous clan. The leader of the fortress began to laugh even more since she looked like those heavenly maidens. The 2 girls looked back in surprise at Jiaka's black silhouette. The male lead walked forward and carefully examined his outfit, as it was his first time wearing such complicated clothes and he was unsure if he had put them on correctly. The male lead looked forward with a trembling smile and asked if his outfit looked cool. The 2 girls opened their mouths in amazement and remarked that he looked very chic. Chulsan looked on with tears in his eyes and sadness as the girls ran up to Jiaka and started showering him with compliments that he looked like a member of prestigious clans or a member of the royal family. A crowd of people were leaving the fortress through the fence. Yoncho shouted that he had entrusted the mountain retreat to them anyway and they should not be looked down upon just because they left. The head of the fortress looked back with a smile along with his assistant and declared that he would bring them good wine on the way back from Wannan County. Go Mayang added that they would be the best in the Bandit Alliance tournament. Yamyang lowered his head slightly and stated that they could leave without any worries, since he would protect the mountain hideout without sparing himself. Yoncho left with Go Mayang and they looked back at the villagers who were bidding them farewell. The assistant began to reassure the leader that the trading parties of their day were quite talkative, so there should be no problems. The brunette then looked at the old man who was walking ahead and noted that the guy's martial arts were quite good, but they should not relax. Yonggak looked back and noted that he did not disguise himself in order to avoid a backlash from the Nangong clan. The old man extended his index finger and introduced the protagonist among the crowd, explaining that the reason why the Henan province trading groups were cooperating was because of the Wufan Elite 10, and so they would definitely take the opportunity to have them go away for a few months and attack the Wufan mountain hideout. Yoncho covered his mouth with displeasure and thought that after all, they were quite famous in this area and anyone could recognize them. Go Mayang glanced at the leader and explained that then they would have to make sure not to get involved with the trading groups at all costs, since there was a high chance that the scoundrels from the trading group would recognize them. The guys looked at Yeoncho happily stretching out his hands and asking what the problem was, since they were wearing the same clothes as the guys from the order sect as Senior Yonggak had instructed them to, and that was fine. The brunette began to adjust his fur cape and expressed his opinion that they looked like ordinary people and that they would probably not be recognized in this form. Yonggak looked back at Yeoncho with displeasure and asked him how he would answer when someone asked them what they were doing. The brunette immediately drooped slightly and was at a loss. It was deep night above the mountainous area. Yeoncho stood in front of the people from another clan and introduced himself as students from the Soaring Dragon School. The old man realized that they were from the Soaring Dragon School of Henan Province. It was the same representative of the Sualjang Hanyang trading group who greeted the guys and asked if they would be allowed to travel next to them if they were moving in the same direction. Yeoncho smirked, knitting his eyebrows, and said that it was too bad because it looked like they were moving in different directions. Hanyang smirked with a smile and informed them that he hadn't even told them his destination yet. The fortress leader looked back at the sighing old man with a downcast look and asked where the trading party was going. Suddenly, Yonggak from behind shouted that if they were going the same way as them, then there was no need for them to travel with Hanyang's trading party. The envoy stood with a frown in the company of his men when he heard that. On top of that, their luggage looked too shabby for a trading party and it looked like there was some kind of story behind it, but they didn't tell them. While Yeoncho closed his eyes, the old man from behind informed them that they also had a meeting that they had to be there on time, so there was no point in taking risks for unknown reasons. At that moment, the assistant began to whisper in Hanyang's ear that they should just leave, since adding 10 or so guards wouldn't make a difference. The envoy stared and thought about how he had never heard the name of the province's soaring dragon. At this time, the old man and Yeoncho were standing there with a sullen expression and emitting a blue aura, and Hanyang knew that the aura emanating from these guys was not fake. This blue flame was also emitted by Kiyon and Sobik, because he noticed their clear gaze and refined aura that only the disciples of prestigious clans had. Jiaka glared at the guys through his bangs because they noticed this powerful, unprecedented aura. Hanyang became angry and saw that it was already blooming behind them, and they would soon catch up. Then he looked back at his tired soldiers and realized that the warriors of the trading party were already very exhausted and it would be difficult for them if they had to fight again. He realized that they definitely needed the help of these guys, so he reached into his pocket. The messenger pulled out a bag of money with great difficulty and apologized for not being able to explain his problem in detail. The leader of the fortress stood there with a puzzled look as the messenger stated that he also knew that this was an unexpected request. Gold coins emerged from the bag and the messenger stated that if they could help them, he would reward them handsomely. The soldiers watched with their daughter as their leader fell to his knees and showed them the bag of money. The fire burned brightly and the boys began to ask why Hanyang had refused, but he pointed out that the old man had said that they should not associate with the merchant guild. Yonggak bared his teeth, looking at the boys with displeasure and mentioning that he had indeed said so. The old man then stood up and spread his hands in displeasure, stating that it was a wonderful offer and the conditions were simply perfect for them to agree. Yeoncho looked displeased and sighed, because such conditions were the reason for refusal, because there is no such thing as a free lunch. He recalled how Hanyang was kneeling and showing a bag of money and a box, mentioning that trade associations never do anything against their own benefit, and asked them if it seemed strange to them that they were suddenly offered so much gold. At that moment, Hanyang held out a hidden box and asked them to take care of some dubious item. The leader of the fortress extended his index finger and said that his intuition had never deceived him before and he knew that refusing was the right decision. Yonggak was displeased and held out 2 fingers, presenting the coins, because he said that this money could completely cover the settlement's expenses for 2 months. Kiyon slightly narrowed her eyes and was puzzled, noticing that this was a significant loss for them. Then she waved her hand and looked at the main character, because they were also moving in the same direction and did not think that their company would bring any trouble. Go Mayang at this time knelt down and smiled, saying that it was already late and sad, but still, they were not in poverty. Go Mayang then stood up and looked back at Kiyon with a smile, suggesting that they try not to get involved in various dubious activities like this, and asked them if they did not think that if they agreed, the probability of running into another group of bandits would become higher. The boy looked away with a smirk, understanding that they were trying to imitate these martial arts heroes, but suggested that they all focus on their own business. Kiyon looked at the assistant in surprise and asked him what he meant, since that was not the case at all. All the boys looked back at one of the fighters, who suggested that in any case, it was time for them to move out. Another boy agreed with him, that this trading party looked like they had already been attacked, and since they were here, they must have been followed by someone. Yonggak became displeased and agreed with his comrade's opinion, since he realized that this trading party had simply mistakenly taken them for one of their own, and although it was still dark, it was time for them to move out. All the boys were standing around the area near the fire, and Yeoncho announced that they should all pack their things. Chulsan looked at her in surprise as Ki-yeon ran to the side to look for her things, asking Sobik. The girl ran to the tree where the bag with her things was lying and asked the others to check their bags just in case. Chulsan continued to watch Ki-yeon packing her things. He blushed slightly and narrowed his eyes. Then he put his hand on the girl's shoulder. The big guy came up behind her and was about to take her bag to help her in the guy's fantasy. Then suddenly his eyes widened. Ki-yeon looked up and saw a ninja flying towards her from the bushes. The guy in the mask was frowning angrily. Ki-yeon looked at what was happening warily, holding his bag. The ninja was about to pull out his blade and kill the girl. Chulsan immediately ran to help the girl. He touched her with his hand and was about to throw it away. Chulsan pushed the girl back and watched as the ninja was about to pull out his blade. That glowing silhouette of the ninja cut Chulsan. Ki-yeon looked at the blood splashing past in amazement. All the boys immediately looked back at what was happening. They immediately ran to help and saw the ninja cut Chulsan. The bloody brunette began to fall back, rolling his eyes. The ninja continued to run forward, looking to the side, and said that it was a pointless attempt and in any case, they all had the same fate. Then he continued to frown forward and became slightly confused. His eyes widened in shock when he saw Gyaka trying to kick him in the face. He immediately received a crushing blow to himself, and all the veins on his face bulged. The main character launched that ninja into the bush. Ki-yeon looked at her injured comrade with concern. She began to cry sadly. Why did he do that? She could have just dodged. The wounded guy with a narrowed look raised his head and apologized for bothering her for no reason. Yeoncho was about to run up to the wounded guy next to whom Ki-yeon was sitting. The leader of the fortress looked at what was happening in surprise. He saw a deep bloody wound on Chulsan. The leader of the fortress was about to take his wounded comrade under his shoulder and shouted to the old man to find the nearest cities, so they had to take their things and leave here. They all began to leave, and Go Mayang looked back at Gyaka and said that they had to leave before anyone else showed up. Suddenly, the assistant looked away with a stunned look. This ninja continued to advance further. They saw the rest of the soldiers in black cloaks sitting on the branches. Gyaka raised his head and saw a bunch of ninja in the trees. Yeonggak looked at the scene with an angry expression, baring his teeth, and thought that it was because of those scoundrels from the merchant guild. Yeoncho furrowed his brows, looked back and shouted that they needed to get to the village urgently and asked for help from his comrades. The protagonist slightly lowered his head and told everyone to leave. He looked angrily through his bangs and declared that he would definitely be enough. All the other guys immediately ran out of the forest along the path. They needed to find out if there was a doctor in the nearest town at this hour. Go Mayang ran forward in a hurry and looked back, hoping that Gyaka would cope with them. Yeoncho ran forward and furiously shouted that they needed to believe in him. The leader of the fortress leaned forward and ran quickly, because he noted that they all knew how strong Gyaka was, and it was a pity to hang the showdown on him every time, but they had no other choice. They all ran forward together, and the old man looked back, notifying that they did not know how many more people these guys in Taoist robes had, and it would be very bad if someone followed them. He remembered how Chulsan stood up for the girl, throwing her body back and taking the blow on himself, and thought about how they were so strong that they knocked out Chulsan with one blow, although it was a surprise attack, but they could not be underestimated. Yeonggak continued to run forward and bare his teeth, hoping that this Gyaka had surely sent them all away, because he already knew that these were not simple opponents. The main character stood with an angry look. A whole crowd of ninjas flew from the air to attack the guy. Gyaka jumped back slightly from the warrior's attack. He asked through his bangs from the shadows who they were. The ninja looked at Gyaka from under his mask. The protagonist grabbed the ninja by the headdress. He immediately pulled his head out and was about to hit him hard. The ninja received a crushing blow to the face. All the other warriors saw a bright flash of light. Then the protagonist with a demonic look flew at the rest of the enemies. The ninja saw Gyaka attack their comrade with his fist. The ninja with the sword looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Then the master raised his leg up to hit the soldier. Gyaka immediately kicked the ninja in the head. Then the guy looked back at the black silhouettes of the warriors who thought he was out of his mind. These ninjas stood with their weapons pointed and slightly stopped at the order. The masked ninja closed one eye and explained that this was no ordinary boy and ordered everyone to take positions. The main character decided to pick up the ninja's blade and asked his question about who they were. He stood proudly on the field, holding the blade. He slightly bowed his head and asked them from under his bangs, did he really need to beat all the answers out of them to get them to talk? These ninjas began to release purple smoke from themselves and noted that this was an impudent guy. They all ran to attack Gyaka. A purple sunset was visible through the trees. The guys ran through the forest. The guy asked that they were definitely moving in the right direction. The fighter noted that there was only one hill left. Yeoncho carried the wounded Chulsan on his back, looking back at him. Yeoncho told the brunette to hold on a little longer since they were almost there. Chol-san apologized to the fighter. Ki-yeon ran quickly after the boys, asking her brother if everything would be okay. Yeoncho told her not to worry since they quickly stopped the bleeding and he could handle it. Yonggak looked ahead warily, noting that he smelled blood. The man suddenly stopped with his foot. He put his hand behind him, stopping the boys. The old man brought his finger to his mouth, indicating that they should be quieter. The boys turned their backs, looking at the old man. Yeoncho asked what was wrong with the old man, since every second counted for them. Yonggak noted that he sensed many people ahead. The old man looked away, saying that he thought they were the same guys from the trading association, and apparently they had caught up with them after all. The old man stood with his back, watching as the fighters grabbed the people. He noted that they should go this way, but apparently this task was not easy now. The man sat on the ground, saying that they were vile bastards. Blood was running down the man's face. He said that they killed so many people for something. The brown-haired man looked furiously at the people who caught them. The guy narrowed his eyes, asking, "What do you mean, for something?" He spread his arms out to the sides, holding a gun in them. The fighter noted that there were those who walked tens of 10,000 miles to get this, and this item was worth more than all their lives combined, so he should give it to him while he was kind. The fighter brought his gun to the girl's throat. The girl looked ahead with tears in her eyes. The fighter asked that doesn't he want to at least save his daughter. The man sat on the ground when the gun was put in front of him. The old man said that he knew full well that they would spare no one, and he was not so stupid as to buy into such vile tricks, noting that they would get nothing from them. The fighter widened his eyes in surprise, saying that it was a great pity, noting that he was a tough nut to crack. The fighter began to flex his arms, asking that then maybe he should kill a couple more of his guys to make him talk. The old man looked at the fighter with a furious look while his men were shaking with fear. The fighter walked towards the man, flexing his arms. He ordered his men to keep an eye on the girl so that she did not escape. The guy looked at the man from under his brows. He asked that he would not do anything stupid while his chat was hostage, suggesting that he have some more fun. The fighter's eyes widened when a black terrifying figure appeared behind him. The man asked what he was doing. The fighter looked behind him in fear, asking what brought him there. The man looked at the boy with a terrifying gaze. He asked him how bad he thought things were since he came in person. The man slightly opened his mouth, asking that he had gone crazy, tasting blood for the first time in 20 years. A terrifying aura emanated from the man. He asked why he hadn't received it yet. The fighters looked at the man in fear. The man stamped his foot. A purple aura emanated from him. The fighters greeted the 100-headed demon king. The man exhaled steam from his nose. The demon with a ghostly body, Wang Yiguai, the 100-headed demon king. Yonggak peered out from behind a rock. He looked at what was happening in bewilderment, wondering who else this was. The old man remembered how the protagonists stayed behind to fight the people who attacked them. He noted that the ones who attacked them before were very strong, but that person with a strange weapon and encountered a much more dangerous aura. Yonggak imagined the image of the guy in Yiguai. He wondered that despite this, there was someone strong enough to bring him to his knees. Do Mayang looked at the old man in confusion, asking how long they would need. Yonggak noted that they should be even quieter. Do Mayang raised an eyebrow, asking that if even he was scared, then these guys were really dangerous. The guys were watching from behind the bushes. Yonggak said that if his guess was correct, they were the strongest. The old man gritted his teeth, noting who they were facing. Yiguai looked ahead angrily. Yonggak noted that he was familiar with the Chaos sects, but he had not felt any strange aura before, and moreover, the enemy seemed to have considerable strength and power. Yonggak watched the situation with displeasure. He noted that at first he thought that they could unite with the merchants and defeat the common enemy to pass, but now it seemed like it was worth holding off on that. Slashing blows appeared in the air. The old man noted that until Jiaka caught up with them, the guys attacked the fighters. The old man noted that at least until they were convinced of the strange guy's strength level. The guys looked at their enemy with confidence, telling the chairman that they would save the young lady. The guys rushed to attack Yiguai. Yiguai stood motionless, looking at the guys rushing at him. Yonggak noted that he needed to monitor the situation. Yiguai began to take out his weapon. He was holding a lit dynamite in his hand. Yiguai threw the dynamite towards the fighters. Purple smoke began to come out of it. The brown-haired man looked ahead in confusion. The guys looked behind them, seeing the dynamite. The fighter asked what it was. The stick stuck into the ground, starting to emit a purple aura. The guys were absorbed by the purple aura, taking them underground. The fighter did not understand what was happening. The brown-haired man stretched his head up, frowning. The guy stretched out his hand, clinging to the ground, asking for help. Purple puddles from the sticks were visible on the ground. The 100-headed demon king chuckled contentedly. The chairman looked at what was happening in horror. Go Mayang and Yonggak watched what was happening in confusion. Go Mayang asked what it was. The old man pursed his lips, thinking that he had never seen anything like it. The 100-headed demon king stretched his hand behind his back. He pulled out the dynamite from behind his back, asked the chairman where the item is. Yonggak wondered where these people even came from. The protagonist stood motionless as the fighter rushed towards him with an attack. The fighter jumped off the ground. He threw his weapon towards the protagonist. The protagonist dodged the attack and rushed forward. He swung his sword. Gyaka delivered a slash to the enemy. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing look. Then he turned his gaze to the side. The fighter jumped off the ground, swinging his blade. His eyes widened in horror. The protagonist delivered a slash to him. The opponent looked back, asking his comrades what they were doing there, noting that they should all attack together. The protagonist looked at his opponent in fury, asking why he himself didn't intervene since he was so smart. Gyaka ran towards his enemies, swinging his sword. The fighter was surprised that it appeared in front of them so quickly. A golden aura emanated from the protagonist's blade. The fighter looked down in confusion. The fighters stood with their backs turned, looking at the emanating aura from the protagonist. Gyaka clutched his blade in his hand, emitting a yellow aura. He used the Nine Heavens sword technique, Phase 1. Gyaka flashed his yellow gaze. A bright flash appeared in the dense forest. A bright slash lit up the space. The protagonist used the Soaring Dragon Heavenly Ascension technique. The protagonist knocked his enemies off their feet with one blow. He turned his sword around. Then he caught it in his hand. Gyaka plunged the blade into the ground. Sweat ran down his forehead. The hero turned his attention to the dead fighters, thinking that he was interested in who they were, but there was no time for that. The hero grabbed his injured shoulder, noting that they were experienced guys. The protagonist looked at the dead fighters, thinking that if there were more of them, the rest of the guys might be in danger. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side, saying that they needed to hurry. He jumped off the ground. The protagonist grabbed his sword, jerking it to the side. He noted that it didn't matter who they were, but if they dared to touch his family. The protagonist looked menacingly in front of him, saying that no matter who they were, he would destroy them all. Yeoncho was holding the wound on Chulsan's body. He noted that the bleeding was slower than before, but the wound was too deep. The fighter frowned, saying that it was bad. He looked at the old man with displeasure, asking what they were looking at for so long. Ki-yeon noted that they said they would watch him, but it was worse than expected. Yeoncho noted that he was on the verge of death, asking what else to look at. The man with the backpack on his back turned to the brunette, saying that he had scouted the area and there was no other way. The fighter asked if this was the only way. The man with the scar on his face frowned in displeasure. He said that not quite on another road they would have to make a big detour and they could miss Gyaka. The fighter looked away in displeasure, noting that this would not work, adding that he should forget about it and go and see for himself. An orange sunset was visible in the sky. Yonggak and Go Mayang were watching what was happening when Yeoncho appeared behind them. The men flinched in fear when Yeoncho asked them what they were doing. Go Mayang clutched his heart, saying that he had scared him. Yeoncho asked why they were so dangerous and what was taking so long. The old man turned his gaze to the fighter, noting that they were using a strange fighting technique that he had never seen or heard of before, and it was absurdly strong, adding that trying to avoid them and go another way was the best solution. Yeoncho looked ahead in confusion, asking the old man what was so bad that he would say that. Igwai pointed his dynamite towards the chairman, asking him again where the item was. The chairman furrowed his brows, baring his teeth. He told him to just kill him, asking what he thought, he would just give it to him. The 100-headed Demon King looked at the man with a terrifying gaze, saying that it was strange. He added that it was not so valuable that a group of simple merchants would sacrifice their lives. The 100-headed Demon King widened his eyes, asking that maybe he knew how to use the 8-bead bell. The chairman looked at Igwai from under his brows. Igwai noted that the sect was supposed to kill anyone who knew, and he was lucky and survived, adding that it was interesting. Igwai looked back at the chairman's daughter, asking how much longer he would be stubborn. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes. Igwai said that from now on, he would tell his subordinates to have fun with his daughter. The old man looked at the man furiously, telling them to just kill him. The 100-headed Demon King looked at the old man with an arrogant look. He said that there were exactly 25 of them, and he would see how long he would resist. The fighters looked at their leader. The leader said for them to begin. The guys grabbed the girl by the arms, making her look scared. The fighters pushed the girl to the ground. The brunette screamed for them to stop and stop it, asking them not to do it and calling for her father. The chairman opened his mouth wide, telling them to stop. The 100-headed Demon King looked at the man, asking what was wrong. They hadn't even started yet, and had he already changed his mind? Igwai smiled maliciously. The chairman noted that it was correct, and he would give it to him, asking him to stop. Igwai said that it was the right choice. The chairman looked at the man angrily. The 100-headed Demon King asked where the item was. A hole was dug in the ground. The guy was carrying a box in his hands. He walked up to the chairman, saying that he brought everything. The old man looked at the box, thinking that this was it and if the 8-bead bell fell into their hands. The old man imagined the open box and Igwai smiling maliciously. He thought that these terrible evil spirits would become stronger and the nightmare of 20 years ago could repeat itself. The man handed the box to his enemy, thinking that, however, he had no other way. Yi took the box, looking at it. He smiled bloodthirstily, noting that it was indeed her, and he could feel the energy of a holy artifact. The man added that it was hard, but if they killed everyone, it would be even harder to get it. The 100-headed Demon King turned to his fighters, telling the chairman that it meant he had to pay for making their job difficult. The fighters looked back at their leader. Yi addressed the Dark Squad. The girl was lying on the ground, covering her body with her hands. Yi said that they could continue their fun, but to end it properly, and they must make sure that she pays for having such a terrible father. The brunette looked at what was happening in bewilderment, saying that this could not be. The chairman looked at the enemy furiously, saying that he was a scoundrel, noting that he gave him what he wanted. Yi stood motionless with his back. The chairman asked how he could even call himself a man, and that he was not at all afraid of God's punishment. Yi turned his gaze behind him, looking at the chairman. He said that he was God. The fighters stretched out their hands to the girl. The 100-headed Demon King noted that she would die anyway and it would be better if she enjoyed her last moments. The girl closed her eyes, shedding bitter tears. She asked them to stop and begged for help. The girl opened her mouth wide, asking someone to help her. Yeoncho closed his mouth, saying that they were stupid animals. Yi continued to stand with his back. The Dark Squad looked away in surprise. Yeoncho said that they were warriors, asking that they had no moral principles at all. The chairman looked behind him in shock. Yeoncho told them to stop. He began to take out his blade from its sheath. The brunette threw his weapon over his shoulder, saying that family is inviolable. Go Myung and Yonggek looked at what was happening in shock. Yeoncho said that 10 of the Wufeng elite, the strongest in the entire Henan province, and even better, he, Peng Yeoncho from the Soaring Dragon School, would defeat them. Go Myung and Yonggek looked ahead in bewilderment. Go Myung asked what they should do. Yonggek asked why he was asking him. Yi looked behind him, saying that there must be a rat there. He flashed his red gaze, telling them to kill him. The Dark Squad rushed to attack. Yeoncho pulled his blade back. He glared at the Dark Squad, asking what they thought they could do. The fighter gripped the sword tightly in his hands. He attacked one of the Dark Squad warriors. The masked guy rushed to attack the fighter, telling them not to let him get away. He swung his weapon. Yeoncho furrowed his brows menacingly. He attacked the warrior, telling him that he was not the type to lose to scum like them. Blood gushed out of the fighter's body. The masked guy watched his comrades fight. He said that Yeoncho was good enough. The Dark Squad rushed to attack the fighter. The guy told them not to delay, as the 100-headed demon was watching. An arrow pierced the ground in front of the guy. He said that there was only one guy there, and they should finish it quickly. A black silhouette of a man was visible on the cliff. Ki-yeon looked down with a displeased expression while holding a bow. She asked what they should do if the one who went to solve the problem only made things worse. Go Myung smiled slightly, sighing heavily. The man with the scar on his face said that they couldn't just stand there and watch Yeoncho leave. Sobik looked at her comrades in surprise. The fighter said that it didn't matter. The guy asked that there was no other way either. Sobik looked at Go Myung. Go Myung told the girl to keep an eye on Chulsan for a bit. Then he turned his head away. He jerked to the side. Yeoncho slightly opened his mouth, apologizing to the guys. The guys jumped off the cliff towards their comrade. Yeoncho looked ahead with a menacing expression, asking the guys to fight with him. Yeoncho stood ready to fight as the guys jumped towards him. The boys flew down the cliff. Imdal said that they had asked enough, it would still be okay. Go Myung asked what he would do if it did not happen. The man looked ahead menacingly, telling him not to think about it. He tightly clutched his sword in his hands, saying that in any case, they decided to follow him. The man attacked the warrior of the Dark Squad, saying that this was the decision of their great brother. The boys rushed into battle with the warriors of the Dark Squad. Their blades met each other. Go Myung looked away, saying that this was the perfect time. He attacked the fighter, saying that he would be able to avenge Chulsan. The warrior moved the dagger aside, noting that, apparently, he did not value his life. The warrior parried Go Myung's attack. The man bared his teeth in displeasure, asking that wouldn't it be difficult. Out of nowhere, Yonggek appeared, swinging his leg. He asked if he was the one patrolling with him. The old man furrowed his brow in displeasure, saying that all those scoundrels were pretty brutal. The fighter turned his gaze to the side where the old man's leg appeared. Yonggek told him to put all his strength into his attacks to make sure he took them down one by one. Yonggek kicked the fighter away. Go Myung smiled sheepishly, saying that as expected of an old man, he was a reliable man at times like this. The old man landed on the ground, noting that this was no time to act carelessly. The old man put his hand behind his back, saying that this was a fight they had no chance of winning, and he wondered if they could last for at least 15 minutes. The old man looked behind him, saying that he didn't know what Yeoncho was thinking when he changed his clothes, but at this rate, everyone would die. The archer pulled back the bowstring. Then he let go of his hand. The arrows pierced the soldiers' bodies. The warrior pointed at the archer, telling him to deal with that bastard first. The archer smiled maliciously, saying that it worked, and it worked, asking that they really thought that they would be defeated so easily. A warrior of the dark squad appeared behind the archer. The warrior said that he was using rather petty tricks. Ki-yon opened her mouth wide, asking what he thought she would allow her brothers to be wounded again right before her eyes. Ki-yon swung her blade. She attacked the warrior of the dark squad. The archer looked ahead in confusion. Ki-yon turned her gaze to the archer, telling her older brother that if he was careless, he would be finished off. The archer said that he understood. The boys stood ready to fight. The pink-haired girl said that there was no end to them and they were continuing to advance. The archer said that he would continue to attack, asking her to make room for him. A purple sunset could be seen above the forest. The warrior charged at the boys, saying that they all had to die too and it would be troublesome if they ran away, for cats are the queen of chaos. The warrior's eyes widened in shock. Yeoncho appeared in front of Han Young. Yeoncho looked at the warrior in fury, asking the chairman what he said about being a representative of a trading group. Han Young looked at the boy in surprise, saying that he was. The fighter delivered a slashing blow to the warrior. Han Young pursed his lips. Yeoncho thrust his sword into the ground, noting that there was no time, so he had to speak. Go Myung cautiously looked ahead, thinking about what kind of dilemma this was. A purple aura emanated from the warriors. The shaved one noted that everyone was already exhausted, but there were still many of them left, and what's more, each of those scoundrels, subordinates, use unusual martial arts, so fighting them is very tiring. The warrior of the dark squad narrowed his eyes. The shaved one wondered where these men came from. The assistant stood with his back, watching what was happening, asking Yeoncho what they should do. The shaved one remembered how the fighter went against the warriors of the dark squad. He asked why he caused trouble, since this was so unlike him, and didn't he always put the lives of his brothers first, and why did he suddenly do this, since he had never done such reckless things before. Go Myung recalled how the fighter attacked the warrior. The assistant looked ahead in horror, asking what if they ended up in hell because of this, adding that he should get it into his head that he would not let this go. The warrior of the dark squad pointed his finger to the side, saying that these scoundrels were exhausted and needed to be finished off. The warriors rushed to attack the guys. A sword appeared in front of the guy. He looked away in confusion, asking what it was. Yeoncho appeared in front of the guy, asking what he meant. He swung his fist, saying that he was a faggot who came to finish off worthless brats like them. The warrior clenched his hand into a fist, noting that they say the little guy is not afraid of a tiger and, apparently, he can't wait to die. The fighter's fists met in a blow. The knuckles on the warrior's hand began to crack. He looked ahead in confusion when his knuckles broke. The warrior's eyes widened. Yeoncho hit the warrior in the face. Go Myung watched as the fighter beat up the warrior of the dark squad. He grinned nervously. Im Dal said that it was as expected of Yeoncho. Go Myung said that he was late, asking where he was even hanging around. Yonggak watched in surprise, saying that his strength alone was very impressive. The fighter grabbed his weapon. He stood with his back to him, holding his sword in his hands. Yonggak noted that with such a level of strength, one cannot help but admit that he had natural talent, and he must have awakened it with the lessons of the scion of the Yeon clan. If he had learned martial arts earlier, he would have been quite formidable. Yeoncho stood with his back to him, looking into the distance. He said that fortunately, there was a doctor among the merchants. Yeoncho recalled Sabong carrying the injured Chol-san on his back. He said that he asked Sabong to carry Chol-san there. Chol-san was lying on his back as he was being dried. Yeoncho noted that he was probably being treated by now and that they didn't need to worry about anything. The boys looked at the boy in surprise. Yeoncho said that he was very sorry. He looked sadly ahead, saying that he tried his best to forget about it. He remembered the woman with the children. Yeoncho said that he couldn't help but think about his wife and children whom he left behind in his hometown, and as a father, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. He slightly opened his mouth, saying that he shouldn't have put them in danger. He looked at the ground with a downcast expression. Yeoncho stated that he had lost the right to be the head of the shelter, and also their older brother, but he couldn't stand to see this vile scoundrel get away with such atrocities. The head looked ahead with displeasure, saying that he knew that it was asking too much of them, asking them to put their lives on the line for him. The cut man smiled widely, saying that it smelled like a big betrayal, and he wondered why he never talked about his hometown. The boys looked at the leader with a smile. The archer noted that he never told them that he was married. The scarred man said that he should tell them everything once they dealt with those scoundrels. The boys grinned contentedly, getting ready for battle. The fighter said that after all, they were brothers who swore to be together until death, and he did not need to ask them for a favor. Ki-yon put her hand on the ground, asking why they had to die. She looked at the leader with a smirk, asking what he forgot, what if they held on a little longer. The boy jumped off the ground. The protagonist was moving forward at a rapid pace. Ki-yon noted that their guardian god would be there soon. Yeoncho looked at the girl in surprise. He smirked contentedly, saying that she was right. He waved his blade in front of him, saying that they just needed to hold out a little longer and they would win if they held out. Yi Guai watched the scene. The masked guy looked back at his leader, the 100-headed demon, that he should personally deal with punks like them. The guy took off the mask from his face, saying that of course not. He smiled bloodthirstily, emitting a purple aura. The warrior noted that his body was itching to finish them off. The warrior stuck out his tongue bloodthirstily, looking ahead. He noted that the mere thought of wiping the hope from their faces made him excited. The Dark Squad warrior attacked the fighter. Yonggak jumped on the warrior from behind the fighter. He swung his blade, saying he didn't know how it had come to this, but he hated dangerous work. The old man slashed at his opponent. One of the Dark Squad soldiers looked back. He furrowed his brows nervously, thinking that the scout squad couldn't handle him. The soldier looked back at his comrade, asking when those scoundrels from the combat squad would arrive. The warrior noted that they had recently received a report from a scout who had been sent to check out the situation. The scout saw a defeated combat squad. The warrior noted that they had all been destroyed by someone. The soldier looked at his comrade in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. He thought that it couldn't be. The warrior looked at the guys, wondering if those people could have done this, but they didn't seem that strong. The warrior imagined images of the combat squad sitting in the trees. He noted that the battle squad was formed from the elite selected to destroy the 9 seconds, and if these people were so strong that they could defeat them, they had no chance of winning. The warrior looked at the squad leader. The man said that they were pathetic idiots and they were a disgrace to the name of the Dark Squad. The soldier looked at the squad leader in fear, who began to emit a purple aura. The squad leader said that since they humiliated him so much in front of the 100-headed demon king, they should die. The squad leader killed his comrades while emitting a purple aura. He smiled bloodthirstily, asking if it was time for them to play. Go Myung looked away in confusion, saying that he attacked his own team, asking what kind of sick bastard is this. Yeoncho looked at the squad leader in fury, saying that he was just trash. The fighter charged at the man, asking him what he thought a human life was worth. The man smirked maliciously, saying that it was a pity and that defeating the strongest at once would be too boring. He jumped up, dodging the fighter's attack. An arrow was flying from the side of the man. He dodged the attack with a smile, looking at the arrow. The man asked that apparently he didn't intend to fight him alone. Diana appeared behind Yeoncho, swinging her weapon, saying that of course not, asking that he really thought he could just point his sword at their boss. Ki-yeon glared at the man, saying that this time they would defeat him with numbers. The man smirked maliciously, saying that at least it was more interesting. The squad leader repelled Ki-yeon's attack. The pink-haired girl looked at her broken sword in horror. The squad leader looked at the girl with a sly grin, asking if she was not useful. He threw up his weapon, saying that it would be a shame to kill her right away. The squad leader hit the girl in the stomach, saying that she should rest for now. The archer drew an arrow. The squad leader swung his weapon and threw it towards the archer. He said that the archer had already drawn it from the beginning, so it also concerns him. The enemy's weapon made a slashing attack on the archer, after which the weapon stuck into the tree. Yeoncho swung his ball, being behind the squad leader. The man dodged the attack. He gritted his teeth, grinning maliciously. The man noted that these sluggish movements will not work, but if the head of the strongest falls first. The enemy's weapon appeared in front of Yeoncho's face. The man asked what he was interested in, what kind of faces they will have. Go Myung blocked the man's attack, saying no way. The bald-headed man frowned in front of him, saying that Yeoncho was mumbling to himself like an idiot. Im Dal and Hyung-do appeared behind Go Myung. Go Myung said that he would see how long he could keep up this farce. The squad leader jumped up, swinging his knee at Go Myung's face. He said that he would think until they finished. The man attacked Go Myung with his foot. He flashed his red gaze. The squad leader delivered a slash to Im Dal's body. The man delivered blows to Hyung-do. The man stuck out his tongue, licking his lips. He said that those scoundrels from the order were acting so pompous, thinking that they were some kind of heroes. The man walked towards the tree, emitting a purple aura. He said that despite the fact that their skills are nothing. Yeoncho looked at his guys in horror, calling out their names. The man reached for his weapon, asking if it was time for him to finish. The squad leader turned his gaze to the side, noting that he would save the strongest for last. Yonggak appeared in front of the man, who said that this had been bothering him for a while, asking who he called the strongest. The old man got into a fighting stance, emitting a red aura. He said that if he was not blind, then let him look there, since the strongest there was he, the voluptuous hidden sword, Yonggak. The fighters jumped off the ground. Yonggak extended his hand towards the enemy, emitting a red aura. The squad leader dodged Yonggak's attacks over and over again. The old man swung his hand, saying that he was a scoundrel, asking that he was going to dodge like that. The man smiled maliciously, saying that he would never do that, and that he was just checking to see if he really was the strongest there. The man jumped to attack the old man, noting that he probably was. The old man's eyes widened, blocking the blow. The blow sent him flying into a tree. Clouds of dust rose up. The man approached the old man, saying that it was not a surprise since it hurt his pride just a little. The old man was sitting on the ground. The squad leader said that he planned to cut him exactly in half, asking that he was still in one piece. Go Mayung and Ki-yeon were lying on the ground unconscious. The squad leader asked what he was going to do. Im-dal was sitting next to the wounded Hyung-do. The squad leader said that they must have used up all their strength. Yeon-cho looked ahead warily. The man said that just like their fighting spirit, it was no longer visible. The man smiled bloodthirstily, asking if he regretted it already. The old man smiled widely, saying no. The man looked at the old man in bewilderment, asking why he was laughing and that he hit his head, noting that it was their fighting spirit. The old man looked ahead with a satisfied smile, saying that his smirking face was annoying and that he finally didn't have to look at it. The man grinned maliciously, asking what kind of nonsense this was. Then he widened his eyes. A powerful stream of aura engulfed the entire space. The man looked ahead in shock, wondering what kind of energy this was. Yonggak grinned maliciously. He asked permission to promise him one thing. The angry protagonist stood on a tree branch, emitting a powerful aura. Yonggak said that they were all dead. The squad leader raised his head, asking who this kid was and that he was picking on him because of the arrival of this brat. This brat. The guys looked at the protagonist. Go Mayung noted that he finally came. Im-dal and Hyung-do looked at the protagonist with a smile. Im-dal said that they had held on for so long, and now they would win. Hyung-do added that all those scoundrels were practically dead. Go Mayung looked ahead worriedly. He thought that it was the ultimate relief, wondering if Jaka could handle all those people alone. The man looked at the boys, thinking that the air around them had changed. He narrowed his eyes. The squad leader thought that it meant that even in their moment of despair, they believed in him. The protagonist looked down with a cold gaze. The squad leader thought that this young man must have strong martial arts. He smirked mischievously, saying that the name of the Dark Ghost sect would cry from this, asking that they really thought that this brat could defeat one of the demon soldiers. The Dark Spirit Demon Slayer saw Doyoung. The protagonist jumped down from the tree. He landed on the ground. The protagonist glared at the man, asking what he was doing. Jaka looked at the man with a terrifying gaze, noting that he was asking if he was the bastard who had crippled his brothers. The squad leader bared his teeth in displeasure, asking why this little bastard. He clenched his weapon in his hand, saying that he dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. Doyoung swung his weapon, saying that he needed to be taught a little. The protagonist slammed his palm into Doyoung's arm. The squad leader's eyes widened as his bone broke. Doyoung looked away as the protagonist swung his fist. Jaka hit Doyoung in the face, sending him flying. The squad leader looked ahead in confusion, wondering what this was. Yi Guai crossed his arms, watching the scene. The squad leader thought that he couldn't let the 100-headed demon see this farce. The squad leader's eyes widened. He spun around in midair, landing on the ground. Doyoung wiped the blood off his face with his hand, saying that he was careless and he would destroy him immediately. The 100-headed demon looked at the squad leader, telling him to underestimate him. Doyoung charged at the protagonist, saying that he understood. The protagonist clutched his sword in his hand. He raised it above himself. Jaka looked at the squad leader with an enraged look, saying that he hoped that he was willing to pay for injuring his brothers. Jaka moved his sword hand to the side, charging at the enemy. Doyoung looked ahead in horror. He said that after being promoted to a soldier by the 10-headed demon, he saw that even the elders of the 7 sects and 2 schools were nothing to him. Doyoung waved his weapon in front of him, asking that he still thinks he has a chance against him. Jaka knocked the weapon out of the man's hands. The squad leader looked ahead in confusion. The protagonist looked at his opponent in anger, noting that the one who was about to die talked too much. Jaka swung his blade. A 100-headed demon appeared behind Doyoung, who lit the fuse on the dynamite. Yi Guai said that in any case, it seemed like this was not his opponent. The 100-headed demon threw Doyoung aside. Jaka looked at his enemy with a cold gaze, asking what was wrong with him. Yi Guai looked ahead in confusion, wondering that he was losing in a battle of strength. A powerful explosion occurred from the attack. The boys covered their faces with their hands. Yonggak closed his eyes, holding his hands out in front of him. The old man noted that they were releasing an unimaginable amount of energy, after which he opened his eyes, looking at what was happening. He noted that, as expected, the person using this strange technique was strong. Yi Guai stood motionless as steam came from him. The old man thought that none of them would have survived if he had joined the fight before the boy from the Yeon clan arrived. Yi Guai looked down, his eyes wide. His foot left a mark, sliding to the side. Yi Guai wondered if he was losing. The protagonist jumped into the air, swinging his blade. He looked at the 100-headed demon with an indifferent look, asking if he would just stand there and take the blow. The 100-headed demon gritted his teeth in displeasure, saying that it was impressive, and he acknowledged his strength. The 100-headed demon jumped to the side, dodging the blow. He put his hands behind his back, grabbing the dynamite. Yi Guai widened his eyes, saying that he deserved to feel his demonic art, the ceiling shadow, stealing the soul. The protagonist looked at the man with narrowed eyes. Dynamites were stuck around the protagonist. Gyaka looked at the dynamites in confusion, asking why he couldn't even hit them. Purple smoke began to come out of the dynamite. Yonggak looked at what was happening in shock, noting that this was the technique. The protagonist looked back at the old man, who told him to dodge. Yonggak noted that he needed to get out of there. Yi Guai grinned bloodthirstily, saying that it was too late. The fuse on the dynamite was slowly burning. Purple smoke began to come out of the other dynamite. The purple aura began to spread. Gyaka looked down. A terrifying energy surrounded the protagonist. Doyan watched with a malicious smile, thinking that he introduced so arrogantly, and will end up. The leader of the squad grinned bloodthirstily, noting that no one had ever survived being hit by that technique. A huge ball of energy appeared in the center, emitting an aura. Doyan noted that this was the end. The protagonist stood with his back to him, looking ahead, asking what it was. Gyaka widened his eyes. Then he closed his eyes and puffed out his cheeks. He thought that he couldn't breathe. The protagonist began to swing his sword. He noted that his body was so heavy as if he was stuck in a swamp, wondering what it was. Gyaka swung his sword in front of him. He slightly opened his eyes, wondering that he couldn't use his full power and that it wasn't dangerous. The 100-headed demon grinned maliciously. The 100-headed demon King Yi Guai. A purple aura surrounded the people who were suffering from pain. A technique that had not found a foothold in the central fields of the demonic arts of the past, sealing the shadow and stealing the soul. This technique seals the shadow and captures the soul of a person. Yi Guai sat on his throne in front of the fighters. It was already called invincible when he joined the sect of the 10 demonic soldiers, and now he is a 100-headed demon king, much stronger than before. A powerful aura emanated from the energy sphere. He did not think that there would ever be someone who could break out of the demonic arts of sealing the shadow and stealing the soul, and it was such a strong technique that even Gyaka was worried about it. The protagonist gritted his teeth in annoyance. A dark aura surrounded the protagonist. Gyaka could not see anything as he sank into the darkness, and for the first time he felt like he might die, and in a situation where he did not understand where up was and where down was, where left was and where right was. No matter how hard he tried, he could not think of a way to save himself. The protagonist began to unclench his fingers. He closed his eyes, did not understand what to do, and his strength was slowly leaving him. The bearded man slightly opened his mouth, saying that there were those who used strange and bizarre techniques in the central plains. The protagonist in the memories was walking next to Chun Jai. The sage said that this is why a person cannot survive them by relying only on the strength of his martial art, so he should keep in mind that he will have to learn other things as well. Gyaka noted that learning is boring. The elder noted that most of these tricks will not work on him anyway. Gyaka looked back at the old man. The elder noted that because he lacked experience, he needed to be wary of people like shamans. Gyaka asked about shamans. The protagonist looked at Chun Jai in confusion. The sage noted that this was correct, and if he fell into their technique, it would be difficult to win. Gyaka asked what he should do if he encountered them and how he could defeat them. Chun Jai looked at the boy, noting that it depended on the specific case, but usually most of them needed time to use their spells. The protagonist was in a sphere, covering his eyes. The sage said that either simply not letting them prepare them, or even if he fell under them, if he could destroy the parts that were prepared to use the technique, he would be able to defeat them. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly, wondering what the spell the elder had told him about was. Gyaka remembered how dynamite was placed around him. He noticed that there were 4 of those things around him. The dynamite was emitting smoke. The protagonist noted that there must be a reason why he threw those sticks around him. The protagonist remembered how the fuse burned on the dynamite. He remembered how the stick emitted an aura. Gyaka wondered what the strange smoke coming out of those sticks meant. Was it the basis of that spell? The protagonist furrowed his brows and puffed out his cheeks. He thought that if the reason was those sticks sticking out of the ground, then he needed to stir up the ground around him. Gyaka held his sword in front of him, thinking that he should try. The protagonist pulled the sword behind his back, thinking that he didn't know where the ground was, but he would try sending it in all directions. Gyaka used the 7th phase of the 9 heavens technique, the Holy Dragon's crushing claws. In the center was an energy sphere, from which an aura emanated. Ki-yon and Go-myung looked on excitedly. The bald-headed man asked what it was. The boys looked at the scene in confusion. Im-dal asked what kind of strange technique it was. Yi Guai closed his eyes, saying that he didn't think he would use this technique in the martial arts world. The 100-headed demon stood in front of the energy sphere, noting that as he thought, the martial arts world was really interesting. Doyan looked ahead, clenching his hand. He apologized to the 100-headed demon for interfering. The chairman's daughter looked on in horror. Doyan noted that the damage was much more severe than he expected. The squad leader gritted his teeth, asking for permission to deal him the finishing blow, noting that it would make him beg for death. The 100-headed demon looked behind him, agreeing with the squad leader. Yi-Guai looked down in confusion, wondering what the strange trembling was. Yi-Guai looked at the stick with purple smoke coming out of it in surprise. The sticks in the ground were shaking. Yi-Guai widened his eyes, thinking that this couldn't be happening. Scratches appeared in the energy sphere. The sphere began to crack. A golden-colored aura appeared from it. Bright pillars of energy were coming out of the energy sphere. Yi-Guai stood with his back turned, watching as the sphere turned into a bright light. Doyoung looked ahead in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Yonggak grinned maliciously, saying why bother with this monster at all. A blade appeared from the sphere. The protagonist swung his sword in front of him. He took a fighting stance, holding the blade out in front of him. Jiaka glared at the enemy, saying that this technique really pissed him off. Yi-Guai watched in horror, thinking that this was impossible. He wondered that someone who had fallen into a demonic art that sealed the shadow and stole the soul could escape using only his own strength. Yi-Guai wondered if this scoundrel was really a human. A cloud of smoke and dust rose up. The 100-headed demon king stood motionless. Doyoung thought that, however, this technique was destroyed only this time, and this must have angered the 100-headed demon king, and perhaps he would be able to see the true power of the great Yi-Guai. The 100-headed demon king stood with his back turned, looking into the distance. Doyoung thought that the true power of the 100-headed demon king was capable of destroying everything in the martial arts world. Yi-Guai opened his mouth wide, looking at the protagonist in horror. Doyoung looked ahead in confusion. The man said that it might be the end for them. The people in the background were discussing how this was possible. He destroyed the technique of the great demon general. And the man himself looked at him and thought, what the hell? How could such a monster exist? The young man came closer and turned to the strange glass, asked if he was a wizard. Thanks to him he experienced an incredibly disgusting feeling. Then the guy frowned and added that now it was his turn, the man would pay for angering him. The sorcerer looked at him and did not understand what kind of bastard he was, some kind of absurdity. He did not even look 20, so that such a brat could break the demonic art of destroying the shadow soul on his own. Well, the guy stood in front of him and said that it was time to get ready. Suddenly the man spoke, turned to the black shadow core. Then he turned and asked how much longer I was going to stand and watch. I had to stop him right now. The subordinates were a little surprised, asked again, then thought that this man had gone crazy. How to stop him if even the demon could not? Then he thought that his life was shit. Then he screamed, turned to the black shadow core and said to listen to his order. The guys in the background did not understand what was happening when they heard that they had to kill this ungrateful brat right now. At that very second, they jumped up and started attacking him. The guy exhaled and said that they were hoping to crush him with a crowd again. And then he began to reflect all their blows. The demon stood nearby and was very surprised, did not understand what was happening. There was a battle in front of him, in which this young man was clearly in the lead. Then the man raised his head and thought that this guy was a real monster, so strong that even using all his strength, he could not defeat this man. Zat looked at him and thought that he knew that Jianghua was huge, but martial artists of this level had never appeared out of nowhere before. In the current situation, the priority was to avoid everything that interfered with fulfilling the order. Then he reached into his pocket, took out something from there and thought that he needed to take the bell away now, since this was the most important task, and not because he was afraid. Then he turned around and looked at the people behind him, thinking that if they survive, people will find out about the existence of their cult. It's bad, everything has become too problematic. He looked at the man with the beard, thinking that he should try to kill at least the envoy of the trade union. This bastard definitely knows about their cult. Then the demon reached for the sword and thought that even if this is his last resort, there is no other choice now. Suddenly he jumped up and shouted that he will deliver the bell right now. His comrade turned around and said that they can't cope in this bayou without him. But then the man pulled out his weapon and replied that taking the bell away is the most important thing now. This is the last thing that will help them. And at the same moment he threw the weapon at the envoy. The man noticed this and did not know where to go. Unfortunately, he could not dodge the blow. Then his daughter ran to him. She wanted to somehow help him, but he was already lying on the ground. The envoy was bleeding and thought this is what it all came to. The protagonist noticed this, calling his opponents pieces of trash. Then he turned around and said that they could forget about escaping safe and sound. The demon heard this and was very scared, asked what his people were doing. As soon as the guy ran towards him, the demon ordered to stop him. The ninja prepared to attack and heard that they had to fight to the death. They immediately ran towards him. The commander also added that all deserters would die by his hand. The young man ran and was not going to give up. His eyes were burning, and in his head there was only one thought: to win. After that, he activated the art of the 9 heavens, also the tornado of the 9 dragons, and a huge spirit appeared. The demon saw this and was very scared. On this day, the ultimate technique of the sword of the 9 heavens, which everyone thought was lost, was revived. Everyone around saw and was shocked because of this. The sky was lit up with a bright light, and the young man landed and lowered his head. While he was attacking his opponents, the technique lit up the sky again. even more powerfully than 20 years ago, and rained down 9 beams of pure energy. Finally, the battle ended. The young man exhaled, such is the power of Gyaka's martial art. Then he stood up. There were only corpses around. The cult's Black Shadow Corps was an assassin squad assembled to destroy the 9 great sects, but even such a force was helpless in the face of this technique. Their captain managed to escape. One of the 12 demon warriors, Doyoung, had to cowardly flee. The few surviving black assassins scattered in all directions like locusts. The men also noted that since even the great demon general retreated, perhaps he can too. The general himself, meanwhile, fled from there, known as the strongest in the entire cult, left the battlefield in shock. The confidence that no one in the city could compare to him was shattered. Because of this, the man was very upset. Moreover, the person who lowered him is not even in the top 10 martial artists, just some little brat. Meanwhile, Gyaka was forced to suppress his anger, wanted to chase the Aspens, harming Shimmy and his family, but realized that his friends were in a worse state than he thought. Nearby, his comrades were trying to come to their senses. They were injured and very tired, so the young man decided that taking care of the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks was more important. Then the brunette came up to him and said that he was really glad that this guy was with them. In response, he heard that he should have come faster, and also an apology. But to this he replied that everything was fine, they suffered only because of his stubbornness. Then he thanked the guy again. But these words did not console him. The young man still regretted that he was so late. Memories from his childhood began to surface in his head. They were too fresh, spent in a family where he was not loved, where they bullied him so much that it was hard to even open his eyes. He was left alone in the basement, but then he met a girl, for him, who had gone through this. The 10 heroes of the 5 peaks became more precious than anyone else in the world, because they were the only ones on his side. These people accepted him as their own. Therefore, the young man frowned, realized that for the first time he had failed to protect them completely, then swore to protect his loved ones at all costs from now on. At that moment, the girl ran to her father and tried to help him. The messenger asked to help him up, then added that he wanted to thank the heroes who saved them. The brunette leaned over to him and said that first they needed to help him. The man replied that when he left the warriors of the trade union and ran away, he was already ready to die if necessary, so he was fine, then asked them again to call. It was getting dark outside. The guys came closer to them, heard from the messenger that he did not even know how to express his gratitude. If not for these guys, their trade union and his daughter would never have escaped death. Then he stood up and added that he knew that even 1,000 gold would not be enough, but they promised that the Suval Trade Union would reward them as soon as they could. And although they had already provided them with great help, he wanted to ask for one more favor. The leader listened to him attentively. Like the main character, who was standing next to him, the man suddenly said that he would like to ask for protection for his people until they arrived at their destination. Soon after, the messenger died from the wound left by the great demon general. Having thought everything over, the 10 heroes of the peaks decided to fulfill his last request when they watched the man die in the arms of his daughter. After that, it was necessary to put the soldiers themselves in order. The last reason for making such a decision was that the path of the trade union coincided with their own. In addition, everyone received injuries of varying severity and needed treatment. The girl at that moment continued to pay her father. There was another reason that no one dared to talk about, and it was the decisive one. The guys moved through the forest. Soon everyone continued their journey together. The old man approached the driver and whispered in his ear that if he continued to go in this direction, wouldn't they end up in the Palgon Mountains, the territory of the Fortress of the Crimson Death? In response, he heard that they had no other choice. The men walked through the forest and continued to whisper they should by all means and avoid meeting them, because these people are recognized as the Green Forest. It will be bad to run into them before the great meeting. The boss replied, is he really suggesting telling the trade union that they cannot go here because they are part of the Green Forest? The great meeting will be right behind these mountains. The old man objected and said that he still thought so, but the brunette interrupted him and said that he needed to think for himself whether the Crimson Death Fortress would attack the trade union, which did not even have a stripe, was too worried. Yonggak thought that he felt uneasy about all this. It was snowing. The weather in the mountains was not right. At that time, a demon was moving along them. He hit the rock with his hand, and then a portal opened in front of him. There was a woman inside who noted that the man arrived later than expected, and after all, he had only recently become a great demon general. Did he think that he was behaving too disrespectfully? He came closer, apologized, and said that the situation was more complicated than they thought. People were sitting at the table. They told him not to be late anymore. It was a great rarity when all the demon generals gather in one place. He hoped that he could maintain his reputation by not causing such problems in the future. The demon replied that he understood everything and apologized. In response, he asked if he could bring a bell of 8 beads. He put it on the table and said that he brought it, although not without effort, but he was able to deliver the bell safe and sound. Then he stretched out his hand forward. With this they now have 7 bells of 8 beads. The women sat on the throne and said that this is an excellent job, the fighting power of their cult has increased significantly. One of the demons raised his hand and said that also, since everyone spoke approvingly, they decided on the next candidate for great generals, demons. With him in the cult there will be 7 demon lords. Another looked up and asked to wait a little, is there a need for a 7th? He thinks 6 are enough. But to this he received an answer that in general she agrees with him, but if you take into account the festival of the summoning of the soul of the heavenly demon king of the cult heads, it would be stupid to miss such an opportunity and not use one of the bells, but finally collected 7 of them. It would be nice to find 3 more. Suddenly, someone got angry and asked if they wanted to find 4 here, and pointed out that it was actually not that easy to get them. The man was a little confused and asked why everyone was acting like this, hadn't they already agreed to it? Then the woman intervened and said that these people were just joking. There was no need to worry, the decision to choose the 7th great demon general was made by their great cult leader. Then she introduced his throne, smiled and said that however, since he was still upset, there was no need to rush to the heavenly demon king's soul summoning festival. Since there would be 7 demon lords, they would need to use bells to increase the number of demon soldiers. Then she frowned and said that besides, all the fun would begin when the cult set foot in Jianghua again. With the power of the 7 demon lords, they could easily completely take over this era, take over the entire city, just like the leader said. Then the man became a little tense and said that he didn't think it would be easy. Then he looked up and added that he had lost half of the Dark Shadow Corps on this mission. He remembered the recent battle and said that more importantly, their opponent was some brat, even the captain of the corps. One of the 12 demonic soldiers was defeated by him with 1 blow. It's not for nothing that he is called a sorcerer, he is sure that he is capable of defeating anyone. But then he remembered this guy and said that however, that boy was incredibly terrifying. He managed to dispel his technique of resolving the dark soul without anyone's help. The woman was surprised and asked what kind of jokes this was. If we are not talking about one of the 10 strongest masters, no one can defeat the great general, the demon. But the man raised his hand and said that because returning the sacred artifact was a priority, he had to immediately leave the battle. In all honesty, he does not think he could have won if he had stayed there. He remembered the guy's technique, said he had never seen such a martial art before. This man spun 9 times in the sky, then the energy of his blade fell down like lightning. He also remembered the dragon and said that probably no one would believe him. The leader was surprised and asked again, then added that this was the energy of 9 blades, but was it possible? Meanwhile, in the Palgon Mountains, they were shouting that these people were arrogant bastards. The man stood on the edge of the cliff and added that these people dared to sneak into the mountains like rats, and they had nerves of steel. It was the boss of the Crimson Death Fortress, the sacred bloody axe Hayek who said that those people knew that they owned these mountains and were part of the Green Forest. Then he came closer and said that if they wanted to walk here with the living, they had to pay 200 nines per person. The boss got angry and said that it was too expensive, and the old man exhaled and added, who said that they would not pay attention to the trade union without a blindfold, warned that the Fortress of the Crimson Death is known for checking everyone in a row. Then he looked at the leader and said that he still decided to help them. Now everyone is in complete ass, because the meeting of the Green Forest is just a stone's throw away. Isn't it a huge risk? Because now it looks like they are protecting the trade union. The girl raised her hands and said that they can't give them as much as they see, they were robbed on the way here. But the man noticed this and said that it looks like that. In response he heard that however they pray to the heroes of the Fortress of the Shroud of Death to let them through. He frowned and said that it was bad. Because he was in a hurry, the Green Forest had a big event, so he could use some extra coins, they could give them everything that was valuable. The girl got scared and said that they had been robbed, they had nothing at all. Then the man turned around and said that in that case they would just have to cut them up and sell the meat. The other asked if he should make sure that they had nothing. The robber looked at them from under his brows and said that valuables tend to suddenly appear out of nowhere, you just have to shake your pockets a little. It was the vice chief of the Fortress of the Crimson Death, Yangjin. The boss at that moment turned to the old man and said that the trade union had nothing, because they gave them everything. In response he heard and why remember it now. Then the brunette raised his hand and said that he was just thinking, they should pay for them. But Yonggak replied that he reminded them, they are not a sect of the Flying Dragon, but part of the Green Forest and bandits to boot. Then the man looked up and said what should they do then? If they come closer to search them, they will remember their faces and recognize them at the meeting, and then if they don't pay and fight them, won't that cause more trouble? Then the girl turned to the boy and whispered that this guy with an axe, his face looks like a dumpling that rats ate. This is what she heard. No, it looks more like a dumpling overgrown with mold. While the guys were standing and laughing at the fact that this boy is so rude, the boss in the background said that they should just give them money before it gets to trouble. It was such a waste. He tensed up and said that he himself did not want to fork out, but it was worth thinking about what would happen if they pissed off Jiaka. The person in charge agreed, said that he was already getting the money. Meanwhile, the bandit stood upstairs and wondered if these people up there had really gone crazy, laughing in such a situation. He got angry and said that he was the vice chief. Was he some kind of jester for them? Then he started shouting that these people just wanted to die. Did they really think that he was blind? Even from here he could see that they had a whole bag of gold there. The men tensed up while he was shouting, how dare they lie to them. The girl tensed up and replied that they hadn't lied. This gold didn't belong to the trade union, so they couldn't give it to them. Then the man took out his sword and asked if he was serious, as if they were joking about him, the vice chief of the Crimson Sunset. Then he pulled out his sword and said that these people were to blame themselves, that they still didn't understand what situation they were in. Now they wouldn't be able to leave in one piece, even if they were given everything. The girl was also very scared when she heard that they noted that she was the first to laugh. What was so funny about her? The bandit continued shouting that these idiots couldn't even tell urine from shit. They didn't understand how they even got to their mountains alive. He was literally furious, added that now they met him, and there was no point in hoping that luck would help them, just like the parents who raised such bastards. But then a coin flew at him, which stuck him right in the forehead. At that moment, the old man was surprised and looked into the bag, asked where all the gold went. And next to the leader of the bandits, some kind of explosion occurred. He began to look around and asked what it was. He thought that he did not even feel the approaching attack. Someone among them was a martial arts master. Then he looked there and thought who it could be. Then the boss realized that something was wrong, closed his eyes and said that it had come to this after all. The old man noted that they were finished. Suddenly, a guy appeared who tossed a coin and said that Mr. Moldy Dumpling was too rude. Then he came closer and said that he could say whatever he wanted. It was the main character, who was going to teach him a lesson for daring to touch his family. After that, another coin flew, which flew straight into his forehead. And immediately after that, the coins flew into the other members of the gang. Everyone present there was scared. They began to say that they should cover their faces. Maybe they will still be forgotten when they turn off, but the old man said that it was too late. Then he looked at the main character and said that he openly attacked them. Does he really think that such a thing can be forgotten? And after all, the meeting of the Green Forest is already tomorrow. After that, it became quiet. The fortress of the Crimson Death in the mountains diligently robbed travelers in order to leave a good impression on the meeting of the Green Forest. But now these people were defeated, even if slowly but successfully collected money, until out of all the people in the world, they did not come across Jiaka. The man was lying on the ground. All the leaders of the Crimson Death were out of it even before the great meeting of the Green Forest began. A complete rout. The woman was surprised and said that it was so ridiculous. If it was not one of the 10 strongest experts, he could not defeat the 100-headed Demon King. But the demon bowed his head and said that he left the battlefield in a hurry because of the importance of acquiring this relic. Frankly speaking, he does not think he could have defeated him if he had stayed there. Then he introduced this young man and said that it was the first time he saw a martial art of this kind. He turned his body 9 times in the air and the sword caused thunder and lightning. Then he introduced the dragon and said that he probably would not believe him even if he told him all this. But the woman was surprised and asked him again what he said. If this is the Kai of the Sword of 9, it is possible. Then she clenched her fist. She introduced this man and said that only one bastard comes to mind, but she heard that this man has already died, and yet not many people can use a technique of this level. Then she asked what he meant by a brat. If he is still alive, then he must be about 50. The man raised his hand and said that this one may not even be 20 years old. He looked 15. His distinctive feature was red hair. It seems that he is part of the order. The girl turned away, repeated about the red hair and the order. It is very likely that this is the son of that man. Then she introduced him and said that 20 years ago, the leader of the sect ordered them to build a temple in that city. Then, along with the clan, a bastard came who used exactly the same martial art. This guy also had red hair. Later they began to call him the swordsman cutting the moon. This still infuriates her. Then he frowned and said that it was true that he was a 10-headed demonic soldier then, and now that he has received the power of the demonic king, when their sect will reveal itself to the world of martial arts, and will take revenge for the humiliation that he experienced that day. While the guys continued to move through the forest, he also added that when this moment comes, the clan and the estate of the creeping dragon will be erased forever in the history of Muram. Meanwhile, the main character turned and said that this bastard started first. In response, he heard that he was warned not to attack the shelter of the bandit union, and the girl added that it was incredible, and the young man is just better. Something happened in Wannon County at the same time. A man sat in horror. The city's residents, leading a peaceful existence, had a shocking experience. They were attacked by bandits when it was time for the Bandit Union tournament to start. Bandits from numerous mountain hideouts poured into the city. They filled the entire space, although due to the fact that the bandits avoided and feared each other, serious unrest was avoided. One of them came forward and said that it felt like all the bandit groups from the Central Valley had gathered here. Asked the old man if he thought the greatness of the Bandit Union was incredible. In response, he heard that this union had become a real precedent in the history of Muram, so it was not surprising. Another guy heard this. A comrade came up to him and said that it seemed like the rumors were not lying. There really were too many bandit hideouts. Did not he think that those guys were completely stupid? The guy thought when he heard it, I wonder how they were accepted into the bandit union at all. Then he looked at the girl and said that maybe they were accepted into the union for their pretty eyes. At that time, the team was moving through the city, and the man added that it was worth just looking at them, considering how they parodied a trading group. Isn't it obvious that they are from some unknown bandit gang? Doesn't he think that if he meets them at the tournament, it will be easy peasy? The brunette smiled and added that these snot-nosed kids are just there for the crowd. I wonder if they can withstand at least one blow. His comrade smiled and said that it looks like he still has a lot to learn, otherwise he won't live long at this rate. Then he looked at the guy and said that if he values his life, it is better not to fight this red-haired guy. The bandit looked at him and asked again. In response, he heard that he shouldn't look down on poor sects. If he falls under their sights, his life will be like hell. Then he said that he understood everything. Night fell. A whole camp for bandits was set up in the area. People were preparing tents and discussing whether they thought that when everyone finally gathered, the greatness of the bandit union was simply incredible. There were only leaders here, and there were already so many. If all the members of the bandit hideouts had gathered here, one could say that they would have assembled an army. The boss was packing his things and said that it was enough to talk nonsense. Everything had to be unpacked. Then he turned to Go-myung and said that he should go with him. The question came where. The man turned and said that they had come all this way here. They needed to greet the brothers from the Dabai Mountain Refuge, didn't you think? The guy was a little confused and said that in any case they should meet. It was definitely necessary. The boss replied that after all, they had chosen them and cared about them. It would be right if they were the first to greet them. Meanwhile, the protagonist was lying in a clearing and watching the stars. A girl came up to him and said that she had finally found him, asked what they were doing here. She had been looking for him everywhere. Then she came closer and said that everyone was unpacking things and preparing a camp. How could they rest here at such a time? The young man turned and said that he needed to think about something, so he was just putting his thoughts in order. By the way, it seemed like the girl had always been with Ki-yeon, but lately she hasn't seen them together. Did they really quarrel? The brunette was surprised and said no, why would they quarrel? Then he imagined her with a man and said that her friend had just been with Chol-san's brother lately. She lowered her head and said that she felt like her presence was only getting in their way. Then she raised her eyes when she heard that since the girls weren't sorry, it meant everything was fine. Then he stood up and asked them if she wanted to relax with him. She answered of course, she thought she would like to be with him. When he was sweating nearby, she said that by the way, she was surprised. She thought that the young man wasn't worried about anything. The guys were screaming and the girl said that this guy was pretty strong. Why would he have problems? In response, she heard whether she really thought so. She didn't think he had any problems. Then the girl asked what problems he had before, but if you think about it, she had never heard anything about his past and asked him to tell her. Here's the answer. She heard that there was nothing special to tell. The guy came up to the river and said that he was actually thinking about his parents, but he couldn't remember their faces at all. When asked why, he said that his mother had died when she gave birth to him, and his father. The young man looked up and said that he hadn't really seen his face even when he was 6, so it was no wonder he didn't remember him. The brunette listened carefully as he said that he clearly remembered the person who had been bothering him. Then she asked who it was. The guy tensed up and said that it was someone who had tried to kill him. Then the girl got scared and asked if we weren't talking about his childhood now. The guys continued to stand in the forest. She asked what could have threatened him at the age of 6. Maybe this person was of royal blood, but the answer was no. Then the brunette got angry and asked if this person was still alive. To the answer that maybe, she said that she needed to take revenge on him, find him. But she got even more angry when she heard that it wouldn't work. She asked why. This person would die if he moved a finger. But the boy lowered his head and said that this was his adoptive mother. The girl was very surprised and asked again. Then the boy began to tell her about everything, and while he was talking about the estate of the sneaking dragon, she could not utter a word. Then she clenched her fist, expecting that he could have had problems in the past. After all, there was a sad story behind everything. Then she imagined all the events from his life and said that however, a young guy who looked even younger than herself could overcome all the difficulties and dangers on his way. People rejoiced because of his victory, so the girl thought that he did not have any serious litigation in his life. They watched him with pride and thought that everything was fine. This was the man whom the brunette had always envied. Then Jiaka turned and asked if it was really not so fun. Then he noticed something. The girl was standing nearby and crying. The boy asked why this happened. In response, he only heard an apology. The little girl covered her face with her hands and said that she did not know that this guy went through something like this. Then he got scared and asked if he had said something wrong, and in response he heard an apology again, so he said that it was nothing and began to apologize to her. At that time, it was already deep into the night, and the camp was in full swing preparing. The rules of the bandit union said that they were forbidden to interfere with other bandit hideouts from traveling. The man fell to his knees and said that however, these people who attacked them and helped the trading group came here. Then he looked up and said that they were members of the bandit union. They disguised themselves as escorts for the trading group. In front of him sat a man on a throne, who was told that at such a time, when the bandit union tournament was starting, they believed that such a hideout should not be allowed to participate since they had violated the rules, so he requested a meeting with him. The leader tensed up and asked that this group was formed not long ago, right? Then she looked up and said that what did this man want to report? In front of him sat the leader of the bandit union, the leader of the hideout, the demon lord who destroys paradise. His eyes literally glowed. The man asked if this man was really bragging about the incompetence of the red sand shelter, or blaming the mountain shelter for its strength. Then the bandit fell to his knees and said nothing. This was happening in the place where the big meeting was held, the village of Wanan. The leader looked at him again and said that since it was the Wufen gang, it didn't mean that it had been that long since they were formed. The other gang members simply remained silent, and the men were tense and couldn't answer. The leader spoke again and said that he was telling him that the Crimson Sand had been defeated by the newly assembled mountain gang. He was quite tense and asked what they wanted to inform him about then. Leon, who looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. And the Lord lowered his head and asked again if this man was bragging about the Crimson Sand's lack of professionalism, or was he mocking the strength of another group. He lowered his head and said that he wanted to talk about this. One of the men in the crowd heard this and thought that if this gang of Yufen Mountain. He got angry and thought that it must be that bastard who did this. The 1200-headed demon king in Gale got angry and thought that completely disregarding the hierarchy of the mercenary unions, this little bastard has no respect for anyone. Then he introduced him, and how a fist flew into his face. The guy has no respect for his elders at all. Then he remembered his sly smile and his name. The man got very angry. The Lord noticed this. He turned around and said that he would keep this in mind so the head of the Crimson Sand can go. The head bowed to him and agreed. Then, as he was leaving, he heard that they could continue. The Lord looked at his subordinates and asked that scum, a mercenary with a sword at the ready in the gang of Yufen Mountain. Then he closed his eyes and added that he remembered that the bastard was quite young. In response, the cat lord got angry and said that he looked like he was not even 20. For a man who had reached maturity, he was too insolent. The man made a face and said that he was being told so. Then he looked at him again and asked if the follower of the sky-crushing demon lord was really defeated by someone who was not even 20 years old, and besides, it happened in a drunken stupor. The brunette was confused and said that he thought he could have drunk a little more than usual. The same had hit his fist and said that it was good. In that case he had made a decision. Everyone listened to him attentively and wondered what would happen. Then the man said that the scum from the gang should appear at the mercenary union competition. The cat lord was a little confused, and the Lord raised his hand and said that if he showed up, we should engage in battle with him. Gale was even more scared and asked again. In response he asked, didn't he just say that he made a mistake while drunk? And then the Lord added that he, the leader of the heaven-shattering gang, had a follower under his command who had lost to a trash who was not even 20 years old. It would be the greatest shame if he lost to this freak in a competition again. He would lose the title of the 12th king and go through 10 years of training again. The man imagined everything that was happening then and mentally asked again. Then he tensed up and thought, does the leader really want him to go through this hell again? But the Lord screamed even louder and noticed that this man was filled with fear of this worthless thing, so much so that he did not agree with him. Gale began to shake and replied that not at all. How is that possible? Then he fell to his knees in front of him and said that he was the cat lord and accepted the order of his master. He looked at the floor and thought, this is terrible. If he fights against that frightening bastard 100 times, he will lose all 100 fights. There must be another way. The next morning, the guy turned around and said, how cool is that? Isn't the pride of the mercenary union, the cat lord Gale, coming here? He asked what brought him here. Then Gomayan looked up from his food and asked what was the matter. Did someone really come? And in response he heard that it was the guy whom Jiaka beat beyond recognition. And indeed the man went there, said that he heard that the Yufen Mountain gang had arrived. He couldn't help but come and see him. The boss immediately met him and said that they should have rushed to his call. There was no point in standing like a pillar in the passage. It was better to go in. Everyone greeted him and asked how he was doing, and the main character didn't even turn around. The Lord got angry and thought that if it weren't for his mistake there, these bastards wouldn't even have been able to meet him face to face. Suddenly the girl turned around and was surprised. The girlfriend started smiling and said that it was Gale. They asked what brought him here and noted that his physical form had become much better since the last time they saw each other. The man became embarrassed and wondered if that was really true, and the girl started hugging and saying that of course that night this man became the brother of the 10 elites, so now he is their older brother. The boss walked up to him and said that it was true. Everyone remembered the events of that night very well. Their brother sounded good. Then the Lord coughed and said that in any case, the reason why there was another one. He raised his head and said that the reason was to make sure that the event that started today and would last for 4 days, the mercenary union competition, would go off without a hitch. Then he introduced the arena. Everyone heard him and was surprised. People did not understand where this was leading, and the man frowned and said that whoever would participate first from the mountain gang should inform him about it after receiving the schedule. Then he squinted and thought that in truth, everything depended on their decision. Even though he said it himself, it still sounded ridiculous. Then the boss smiled and said, "Is this serious? Why is he asking about such a thing, even though he knows about their situation?" After that, everyone looked at the protagonist. For their purposes, it was obvious that Guy would participate. At this moment, the young man turned around and asked what those guys were doing, why they weren't eating, how important this guest must be. The brunette got angry and thought that as he thought, those simpletons always lived up to his expectations. Then he smiled and thought, if he couldn't beat that guy, couldn't he make it so that he couldn't participate in the mercenary union competition? After a while, the union's producer shouted throughout the area. His shout shook the mountains. The man looked forward and shouted that from now on, the bandit union would not be a simple gathering of bandits. Everyone listened attentively as he broadcast that the bandit union would rise to 7 sects and become the greatest sector in the world. Not a single person from the Order of Chaos or the demonic faction would dare to humiliate them. The people listened to this and were very inspired. At that moment, the Lord raised his hand and added that the bandits must prepare for 1,000 years of strength. After a while, everyone had already gathered in the arena. Senior Officer Wu Jiamyoung walked forward and shouted that the bandit union tournament had begun. The people around him rejoiced and shouted enthusiastically, and the Lord sat at the table, surrounded by his subjects. The first day of the tournament had begun. Everyone was watching the martial arts tournament to select the top 10 scouts and guardians, and their flag was fluttering in the wind. It was proudly carried by the participants of the battle. Among all the bandits of the world, the tournament had started. They bumped heads and asked why one was pushing the other, shouting that it was impossible to say that. Did they really want to be skinned? Their conflicts arose out of nowhere. The bandits simply began to insult and fight each other. The boss noticed this and said, "Why are these guys fighting right in front of another mountain shelter?" At that moment, a comrade came up to him and explained that it seemed that it was necessary to enter at least one category in the bandit union tournament. "Is it okay to just stand there?" He replied that he didn't even know that. And the protagonist stood behind and just watched. Suddenly, the host raised his hand and shouted, "Is there anyone who wants to perform in the first match of the bandit union tournament?" And a man jumped out of the pillars. He spun in the air a few times and was ready to fight. The audience was very surprised, and the bandit himself smiled and introduced himself, said that he was the leader of the Yangma shelter, Yanglu, and asked if anyone wanted to train him. A man immediately appeared in front of him. The brunette looked at him and frowned, and the man smiled and said that he was the leader of Mount Bibong, Jai Yob, and would personally train him. Then the brunette smiled and said that, by the way, I would like to clarify why he was posting his wanted posters everywhere. And then he threw the ad right in his face. The same man tore it off his head and asked him again what he said. His impudence has no limits. And the Lord smiled and said that it seemed like they immediately had interesting candidates. The same man pounced on his opponent and shouted that he would make him regret humiliating him in front of the leader. Then he struck the first blow, but the latter was able to parry it. The battle began. Brew decided to use a chain, which he immediately threw around the neck of his opponent. Suddenly, other bandits began to join in, asking for training. The first was a modest ghost killer. Then Du Sao Myung joined in and introduced himself. The men began to fight and used different techniques, such as the fist of a killing madman, as well as 9 enhanced blows. When the Lord watched another fight, he said that they allowed any tramp from the street to carry the name of the bandit union, but in order to expand its power. A follower approached him and said that this was already some kind of street fight. It was the 9th demon of the bandit union, the prizes of the Night Lord of Shadows. At that moment, a drink was poured into a glass. After the man drank it, he was very pleased with what was happening and enjoyed the spectacle. The comrade looked at him and said that he would be very interested to see his rematch against the brat from the Wufeng mountain shelter. Then the man replied that looking at 100, how much the comrade drinks, did he really learn some rare secret technique? The cat lord smiled and said that you could say so. Then he looked at the team boss and thought that he had already used it last night. He was very pleased with himself, thought that this was the most effective and fatal secret technique against those thick-headed bastards from the mountain shelter. And if we go back to the event of last night, in the tent they were discussing that, as expected, the young man planned to participate in the tournament. He turned and asked again if he was really participating. At that moment, the boss was happy and said that if the young man participates, he might even win this tournament, but the cat lord intervened and shouted that he knows his skills better than anyone. He came closer and said that, however, this tournament is not just a series of sparring matches. It is an event that will determine people who will take important positions in the bandit union. If he shows himself well in the tournament, he will have to work as a keeper. Then he came closer and added that, however, the real problem begins only after, doesn't it? This position involves visiting mountain shelters throughout the territory of the bandit union. The guy turned and asked if I understood correctly that in this case after the end of the tournament he will not be able to return to the mountain shelter. The cat lord came closer and said that it is so. Can a good position in the bandit union be just a job? Then he turned and said that he will have to travel a lot through dangerous places and solve a lot of problems along the way. No one can say how much time it will take, maybe a year, and maybe much more. And also leaving, he added that this is not all. How long will their shelter be able to hold out without their elite 10? The guy will be an exception since he will go on a mission, but his brothers will have to return back. Everyone heard this and was scared. At that moment the young man raised his head and said that does this mean that he will have to separate from his family? At that moment the guys all got very angry. They realized that this scoundrel did it on purpose. That was the reason for his behavior. And the man saw this and just smiled maliciously. The boss was ready to tear him apart. He thought that this was exactly why this man came here. And the old man stood nearby and thought that the Lord was exaggerating, but he did not lie. At that moment the young man slammed his fist on the table and turned to his older brother. He looked at him in surprise, and the guy lowered his eyes and said that if his older brother asked him, then even fire would be ready to jump. But then he got a little upset and thought that however, he had only found himself in a real family. His comrade stood nearby and looked at him with a little sadness. The boy thought that if he became a keeper, then would they really have to part? But suddenly the boss intervened and asked what was wrong with them. Everyone turned and looked there. The brunette shouted as if they had already decided that the boy had become a keeper. Stop thinking about something that hadn't happened yet. And then the boy himself turned his attention to him. Do Mayang also turned and addressed his older brother. Meanwhile, Yon Cho closed his eyes and shouted, since when were the mountains sour interested in becoming a general or a keeper? Stop worrying about it. They had come all this way, so we just need to watch the tournament and go back. Everyone understand. The young man was very happy and shouted that he understood everything. He gave him a thumbs up and said that it was a bit of a pity, to be honest. Catboard also raised his finger up and was happy. The next day he drank and thought that his secret technique had reached their hearts. Then he smiled and said that this alcohol was very tasty. He got drunk again. Their lord noticed this, did not understand what was going on. He lowered his head and thought. And at that moment the main character was standing below, about whom the lord was just thinking. Meanwhile, the tournament continued. One of the bandits used the iron head technique and hit his opponent. He immediately flew back and fell to the ground. The young man won. The others did not understand what was happening. The boss stood in the crowd and said that this man just hit him with his forehead, did he not? And Jiaka generally stood and called. He was bored. Then he leaned on his sword and got up. Immediately they asked him where he was going, because the competition had just begun. The young man stood up and said that he was going to stand right there and watch the fight. Then he looked up and said that he really needed to go to the toilet. Then he jumped over the fence and headed into the forest. The brunette looked at him and thought that this boy was very strange. Why did he take a sword with him if he was going to the toilet? An old man came up to him and said that maybe he wanted to paint a couple of unfortunate trees in the forest. What can you do? Then he turned around and added that the monster that defeated the legendary conqueror of heaven and earth patiently watched this childish take. That's not bad. And the boy went into the forest. Then the girl came up to the old man and said why Jiaka's brother was suddenly a monster. In response she heard that it was not surprising. She thought he was just tired of the tournament. The fire dragon descended from the sky. Powerful explosions were heard from everywhere. He had already witnessed similar battles. Of course he was bored. And the brunette began to scream that these guys were such rude. The boy was definitely not a monster. And then everyone turned to look at her in surprise. But they didn't answer and immediately started placing bets. One of them asked who they were going to bet on this time, and in response he heard that his comrades had chosen the idiot men. And Sobik just lowered her eyes and said nothing. Then she got a little upset and thought that the boy continued to have two monstrous masters and other names, so she kept wondering if she would ever be able to walk next to him on equal terms. She imagined the guy and thought that she was becoming more and more anxious. Immediately after Jiaka left the arena of the Mercenary Union competition, as if waiting for the perfect moment, an incredible event happened. Two people collided. One of them raised his sword. He frowned and was ready to fight. Then he stood in front of his opponent. They were about to begin. The other had a serb. And the bandit was also very serious. At that moment, both pushed off the ground and headed towards each other, and the crowd watched what was happening carefully. The men continued to approach each other, and suddenly one decided to strike. But surprisingly, the other skillfully parried it. Because of this, the brunette was very angry. Just like his opponent, he was not going to give up. Their battle continued. The blows were so strong that dust rose around. They made one attack after another. It seemed that this fight on equal terms would never end. Finally, the crowd was surprised and saw something worthwhile. People began to shout and you also watched what was happening. And the gangs of Mount Davy generally shouted that their leader was the best. The boss saw this and thought, said and as expected from him, this fight was quite interesting. At that moment, the old man looked there and asked again what this man meant. Then he looked at the fight again and said that it was extremely unpredictable. The leaders continued to fight, and the boss turned back and asked again about the unpredictability, asked what the hell they were talking about. Wasn't it obvious that one of them would lose? Thought that here they could raise their standards, even if they lived in a village, cut off from the rest of the world. How could they be like this? The same old man put his hand to his forehead and said what he meant. The loser was none other than a disciple under the leadership of the demon lord himself, who crushed the heavens. It was a bald man, a disciple of one of the 12 demon kings, Lord Red Eye. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, almost everything had already been decided. The Lord himself was watching the battle and said that this man introduced himself as the leader of the Davy Mountain Gang. His appearance is quite deceiving. This bandit is good if you think about it. Red Eye's reputation suffered so much because of him. Then he began to beat his fingers on the throne. The other demons noticed this. They turned and tensely watched what would happen next. Then one of them decided to turn to the Lord and asked him not to be upset. Their guy hadn't warmed up yet, that's why it seemed like he was being pushed back. Then he looked down and said that the real mercenary union competition had just begun. They could relax and enjoy the fights. He looked down and thought that he shouldn't forget what the mercenary union competition and joining the 20 demon kings really meant. The young man was standing below at that moment and was already a little out of breath. Then he raised his head. He looked at his opponent and said that you had a good time playing with the Davy Mountain Gang. The man looked at him and didn't understand what had happened. Then the student came closer and said that, however, he was a little tired of dancing to his tune. Then he pulled out his sword and said that he decided to end this fight with one blow. The man frowned and was ready for anything. The Serb pulled it out and began to gather some energy. Then he decided to use the bloody split of a myriad of snakes. And then he directed a huge snake straight at his opponent. He did not understand what happened. And the boss, who was watching, was surprised and said that there were a lot of snakes. At that moment, the leader screamed and tried to repel the blow, and his subordinates stood in the crowd and advised him to quickly leave there. Then Yonggak nodded and said that this was the end, even if the leader was against him. The snakes attacked the man, who immediately fell to the ground, and the crowd began to smile maliciously, and among them was one of the subordinates of the Nim Lord. Suddenly, everything around began to explode. Meanwhile, the old man watched and thought that this was also impressive in its own way. The leader of the unknown gang fought on equal terms with the disciple of the demonic lord, crushing the heavens, forced him to use a secret technique. Then he saw how the man dropped his sword and thought that if this man was so strong, although it did not reach the bastard Jiaka, this man should have become famous. But it seemed that it was too late, because his opponent continued to attack. Suddenly he appeared above his head and swung. Then he struck and ordered him to be quiet. It was so strong that a column of smoke rose up around him, and it was also so loud that even the young man in the forest heard the sound. He turned around and wondered what it was. Then he raised his hand and said that he wanted to warm up a little, but it was going to rain. What was that in the sky? Then he walked on and thought, what difference did it make? The guy leaned against a tree, came closer to him and said that he should start with this. A moment later, he threw his sword up. Then he grabbed it with both hands, and swung it well. The young man frowned and thought that there were a lot of people around, so he needed to be a little quieter. With minimal force and speed he needed to cut it. And then he struck. Suddenly, a girl appeared from around the corner and asked if he was really going to cut her. Jiaka heard this and was very surprised. Then he grabbed the handle well, and at the last second he was able to stop his dagger. However, he did not enter the trunk a little, and this man got scared. Then he got up and asked him whether he should thank him for mercy or just beat the crap out of him. The girl looked at him with a displeased face, and the guy was surprised and thought that he did not even feel the presence of this man. Then he raised his sword and said that judging by her appearance, she was also one of the bandits. Then he asked why here, were they at a tournament? She came closer and asked what was wrong, doing the same as this young leader. Then she yawned and stretched, and the young man looked at her and thought what was wrong with her. Then the girl came closer and said that she was tired of all these battles. She wanted to take a good nap in the forest, but this young man almost killed her too. The main character was surprised and asked again about the leader. Then he turned around and said that he was not the leader of any gang. The brown-haired girl looked at him in surprise. Then she ran after him and asked if he really wanted to say that there were people in his gang stronger than this young man. Jiaka continued to move forward and answered that their leader had something more important than strength. This surprised her. The young man stopped. Then he turned and asked why the girl was following him. He was not pleased that he was being followed by some guy. At least he thought he was a guy, and she asked again if he thought there was some ulterior motive. The girl smiled and said, I'm just suggesting that we should build up our friendship as young bandits, amongst these bandit groups filled with all those geezers. Then the young man approached her and said, following after me because of your own whims, and what are you even saying? Did you get drunk in the middle of the day? The boys continued to stand in the forest. Good sir, you're so clueless, she said. Then she smiled and added that in order to build friendship between men. Then she raised her hand and said, then what else is there? Suddenly the girl smiled and pointed the leaf straight at the young man. It was approaching his face like an arrow. He tensed up. Then he managed to return and the leaf flew past with incredible speed. At that moment the guy jumped, and then he landed closer to her. He pulled out his sword and said, "This is what kind of friendship are we talking about?" Then he smiled and added that in that case it is worth knowing that he is always ready. And the girl stood opposite and was also ready for battle. Then she extended her hand and smiled. Jiaka came closer and said that if that is the case, then he is always ready. Then he smiled and added that he even felt a little sorry. The young man looked away and said that he had hoped. The leaf immediately flew to the tree and crashed into it, but it simply folded and fell down. Then the guy smiled and explained that he had hoped that his rival would at least be able to cut a person with the leaf. The girl was surprised and asked again, noting that the young man was chatting as if in his sleep. Then she waved her hand. She looked at him and said that for something like that, he needed to find a person at the level of an elder of the 5 sects. Then she suddenly jumped up and flew towards him. The girl immediately waved her hand and raised the wind. Then she smiled and asked if the elders could do such a thing. Suddenly, she used the Black Lotus blooming technique. At that moment, the guy was surprised and thought that he already knew one such person. Then he suddenly jumped up. Meanwhile, the girl landed back. He managed to surprise her no less, making her think that this guy simply jumped into her hidden weapon flower. Immediately after that, he began to spin his sword and flew at her. Then he swung, and then he struck. The young man smiled and said that even this man could not answer his question. The girl saw this and thought that he was not only fast, but also able to break through her hidden weapon flower with one blow. This technique had never been so easily repelled, even by the 12 demon kings, with the exception of her father. Meanwhile, the fight in the ring ended. The people in the stands began to shout that this was to be expected from the demon king. Their skills were comparable to the skills of the disciples of the 5 sects. At that moment, the man stood up and said that he was a red-eyed disciple. Then he turned around and added that he apologized to the master for pointlessly dragging out this fight. Shattering Heaven's demon lord smiled, and his henchmen did the same. But suddenly the brunette was surprised. The head of Doli Mountain was still standing on his feet. Immediately, the man shouted to the red-eyed man to be more careful. The match was not over yet. Then the fighter turned around and was surprised. In front of him stood an opponent who activated a hidden technique and said that such a dilemma had arisen. He smiled and said sarcastically that it was not possible to finish him off with one blow. The boss saw this and was surprised that the leader held out, and the male clan was very happy for the leader. He immediately activated the technique of the ultimate blow of a poisonous insect and said that if he was distracted, he could suffer greatly. His opponent pushed off the ground and flew at him. Then he swung and asked if he thought that if he held out a little longer, something would change. After that, he struck. The man with glowing eyes smiled sarcastically, and they clashed in a duel. The red-eyed student was surprised by what he saw. His opponent soared in the air and began to lead the battle. Then he smiled and thanked the second of the 12 demon kings for the lesson. He did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, a huge spider appeared in the ring. It began to destroy everything around it. Then the red-eyed disciple received a serious blow and flew to the side. From this, the man lost consciousness, and almost immediately with a roar, he fell to the ground. Immediately, the leader took out his sword. Then he came closer and checked his opponent. The brown-haired man smiled and folded his hands, thinking that he had won. And the Lord was sitting above and did not understand what had just happened and what was with his flow of Kai. Everyone around was stunned by what was happening. Yeoncho even got out of the crowd and shouted, "What was going on? How did the disciple of the demonic lord who crushed the heavens lose to the leader of some nameless mountain shelter?" Then asked if he had died. For some reason he was not moving now. The old man looked there and said that fortunately this blow did not hit vital organs, so there was nothing to worry about. Then he frowned and thought, however, this man used a technique of accumulating Kai, which he had never seen before. He stood in the crowd and watched the man. Then he turned around and thought, what is going on at the Bandit Union tournament? All the stands were cheering, and the Lord's subordinates were smiling maliciously. It was as if demonic energy was starting to appear around them. Laughter was heard, and their eyes were burning. Meanwhile, the Lord raised his hands and clapped sharply. Then he extended one of his hands forward and launched a projectile of energy. In front of him stood a student whose back was absorbing all the energy at that moment. Everyone around was watching what was happening. The student lowered his head, then clenched his teeth as if it hurt. Then he exhaled. Most likely the teacher was helping him recover. The man turned and said that he felt much better now, but he had disgraced him and could not find the words. Then a brunette came up to him from behind and addressed him. The subordinate looked at the Lord and asked why he personally restored the circulation of Kai instead of leaving it to them. In response, the leader turned around and said what else he should do. All the young students suffer from a lack of Kai and cannot fight properly. All are weak, moreover. He looked up and asked who else, if not an old and experienced master, is able to share his Kai. Everyone present there lowered their heads and remained silent. Then the man continued and asked if they really thought that this was the only reason. adding that he wanted to make sure of something by looking at the damaged Kai of the red eye. When the student turned around and asked if he really wanted to say that he had figured out the affiliation of the leader of the Davy Mountain gang, the brunette was surprised and asked again, and the student continued to shake and said that he knew. He was ashamed to admit it, but the soul-haunting blade and the art of Kai that he demonstrated in the duel were incredible. Then he remembered their fight, the way this man smiled, his burning eyes and attacks. He said in surprise that it was not just mysticism, there was something terrifying in that technique. Afterwards, he turned around and heard that in addition, the Davy Mountain gang was not an easy one. One of the demon lords stood in front of him and said that many years had passed since they had united with the main gang. They were not ignorant of the significance of this tournament for everyone present. Afterwards, he put his hand on his chin and said that despite this, how they suddenly became stronger, the Red Eyes won, as if they wanted to show their strength to others. This problem cannot be left to chance. One of the crowd shouted out that he really wanted to say that this is only possible if their leader has gone crazy, really thinks that he is deliberately trying to hinder the great will of the mercenary union. The man became angry and added that does this mean that the 5 sects are plotting behind the backs of those worthless ones? This is probably their trick to oppose the union. The young man thought and said that no, reasons are always a priority for them regardless of the action. These people would not conflict with them, using such dirty tactics. The Lord intervened and said that enough of the discussion, he saw no reason to continue it. Then he raised his hand with accumulated Kai, and at that moment, a huge spider appeared in his hand. Everyone around was shocked. His minions began to look at it and say, is this a poisonous insect, or rather a poisonous spider? And their leader looked at him and said that these parasites are imbued with a special, insidious Kai. There is only one faction in Muram that is able to take control of such things. Then he frowned and said that this is a demonic sector. It seems the dark sect has not abandoned its stupid dreams. Some time passed, it was deep night. A woman was sitting in her lair. A servant approached her and said that according to the data, mixed blood defeated the disciple of the demonic lot that reduces the heavens. She looked up and said then, what about the other 10 leader demon soldiers? He frowned and said that there were 4 of them left who would also participate. The camp was quiet at that time. One of the fighters was preparing his sword. He was a member of the Salmon Mountain gang, a relaxed swordsman. A man appeared near the camp of the Stormy Storm gang. He was immediately recognized. It was the leader who brought the killed wild boar. The man walked forward and carried his prey. They called him the evil spirit of the butcher. Meanwhile, in the East Lake gang, a man was eating the same killed boars. He greedily bit them and ate them raw. His eyes were burning like a wild beast. He was a man with the nickname of Bloody Hands, taking lives. But in the Yangtze River gang, it was quiet at that time. The man was lying in the hayloft and resting. The servant continued his story and said that it goes without saying that they would take 5 positions of guardians and supporters out of 10 possible. The woman laughed and said that even thinking about it was so funny, I would like to see it in person, 10 demonic soldiers trampling 12 demon kings. At that time, the discussion was also continuing in the Lord's domain. The man was thinking about the dark sect that was trying to use the mercenary union as a means of attacking Muram. Then he came closer and said that even killing these scum would be a mercy, they should immediately take action. The Lord heard this and became very angry. Then he turned around and started shouting, asking why he did not see Ryosi here. Then one of the subordinates stepped forward and said that he wanted to say something about this. The young master disappeared shortly before the tournament started, so everyone else didn't know either. The chairman was very surprised by what he heard and asked again, then about shouting for what reason and the others were here. Why weren't they looking for him? He thought that the demonic sector was up to something. Where could Ryosi have gone? It was deep night. In the tent, the guys were discussing whether their position in the mercenary union was really that great. The boss was a little embarrassed and said that the guests kept coming and coming. And indeed, there was a girl standing in front of them, listening to him attentively. Then the protagonist pointed at her and said that why the hell did this person follow him all the way? No one was sleeping, everyone was discussing what was happening inside. The young man turned around and said why there was so much liquor here, and there really were several cans of alcohol on the table. In addition, there were more cans on the stand. You could just kill yourself with that amount of alcohol. The girl turned around and asked what else was needed. Then she pulled out 2 fingers and said that when men fight, there can only be 2 outcomes. Then she raised 1 finger and told about the first, the death of one or both. Then she continued. The guys stood opposite and did not understand what was happening. The brunette came closer and asked what the second option was. Why did this man suddenly fall silent, intriguing everyone? Then he turned and addressed his comrade. It seems he was waiting for him to ask. All he did was stare at him. Horror. It became clear that they all saw a man in this person. Then the main character raised his head and hesitated a little. Then he came closer and asked how else the fight could end. The girl ran right up to him and asked if he was really interested. He poked her in the forehead with his finger and said yes, add that this man irritates him. The girl smiled. Then she suddenly grabbed the bottle and told about the second outcome. Not a minute had passed before she picked it up and began to abruptly drink from it. Everyone around was simply shocked by what was happening, and the girl wiped her mouth and said that you can release your thoughts through this drink and become brothers. Gyaka tensed up and asked again. Then he closed his eyes and added that he admits that of those he met recently, this was the most interesting person, but it was a little strange. In response, the interlocutor frowned. At that moment, the boss thought that now they should intercede and solve all the problems. Suddenly, the men shouted that this guy had been stalking them so much since their first meeting, they just needed to. Immediately, the brunette pounced on him and shouted that they should accept him with open arms. The guys began hugging huge vessels of alcohol and shouted how long it had been since they drank liquor, and also added welcome. The young man was a little confused and asked again. And his friend turned to him and asked why he froze. This was his guest, they should have a drink with him. Then the girl sat him down on a chair and said that he could sit down and feel at home. Gyaka was even more confused and agreed. And the guest looked at him and asked his name again, said that perhaps this was a new brother in their gangster union. Then the girl winked at him, and Sobek was standing next to him, who immediately felt something was wrong. The friend turned around and asked if she could bring snacks to their guest. In response, she heard consent. Then the brunette turned around and left. After some time, the liquor continued to pour into glasses. There was so much of it that it even spilled out of the vessels. The guys drank and clinked glasses. Everyone was having a lot of fun and it was delicious. The gang members also noted that the liqueur was simply wonderful. While they were drinking, the old man also noted that it had a very good aftertaste. Then he frowned and seemed to suspect something, but then he drank. Then he threw the glass and smiled, thinking that this was definitely an incredibly good liqueur. And the girl meanwhile continued to shout that there was enough for everyone, and suggested drinking all night. Still, Yonggak suspected him of something and thought that this man was not even 20. Who was he could bring so much expensive liquor to the mountain? Then he poured himself another and said that in any case, for such a taste you can die. And then he drank everything he poured. There was a noise even on the street. They shouted that tomorrow there is no need to participate in battles, so you can drink to the bottom. At the same time, something was happening in the mountains. Demon kings ran there and called the master. They all went after him. And the man stood at the very top and waited for his subordinates. Then he turned around and looked at them. He raised his head and asked if they found out where Ryo-C was. The brunette came closer and apologized, said that they were looking for him, but a lot of gangs participate in the tournament, so it will take some time. Suddenly, other gang members intervened in the conversation and said that they finally found him. The old man turned and saw the cat lord, asked him if he was sure, and the lord himself turned around and pointed at some man and said that this man said that he escorted the miss to the warehouse on her orders and took his alcohol. The leader turned around and asked again about the alcohol, asked where. He became a little embarrassed and thoughtful. Then he closed his eyes and said that it seemed he was carried to the Five Peaks Mountain gang. The man looked at him and tensed up, and the gang itself, meanwhile, continued to drink and have fun. Because of this, the Lord said that for some reason he constantly hears about them since they always arrived. And his henchman was surprised. He raised his head and said that since the bandit union was infiltrated by spies from the demonic sect, the man got angry and said that maybe these bastards from the Five Peaks Mountain then introduced their gang. From what he heard, the leader became very angry and began to think about them. They all continued to stand on the top of the mountain and discuss that since spies from the demonic sect had infiltrated the bandit union, maybe they were those people. And Chlorine was just beside himself with anger. Then he took a step forward and said that he really wanted to say that his only daughter was now right in the lair of the demonic bastards. No one even knew what to answer him. At this moment, one of the demon kings folded his arms and said that there was no need to worry, since all the large gangs and their leaders were gathered here, they would not be able to act quickly. We turned around and asked what he was trying to say. Then the young man intervened and explained that even if it was difficult, they should believe in the young lady and watch a little longer. If a rumor spread that the master or one of the 12 demon kings interfered with one of the gangs, the main goal of this tournament, strengthening the position of the bandit union, could be lost. Everyone standing behind began to nod their heads, and the Lord himself approached him and said that he understood. Perhaps these people were counting on this. Yin Gale began to turn his head and thought about what was going on here. Then he realized something. These fools are spies of the demonic sect. Is that really true? He immediately imagined all these people, how they were having fun, communicating, and most importantly, Gyaka. At that moment everything became clear to him, and Hara is more like the clans of order. Then the man looked at his comrade and thought that perhaps the elder had hastily made the wrong conclusion because he had not seen them personally. Then he frowned and thought that if such a misunderstanding had occurred. Suddenly the Lord turned to him and said that he would like to listen to him because he was the one who accepted them into the union. The man smiled and thought that this was a great opportunity. Then he took a step forward and said that he agreed with the first brother. He thought that he could get rid of these annoying bastards without lifting a finger. His king was very surprised and asked why. Then the brunette threw up his hands and said that he had forgotten about it, but remembered something thanks to his words. Then he clenched his teeth and added that the chilling aura was present, although he was drunk that day, but he remembers this aura emanating from Gyaka and immediately imagined this person. The elder at that moment interrupted him and said that if the brother was telling the truth, then they should be arrested immediately. And the Lord meanwhile lowered his head in thought. The young man intervened, who said that he was right. If these people really were spies, the young lady should be saved immediately, but the elder told him to calm down. Then the boy turned around and asked what it meant to calm down. Maybe they already knew who the girl was, and then the cat lord thought that everything was becoming too absurd. And their leader got really angry and asked, "Isn't this a problem?" At that moment, everyone looked at him and were very scared. The little doubt sown by the leader of the ghostly shadows touched something in the Lord that no one should touch. He was beside himself with rage, because it was not the heaven-crushing demon lord that was touched, but Muhi's father and his anger. If you imagine this man, judging only by his spirit, he was considered the strongest in the world, the demon lord with the crushing of heaven. The man had incredible strength, but he was also an eternally kind father. His beloved daughter came first to him because she was the only one. The gang continued to drink, and for the leader, the daughter's safety was above all. At that moment, one of them dropped a glass. It shattered into pieces. All the liquor scattered across the floor, and if we return to the Lord, simply put, the daughter was a sufficient reason to start a conflict not only in the bandit union, but also to unleash a war in all of Muram. Ryosi herself then fell asleep drunk Harry, and the brunette said that this man was a sucker for alcohol. Then she came closer and tried to wake her up, said that she had to find out why her face was so exciting, so she had to get up and drink more. At that moment, the wind picked up outside. The guy looked there, and in the distance he saw a bright light. This light was right on the top of the mountain, and it was so bright that it was reflected in his eyes. It was the Lord, who was furious. A servant came up to him and said what they should do. They need to bring the young lady, just give the order and he will bring her, even if he has to defeat them all. But the man turned around and called him a stupid bastard and asked if he really wanted them to dance to their tune. The elder was surprised and apologized, saying that he had not thought about it. And the Lord turned around and said that he just needed to check if his daughter was safe and that it was time for him to leave, and in response he heard how could he leave the young lady. Then the man turned around and thought that if these people had not done anything to her, they would think that they were attacked only because of suspicion. Then he angrily asked the elder if he really did not understand that no matter who they were hiding among and what they were doing, their goal was this tournament. And then he looked towards the camp. The demon lord began introducing the gang leaders and said that now these bastards would start acting more aggressively. They would release their fangs and use demonic techniques. Then he thought about what terrible things they could do if they could defeat the 12 demon lords. The name of the demonic union would be trampled. Besides, if they attacked the Bantha without any apparent reason. As he was leaving, the man explained that they would not need to trust anyone. The union and their self-portrait would fall to the bottom. Did they not understand what was most important now? Everyone around looked at him and realized that the most important thing now was to increase the prestige of their union. The eyes of these people began to burn with rage. Their leader wanted to say that he would not tolerate mistakes anymore, so they had to win. They all stood behind him and thought that this had to be done by any means necessary. It was the dead of night. A guy approached the elder and said that he was worried about something now. He was a little confused and said what to do if these people do not participate in battles. In response, he heard the question what they mean. And the cat lord stood nearby and thought that if you think about it, these people might not participate because of what he told them. At that moment, the young man frowned and said that maybe it was just his imagination. But remember, the gang acted like they just came to watch. They didn't care who won. And then he provided the last battle. The suspects were supposed to aim while on guard during the matches. But these guys were just watching, didn't even participate, and still somehow got to the young lady, who wasn't even there. They were bored at the tournament. A question came up whether he really wanted to say that they had some hidden goal. The answer was, he doesn't know, but he's sure of one thing: if the gang doesn't participate, it will be difficult to prove that they use demonic techniques. And then Yingale was completely confused. He thought that if these guys fight, they definitely won't use demonic techniques, right? Then he got very angry because he didn't think about it. If they don't use them, his lie will be exposed quickly. The brunette immediately turned around and said, will the most suspicious ones really participate? Is there really no other way? And the cat lord got scared and thought that he could just get the reward, but everything became even more complicated. And then the wind rose even stronger. At the same time, the camp was discussing that it was very tasty and the alcohol was so sweet. Good alcohol goes down well. The boss raised his head and said that the liqueur was so exquisite that even the effect was pleasant. He tried such a rare liqueur. This tournament is just super. Then he opened his eyes and said that he was interested and what gang this man was from, that he could bring so much expensive alcohol. He was even envious. And then people appeared in the bushes who were discussing that this was the same man, changed his clothes. But he was sure that this was the guy who pretended to be a member of the clan of Order and was drunk right now. The man smiled sarcastically and said that everything had become much easier because there was no one around. Then he ran forward and ordered to start. An unexpected incident forced Yaka to act. They were approaching the leader, and he, in a half-drunk delirium, accidentally noticed them. Then one of them raised his hand and threw sand right in his face while the man was trying to ask who they were. The young man was sitting in a tent and heard sounds, said that he seemed to hear the leader's voice. Then a girl jumped up and asked who they called drunk, said that she could drink more. And the young man continued to drink and thought that everything was probably fine. But on the street at that moment even dust stood in a column. The fight continued. The man was very angry, but did not have time to do anything, because the rivals pressed on his points and said that it was as easy as 2 fingers. Then their captain came up and said that they shouldn't let their guard down. It would be bad if the young mercenaries came to ours. In response, he heard that the young man from the gang must also be drunk. Couldn't they defeat them one by one? But the leader answered him that he would never have said that if he had been at a suitable distance for a blow. And the same man swung, said that now they had to drag him to a quieter place. Then there was a strong blow. The young man still went outside. Then he stood under the moon and thought how far his comrade could go to relieve himself. Meanwhile, the mountains were quiet, only the sound of the water barely echoed. And right near the river they decided to drown Yoncho. The bandits held his head and said that it would be no fun at all if he died before he got down to business, right? Then they agreed and pulled his head out of the water. Suddenly the man came to his senses and tried to take a little air. The gang leader came up to him and laughed. The second one said that this man looked like a rat that miraculously survived after helplessly floundering in the water, didn't he? And the brunette sat on the ground and said that he was wondering who was so kind as to sober him up, washing his face and even massaging his shoulders. Then he wiped his chin and added that it was their brothers from the Crimson Sand gang. Then one of the gang members hit him and said that he still dared to call them brothers after he humiliated their leader. He got angry. Then he suddenly got up and swung at this guy, scaring him badly. Then he struck so hard that the man flew to the side, and everyone around him also tensed up, because their comrade flew several meters away. He kept spinning and spinning on the ground, and the brunette got very angry and said that now he was sober thanks to them. Then he came closer and said that he would like to talk to the head of the Crimson Sand. Was he really doing this to him just because their brother had beaten him a couple of times? The man tensed up and said that it seemed that he still did not understand what was happening. Then he took a step forward and explained that even in the mercenary union there is a hierarchy. The Yufan Mountain gang had only recently been included in the union, and did not know that their gang occupies the lowest position among all, and in general, how dare they treat their Crimson Sand like that? Yoncho gritted his teeth and said that he did not know that. Too long an announcement. Then he understood his head and shouted that he had to go and call the one who did this. If he wanted to punish someone, why was he doing all this to him? Because he had nothing to do with it at all. In response, the man got angry and said that because this person is the head of the gang and is also responsible. Here the brunette smiled and answered that he aimed at him because he was afraid of the guy, because he decided that he would be an easy target, right? And the bandit got even angrier and said that this guy had completely lost his fear, was putting on an act, was standing behind his capable brother. At that moment Yoncho got angry and said that in fact, these people really decided that he would be an easy target. Then the head of the Crimson Sand looked at him and thought that something was wrong with this man, thought that he was a clumsy fool, because he was constantly smiling, but it seems that this is not the case. The others also tensed up a little, because in front of them stood a man in a rage. He also had a fighting spirit. Then the young man added that he would have to change their minds. Suddenly, a comrade came up to the man from behind and said that he had a bad feeling. In response, he heard that there was no need to be afraid, this man was just bluffing. But the brunette furiously screamed, "Are they going to attack?" And then the head of the Crimson Sand ran at him, shouting, "Who is he showing off to?" Then he swung, and the guy looked at him and thought that he was really bluffing and could not use any sword technique without his weapon. Then he noticed that there was a stone lying nearby and an idea came to him. Immediately Yoncho grabbed it and shouted that he was not such a weakling to lose to freaks like them. Then he swung and what Jaka had said before, something other than martial arts that this man possessed, manifested itself. The guy was very determined. And then he struck. Among all the qualities, there was one, a divine spirit, the power granted to him by heaven. And the stone at that moment flew into one of the gang members. The leader noticed this and got scared. The brunette came closer to him and noted with a smile that now only he was left. The old man got a little scared and thought that things were bad. A moment later, the young man came even closer and asked if they still considered him an easy opponent, or should he go wild a little more. But the man stretched out his hand and shouted that this could not be. He thought there was a misunderstanding. He thought why everyone in that gang was such a monster. The guy threw that huge stone like a small pebble. Then he took a step forward and said that to be honest, the reason why he was brought here. Suddenly, a man appeared there who attracted the attention of Yon Cho. He came closer to the edge and said that he witnessed such a funny scene. He should reprimand them for fighting outside the tournament, but since he saw the skill of the Yufan gang leader. Then he came closer. The man looked quite frightening. He added that he simply decided to overlook it. The leader turned to him and asked how he ended up here. Yon Cho also raised his head and thought that this was a direct disciple of the Demon Lord, with the crushing heavens, one of the 12 Demon Kings, the Lord of Ghostly Shadows. He lowered his head and turned to the guy, asked how he gained such an impressive divine spirit. The gang leader hesitated a little and asked his will, said that it was nothing special, he was just born with a much stronger and healthier body than others. The man immediately smiled and said that his excuse was worse than he imagined. Then he was filled with rage and said that he could not close his eyes to the fact that he felt such an evil energy. Yon Cho heard this and was very scared. In just a moment, the man attacked him. The battle began, blood was everywhere. The next day, it was raining, the last day of the Mercenary Union competition had arrived, everyone gathered in the stands. The guy shouted that in honor of such an important event, which gang would be the heroes demonstrating the virtues of the Mercenary Union. Suddenly, 2 people appeared in the market. They fought each other in turns. One by one, mercenaries came out who wanted to show their strength. The people in the stands were shocked because 4 came out at a time. The guy saw this and was very surprised. And the man in the ring took a sword and said that he was the leader of the Sandow Mountain Gang. A swordmaster with a calm face would like to say something, if no one minds. Then he smiled and said that no matter how hard people try, unknown gang leaders, how they can never become the dignity of the Union. And behind him stood his assistants. The men were ready to fight, and their eyes were shining, there were sly smiles on their faces. At this moment, a man came closer to the edge of the stands. He smiled and enjoyed what was happening. Then the Lord shouted, "Is it really so here? These people want to say that they know how to spread the virtues of the Mercenary Union tournament." The man in front of him knelt down. Then he smiled and answered that yes, of course. Then he looked at the Demon Kings and asked, "What do you think about the disciples of the great Demon Lord, who crushes the heavens?" Then he stood up and came closer, adding that the 12 Demon Kings used their bound scriptures of the Asura of the Dark Heavens against the 4 of them. At once, the elder became angry and realized that these were those people, this dirty group of the demon sect that infiltrated their union. In front of him stood a flock of bandits, ready for battle. It turns out that these people came to the tournament with the purpose of. At this moment, the Lord raised his head and said that these people were trying to challenge in very strange roundabout ways. Meanwhile, the guys walked through the mountains and called their leader. They climbed higher and higher, he was nowhere to be found. Go Mayang looked around and said that he never skips breakfast, no matter what happens. It is almost noon now, where could he be? And the main character also helped with the search. He thought that he should go out with him and look, although it was early evening. The young man was very upset and thought that it was his fault. He was relaxed and thought that nothing would happen, since their gang was not participating in the competition. Suddenly, the girl noticed someone above. She turned and asked who was there, and it was the leader of the Crimson Sand gang, who told them to start soon. The guys ran there and ordered to take them, but he immediately turned around and tried to hide. The young man tensed up and ran straight after him, then struck. His sword flew straight into a tree, throwing the man aside, and then he fell to the ground. The gang members approached him and were very angry, and he raised his head and said that he ran away because he thought a tiger was chasing him, but it turned out to be the guys from Mount Yufan. His comrades were lying nearby near a tree. At that moment, the old man got angry, asked what the gang was doing near their camp, had their leader really been wounded. Then he came closer and repeated that he was asking that they were trying to take out their anger on their leader because they decided that the guy was an easy target since they did not have a chance to hold out against the one who killed them. Then the guy got very angry and asked if these people really dared to touch their leader with their finger. The man got scared and started screaming that they hadn't touched anyone. On the contrary, they had almost died at his hands. And then the young man attacked him with a sword. Then he struck, and the man miraculously managed to jump aside and shouted that by that moment the guy had lost a lot of blood. Then he lowered his head and added that his life could be in danger, so they had to hurry and find him. The protagonist heard this and was simply beside himself with rage. It was raining heavily, and his blood continued to flow along the river. Finally, his comrades found him. They ran up and were very surprised when they saw the leader almost at death's door. He was lying in the water and was without a creature. Then the guys began to discuss that the guy was very weak, but still breathing. They had to move him quickly, and behind them stood Jiaka, who said that he would leave him to them. Everyone turned around and looked at him in surprise, and the young man bowed his head and said that now they had to do something. I immediately remembered the words of the head of the Crimson Sand, who said that the one who did this to their leader was none other than. And then the man remembered that very night, the guy was killed with almost one blow. One of the leaders of the Demon Kings defeated him with one blow. Then he lowered his head and said that if his gang members asked him, it would be better to tell them. The brunette turned around and added that he was a phantom shadow lord, one of the 12 demon kings of the Great Mercenary Union, and would be waiting for them tomorrow at the tournament arena. The youth was beside himself with anger and said that he had to meet someone. If we go back to the events of last night, then the eldest of the 12 demon kings, the phantom shadow lord, was worried to find out that people from the demon sect had infiltrated the ranks of the mercenary union. How much could these people know? After seeing the battle, he thought that if things didn't go as planned, the trust and unity of the mercenary union could be destroyed. So he was very cautious and didn't rush to accuse the Wufeng gang, even though the other 12 demon kings suspected them. The man simply watched, however, accidentally stumbling upon the battle between Crimson Sand and Yoncho. The man was filled with confidence. In front of his eyes was a very strong person. He immediately remembered the words of the Cat Lord, who said that their skills were useless when they were accepted into the Mercenary Union gang. Saying such a thing seemed wrong, but they thought that these people would soon disappear. Then he came closer and said that when they were met and again, as if they had become completely different people, he could not believe that their aura had changed so much in such a short time. And so the man stood on that mountain and thought that in just 1 year, even if they studied the Asura Dark Heaven tablets, it would be difficult to reach such a level in such a short time. But still, there were two quite strong opponents in front of his eyes. The elder carefully studied the boy and thought that he, who used such a complex skill as the Heavenly Earth Click technique, had only one way to become so strong. Then, Ka began to accumulate on his hands and the elder immediately jumped up. The boy noticed him, but did not have time to do anything. After which he received a blow directly to the chest. The Phantom Shadow Lord could not understand that the 10 elites of Wufen had mastered a rare martial art called the Heavenly Technique, thanks to Jiaka. He managed to defeat the gang leader, so it is quite clear why he was so suspicious. And so the boy stood in that place, reasoning that this small misunderstanding became a stumbling block that marked the fall of the Mercenary Alliance. Then the boy turned around and left. The rain continued to fall. A girl ran through the forest and thought why the Shadow Lord attacked the leader of this group. She raised her head and thought that this person had misunderstood the situation because she went to the gang without saying a word. If that was the case, then this problem needed to be solved. And so, running up to the arena, she thought about why someone as meticulous as the Shadow Lord would take such extreme steps at such an important time as the Mercenary Union tournament. The girl ran inside. When she entered the tournament arena, she somehow understood the reason. People at that moment were very surprised at what was happening, because one of the fighters was actively fighting and using magic. He was able to destroy all the opponents with literally one blow. He smiled maliciously and continued to use demonic energy. A sense of danger appeared. At that moment, his comrade raised both hands over the enemy, and then slammed him into the asphalt with all his might. He exhaled and was defeated. It did not end with only the loss of students and 12 demon kings. Moreover, these people were out of their minds, like a madman. They destroyed everyone, did not sit anyone. The battle continued. The demon kings tried to fight back, but they were unsuccessful. One by one, these people were defeated. And then another blow followed. The man tensed up. At the same moment, a mercenary fell on him on the floor. By some miracle, this man was able to parry the blow. Then he swung and tried to attack. Everything that was happening shook the pillars of the Mercenary Union itself. The enemy was never able to strike because the mercenary threw him straight into the wall. The demon lord watched the entire stands. He was also shaken and touched. The man was simply furious. Meanwhile, the people in the stands rejoiced, happy that their leaders were winning. They smiled and shouted that these people were the real heroes of this Mercenary Union tournament. Meanwhile, the demon kings looked at this and thought that these bastards were acting so pleased with themselves. The leaders finally finished the fight, were pleased with themselves. It was a great disaster. One of their opponents managed to survive. Then he fell in the ring right in front of the girl's face. She noticed him and got scared. Then she came closer and thought how this situation is connected with the Wufen gang. The lords were discussing at that time whether the skill of the dark sect is really that great. Suddenly a young man appeared in the arena, who asked why all these joyful cries were so damn loud. He was approaching the Pobo and was very angry. There was hatred in his eyes. The guy said that he really wanted to kill everyone. The girl noticed this, turned around and asked if the young man really came. They should calm down. They had not even made sure whether the man was telling the truth. But the boy was very angry and said that if she did not stop interfering with him now, he would get rid of her first. So the girl just kept silent, and the young man entered the ring. Finally, his opponents noticed him. They stood opposite each other and were ready to fight. The people in the stand started shouting, "What's wrong with this guy? Their leader is basking in the glory. Where does he think he is if he thinks he can interfere?" And then they started throwing stones at him, ordered the boy to get lost. The young man continued to stand still. Then he raised his eyes, which were filled with anger, and then he cut all these stones. He acted so quickly that the bright light did not even allow him to be noticed, and the people began to fly to the side. Later, the guy put out his sword. Then he raised his eyes and said, "Who is this ghostly Lord Shadow?" Then Gyaka started shouting, ordered this bastard to get out. From his blow, the arena began to collapse. The girl was very scared from what she saw, and the demon kings were very surprised. The heads, who had just eliminated all the fighters, lay on the ground and asked what just happened. Meanwhile, the people sheared began to simply run away. She put her sword to the side, cutting another stone. Then he shouted and repeated his question, "Who among those present is the Lord of the Phantom Shadow?" He was very determined and ordered this man to come out again. The same man slammed his hand on the railing and shouted that this young man is a sick bastard. How dare he arrange a price in such an important place? The elder was incredibly angry and said that the spies of the demonic sect, hiding during the tournament, finally showed up. Then the girl looked at him and asked again about the demonic section. She thought that now she does not feel the demonic energy from the guys from Wufan, then what is the Lord of the Shadow talking about now? The man then got even more angry and shouted that he invited them himself, and is the Lord of the Phantom Shadow, and will also make them pay for interrupting the tournament that his lord is leading, with their lives. The same young man jumped up, and flew straight towards him. His eyes were filled with rage. Because of this, the elder was scared. After the boy struck with all his might and cut the wooden crossbar, the Lord of the Phantom Shadow had to take out his sword, and engage in battle with him. While the brunette was flying towards him, he thought that to achieve such a high level of skill at such a young age, as he suspected, these people are connected with the demonic sect. Otherwise it makes no sense. And the Lord just continued to watch from the side. The battle continued, the young man scolded everything in his path, and the man was approaching him, and then the boy swung right at him. He smiled and thought that even so, you can jump as much as you want. His lord taught him the teachings of the tablet of the dark skies of Asura. Therefore, as soon as the boy struck, he was able to dodge. Then he found himself right above his head. He thought that this man was nothing more than a boy waving a sword. The elder began to scream and activated the sword of the Phantom Shadow, separating souls. The people who watched the fight were very happy and said that it was the sword of heaven. And the cat lord was generally tense, thinking that this was the very thing. Then he frowned and thought that this was one of the strongest techniques in all of Murim. Not a single soul survived his direct attack and said that it was all over for him. But nevertheless, the guy put out his sword and tried to repel the attack. The energy pierced him, but did not kill him. Immediately, the elder extended her hand and asked if he was already stuck in trouble. Then he sent another projectile straight at him. A discharge of energy, like electricity, went towards the main character, and a powerful explosion occurred. Everyone around began to cover their faces and run away because the building was collapsing. The girl also covered her face and asked the Shadow Lord to stop, but the man did not react and thought that he could not do this. Then he continued to attack the guy. He landed on the ground and smiled, thinking that it was all over. The battlefield became quite quiet and empty. The brunette took a step forward and said that he wanted to see his true identity and the identity of his gang. If he did so, he would spare his life. Then he saw something and was surprised. A young man stood in front and asked if this was all. He came closer and said that he wanted to ask again, is this crap really all that the old man can do? Ryoshi saw this and asked in surprise about the Phantom Shadow Lord's heavenly sword. Did the guy really stop it with just an ordinary sword? Then she looked at her father and thought that although martial arts are not the Shadow Lord's strong point, well, he is still one of the 2 strongest participants in the Union tournament. Is there really someone among the participants who can block this technique? Besides the 10 greatest masters and her father. The girl looked at this guy again and thought about who he and his gang really are. She stood nearby and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the young man hit the ground with his sword and said that the man was talking so pompously about this sword without that he became interested in how strong it was. Then he came closer and shouted that the elder tried to harm his brother. It was stupid, because he had such pathetic skills in his arsenal. He looked around and did not understand what was happening, what kind of incredible flow of energy. Besides, in comparison with the aura and the demonic sect, this is not the same. Then the young man rushed at him and asked, is there really time to be distracted? Then he struck, and the elder miraculously managed to return. The guy landed and turned to him, said that he had better prepare himself. Then he raised his head and added that now he would make sure he paid for hurting their brother. The brunette heard this and was scared. Then the boy activated the world technique of the 9 heavens, the 4th phase. His sword began to spin at an incredible speed, and very strong gusts of wind appeared. The men tried to stop them, but he failed. His heavenly sword Kai did not work. The cat lord saw this and began to shout that they had to run. Everyone was being sucked into this whirlwind. Immediately after, the guy also activated fire. The battle continued. It was a real disaster, and the young man was clearly in the lead, striking one blow after another, activating the cycle. Everything around was enveloped in energy from which no one could escape. Then one of the demon kings shouted that they had to dodge. The people tried to do this, but not everyone could. Immediately, the heads who fought last saw everything that was happening. They thought that they should have been in the main final. This guy ruined everything. Then the man turned and looked back, wondering what kind of incredible power this was. Meanwhile, the elder was practically defeated and thought he couldn't move because of his Kai flow. Then the guy came closer and caught his attention. Then he turned around and swung his sword hard. After that, the young man swung his sword and sent a strong flow of energy at his opponent. Because of this, the old man received a blow right in the chest. The blow was so strong that he was carried back. The brunette lost consciousness and couldn't do anything else. Then he suddenly woke up and started coughing up blood. He opened his eyes and wondered what was happening to him. It was something new and incomprehensible. Meanwhile, the young man swung again to strike. But surprisingly, the Demon King was able to gather his strength and jump. A moment later, the guy appeared above his head and asked if that was all. And then he hit the ground with all his might with his sword. The brunette gritted his teeth, didn't know what to do, and he didn't even notice how the enemy's foot was approaching his head. He hit him with all his might and threw him aside again. And the man's blood began to fly in different directions, and now he was practically defeated. The boy came closer and looked at him with his burning eyes. Then he turned and said that apparently, this is all his strength. Really, was he completely different when he tried to enter into battle with him? Meanwhile, the man turned around and said that it would be better to just kill him if he wanted to. Do not expect him to beg for mercy and apologize. Gyaka got even more angry and said that he would have done so without his words. Then he swung and was ready to kill his opponent. But suddenly the girl intervened and asked him to wait, and right from the tribune, a huge stream of energy was approaching him. It cursed everything in its path, and flew at the guy with incredible speed. He put out his hands and was able to stop it. Then he looked up and did not understand what was happening. At that time, the Demon Lord had already appeared in front of him. The man came closer and looked at the young man with burning eyes. At the same time, not far from the tournament arena, the leader of the gang came to his senses. The guy opened his eyes and asked if anyone else had arrived. His comrade turned around and said that they were already on their way, but they should stop talking. And the other one turned around and added that they needed to see a doctor first, even though the elder one asked, but couldn't they just go there? A girl was running behind and answered that now absolutely everyone should be in the arena anyway, she should listen to him and hurry. The old man was running with them. He thought about it and saw something strange. The entire arena ahead was in smoke. It seemed like something had happened there. Just at that time, the guy inside parried the Lord's blow. The young man pulled out his sword and was able to save himself from him. Then he looked up and saw a man standing in front of him. All the people in the stands were very surprised, and his daughter thought that if her father was interfering, it would be very bad. The heaven-crushing demon lord entered the arena and stood right in front of the young man. One of the crowd said, "Does the master really want to fight this green youth?" And the boy was standing opposite. That's right, up until now, Gyaka was just a mercenary who was good at wielding a sword. But now, it was different. One of the 10 greatest masters, a heaven-shattering demon lord, entered the arena to face him. The elder looked at him with frightened eyes. Misunderstandings and assumptions were piling up. Like a butterfly flapping its wing to cause a hurricane, this problem had grown to a huge scale. The opponents stood opposite each other in the arena, the boy and the heaven-shattering demon lord. The scene of their battle, in the future, will become a legend of the mercenary union, and many stories will be woven into one web. The rain continued to fall. The man came closer and said that he thought the boy's name was Gyaka, then added that he didn't know why he was doing this, but he thought he had done enough, so why not stop here and now? Then he came even closer and said that the bond between a teacher and a student is not much different from the bond between a parent and their child. The Lord got angry and said that if he wanted to take his life, he would have no choice but to intervene. The boy smiled and said that it was funny, the loyalty of a teacher and a student, that's what it is. They say, the mercenary union is one big family. Then he clenched his sword and added that in the end, those who are closer to him are still more important, but did he really not know? The boy got very angry, his eyes were burning when he said that the one who first attacked his family was his confidant. Then the man raised his head and said that no matter how young and ignorant the trash is, he is quite impudent since he does not show him respect. Then he raised his hand and said, does he really not know who this man is? One of the 10 great masters, the leader of the mercenary union, the heaven-crushing demon lord. But the boy didn't care, he replied that he didn't need to know all that. Then he swung his sword and shouted that he'd better get out of the way because they were going to cut anyone who got in his way into pieces. The Lord came closer and noted that as a result, the whole conversation was pointless. Then he took his sword. He pulled it out and was ready to fight. The boy immediately pushed off the ground and flew towards him. He raised his sword and activated the second phase of the 9 heavens technique, a majestic dragon hovering above the sky. His opponent saw this and said that in that case, he would be happy to deal with him. Then he put his supporting leg to the side. and then he shouted, activating the true spirit of the Asura of the dark skies. The two clashed in a duel. Literally a moment later, their swords hit each other. Due to the strong blow, sparks flew in different directions. The opponents looked into each other's eyes and were not going to give up. This lasted for some time, because both were incredibly strong. The blow was so powerful that smoke and wind rose around. The demon lord stood aside and did not understand what was happening, and the lord's daughter closed her eyes and flew back. The boy looked into the eyes of his opponent and thought that he was strong, several times stronger than the previous one. The man immediately smiled. Then he screamed and said that this boy was already in a difficult situation. He clenched his teeth and tried with all his might to reflect his blow, but he could not stand it and flew to the side. The girl began to scream because she was afraid for her friend. Meanwhile, the young man flew into the wall and lost consciousness. He lowered his head and could not come to his senses, and the Lord came closer to him and thought that this was the end. Then he lowered his sword and thought that he understood during the fight with the Shadow Lord. But this aura does not belong to the demonic sect, but it is not like the aura of the 7 sects and 2 schools. His sword literally smoked from the force of the blow. While he wondered what kind of aura this was, a power that even he had not seen, this guy has incredible potential. Meanwhile, the boy still hadn't come to his senses. The demon lord started laughing and shouting that it was true, there was no one like him and no chance to make him a lord in the Bai. Suddenly, the young man raised his head and exhaled. Then he instantly took off, and flew straight towards his opponent. As soon as the young man landed, he thought that this man was strong, he could even lose to him, but there was no choice. He put his knee on the ground. Then he jumped back and headed towards his opponent. He didn't expect this to happen, and suddenly, the 9 Heavens technique, the 8th phase, appeared in front of him. A huge dragon flew straight at him, using the 9th dragon turn. Everyone was shocked by this, both the girl and the lords. A moment later, the young man attacked the man again and began to scream. The hero flew towards the enemy, holding his sword forward. His eyes were burning. 9 Dragon Tornado, that was the name of this technique, looking like a shining snake. The enemy flinched, then there was an explosion. The man jumped, dodging the attack. He frowned and looked down. Gyaka stopped and raised his head in displeasure. The youth swung his sword towards the enemy, sending out another wave of energy. The shining dragon rose up, rapidly approaching the man. The spectators looked at their master with concern. The warrior chuckled and said that the boy was not afraid of the head of the green forest at all. He liked such madmen. The man's eyes lit up and his body was enveloped in dark energy. Out of respect for his opponent, he decided to fight seriously. The master thrust his sword forward and used the supreme strike of the dark heaven Asura. The child sweated and looked at his father in surprise. A dark silhouette of a deity appeared above the man. It was a secret technique of the green forest. He screamed, opening his shining eyes. In the sky, 2 powerful creatures were fighting, a dragon and a demon. Gyaka knitted his eyebrows and screamed, putting all his strength into the blow. The deity grabbed the lizard. One of the spectators pointed his finger upward and called for everyone to look. In the air, a battle was taking place between the famous master and the young hero. Golden and dark energies shone around them. The boy gritted his teeth and thought that of all the people he had met since he began studying martial arts, there was hardly anyone stronger than this enemy. The boy narrowed his eyes. The man made fast and precise attacks with his sword, and the hero barely had time to parry them. The opponent smiled widely and exclaimed that this was truly impressive. The boy frowned and noted that the master did not have a scratch. The opponent raised the weapon above his head and said that if it were anyone else in his place, it would be incredibly difficult for him to withstand the hero's blow. The opponents looked into each other's eyes. The master chuckled and reminded the boy that there will always be someone stronger in this world. Gyaka parried the attack with difficulty. The man said that his confidence, lack of fear, and this unbridled strength all reminded him of himself in his youth. Sparks flew from the blades. The warrior approached the boy with a smirk and noted that he was beginning to like him. The guy looked at his opponent with irritation and exclaimed what nonsense he was talking. He demanded that they give him the bastard who wounded his boss. The man smiled and punched the boy in the shoulder. The man said that although he saw no point in continuing the fight, they needed to put an end to all of this. They flew down together, shrouded in dark energy. With a roar and a bright flash, the opponents fell into the arena. Power swirled around them, and a whirlwind rose up. The spectators recoiled, covering themselves from the gusts of wind. The light emanating from them was visible throughout the entire area. A strong cutting wind raised dust and bent the trees in the forest. Large drops of rain fell from the sky and flowed down the crossed swords. The hero stood firmly on his feet, clutching the handle of the blade. The young man looked angrily at his opponent, breathing heavily. The master clenched his teeth, looking at him. The guy cursed and lunged towards the enemy. Yongak appeared above his head, carrying a man on his back. He landed next to the hero. Yoncho smiled and looked at the boy, saying that things had gone too far already. Gyaka looked back at the boss, confused. The man asked the boy to stop. The old man was breathing heavily and muttering why he had to carry the boss. A group of people led by Go Mayang ran up to them, praising the old man Yonggak's fortitude. The master took advantage of the boy's distraction and clanked his sword. Jiaka jerked, turning to his opponent, and swung his sword. The warrior bared his teeth and demanded that he begin. The hero frowned and stared at him, saying nothing. The master chuckled as the boy quickly ran towards his boss. The old man knelt down, and Yeoncho leaned on his hand. The hero ran up to him and exclaimed in alarm that the man should not move because his wound was so big. The boss laughed and told the boy not to worry because he was the great Yeoncho and such a scratch was nothing to him. The man smirked and said that he did not know what he was thinking but did not aim for vital organs. The bearded warrior twitched at this mention. The hero turned around and said with hatred that this bastard should be finished off. The boss grabbed the boy to detain him. He looked at the boy with confusion and said that there was no need to cause more trouble at the Green Forest meeting. The man suggested that they think about what to do when they hear stories from their point of view. Surely there was some misunderstanding. The boy turned around in displeasure and exclaimed that the boss almost died because of this. He shouted that he thought the other man would not survive the day. Yeoncho patted the hero on the head. He stood up and looked down at the boy, calling him a rascal. He thought he had grown up, but for now the hero was still just a child. The man smiled softly and said that he was indeed fine and suggested that he calm down and go back. The boy lowered his head and tried to hold back his tears. Go Mayang and the others looked at this touching scene. The great master, standing in the arena, addressed his subordinate. The man quickly turned around and announced the end of the Green Forest meeting. The people in the stands had barely recovered from the hero's battle. The arena was completely destroyed, as if they could continue fighting. Even if the others wanted to, nothing would work. The girl clutched her chest and tried to calm her heart. She looked at her father and Jiaka, who was helping the boss walk. The girl thought that they were lucky that her father intervened and settled the situation. The headmaster's daughter noted that the boy was definitely not an ordinary person since he was able to withstand his father's technique. She blushed, feeling an unfamiliar thrill and excitement as she had never met anyone like him before. Ryosi shuddered when she heard her father calling her. The girl scratched her head in embarrassment and turned to look the other way. The master narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze to the protagonist, whose attention was already completely absorbed by Yeoncho. The man looked at him thoughtfully and muttered that he hoped it was not what he thought. The youth tried to support the boss, who abruptly knelt down. The head of the Green Forest looked at his subordinates and ordered them to immediately find a doctor to take care of the head of the Five Peaks Fortress. The man shuddered and accepted the teacher's order. He ran and shouted that if necessary, he would dig up Hua Chuo's grave and drag him here. In his mind, the man was angry that the damn Jiaka managed to survive this time too. A group of people at the entrance were discussing the youth's fire dragon in surprise. They laughed, certain that the demon lord who crushed the heavens was simply giving in because he didn't want to hit a child. The leader shouted to get everyone's attention. The disciples turned to look at him. The man frowned and said that since everything was in chaos, they would find the winners of the meeting and give them their rewards later. The master threateningly released a dark aura and demanded that they stop talking about today and just wait quietly. The people around him bared their teeth, their eyes flashing, and thought that they would wait. Later that evening, in the Five Peaks Fortress camp, Yeoncho's voice was heard in the tent. He asked if they really thought that they were in league with the Yeoman cult. The boss, who was being bandaged, looked at the man in surprise and asked how they even came up with such a thought. The warrior quickly turned to the healer and asked him to be gentle. The old man looked at the patient with confusion and thought that the bleeding had not stopped for so long, and he was already able to move so actively. The man with the beard and earrings folded his hands and said that he had no excuse. He looked up, shaking all over, and said that he did not expect the Crimson Death Fortress to be so incompetent. The warrior simply thought that they would outline the current situation to them before he did anything. Yeoncho's followers looked at him with displeasure, thinking that as if they could know anything. The boss frowned and said that the other man had also almost died at the hands of Jiaka. He did not want to complicate the situation further, so he suggested leaving it as is. The man's eyes widened in surprise. The disciples approached him with displeasure and objected because their leader almost fell. Yeoncho interrupted them and confidently pointed his finger at the other man, saying that after this incident, he owed him his life. Lord Ghost Shadow bowed his head and exclaimed that he, one of the 12 demon generals, swears that he will not forget that he owes his life to him. The man added that he was immensely grateful to him, such a magnanimous man with a noble heart. Yeoncho smiled and stretched his shoulder and asked not to exaggerate. Their misunderstanding was resolved, so he suggested having lunch together. The interlocutor agreed, confused. The boss looked at the lord and asked why the demon lord who crushed the skies had summoned Jiaka. The man replied that he himself did not quite understand. Go Mayang looked after them in surprise, assuming that he wanted to finish their unfinished fight. In another house, the protagonist and the leader of the Green Forest were sitting at a table. The young man frowned and asked what he wanted to tell him. The interlocutor said, "The main patrol of the Green Forest." The master smiled and said that he had already decided that the hero would be part of him and asked not to make him repeat it. The guy looked at the metal engraved badge with the name of the organization. Gyaka started eating noodles and pushed the sign away with his chopsticks and refused, adding that this position comes with a lot of problems. The boy said that he would not be able to return to the fortress for several years. The man stopped the badge with his chopsticks, then looked at the boy in confusion and asked who had told him such nonsense. The red-haired man sucked in his noodles and replied that one of his disciples, Yin Gale, the cat lord, had told him about it. The man smiled and said that he must have just been drunk, that's why he had said all this. Like, what won't a drunkard say? He thought that his disciple, Ghost Shadow, had declared an ordinary fortress to be part of a demonic cult, and none of his disciples had been able to help in this incident. Gyaka grinned and moved the badge, saying that even if everything was wrong, he did not trust the master and his suggestions. The boy added that he was not interested in either the main patrol or the main bandits' lies. The man grinned, pressing on the sign, and corrected himself that it was not the bandits, but the main patrol of the Green Forest. And he himself is not an old man, but the head of the Green Forest, one of the strongest martial artists, Shattering Heaven's Denim Lord. The interlocutors continued to move the badge, competing with each other. The master asked who the boy's teacher was, since he didn't even know such things. The red-haired man frowned and said that he didn't have any teacher. The man gritted his teeth and muttered that the hero was an impudent and arrogant brat who needed to be taught some manners. The young man grinned and said that the old man seemed to have gained some energy after eating, but it was bad for him to overexert himself at his age. Unable to withstand the pressure, the badge bounced off the sticks and the girl caught it. She entered the tent and asked what they were doing here, and whether destroying the arena wasn't enough for them. The hero frowned and turned to look at her. The girl put her hands on her hips and said that the problem was that they ate meat without liquor. The master looked at her with displeasure and asked how the girl could drink every day. The interlocutor came up to him and slapped her palm on the table, turning to the main character. She handed him the badge and asked why Gyaka was refusing such a rare opportunity. The other mountain bandits were ready to do anything crazy for this thing. The young man looked at her in bewilderment and asked who she was. The leader poured the drink into the cup and asked why the guy was acting so distant, although he had been drinking with her all night. The hero asked again in surprise. He turned to the girl and recognized her as Ryosi, who had been wearing a disguise until then. The master took a sip and introduced her as his daughter, Seok Ryosi. Gyaka lowered his head and muttered that now it was clear why he thought of her. The girl blushed and smiled, looking at him. The boy handed over his empty cup and added that it was rather weak compared to how much internal energy it had. The hero asked the indignant girl to pour him some too. Ryosi asked him discontentedly if he didn't care about the surprise that she was actually such a beautiful girl. Do Mayung and Hyung-do were shocked to hear that the boy was the daughter of Shattering Heaven's Denim Lord. The old man glanced at them and thought that perhaps that was why something seemed strange to him. The hero smiled tensely and said that he didn't know how beautiful she was, but she was definitely a girl. The men looked at him in surprise and wondered why she was disguised. Hyung-do suggested that she had special reasons. For example, to keep her father's identity a secret. Sobik approached the boy and looked at the badge on his belt. She asked what it was and reminded him that the hero hadn't wanted to leave the fortress for the patrol. The girls looked at the boy with disappointment. He nodded and said that it was true. The boy remembered their dinner with the chief and his daughter. Then the girl looked at him and told him that the chief patrol deals with problems that the fortresses face, and these are quite serious problems. She frowned and said, for example, what if one of his friends gets seriously injured on the way back to their fortress, or someone uses the opportunity to attack them while they have no one to help them? The hero silently knitted his eyebrows, looking at the interlocutor. Ryosi said that no matter how skilled he was, would he be able to return to the Five Peaks fortress with his family safe. The hero told his allies about this conversation. Sobik looked at him with confusion and remained silent. Go Mayung noted that they did indeed encounter problems on the way here. Yonggak frowned and was indignant that they had only just realized this. The old man said that if their enemies used their brains, it would definitely be difficult for them to get back safely. The hero looked at the token and said that he had thought the same thing, so he decided to accept the offer. As long as he knew this, no bandit would dare to harm them. Ryosi had told him in the evening that everyone would, on the contrary, strive to curry favor with him. Yeoncho clapped his hands, attracting attention. Everyone turned to look at him expectantly. The boss smiled with tears in his eyes, announcing that a great and powerful member of the Green Forest main patrol had been born in the Five Peaks fortress. He exclaimed that this was a real celebration. The allies looked at each other in thought. Their faces lengthened and they agreed, saying that the boss was right. The man happily ran to Gyaka, who had just become a member of the Green Forest main patrol. Only Sobik covered her face with her hands in resignation. The rest of the people glanced questioningly at this noisy group. The hero turned around sheepishly and suggested that they hit the road already. His allies cheerfully agreed, addressing him by his new rank. The girl shouted his name. The guy shuddered, and the others turned around. Ryoshi waved to him from the balcony and shouted that the next time they met, they would drink for 3 days and 3 nights straight. The young man raised his hand and mockingly muttered that she was talking about liquor again. He thought that they definitely needed to meet again sometime. The clan set out. Ryoshi sighed and said that she was getting bored, although not a minute had passed since his departure. Still, he was an interesting guy. The girl glanced sideways at her father and asked when he would give the main patrol their first assignment. She smiled and clarified that the chief had chosen him as the sword that would cut down all the unforgivable bastards who had disturbed the great gathering of the Green Forest. The master chuckled. He thought that all she did in her free time was get drunk. However, the girl already knew everything that had happened. Ryoshi clung to the chief and asked if he had forgotten who her father was. The man became embarrassed and asked him to stop sweet-talking his adult daughter. The hero looked up at the sky with a smile and thought that they were finally returning to the Five Peaks Fortress. Night fell on the city. The rider quickly rushed towards the building. The Nangong family. Yon turned around at the sound of hooves. And just like that, the great gathering of the Green Forest ended, giving impetus to the formation of new connections. And this, in turn, led to a series of events. Jiaka, who had been promoted to a high position in the Green Forest Chief Patrol, had gotten himself into another big Miram story. And that was just the beginning. Ki-yon unrolled the scroll and told the boss that it would be difficult to climb the steep and high mountain with a full carriage, so their next stop was Hefe. The man quickly rode his horse to the Nangong family estate. He drank some water and sat down opposite the chief. The envoy put down his cup and folded his hands, apologizing for his rudeness. He was in a hurry because of an urgent situation. The Sword Emperor smiled and said that everything was fine. The guest looked at him and said that he wanted to borrow the power of young Miss Nangong. The man looked at his interlocutor carefully. The girl was called the Flower Telepath, a beautiful flower that sees through a person. The man looked at the chief tensely and said that he had to ask for her unusual powers for the sake of the floating school. He knew that it might be rude of him. The brunette took the cup and smiled, noting how his daughter was being praised. The man took a sip and said that a couple of times her conclusions had been surprisingly correct, but his daughter was an ordinary child. The Sword Emperor put the cup down and said that it was surprising that the head of the floating school had personally come to their clan. He said that of course he would listen to him, since they were both from the orthodox factions. The guest smiled and thanked the host. The head of the school said that their student, the swordsman scholar Dyung Cho, whose name had become quite famous, had set out 3 days ago, saying that he was going to the floating school, and then disappeared without a trace. The scarred man looked at the guest in surprise and asked if it was too early to say that the young man had disappeared. At his wild age and with his ability to stand up for himself. The old man said that at the same time, some other things had happened that were alarming. A shadow fell over his face and he said that when he disappeared, strange rumors about the Flying Dragon School began to circulate in the streets. The guest frowned and said that this school, which he had never heard of until now, had come to help them. The Sword Emperor frowned and muttered that he had never heard of the Flying Dragon. The old man slammed the table and said that he had not asked for help from anyone, and they appeared exactly when their student disappeared, which was strange. The leader looked at his interlocutor tensely and agreed that the rumors about the Flying Dragon School were indeed suspicious. However, he did not think that it would be difficult for his daughter to help with this. The man leaned forward and desperately asked for help, promising that they would be indebted to him for the rest of their lives. The brunette crossed his arms and thought. He agreed and asked to wait a little. The man approached the door and knocked. The girl replied that her brother could come in. The guy sighed and said that he was trying to surprise her. He looked at the girl sitting by the mirror and asked how she knew who was behind the door. Chun smiled awkwardly and noted that he was far from her. Yon turned around and looked closely at her relative. They walked along the corridor. The brother opened his arms and assumed that their father had called the girl to ask her to help the floating school. The guy sighed and added that they would understand what was what only when they heard the details. He asked her to refuse if something seemed strange to her, because her safety was above all else for him. Chun winced as he saw his sister open the door to the conference room. Their father saw them at the door and invited them in. The girl nodded. The siblings approached the table and the guest stood up, thanking her for giving her precious time to their school. Chun looked at the man and asked him to explain the situation so that his sister could help them. They all sat down at the table and listened to the guest's story again. The boy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, understanding what was going on. The headmaster was breathing heavily after the quick retelling. The Sword Emperor looked at him and asked if the Orthodox Union was still silent. The man nervously turned to the master of the house and said that the Flying Dragon School was either newly established or had malicious intent and was trying to pass itself off as an Orthodox school. That's why he hoped to find out from them whether this school really wanted to help them. The man gritted his teeth and tears welled up in his eyes. He muttered that if it was difficult to find out what kind of school it was, he would at least like to know if Kyung-cho was alive. The headmaster looked at the trembling guest seriously. Yeon stood up from her seat under the surprised gaze of her brother. She turned around and quickly left the room under the dumbfounded looks of those present. Her father tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose, accustomed to such antics. The guest looked at the headmaster questioningly, waiting for an explanation. The man chuckled nervously and assumed that his daughter was in such a hurry after hearing about the urgency of his case. Chun smiled tightly and said that his sister may be a man of few words, but she was great at resolving difficult situations. He and his father exchanged glances and laughed nervously. The headmaster of the floating school frowned and thought that he had come all this way relying on rumors about the flower telepath, but it looked like she was just a charlatan. A small house in the forest. A woman in tears begged him to find her son. Chun gently replied that they would do their best and asked her to fill him in on the details. His sister stood behind him. She frowned because 3 days ago, a student of the floating school, the swordsman scholar Kyung-cho, suddenly disappeared. As his name suggests, he is a brave young swordsman with outstanding skills. For someone like him to disappear for 3 days without being heard from again was strange. Most likely, he had to fight. The woman bowed to them in farewell, wiping away her tears. The boy turned to look at her, noting that things were only getting more complicated. He followed his sister, who turned away silently. Chun said that based on what he had said 3 days ago, without waiting for breakfast, he went to the floating school early in the morning to assist in the investigation of the missing monk. The girl frowned upon hearing this. The boy did not understand at all what was going on here. He flinched when Yeon spoke up and suggested that they first go to the inn in the neighboring village. His brother asked her in surprise, but she didn't answer. Chun laughed awkwardly, realizing that he wouldn't get an explanation, and he probably wouldn't understand what she was thinking anyway. The inn. The worker greeted the guests without turning around and clearing the plates from the table. Chun walked up to him and said that he wanted to know something. The man raised his head. The swordsman asked if young Kyung-cho had been here 3 days ago. The girl watched the man's reaction carefully. Her brother smiled and said that it must be hard to remember everyone who had been here recently, but he was asking just in case. The worker turned to Yeon and exclaimed that of course he remembered. The boy glanced at him in surprise, not understanding why he was turning to his sister with the answer if she hadn't been the one asking. The man sat down at the table and noted that, frankly, he did not even want to remember those events. He frowned and said that a serious battle had broken out here, and the entire inn had been destroyed. The brother and sister exchanged warily glances. The girl looked away, plunging into the past. Someone slammed a fist on the table. Yeon watched as splinters flew. Kyung-cho covered himself and asked him discontentedly what he was doing. The swordsman of the Mountain of Destruction, Hwang Yeomdong, slammed the tabletop in rage and bared his teeth. He growled like some kind of floating freak had decided to show off here. The young man frowned and said that he had visited this village to investigate the case of the missing monk. He did not want to quarrel with any heavenly schools. The bald man took a fighting stance and sarcastically said that this was bad. He drew his sword and said that his blood boiled whenever he saw a freak from their school. Kyung-cho unsheathed his weapon, muttering that he wanted to resolve this peacefully, but if necessary, he would use force. The youth furrowed his brows and exclaimed that he would not expose himself to blows like a trembling puppy. Yeomdong grinned and noted that the boy was being too impudent. Kyung-cho swung his sword and attacked first. The opponent blocked his blow, crossing their swords and smirking. The boy furiously asked if he should not help him since he studied in an orthodox school. He asked him to at least stay out of the way since he did not plan to help with the search. The man smirked. Why would a floating school care about a monk? The youth cursed and swung his sword. The opponent dodged, then kicked the boy in the chin. Then the enemy swung and threw the swordsman back. He fell to the floor and groaned. Yeomdong landed and squinted, asking what was so important about the missing monk that the disciple would risk his life. The bald man swung his sword. The protagonist and his allies were sitting at the next table. The boy muttered that such a fight had broken out over nothing. Yonggak raised his glass and noted that it looked like the bald man had already won. He asked if these youngsters should be stopped. Yeon-cho bit off a leg of meat and held it up, declaring that he was betting on Yeomdong winning. The old man looked at the boss, puzzled, and muttered that betting a leg was a bit much. A coin flew up and hit the bald man's blade before flying off. The sword in his hands vibrated. He turned around in anger and asked who did this. The coin got stuck in a wooden beam. Yeon pulled it out and asked if someone had stopped them. The innkeeper looked at her in confusion and replied that it was some young swordsman. The brother looked forward in surprise. 3 days ago, the protagonist, sitting at the table, threw a coin and said in displeasure that he was not allowed to eat in peace. The innkeeper thought for a moment and remembered that this young man was from the Flying Dragon School. Chun looked at him in shock and thought that this was exactly what the leader of the soaring school was talking about. The girl turned around and frowned. Suddenly, a new sect appeared. The guy wondered if Kyung-cho's disappearance could be related to them. His sister asked if the student had joined the new school. The man narrowed his eyes and said that he was not sure. He returned to his memories. The bald man approached the protagonist and barked at him to know his place. The young man slammed his fist on the table, and 3 more coins flew at the man. He gritted his teeth as he took blows to his chest and shoulders. He was thrown back. Yeomdong frowned and thought that the boy might be young, but he was incredibly strong. Jiaka narrowed his eyes and asked if he wanted to continue. The man jumped up and called him an arrogant brat. The swordsman turned around and said that he was lucky today. The innkeeper frowned, trying to remember, and said that he didn't think they left together. The fight ended very quickly, and then they just went their separate ways. Yeon looked at the coin thoughtfully. She couldn't understand how strong the boy was to be able to separate 2 masters of the orthodox schools. However, it was more important to find out why Hwang Yeomdong was trying to kill Dyung-cho. She knew that the relations between their schools were rather tense, but he must have known that if the line was crossed, the Muram alliance would intervene. Yeon turned around, enlightened by a new guess, and headed for the exit of the inn. The brother jumped up in shock and ran to catch up with her. The innkeeper looked sadly after them and asked them to at least buy a cup of tea next time. The brother and sister walked on. The girl studied the threatening aura. She thought that Yeomdong must have a grudge against the floating school, and since he had seen the faces of the students of the Flying Dragon School, he definitely understood that they were not traveling together. Yeon decided that if that was the case, then somewhere nearby Hwang Yeomdong must be waiting for Dyung-cho. The bald man grinned wickedly. The girl saw memories. The swordsman scholar was walking through the forest when suddenly a shadow flashed above him. The young man barely had time to raise his head when he was mercilessly killed without the opportunity to make even a sound or fight back. Blood spurted, and the killer landed on the ground, smiling greedily. Yeon saw the young man's body before her eyes. She led her brother to that place and silently pointed her finger at the bloody bush and the ground. Chun approached in shock and noticed the blood. He asked his sister to stay where she was, and he himself rushed to the trees. The guy removed the leaves and branches and froze. Under a layer of grass, Dyung-cho's body was found, his sword, as well as a tablet and money. This meant that this was not done by bandits. The boy frowned and muttered if it was really Hwang Yeomdong who did this. His brother turned around at the sound of his voice. Yeon looked at him and said that if his crime was revealed, the battle between the Heavenly Sword School and the Soaring Sword School would definitely begin. The Heavenly Sword School was not strong enough to go against the Orthodox Alliance. If they dared to do such a thing, then it meant that someone was behind them. The girl looked at the body and noted that it had no head, which was too similar to the incident 20 years ago. There was something sinister about it. Hwang Yeomdong brought the bloody bag to the people sitting around the round table. They grinned at the video of the man who brought them the boy's head. The bald man smirked and asked if they would accept him into the Yumyang cult now. The woman leaned on her long-nailed hand and smiled. She said that she didn't expect much, but the man wasn't so useless and was worthy of becoming one of the 12 demon soldiers. Hwang Yeomdong smiled happily and thanked her when he heard that she would keep her promise. The woman with pink hair and a symbol on her forehead crossed her legs and said that Muram was a place where the weak died and the strong survived. The weak were just prey for the strong. She smiled and said that their cult would turn the world upside down in the near future. At the same time, the Five Peaks heroes passed Hefei and returned to their fortress. They walked through the forest. Yeon-cho was glad that his health had finally improved a little. He hoped that he could have a drink at the inn, but the fight had left everything covered in dust. Yonggak, who was following the boss, agreed. The old man smiled and said that there was no greater pleasure than to return to their fortress, where he could finally lie down and drink in peace. He winced when someone asked him what kind of fortress he was talking about. The others looked at Yonggak with sarcasm and noted that when the sage Chun-jai came to them, he had fled faster than everyone else, and now he called the fortress ours. Everyone laughed, and the old man exclaimed that he, too, could miss their home. He frowned and said that he had even gone with them to the Green Forest meeting, so why shouldn't he call the fortress ours? Suddenly, 2 blades were pointed at his throat. The men grabbed the old man and announced that they had captured one of the 3 Henan criminals. Yonggak is the northern sword Gyumel. His allies looked at him in bewilderment. The old man gritted his teeth, looking at the invaders. The man frowned and said that he would die today. The protagonist sighed wearily and asked what he would have to deal with this time. Ko Myung looked at the scene with confusion and tried to find out who these people were. The brown-haired man frowned angrily and cried out that they belonged to the Orthodox Alliance of the Storm Squad. Another guy with a headband pulled out a sword in front of the old man and apologized, noting that it had been 5 years since they let this criminal go and now they had accidentally stumbled upon him, so now was not the time to observe manners. Yeon-cho punched his palm and wanted to introduce himself first, stating that they were the Henan Soaring Dragon School. The fortress leader frowned and looked ahead and cried out that the person they were currently holding was not the criminal Yonggak, but an old man known as Bangtong who had been helping their sect. Yonggak along with the fortress leader began to laugh maliciously when Yeoncho asked him again with his new name, and the old man confirmed everything. The guy in the headband became angry with displeasure and realized that he had never heard of such a school. He looked at the good-natured team, Yeoncho and the girls, noticing that he felt the energy of an orthodox martial art. The main character looked at him with an angry look and thinned the blue aura. This guy looked at the old man intently. He saw that Yonggak continued to smile mockingly, and there was no energy coming from him. Yonggak looked at the brown-haired man with displeasure, who shouted that this old man was definitely one of the 3 great criminals, Yonggak. This fighter bowed his head and furiously shouted that he did not know exactly why he hid his identity and infiltrated the ranks of the Orthodox sect, but he, as Lee Sangmun, would not confuse this face of a starving old man with anyone. Yonggak bared his teeth with angrily looking at Sangmun. Go Mayang snorted at the girls laughing. The other guy in the bandage frowned in displeasure and mentioned their soaring dragon school, saying that he didn't know exactly how the old man managed to deceive them, but he was definitely the northern sword of Gumul, a criminal known as Yonggak. He drew the tip of the blade across the old man's neck, making a small wound. The main character looked at them through his bangs with displeasure. Yeoncho stretched out his hands with a smile and mentioned that the old man certainly looked like a ferret, but there was still a misunderstanding here, since an old man running errands for their sect could hardly be a criminal. Go Mayang smirked sarcastically along with Ki Yeon, joking that the most the old man could do was handle a broom and cook dog food, since he could easily be in the top 10 in the world for doing dirty work. Yonggak started laughing loudly, touching the blades, saying that his sect leader was right and he was going to make food for their dogs if they had any. Yonggak tried to remove 2 blades with his hand. The fighter's gaze caught on a small scar on the old man's hand. The brown-haired man frowned with displeasure and noticed this wound, saying that he obviously inflicted it 5 years ago and did not understand why the old man boldly lied. Yonggak bared his teeth in anger and frowned. His team members widened their eyes in bewilderment. The guy in the bandage looked at the old man with displeasure and ordered him to stop lying, because if they covered for this criminal, he would conclude that they were all his accomplices and would hand them over to the Orthodox Alliance for trial. A whole crowd of black silhouettes were arguing in an empty clearing. The people on the sides did not understand what the guys were talking about, realizing that since they were saying that the Orthodox Alliance was involved, something had really happened. The old man continued to frown with sweat on his brow and realized that he was very unlucky, and no one would have thought that he would meet people from the Alliance here. Yonggak looked at the indifferent protagonist who had his arms crossed and understood that in order to resolve this situation, he needed Jaka to do something, but he definitely did not do anything for him that could harm the 5 Peaks fortress. The protagonist snorted from under his bangs. He looked at the guys with his arms crossed and informed that these guys were talking too much, because he repeated once again that this old man was Tong and worked for their sect. Yonggak, who was under the blade's tip, looked at Jaka in surprise. Sangmun continued to look forward furiously and shout for the guys to stop, because if they insisted, they would start to suspect them too, so when they caught Yonggak, they wanted to leave. The main character bared his teeth angrily and did not understand what they could be suspected of. Yeoncho and his assistant turned to Jaka with an ironic grin and mentioned that these guys were from the Orthodox Alliance. The main character stood behind his crossed arms and exuded an evil aura, repeating that they had already said several times that the guys were wrong. The main character furrowed his brows furiously and looked at the people, saying that if they continued to suspect them, it would put their group in an unpleasant situation. While the main character continued to get angry, his fire form had already flown to attack. His fire form continued to scream furiously. This fire form screamed, flying straight at the people and Yonggak. The guy in the bandage looked at the glowing beam with fury. He was anxiously tensed and his eyes widened. You see, it was the aura execution from the rumors. The guy watched in horror as Jaka's fiery form flew towards him. This guy immediately dropped the sword from his hand. 2 blades plopped down on the ground. Yonggak looked at the frightened fighter in bewilderment, who realized that only the top 10 martial artists in the world should be able to do this, and this guy used a very high-level technique. Jaka continued to frown furiously and get angry, while the fighters did not understand how such a young guy mastered such a skill. Yonggak continued to bare his teeth, looking at the indignant Sangmun, who called the main character an arrogant brat and did not understand how he dared to be so impudent in the presence of the Orthodox Alliance. Suddenly, Sangmun and the old man looked back at another comrade who believed Jaka. The blade of aura was hanging right in front of the guy's face, who was ironically saying that this old man was definitely not like Yonggak, and they were most likely definitely mistaken after a long tiring journey. While Jaka was standing in the fiery aura, Yeoncho and his assistant were waving their hand and laughing, happy that they were similar. They finally came to an agreement, and in such a scary world, They definitely need to trust others, so they called the old man over. Yonggak was trying to put the sword away from his face with a happy smile and was about to leave. Sangman pressed the blade to the old man's neck again and did not understand what his captain was saying, because he also saw the scar on Yonggak's wrist. They saw how this guy in the bandage sadly lowered his head. He stood there with a dejected look, looking down. Sangman looked at him closely and understood that he could expect this from their captain, because after he fooled their enemies, he showed him with his eye to take them all out. He happily watched as the captain began to draw a hieroglyph on the ground and immediately understood what he wanted to say and needed to deal with the guys. He looked at the message on the ground and understood that they needed to shut up and run away from here. Sangman frowned in bewilderment. The old man managed to look back and see how the captain took the fighter by the hand, and they quickly began to run away. All the guys stood with a puzzled look. Yonggak looked at what was happening and smiled ironically, because he thought that he really had come to the end. Yeoncho was scared behind him, but was glad that everything was resolved normally. Go Myung slightly narrowed his eyes and looked ahead coldly, trying to understand why these guys came here, because the Alliance rarely sends its people to such a wilderness. The rays of the sun tried to break through the purple clouds. The meeting between the heroes of the Five Peaks and these two people on the way to Hefei was much more significant than expected. They imagined a whole group of people and their leader under the blue light, realizing that this meeting made it clear to the people that the Orthodox Alliance, being the organization that maintains order in the Muram factions, was starting to make its move. Chun and Yon stood with their eyes closed next to the dead body where the woman was crying. The woman asked why this happened to him. The fighters looked in front of them furiously. The guy said that they were damned scoundrels from the Heavenly Sword School, asking what they thought, that for killing one of their people, nothing will happen to them, demanding to give them Yeomdong's head. Yeomdong smiled maliciously. The warriors looked at the soldiers furiously. The man said that this was nonsense, and Yeongcho died only because he started showing off in the territory of the School of the Sky Ball by asking how they dare to demand the head of Yeomdong. The fighters pointed their swords at each other. The clash of two sects, the schools of ascension from the School of the Sky Ball. The gate doors opened. The fighters looked away in bewilderment. A long-haired man with a menacing look entered inside. In order to resolve the situation between them, the Orthodox Alliance, responsible for the entire territory of the Muram, intervened. The man emitted a white aura. Yeomdong bowed before the man. Yeomdong claims that the murder occurred during a duel, so it was not a murder, but an accident. The long-haired man watched the dissatisfied old men. In the end, the Orthodox Alliance, who was afraid that things would get out of hand, asked the Skyball School to compensate the Ascension School for everything. The long-haired man looked menacingly ahead. It was said that in the Orthodox faction, the word of the Orthodox Alliance is the law. The woman shed bitter tears over the boy's body. Even if this decision is difficult to accept, they have no choice. Chun looked at the floor with his brows furrowed. They can only follow their decision. The long-haired man turned his gaze to the side. The one who played the biggest role in summing up these events was the flower telepath. The brunette with a cold gaze looked ahead. Namgung Yeon. Yeon turned her gaze to the side. Yeomdong looked ahead with a dissatisfied look. Yeon thought that the swordsman who was distracting the mountain, Yeomdong, looking at him in person, she is sure. A terrifying aura emanated from the bald man. The brunette noted that he wasn't even trying to hide that dark and disgusting energy of a demonic cult, wondering if they had infiltrated the Orthodox faction. The girl looked ahead, calling out to Chun. The boy asked what was wrong. He looked at the girl, dumbfounded. The brunette said that she thought the Yumyang cult would soon show up in the Muraim. The boy asked what she said. He looked at the girl, puzzled, asking if she had found out anything. If what she said was true, then shouldn't they tell the members of the Orthodox Alliance present there? Yeon looked away with a cold gaze. She said that telling them at that moment was not only meaningless, but would also worsen the terrible atmosphere there, adding that they needed more concrete evidence of the Yumyang clan's infiltration of the Orthodox faction. The brunette squinted ahead, saying that they would return to Hefei first. The man stood with a sword in his hands. Yeon said that after all, the person who knew the most about the Yumyang cult was their father. The man stretched his lips, sighing heavily. He used the fifth form of the infinite heavenly technique. The man cut the mannequins with a swing of his sword. He used the crescent moon strike. The man grinned contentedly. A beautiful sunset was visible in the sky. The guys were climbing the mountain. The fighter told the old man that given the reaction of the guys from the Orthodox Alliance, Go Myung looked at the old man, asking that, apparently, in his prime, he was quite rowdy. The old man looked at the guys with displeasure, asking how long they were going to call him that. Hyung-do smiled widely, saying that the name was starting to catch on, and he kept bragging about being one of the 3 greatest criminals in Henan, asking that it probably wasn't a bluff. Yonggak smiled maliciously, clenching his hand into a fist. He noted that because the Orthodox Alliance started hunting him, he was now living a quiet life, but before, if he had looked at him, he would have considered himself a corpse. Ti-Yeon looked at the old man with a wicked grin. She said that since such an incredible person decided to become a mountain bandit, she believed that the Orthodox alliance was much more scary. The old man closed his eyes and smiled. He noted that he would be lying if he said that they weren't scary, but after trying them out, he felt like being a mountain bandit suited him much better and planned to stay in the Five Peaks Fortress until he died of old age. Ki-yeon furrowed her brows, looking at Yonggak with displeasure. She thought that this old man simply had to win every argument. Yonggak looked at the boys with a smirk. He thought that they were too young to win an argument with him. Go Maying looked up with a wide smile. He remembered how the wounded Yeoncho and he entered the building. The bald-headed man said that their fortress was previously powerless and they didn't even know martial arts. The boys looked at Yeoncho with concern. Go Mayang noted that because of that, it was hard to survive, but now they had a beautiful Harmony Pavilion. The bald-headed man imagined a huge, beautiful building. He said that since Jaka became one of the top of the Green Forest, they are much better than other mountain shelters. The bald-headed man hugged the protagonist. He said that every dog has a day like that, and he believes that all they can do is just go about their routine with an air of importance and live their lives in peace. The protagonist looked at the man, saying that he was actually thinking about using the plate to do a new job as a bandit. A shine was coming from the silver plate. Yeoncho looked behind him, telling them to stop chatting and get ready to set up camp, as it would soon get dark. The protagonist looked down at the ground. Tents were lined up around a fire. Gyaka was sitting on the ground, crossing his legs. Yeoncho looked at the protagonist with a smile, saying that he trains a lot. The boys were lying on the ground, fast asleep. Gyaka asked where the others were. The faggot noted that he thought they were all very tired, even though they didn't show it, and were sleeping like babies. The boys were sitting on the ground, looking at the sky. The protagonist noted that they had climbed several mountains and it was no wonder that they were tired. There was a full moon in the sky. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, calling out to Yeoncho. He looked at the guy, asking if he remembered what he told him when he took him in. The brunette looked at the hero thoughtfully, asking what he was talking about the day he first joined the Five Peaks Fortress. Gyaka lowered his gaze to the ground. He said that everything was right and it was better to take from others than to let others take what was his. The protagonist remembered how the brunette stroked his head. He noted that he still remembered what he told him then. The protagonist sat motionless. He noted that back then he didn't want to lose anything anymore and he wanted to live with them all, so he fought again and again. Yeoncho stared at the protagonist, asking what was different now. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that he didn't just fight and take what was someone else's, he even used the Green Forest plate to do more. The protagonist remembered his little self, how he cried. He looked through the crack where a person with an evil smile was visible. He said that it was like the absolute tyranny of a person who had power. Gyaka remembered how a woman smiled bloodthirstily, looking through the crack. The protagonist looked ahead indifferently. He asked what the current him was, how different he was from the people he hated so much. Yeoncho looked at the protagonist. Gyaka sat under the starry sky. He said that sometimes, although he appreciated all the time he spent with them, with those who helped him get out of that place, he wondered if he was on the right path for himself. A beautiful sunset was visible in the city. At the same time, in the Waryong estate, Miju smiled widely, looking at the men. Thanks to Miju's fantastic insight, she was able to get investments from various merchants. Mubik stood at the head of the warriors, and she began to build a martial arts family, which Mubik led. The fighters followed the carriage. Plus, with the income from protecting the merchants, she increased her strength. There were houses on the map. Now, in order to further spread the name of the Waryong estate, she needed a fortress of green forest, which would become a sacrifice. The bright sun was shining above the building. The place they were aiming for was none other than the Fortress of Five Peaks, which had been on everyone's lips lately. The fighter approached Mubik. He said that the Five Peaks Fortress was one of the Green Forest fortresses in Henan, and it was said that there was a bandit there who was very skilled with swords, asking that they would avoid that place this time. Mubik chewed the greens in his mouth. He asked what the Five Peaks Fortress was and the bandit who was skilled with swords. Mubik began to get up from the rock. He asked how capable a bandit with such a nickname could be. The red-haired guy smiled widely. He suggested that they take a look at these bandits, since it was time to show these scoundrels from the Green Forest the strength of Waryong Manor. Waryong Manor, Mubik, Wufeng Mountains. The guy smiled widely and greeted the guests, telling them, "Welcome to the Five Peaks Mountains." The man with a mustache, looking at him, opened his mouth and exclaimed, "It was them." The bandit continued to smile and said that they hoped that they would arrive safely at the sales point. His companion asked him to pay the fare of their needy neighbors first. The merchant looked away and hesitated, saying, "What about that?" The boy put his hand to his ear and exclaimed that he couldn't hear anything. Let him speak louder, how could he even trade with such a quiet voice? Someone's hand fell on the man's shoulder. Muto smiled broadly, saying that he had heard that mountain bandits often ran into these mountains in recent years, but he didn't know that they were so daring. The bandit pursed his lips, saying that it seemed like they were the kind of people who hired an escort, but alas, he couldn't help him. It was better for them to pay and leave while they were being nice to them. The men looked ahead sternly. At the same time, a question was heard from the crouching dragon estate in the building with a gray roof. What nonsense. The red-haired boy sat at the table and asked his mother how they could send newcomers who had just joined them to accompany the trade union without discussing it with him. They lacked both skills and experience. Once they faced a real threat, everything would be lost. The woman slammed her palm on the table and shouted that he was at it again. Should they just let them sit and do nothing? How would they gain experience then? Meiju frowned and shouted that it didn't matter when they joined them. They respected all the members of the estate. They needed to quickly learn to earn their food and place here. Not wanting to listen to anything, the woman waved her palm, saying that enough, everything was already decided. There was no need to talk about it. She knew he would be indignant, so she sent his cousin Muto with them. Looking away, the woman said that although he was not as strong as him, with his skills there should be no problem. Nubik looked at his mother tiredly and said that if something went wrong, if people found out that they were sending even the most rookies out to escort them, everyone would start saying that they were using their members for profit. The boy frowned and said that besides, they were talking about the area controlled by the Green Forest. She didn't think that the Orthodox Union in charge of the Muram schools would leave them alone for a reason. The boy looked at his mother tensely, who said that whether it was simple or not, no matter how strong these guys from the Green Forest were, they were just mountain bandits. The Orthodox Union probably didn't touch them just because they had the Shattering Heavens Demon Lord behind them. The red-haired boy looked ahead carefully, hearing that he should think of something else. The Green Forest has been on everyone's lips lately. Isn't this a good chance to send their people out to escort them around their lands? The full moon illuminated the building, and words were heard that such a quest required minimal effort and gave the opportunity to join the 9 great schools. Not only that, but the Crouching Dragon Estate would become famous to the world as the ones who destroyed the Green Forest Fortress for the first time in 20 years. The white-haired man whispered something to Muto, covering his mouth with his hand. The bald man looked at his comrade and asked what they were doing. The guy waved his hand with a smile and apologized, asking, did they make them wait? Theatrically stretching his lips, he said that, unfortunately, something happened on the way and they could only pay them half. The brunette gritted his teeth, saying that they were shameless. The red-haired man chuckled, saying that he had another idea. Smiling pompously, he said that, instead of half, he would not give them a penny. The bandit frowned angrily and said that recently a bunch of people from the Crouching Dragon Estate showed up here, who were constantly picking stupid fights with the Green Forest fortresses. Were they from there too? Muto continued to smile, saying that he didn't know if they were stupid or fights, but they were indeed from there. The guys clutched their swords in their hands, and words were heard that 10 heroes from the 5 peaks were currently missing, so they thought they were some kind of joke. The red-haired man grinned and asked if he didn't think so himself. They were just rats robbing merchants. The guy shouted angrily, saying that he liked to talk, and ordered the guys to attack. The guy waved his hand, stopping his warriors. Turning to his comrades, Muto waved his palm, telling them not to worry in vain and just get ready to leave. Smoke swirled around the guy. He hit one of his opponents with his elbow and hit the other 2 with the sheath of his sword. He smirked as he attacked with a sharp movement, using the 9 Heavens technique, first formation, Soaring Dragon. The brunette with the sword looked ahead in fear. Muto, still smiling, approached him, saying that it was too early. He attacked, leaving a bright trace, and was surprised. The sword flew to the side while spinning and then pierced the stone behind. The trembling brunette saw the sword approaching him. Muto towered over him with a smile, saying that now they can just ride on. The defeated men lay on the ground. The brunette gritted his teeth in displeasure. Looking at the red-haired man, he said that he would allow them not to pay this time, but let him know that they would meet again. The old man clenched his fists happily, saying that it should have been done like this from the beginning. If they had ridden on peacefully from the beginning, they would not have had to surrender. They would have only wasted their strength in vain. He turned to Muto, saying that the 5 Peaks Fortress had become quite famous recently. He tensed up at first, but in reality, it was all probably just rumors. Glancing sideways at him, the escort asked with a smile how such weaklings became famous, although they say that an empty barrel makes the loudest noise. The dejected brunette heard that he should say who he was hanging out with, and he would say who he was. What was their name? The Green Forest Fortress. Trash is trash, no matter what it was called. Muto turned his gaze to the brunette who was sitting behind him, saying that even if he passed today, he continued that next time the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks would be here, let them just wait, evil and bad people. Without turning around, the red-haired man asked again, were they evil? He just wanted to leave, but he squeaked too much. With his eyes shining, Muto told them to show everything he could. He was not the first one to tell him to wait for the next time, but none of them could do their job yet. The brunette looked gloomily. Hearing this, a group of people ran in the rain to the building, shouting, where did this rain come from? The men ran to the entrance, cursing what was so angry because they were almost at the Five Peaks Mountains. Opening the door to the room, Go Myung said that it was impossible to go in such weather, and Hyung-do added that they did not even have a change of clothes, and they were completely soaked. Turning to them, Yeoncho said that there was nothing to be done, they would sleep here today and move on tomorrow morning. The girls looked around in fear, trembling. Hee-yeon asked, "Isn't this place scary? It looks like a ghost will jump out at any second." Yonggak smiled predatorily, scaring them, and asked, "Ghosts? When they hit their 50s, they will realize that humans are much scarier than ghosts. In this rain, they won't even hear the screams of people dying nearby." Hee-yeon angrily hit him on the back, shouting that they were scared as it is, why talk such nonsense? The old man turned to her with displeasure and shouted that he said it wrong. The rain washes away all traces and muffles sounds, so this is the best weather for killing, isn't it? Gyaka glanced at them, shaking his shoulder, and heard the girl shout that he must have lived a great life. Really, why would the Orthodox Union try to catch him? The heroes stopped at the door, looking at the sky. Yeoncho asked, "I wonder how the fortress copes with such a downpour," and Go Myung asked, "What could happen there?" A heavy rain pelted the gray mountains. A bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. The masked men were carrying sacks on their shoulders. Gyaka saw them in surprise. He put his finger to his lips and whispered to the others to be quiet, someone was coming. The heroes listened, holding their swords in their hands. The man with the bandage on his forehead frowned, looking ahead. A kick swung the door open. The strangers with sacks were running towards the building. One of the masked men stopped, looking ahead. The heroes looked at him resolutely. There was some movement in the sack on the man's shoulder. Gyaka looked at it in surprise. Standing in front of the strangers, he thought that the sack had just moved. The masked men were looking ahead. Holding sacks, they were standing in the room opposite the gang members. Gyaka and the others looked at them. One of the strangers frowned and asked, "Who are they?" Looking at him, Go Myung angrily shouted that it was their question. They were the first to come here, what were they doing here? Looking at the group of people, he shouted at the others to look at their bags. They were thieves, where did they come from? Let them answer. A bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. The bag on his shoulder shook again. Gyaka frowned at him, realizing that the bag had just moved, let them not tell him. Go Myung angrily cracked his knuckles, asking what were they, kidnappers or something. The men in black looked at him gloomily, and then took out their swords. Yeoncho glanced sideways at his comrades, who nodded. Gyaka frowned and stepped forward. Looking at him, the masked stranger thought that they instantly lined up in battle formation. These were not ordinary guys, and more importantly, this red-haired man. The hero stood surrounded by bright flashes. The man thought that the power of the energy emitted by him was serious. Holding a sword in his hand, the man asked what his name was. Frowning, Gyaka exclaimed, what did he care about his name? He would write it on a tablet and hang it as a keepsake. They should finish quickly so that they could rest later. The masked man frowned, shouting, who did he think he was? Together with his comrades, he rushed forward shouting that he would pay for his arrogance with his life. Gyaka turned his gaze, looking at the approaching figures. The comrades behind resolutely clutched their weapons. The blades of the opponents crossed. The men with swords rushed at each other. The masked man looked forward in shock. 3 blades were pointed at him at once. The swords clashed, scattering sparks. The man frowned, cursing in his mind, and thought that they just wanted to take shelter from the rain here. But who would have expected such monsters to be here? Behind him, Yeoncho was running towards him with a sword. The man looked at him with a questioning gaze. The leader pursed his lips and exhaled, then swung his sword, leaving a bright mark. The man flew back in a spray of blood. He managed to stay on his feet, pressing his hand to the wound. Yonggak looked at the men in surprise. He remembered the group of people in black suits and masks and thought that they looked like the ones they had fought on the way to the Green Forest gathering. He remembered how the man swung his sword and thought that those bad people who used strange martial arts, they all had unusual techniques. The man looked at him with narrow pupils. The old man remembered how they clutched their swords and thought that it was a goosebump-inducing vile energy and a specific swordsmanship style. You don't see something like this every day, and you definitely can't confuse them with anything. Both groups were clearly from the same organization. The old man looked at the disgruntled Yeoncho, who said that he seemed to have not fully recovered yet. He was not able to knock down even such a weakling. He glanced sideways at the leader with displeasure, thinking that they had all had such a hard time that they almost died. He saw his comrades attacking from above, shouting at the leader to rest for a while. The man thought, how have they become so strong since then? The gang members ran at the strangers standing with swords, shouting that they should not hope to escape alive. Yonggak looked at them in surprise, thinking that at this rate, they would really catch up with him, the man who had bent all of Henan under his control. The tip of a sword approached his face. He parried the blow, hearing the stranger say that they would get everything from them. First the old man. The man with the covered face extended his sword. Yonggak watched in surprise as the blade flashed in front of his face. Frowning in displeasure, he thought that he had weakened his defense. The swing of the weapon left a bright mark. The man coughed, spitting out blood. His comrades looked at him in fear, exclaiming his name. The group members turned around questioningly. The stomp of a foot smashed the floor. A bright beam of power rushed forward from the blow. The energy knocked the man off his feet, throwing him back. Surrounded by a bright glow, Gyaka stood in front of the man who had flown away. The stranger's eyes widened in shock. He thought, what kind of devilishly powerful martial art was this? Who was he? The guy's eyes were hidden by his bangs. He said that not only did they kidnap people, but they also dared to injure his family. He jumped high into the air, leaving a mark behind him. With burning eyes, Gyaka rushed to the attack, saying that they better tense up and give it their all, because now he will show them what it means to beat them half to death. The masked men looked at him in shock. Yonggak looked at the boy happily, asking if he recognized him as a family member. A bright spark was created from the sword strikes. Gyaka kicked his opponent. He rushed forward, attacking the strangers. His fist hit the masked face right away. The warrior froze, looking forward in surprise. He screamed, breaking the wall with himself. His comrade looked at the hole in the wall in shock. The man trembled, thinking about this child. Smoke was coming from the boy's clenched fist. Gyaka's hair was blowing in the wind. The stranger thought that they were definitely no match for him. Yoncho, who was standing behind, said with displeasure that he thought he would finally warm up, but it seems that everything has already been resolved. Go Mayang chuckled, saying that it was a pity he was already preparing his killing blow. The masked man looked at them with displeasure and said that they might retreat now, but they will meet again, let them wait. The heroes watched as they ran away with disgruntled cries. The boss asked what they were carrying. They couldn't even hear it, they ran away too fast. The comrade laughed, saying that indeed, their movement techniques were definitely at the highest level, were they just learning them. The leader glanced sideways at the moving bags and asked if there were still those in their time who made a living by kidnapping. They were so problematic. He began to untie the black bag, asking what was so interesting about these unfortunates that they even decided to kidnap them, probably beauties. He abruptly pulled his hand away from the old man's head that had appeared. The gang members opened their mouths in shock, looking at the kidnapped people. Unknown men appeared from the bags. The old man folded his hand in prayer and said its words. The discouraged leader asked, "What are they doing?" It was still pouring outside. Words of gratitude for the rescue were heard in the building. The man in the hat said that monks had been disappearing in the area lately, so they came here to investigate, but almost ended up like them. The old man with the beard said how lucky they were that the merciful Buddha had brought them together. Yoncho, who was sitting opposite him, asked in surprise what they were even planning to do with them, since they were just two people, just a monk and a Taoist. The kidnapped man replied that he didn't know why they kidnapped them, but thank you very much for foiling their plans. Ti-Yon looked at the men in surprise, saying that didn't these guys look like the ones they had fought with recently. Hyung-du clenched his fist and exclaimed that they weren't just similar, they were definitely from the same group. He glanced sideways at his comrade with displeasure, saying that he recognized that feeling. He didn't know who they were, but he was sure that these people were involved in something shady. The kidnapped men opened their mouths in surprise. The old man asked if this was not the first time he had met these people. If so, the situation was more complicated than they could have thought. The second added that they needed to tell the Orthodox Union about what had happened. Laughing, the heroes glanced sideways at the discouraged Yonggak, saying that it was him again. The monk raised his head and said that he wanted to glorify the names of their saviors throughout the world. Could they identify themselves? Laughing dramatically, the gray-haired man waved his hands, saying that it was not necessary. They were just random people who had helped them once. It would be enough if they simply prayed for their lives. The man in the hat, looking at him, said that even convinced ascetics who lived in modesty find it difficult to throw off the shackles called the thirst for fame. The monk added that they must be closer to nirvana than anyone else. The men joyfully folded their palms in prayer, saying that they had met such outstanding people. The old man suggested that they should definitely get acquainted if they had a chance to meet again, but for now they should quickly leave. He would pray for their safe journey. Yonggak breathed a sigh of relief. The monks headed away. Yoncho watched them go, saying that something like that was mentioned in Hefei. It seemed that bad things were happening in the world. He turned around, looking at his comrade, and said that he wanted to ask their insightful Yonggak if he had a guess on this matter. The old man, crossing his arms, replied that he had some suspicions, but, looking at him, the leader asked again, "But what?" The man with a mustache repeated, "But." Spreading his palms, he jokingly asked, should the mountain bandits worry about this? They should rather worry about how to quickly return to the fortress and continue their normal lives. Turning away, the leader said that he was right. Why should the mountain bandits worry about others? Go Mayang waved his sword, saying that when they returned to the fortress, they could live an even more carefree bandit life than before. He had trained so much with Gyaka during their journey that he felt that he had become much stronger than when he set out. Sobek smiled, saying that he had become incredible. Hyung-do, laughing, glanced at her and said that hadn't he become a little stronger too. Turning around in displeasure, Yeoncho told them not to get too cocky with pride. Although they had easily defeated any enemy so far, who knew how things would end if Gyaka was not with them. The red-haired man looked down sadly, and then turned his gaze to the boss when he called him, saying that they knew the first one, but could he teach them the next formation of the 9 heavens technique? He looked at the boy, who, smiling, said that seeing how he was getting stronger after training, he wanted to practice even more. Ki-yeon added that they wanted to too. The hero exhaled, smiling, throwing his sword over his shoulder. He asked, "It seems like they are not going to sleep tonight." The comrades were holding their swords in their hands with determination. Gyaka stood in front of them in a fighting stance. A spark of light burned on his blade. At this time, the red-haired guy stood in a fighting stance. He decisively swung his sword, sending a gust of wind. The guy turned around, hearing his brother ask, "He is already so strong, why does he still train?" Seung-beek looked at him with a smile. Mubeek turned away, recognizing his brother, and said that training should never end. It is necessary to constantly train your body and mind. With a determined look, holding the sword, he said that he still lacks internal energy, and his skills are not close to the skills of the elders of the 9 great schools. The guy jumped high, moving forward rapidly. He said that if they continue to follow Mother's plan and mess with the Green Forest and its fortresses. Swinging the glowing sword, Mubeek shouted that there would definitely be a day when they would have to face serious opponents. Seung-beek's mouth dropped open as the blade came flying towards him. He carelessly exclaimed that they were all ordinary mountain bandits, so why was he so worried? The elder looked at him with a frown and told him not to underestimate the Green Forest. It's not for nothing that people say that they are in step with the orthodox Murim. The younger one was even more discouraged when he heard his brother ordering him to quickly bring his sword here, and asked if he had planned this from the beginning. The heroes swung their swords in identical poses. Seung-beek asked his brother if they should just go to sleep. At this time, the gang members were holding swords in their hands and training. Gyaka, looking at them with determination, swung his sword. Mubeek, who was standing next to his brother, thought that the bandit who was a perfect swordsman was so good that he could defeat the elder of the Wudang school. If this was true, then even he would have a hard time standing up to him with his current skills. Bright sparks appeared around the boy. He thought that this is why he must become even stronger than he is now. The red-haired man furrowed his brows with determination, surrounded by bright sparks. The people ran outside when they saw the silhouettes entering the territory, shouting, "The boss is back." The journey to the Green Forest gathering, where many things happened, as well as tales of heroism, came to an end. Yeoncho looked at the people hugging him with a smile. Finally, the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks and Gyaka returned to the fortress. The leader chuckled when the man asked how he was feeling, since he was badly injured. Instead of answering, he asked, "Can't you see, he took too long to recover from such a tiny wound, and was ready to go rob people right now." Yamyang laughed, saying that now that they were back together, they could live an even better life. Yeoncho, looking at them, hesitantly answered that he thought so. The men grinned, looking at him. The 2 bandits stood opposite each other with swords. 2 months after returning, Chulsan threw his sword over his shoulder, asking, "Is it necessary to fight for rank? He doesn't want to take responsibility if he gets hurt." Gi-duk held out his sword, telling him to speak for himself and to better prepare for what's to come. While the 10 were at the Green Forest gathering, they were training in the techniques of Brother Yamyang. He jumped up, attacking, and shouted that he would defeat him in a duel, join the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks, and become famous throughout the world. The guy jumped up, raising his sword above his head, and shouted, "Hellblade, first formation." Chulsan looked at him indifferently. Then he raised his sword up and with a strong blow, leaving a very bright mark, struck the enemy. Gi-duk saw how the blade fiddled with his sword, leaving cracks. The blade broke into pieces, flying apart into fragments. The guy exclaimed displeasedly about his hell blade. Does he even know how expensive it is? The hero looked at him displeasedly and told him to go train some more. Yeoncho laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. Chulsan looked at her lovingly. Gi-duk thought what was going on. Were their skills that different when they first came? He looked at the girl who turned to the embarrassed man and thought that he noticed that his aura was somehow different after returning. He had become incredibly strong, and since returning, he trains every day. Maybe now he is stronger than even Yamyang's brother. The man watched the couple walk away and thought that he was very lonely. Yamyang frowned and exclaimed that this was completely wrong. Looking at Yonggak lying down, leaning on his arm, he called out to him. The old man said with displeasure that he was making so much noise, why shout like that? Frowning, the man continued, "Can't he see that since they returned from the meeting, no one has committed a single robbery? Not the boss, not a dozen heroes." The old man turned around, hearing that all they did day after day was train, and they were so immersed in it that even the fortress was not functioning properly. Yonggak replied, that was why he was grumbling so much, so what was the problem? Yamyang frowned at him and remained silent. Then he remembered the footage of the fight and shouted, hadn't he heard about those from the estate who had beaten them while they were gone? The old man turned around and said that he had heard something. So what? Did he tell the boss and ask for retribution? The brunette frowned and exclaimed that of course. He remembered how he walked up to Yeoncho, who was drinking from a cup, and exclaimed, should they lie in wait for those people when they returned and show them how scary the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks were? He clenched his fist until he trembled, saying that they would punish them well and double the duty as a warning to all the other impudent people. The boss said to forget it and just let it go. Yamyung asked in surprise. Sitting with a cup, Yeoncho said indifferently that there would be no problem if they let a few of these guys through. Go Myung added that the boss was right, let them just forget it and not make a big deal out of it. He suggested that the leader just continue where they left off. The man watched in dismay as the leader talked to his comrade about how to properly use internal energy. In the present, he looked at the old man with displeasure and shouted that he was the boss of the fortress. What kind of reaction was this? There were many mouths to feed in the fortress, they would all die of hunger here. Yamyung opened his mouth, this consciousness, and asked, maybe he should offer him a fight for rank. Yonggak looked at him in surprise and asked, Jiaka. The man smiled enthusiastically, said that of course, this would be their beginning. That time when he did not want to fight him, he was sure that Yonggak was just being cautious. The old man opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that therefore, if he gave it his all now. The man remembered the gloomy man with a beard and thought that the elder of the Wuding school, no, he defeated not only the sage Chunjai. He remembered how the blades of the opponents clashed, and thought that he even fought equally with the one who can truly be called a monster, the Shattering Heavens Demon Lord. Angrily frowning, Yonggak thought that he wanted him to challenge him, and said out loud that I understand, it means he believes in him. Yamang enthusiastically exclaimed that yes, if they seriously take on and begin. He was cut off by a boot flying straight at his forehead. The old man kicked his subordinate to the ground and shouted angrily that they would all just die together. Yonggak threw Yamyang out onto the street, shouting that he wanted to kill him. If he had time to talk such nonsense, he should do another approach during training. The man sitting on the ground shouted in surprise, why was he on the same side with them? Did no one care what happened to the 5 Peaks Fortress? A shout was heard that he hated them all. Yonggak gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that after that time he had not seen Jiaka in battle, he was in blissful ignorance and was suggesting such heresy. He turned and looked at the sunset sky, thinking that besides the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks who were training under such a monster, water poured over the rocks like a waterfall. He continued the thought that they were also growing faster than anyone could imagine. Yeoncho jumped up, raising his sword behind his back. He cut the log with a blow of his blade and looked forward with determination and blazing eyes. Several silhouettes appeared in the sunset sky. Go Myung swung his sword decisively next to the others. Returning to the fortress of the 5 peaks, all of them devoted themselves completely to training and development. Im Dao blocked the opponent's blow with his sword. In a short period of time, all of them. Yeoncho had old scars on his body. They had grown unprecedentedly in martial arts. Yonggak looked down, saying that he couldn't even defeat the boss now. He leaned against the door in discouragement and said how difficult life was. There were plates of food on the pieces of log. Figures were sitting among the trees in the clearing. Words were heard addressing the boss. Im Dao looked at him and said that he heard that he wanted to let those guys go from the estate. Hyungdu, who was sitting behind him, said that he doubted that this was a good decision. It would be better to teach them a lesson when they returned. Yeoncho turned to the others and asked, okay, do the others agree to this? The girls looked down thoughtfully and remained silent. The men looked at them in surprise and asked what was wrong with them. Im Dao said not to say that they wanted to forgive them after such humiliation. The girl extended her palm forward. Raising her hand, Sobik said that she actually didn't want to rob anymore. The mustachioed man glanced at her and asked, what was she talking about? A bandit who didn't rob people. Ki-yeon, sitting next to Chul-san, laughed and said that they agreed with her. They didn't want to do this anymore either. The comrades looked at them in shock. Im Dao asked how they were going to survive in such a difficult world then, and Hyungdu exclaimed that they would only suffer more if they left the fortress. Go Myung crossed his arms and said that it couldn't be helped. Their personalities were never suited for the bandit life. He thought they realized that now. Ki-yeon imagined the figure of the injured man and said that she thought they realized that they wanted to use their power to help people, not take from them. Although they were just pretending to be an orthodox school, she began to think often about that time when they helped others during their journey. Looking down thoughtfully, the girl said that the pastor only joined the fortress because she was too weak to protect herself. Standing in front of the men, the pink-haired girl continued that now that that was not the case, she didn't know if it was right for her to continue being a bandit. Leaning on his cheek, Go Myung smiled, thinking that this was how it was coming to, how they realized their nature. They no longer wanted to be who they were now. He looked away, wondering what this meant. Yeoncho crossed his arms and exclaimed that if that was the case, the third and fourth brothers wanted to continue being bandits. Imdal frowned at him and replied that yes, they had done the same before joining the fortress. Hyung-do added that he didn't mind robbing and thought it was the perfect job for him. Go Myung sat on the ground with the others and told the boss that no matter what he decided, they would follow him. Frowning, Yeoncho replied, okay. Opening his mouth, he said that from today on, the third and fourth brothers would be in charge of the fortress. The men asked in shock. Sanchung turned to the boss in frustration, saying that he didn't want to say that. Go Myung chuckled knowingly, thinking that he knew. Looking forward determinedly, Yeoncho declared that from now on, he was no longer the leader of the Five Peaks Fortress. Sabong looked at the former leader with his mouth open, shocked. Imdal and Hyung-do looked at him in confusion. Yeoncho, with his eyes closed, sat quietly on the ground. Ki-yeon exclaimed in surprise, he's leaving, what is he talking about? Looking at them, the man asked indifferently, I mean, what did he say? After all, it's clear. Didn't he already mention that he has a wife and child who were left alone? Sobik pressed her hand to her chest, asked, will he return to them? Is this a final decision? The man smirked, saying that he wasn't sure yet. He thought he protected them by leaving. There was no other choice then, and after that he started his gangster life. He doesn't even know if there's any point in going back after so many years have passed. Looking at him, Go Myung said that the boss seems to have enough of his own convictions, just like Jiaka. Standing behind, Hyung-do added that it turns out he doesn't like it. Has he been forcing himself to go on raids all this time? The long-haired man waved his hands, saying that no, he doesn't regret the time he spent in the fortress at all. Looking down, he said that meeting all of them and going through so many hardships together, yes, they even achieved the recognition of the Green Forest. Looking forward, Yeoncho said that the days with them were the best moments of his life. This is the precious time that he would never change. His comrades looked at him with warm smiles. Do Myung looked away. Chul-san and Ki-yeon exchanged glances with a smile. The man sitting in the lotus position said that now that the fortress's position has been strengthened, he himself feels that he has grown beyond his former self. Looking at him, Imdal said that he has started to think about the family he left behind every now and then. The boss said that yes, that's exactly it. Just like he said, he thinks about them more and more. Looking at him worriedly, Hyung-do said that if that's his wish and he can only accept it, but why are he and Imdal in charge? Go Myung looked at his comrade in surprise, hearing that he was still there in the second eldest. Smiling slightly, the man explained that as they all know, he is an orphan, with all the problems that come with that in his past. He turned his gaze to the leader, who raised his hand and said that he, who has no family, somehow managed to run into the boss, and unexpectedly they became so close that he became like a brother to him. Yeoncho replied that he decided to leave the fortress with him. The gang members simultaneously began to murmur. Sabong asked how he could decide such a thing without even talking to them. Weren't they his family? Sobik exclaimed that she was disappointed. Imdal said that yes, the brothers were right. How could they decide this between the two of them? Yeoncho waved his hand with a smile, saying that he wanted to tell her earlier, but he couldn't bring himself to do so, and it would be hard to take everyone along. Turning to his comrades, Go Myung told them not to be upset. The truth was that the boss was the one who brought up the idea of leaving first, but they had all been thinking about it too, hadn't they? And Sobik was surprised to hear him ask, didn't she want to open her own tea house, and confirmed it. Ki-yeon nodded when she heard the question that she wanted to open an inn. Yeoncho crossed his arms and said that Chul-san was obviously going to help her. The man scratched himself, you see, saying that he would like to. Looking ahead, he said that he didn't think being a bandit was bad, however. The new leader's spirits perked up. Imdal asked, however, that he wanted to stay with them. Hyung-do added, he liked robbing with them, didn't he? Chul-san smiled as he gripped his sword, saying that in general, his desire to train for more strength now outweighed his desire to rob people. If he trained even more and even harder, he was sure that something good would come of it. He dreamily imagined himself running around with trays, and said that if he could, he would become the strongest waiter in the history of Miram and maybe even be able to protect someone's in from any misfortune. Ki-yeon smiled sheepishly. Thrusting his sword into the ground, the man said that, like him, he wanted to train more than rob. Gripping the hilt, Yeoncho continued that that was why he was leaving the fortress right now. He wanted to give up his post to concentrate on training. Sobik looked down sadly, saying that if that were the case, they would all go their separate ways, and she didn't want that. The brunette pursed her lips pitifully, thinking that if the 10 heroes split up, she would have to leave Jiaka too. Looking at her worriedly, the former leader said that he didn't want to split up either, but they all had their own goals in life, and he believed that each of them was now motivated to challenge themselves. Hyung-do and Imdal glanced at each other. Sabong and Sanchung also exchanged glances. Leaning back, Go Myung said with a smile that he couldn't believe that the day had come when they were seriously talking about such things. To think that they had changed a lot since Jiaka appeared. Wiping away his tears, the man said that he thought they would rob until they died. Touching his shoulder, his comrade said that he would gladly grant his wish. Opening his mouth, Yeoncho said that one last thing, even if they split up, he asked them all to remember. The heroes hugged. All together, around Go Myung said that she was family, no matter what different paths they took. A friend added that if one of them was in trouble, they would drop everything and lay down their lives to help him. The team members enthusiastically agreed. They resolutely swore to this. The man with a mustache screamed. He ran towards them and screamed that there was huge trouble. The gray-haired man looked at his comrade in surprise and asked what happened. He answered that it was Yonggak. He looked up, Yamung screamed, begging him to stop him. Hyungdu looked at the man in surprise and asked who he wanted them to stop. Go Myung asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Yonggak approached Jiaka, who was sitting on a rock. The red-haired man with a straw in his mouth turned around and asked what happened. Why did he come? With a timid laugh, the man said that it was lunch. I wondered if he had had lunch. The boy turned away and said that he had eaten with the boss a few hours ago, so if that was all, he should leave. The man with the beard called him. Looking at him, Jiaka heard him asking to be taught martial arts. Yonggak bowed, waiting for his decision. The boy turned his head slightly and asked, to teach someone at such an age. It would be better if they did not make each other's lives difficult, and just lived as he had lived. The old man frowned, saying that his whole life. Standing behind him, he shouted that he had wasted it on disgusting things, beating people and taking what he wanted from them, killing without a twinge of conscience. He had only joined the fortress because of persecution from the Orthodox Union. Looking down, Yonggak continued that martial arts were a means for him to suppress his own weakness. That was all. Illuminated by the rays of the setting sun, Jiaka remained silent. Gritting his teeth, the elder remembered looking at the boy surrounded by a glow and saying that the day they came to the fortress, he destroyed his arrogant attitude once and for all. He remembered fighting the unknown masked men and said that he realized a lot while watching what the rest of the family did with martial arts. The old man remembered attacking the man himself, saying that he saw that the power was given to them to help people and do righteous deeds. Besides, it was so right and generally beautiful. Looking at the boy with enthusiasm, Yonggak added that he also wanted to learn more about this new world of martial arts. Jiaka turned to him with displeasure and asked if all old men spoke like this or just him. The silver-haired man asked in surprise, what was he talking about? The hero turned around with displeasure and shouted, why was he making things so complicated if he just wanted him to teach him? The man smiled, saying that he thought so, for him everything was like that. Jiaka stood up, saying that the art of the 9 heavens that he knew was completely different from what he had learned, so there was a risk of him suffering from a distortion of his internal energy if something went wrong. Did he agree with that? Looking at him confidently, Yonggak said that if that really happened, he thought it couldn't be helped. He was willing to try even if he ended up losing all his energy. He paused, anxiously waiting for an answer. Shifting his gaze, Jiaka looked at him. The wind blew the red hair of the boy, who said that if he was so determined, he would teach him, but he shouldn't blame him if he ended up a corpse. If that happened, he shouldn't come to him in his dreams and haunt him like a ghost, wishing for his death. Yonggak chuckled, saying that even so he doubted that he would die, he wouldn't die, would he? The boy sitting on the rock turned away, telling him to just forget about it, to go and live his quiet life. The old man threw up his hands and stopped him, saying that even if he died, he wouldn't do anything like that. There were cries from the mountains to train him. The men frowned in confusion, noticing that the old man was training with the boy. The mustachioed man folded his hands and said that he had seen it himself before coming to them, and that he had been told that they were going to the mountains to train and wanted to bring a lot of stuff with them. But the gentleman was already quite old, so he was worried that he would hurt himself if he put himself through that kind of strain. The second brother looked away and said that he never thought they were capable of such a thing. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and replied that she was not surprised that the old man decided to train, but she did not understand why the boy agreed to help him with this. Sobek raised her eyebrows and said that although the old man grumbled a lot, he was a great help to them on the way to the Green Forest Assembly. The second brother crossed his eyebrows. The boss looked back at her. Go Myung just testified that he could not disagree with this. The commander added that in the last mess it was the old man who dragged him to the arena. He frowned and asked if the old man said that his back hurt. Yonggak was carrying a large bag on his back. He climbed up with difficulty, saying that his back hurt a lot. The guy walked ahead of him with ease. The man turned to him and asked how much more they had to climb. The young man replied that they had not even gone halfway, and the old man was already howling. Without looking back, the boy added that he wanted to warn him about something before they started training. He frowned, looked back sternly, and said that if he ever caught the old man using these arts for anything other than good purposes, but for fun, he would personally crush him into dust and send him to the world with guilt. He turned pale and said that he knew better than anyone how scary the kid was, and he wouldn't even dare to think about it, after which he thought that it would be better for him to leave this life on his own. The young man stepped onto the rock and addressed his interlocutor. He frowned deeply and said that they had reached their destination, so it was time to start training right now. He sat in the lotus position, folded his hands, and said that in order to truly learn the art of the 9 heavens, a man must first memorize the divine incantation. He calmly closed his eyes and said that the man was on the path of learning the 9 heavens, so he must clear his mind and empty his emotions. The old man frowned, keeping his eyes closed. The youth added that no thought should disturb his mind. The man released his energy. The hero said that when the heavenly flower blooms, the fish will turn into a phoenix. He suddenly noticed the old man's condition and thought that it was incredible. After all, they had just started, and he had already learned 300 words of the spell, and the rest could not remember even 100 words on the first try, so it turns out that his potential is 3 times greater than others. The old man frowned tensely. The morning sun rose above the cave. The youth rubbed his eyes and looked at the old man training. He frowned in surprise and turned to his ally. Energy swirled around his body. The youth asked him if he had been learning the technique all night. The man smiled widely, laughed, and said that the more he memorized, the more he realized that his clogged head was clearing up, and he did not even notice that the morning had already begun. Drops of blood scattered on the ground. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Blood spurted from the man's nose and mouth. He said in bewilderment that he had a strange feeling. The man staggered and began to fall, saying that something was wrong with his body. The young man quickly rushed from his place towards him. He caught the falling old man. The man coughed and spat out his own blood. The hero gritted his teeth, frowned, and thought that the art of the 9 heavens was incompatible with his techniques because the internal energy was raging and breaking his body from the inside. He formed a seal with one hand and began to heal the old man's body with the other. The man pursed his lips and coughed again. His mind was clouded. The man spat out splashes of blood again. He lost his balance and began to fall forward. The young man gritted his teeth and thought intensely that the energy circulation was already bad, and if he failed now, the ally could die. The guy picked up his body on his shoulders. He quickly jumped up and decided that he would not allow this. The hero went to the edge of the cliff. He jumped down with the body of his ally. The guy seriously frowned, looking ahead. He turned around and stepped on the slope with his feet. The young man pushed off from it and ran on. He flew far ahead. The guy landed and slid his feet on the ground. Looking up, he breathed heavily and thought that they were too high in the mountains, and it would not be possible to get to the fortress quickly. The old man smiled and spoke. He lowered his head on the guy's shoulder and said that this was a rather amazing way to get down from the mountain. The young man was surprised that he woke up. The guy frowned deeply and said that if he really died, he should not forget his promise, because if he decided to hunt the guy in his dreams, he would be abandoned right there. The old man smiled and said that he had not forgotten about it, because he was a man of his word. The boy grabbed him with his arms and said that since the old man had enough strength to talk, he should hold on for a little while longer. The next second, he rushed forward and asked him to hold on tight because he would be running at full speed. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the fortress. The doctor took the needle out of the old man's body. He pulled his hand away and said that he had done everything he could, but the old man was lying on the table in front of him. The doctor said that all 8 additional meridians were damaged. He frowned and added that the patient was also of an advanced age, so according to fears, he was not destined to recover. The head of the fortress frowned and then asked with a shout what he meant and whether he was saying that the old man would die. The doctor waved his arms and said that he meant martial arts, but that would probably also affect his health, although if he did not strain himself too much, he would somehow cope. The leader gritted his teeth and said that he thought that the old man would not survive. The doctor raised his hands. The young man walked away. The medic said that he thought it was time to go prepare medicine for the internal wounds, and that until he came back to normal, the patient should move as little as possible, so they should help him if necessary. The young man slammed the door behind him. The commander asked what he was thinking when he went to train at such an age. The hero silently walked outside. He remembered how the old man said that he wanted to learn more about this new world of martial arts. He smiled, looked at the sky and thought that the old man had trained all his life and now he could lose everything, and then said out loud that this could be considered death. Yonggak lay unconscious on the couch. Clouds floated between the rocks. The gang members fought among themselves with smiles. The old man sat on a rock some distance away. The men shouted and said that their sword techniques had become quite good. The wind currents blew the leaves of the trees past the old man. He sat with his head down. The young man approached him from behind. He sat down next to the old man. The man, without raising his head, asked the boy if he had trained in this place because he was afraid that without supervision he would commit suicide. Yonggak smiled tiredly and asked the interlocutor what he thought of his current appearance. The young man serenely turned his gaze to him. He looked at the sky and said that the man had simply aged a little. Yonggak replied that for some reason he thought that this spring would be very cold. The young man replied that it was all because of age. The bald man made a sweeping blow, called out to the man and asked if the boys should return. He knocked the opponent unconscious. Yomayang hit the enemy and asked if he really thought they should just let them go. The mustachioed man jumped up and swung his left leg. He hit the enemy and asked his allies what else they could do. The man fell to the ground. The fighter frowned and said that since the old man was in such a state, they did not know how to take revenge. Yonggak stood up and wiped his lips. The men sat down. Yomayang said that the old man did nothing in response, although they beat him up well, which meant that he really had lost all martial arts, then asked how the northern sword, famous throughout the province, had come to this. He swung his right hand and shouted that he, a useless ant, had no business in the fortress, so he should know his place and get lost. The youth came up behind them and called out. He lowered his head and said that he came to see who was raising so much dust in the morning and saw them again, which means that they have too much free time since their hands are so itchy, and since they have so much energy, they can spar with him. The men jumped up in fear, raised their hands and began to refuse the offer, saying that although they were truly grateful, they could not inconvenience him so early in the morning. They jumped up and ran away. The young man looked back at the old man and asked him if he was okay. The man smiled slightly and chuckled tiredly, saying that he was hardly okay, because his whole body hurt and that it was worse than he expected. The young man silently listened to his words about how he did not understand this when he beat others for any reason, and now that he himself was mercilessly beaten, he realized everything. The guy turned around and said irritably that he had finally matured, but somehow it was too late, so it was time to stop reflecting on the past and go together, because he wanted to show him something. The man tried to get up from the ground. He fell to his knees and pitifully extended his hand, asking for help. Meanwhile, in the manor, the woman and her sons were greeting the guests. People from the Yang family, Jinwung and Yisun, came to them. The woman greeted them. The sons bowed. The eldest said that it was an honor to meet them, then introduced himself by name and said that he was the current young master of the manor. The younger also greeted them and said that he was his younger brother. The men approached them. Jinwung, you said that the elder is really handsome, so the rumors are not lying. The young man replied that the man was flattering him and that he was probably tired after a long journey, so they can go inside. Light could be seen from the windows of the manor. The men smiled slightly. The eldest son smiled, looking at them. After a while, the men said goodbye to the woman and thanked her for her hospitality, after which they suggested that they meet again someday. The woman thanked them for their visit and said that they would send a wedding proposal directly to the family. The men saddled their horses. The eldest looked back at his son and asked what he thought of the swordsman, the eldest son. He replied with a smile that he was perfect, just like the rumors said, an amazing and talented guy. Jinwung smiled widely and added that the guy not only managed to become a famous swordsman at his age, but also wrote the name of a hitherto unknown estate into the list of the best families in all of Loyang, and that a more outstanding candidate for the role of a life partner for their sister Yi could not be found. He looked back at his younger brother, hearing the words that he was worried about something. The young man smiled and said that the lady, the current head of the manor, was expanding her influence quite aggressively, which caused a lot of gossip and bad rumors, so he didn't know if everything would be okay. The man looked back at him and said that this problem would go away on its own once the young master of the manor got married, because when he brought a wife into the house, his mother would no longer be able to act like the mistress of the manor. The gentleman moved forward. The young man turned to his father and said that he seemed to really like that guy. The man asked if it was really so obvious. The stepmother exhaled with a smile and said that she knew all this, and apparently the guest family was quite pleased with her son. She introduced the image of Young, his daughter, with a smile and added that she was very beautiful, because she was even nicknamed the beauty of the county. The youngest son looked back at his stepmother. The woman said that if they formed blood ties with them, they would be on par with the 9 great families. The young man turned to his eldest brother and said that he was definitely blessed. The boy frowned tensely and looked down. The stepmother gritted her teeth, looked at him and asked if he was unhappy with something, then said that there would be an important wedding for them very soon, and the estate was flourishing very much, then asked what he didn't like and why he made such a face in front of the guests, lowered his head and said that nothing like that happened. The woman frowned in irritation and disdainfully asked him to forget about what he wanted to say, because it was probably a trifle again, then asked him to stop focusing on it and pay attention to the wedding, because they had already dragged it out for so long, so it was time to take an important step for the sake of the future of the estate. The boy listened to this in silence and replied that his opinion had never mattered, so they would do as his mother wanted. The stepmother turned away in displeasure and said that the boy spoke just like his father, after which she wondered where she was carrying their sister, since she hadn't seen her at all lately, and that she had told her to come when important guests arrived. The youngest son smiled and asked his mother why she didn't know yet, since his sister had become a noble warrior of the province. Nijux looked around in surprise and asked when her daughter had been nicknamed that, since she had never heard anything more stupid. The boy put his finger to his mouth and said with a smile that the streets were full of talk about the 5 heroes of Loyang, and that they hoped to make a lot of money, accompany trade unions, but such important news had never reached her. The woman slammed her fist on the table and angrily told him to stop beating around the bush and tell him everything, because her daughter was now some kind of warrior, and some wars had also appeared. The guy scratched his cheek and awkwardly said that recently the Green Forest had really gotten going and many bad things had happened, because raids and thefts had become more frequent everywhere, and of course, the same situation was in Loyang. Debris and boxes lay on the ground, a scream swept through the area. People watched in surprise. Men with weapons smashed the merchant's shop. One of them asked who the owner was and then ordered them to call him quickly. The merchant raised his hands and asked fearfully why they were doing this, because he had paid them for protection last week, and then explained that sales were going as bad as they could and he had no money for them. The man with the scar on his forehead said that the man was paying him for protection. That was all he cared about, so he didn't give a damn about how the sales were going. He raised his sword above his head and shouted that a man should sell his daughter or his wife, but he had to get the money. The girl with the hat watched from behind the crowd, thinking that there had been a lot of riffraff in the streets lately, and thugs were walking around with impunity. But the government was doing little about it, and the merchants, abandoned to their fate by the authorities, had long since lost hope of help, so the people were in despair. She lowered her head and turned to the people, asking them to let her through. She quickly ran past them and said that she thought they needed to be taught a lesson. The girl grabbed the ball handle and activated the 9 Heavens ball technique of the first formation, and then thought that it was in such a troubled time that the star of the 5 heroes shone. She flew past the enemy, hitting his chest, and used Soaring Dragon. The narrator explained that among the 5 heroes, there is a girl also known as the 4th flower. The girl smiled and said that they are still weak, and then wondered how they were able to make such a fuss. The narrator called her the 4th heroine of the Loyang 5. The bandits ran to their fallen ally, asking for help, and shouted that the deputy boss passed out. They looked at the girl angrily and wondered who she was. Xiaoju smiled widely, looked back at them and said that they were very funny since they were acting tough with such a pitiful look, and then asked what they were going to do now. She swung her blade and ordered them to attack at once because she was one of the 5 heroes, so she would never run away from the likes of them. The men with weapons approached them and asked what was going on. More and more bandits were arriving at the scene, saying that someone had killed the boss's first assistant. A huge crowd of enemies appeared in front of the girl, all of them hostile to her. She smiled tensely, laughed, and said that there were a few more of them than she had expected, but that would scare her. The man with the scar on his face smiled, put his hand on his ally's shoulder, and said that she was trying to act like a heroine, and that with such a cute face, she had probably lived happily ever after, without feeling real life. He frowned seriously. Rushing forward, the man said that he would show her how cruel this world was. The dark-haired boy came up behind her and said that he was thinking about what could have delayed her, and she got into trouble again. He took hold of the ball handle and added that it was not surprising, because she was beautiful. Xiaoju looked back at him, smiled and asked him if he could agree that this was what was so charming about her. The bandit raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering who he was. The dark-haired boy lunged forward and attacked the bandit with a blade. The man lost his arm. The severed limb flew to the other boys. The dark-haired youth extended his arm to the side. It was the first of the 5 heroes. He looked back with a smile and frowned. The bandits jumped up from their seats and, insulting the boy, said that now they were up to their ears in trouble. Suddenly, one of the bandits noticed another hero behind him. The boy said that he couldn't believe that they were having fun without calling the others. Another hero jumped down, startling the bandit, and said that he told her that if she was late, then she definitely got into something. The second hero of the 5 made a slash with his blade. The third boy of the 5 heroes ran forward with a smile. The guys attacked the opponents and pushed them towards each other. The third smiled and nodded to his ally. The boy nodded back with a satisfied expression. They attacked the flying opponents. The bandits froze in place, looking at this. They rushed from their places, trying to kill the 5 heroes. The girl lowered her head, exhaled heavily and asked how the allies were able to find her again, and said that her chance to gain recognition galloped away again. She raised her head and laughingly replied that she alone would be enough to deal with this trash. The bandits insulted her and said that she probably forgot what fear was. She took up the sword and said that when the rest of the 5 had already achieved so much water. Xiaoju rushed forward and finished the sentence with a scream, saying that she could not stand aside and just sit back. The next second, she attacked 2 bandits at once. The girl smiled widely. Seungbeek said that more and more people are learning about his sister and are starting to discuss her heatedly. And they also say that Xiaoju's art is pretentious and powerful. They praise her for always taking the initiative into her own hands, and people like it in her and they root for her. He touched his chin. The elder brother exhaled heavily. The young man summed up and said that this is how she became one of the heroines of Loyang. The woman gritted her teeth and said something. She broke down and screamed in rage, asking what he said, because the daughter should have stayed away from the martial arts world, because she was supposed to be preparing for the wedding, not playing games, but she became a hero. The woman frowned angrily and said that he allowed her, knowing all this. The guy was scared but turned pale, raised his hands and asked his mother to calm down, saying that he thought it was not bad because he had a reason to think so. The woman frowned tensely and asked what he meant. The young man frowned awkwardly and replied that it was all because of the fifth of the 5 heroes. The dark-haired heroine ran past the boy's sister. The guy said that the reason why the heroes became a discussed topic was precisely because of her. She jumped high above the opponents. The young man said that this girl was from the Heavenly School, one of the 9 great schools, the 3rd daughter of the head of the school. Miju jumped up from her seat and was surprised by what was said. The young man touched his chin, confirmed his words and said that his mother thought correctly. He imagined the image of a majestic man exuding an aura, and told Yuizhong that he was the elder of the Heavenly Blade, one of the 10 strongest martial artists. He then introduced the attacking girl and added that this was his beloved granddaughter, also famous for her exceptional skill in handling the ball. The opponents flew apart. The girl frowned sternly. The man called her the 5th of the 5 heroes, summoned from the Heavenly School. The townspeople rejoiced at the victory of the heroes. The youngest son smiled widely and asked his mother to think about it, because when they expand their influence in the future, it will be great to have a good relationship with the Heavenly School. The eldest son turned his gaze to him. The woman gritted her teeth, called her son a fool, and asked if he really didn't know what kind of sister he had. The young man was shocked by what she heard. The woman flared up in rage and shouted that it should be obvious that her impudence would bring a lot of trouble on herself and the 5 of them. And when that happened, not only would they not gain anything, but they might also ruin any future opportunities to connect with the Heavenly School, and then asked her son if he had anything in mind. Xiaoju looked at her ally with envy. The eldest son frowned slightly and said that even if that happened, he couldn't control her life, because unlike him, the young master of the estate, she was free to choose to live as she wanted. The younger brother looked back at him in surprise. The woman gritted her teeth and turned to the younger son. The young man jumped up from his seat. The woman shouted at him in anger and said that it was time to stop talking, because he had to go and get his sister back before she did anything wrong. She turned to her eldest son and ordered him to go with the younger one. Yonggak and Jaka were sitting on the rocks in the 5 Peaks Mountains in the evening. The young man turned to the old man and asked him if he was upset about losing his arts. The man smiled pitifully, looked at the young man and said that he had no reason to be upset, because he had lived his whole life in a world where the strongest survive, and it was natural for the Murim to devour the weak, and that he knew this better than most. The boy exhaled heavily and replied that he was glad that the man was not upset, because after all, his life had changed dramatically, and he had even been beaten, so he should just think of it as he was helping. The man closed his eyes, smiled and said that perhaps that was true. The boy lowered his head to his hand and asked about the other man's energy circulation. Battery lowered his eyes, smiled and said that he was still out of breath, and that he couldn't even regulate his breathing normally. The young man looked up at the sky and asked him if the old man remembered the last part of the spell, then repeated the words about when the heavenly flower blooms, the fish will turn into a phoenix. He lowered his head and said that when he trained with the sage, he talked to him about this and asked what should happen for the fish to turn into something new. The boy looked at the other man and asked what he thought about it. He narrowed his eyes and replied that he didn't know the answer to that. Suddenly he frowned in surprise and realized something. The man opened his mouth in surprise and said that perhaps the only way was to transform the body. The boy smiled and said that their brothers had only been able to master about 100 of the 900 words of the divine spell. He remembered the gang members fighting and said that this was probably the most they had been able to learn. Then he remembered the man reciting the spell while sitting in the cave and said that the old man had memorized 300 words in just one day, and he thought that having declared so much at once, it was only natural for him to feel pain from overexertion, since that was how it was supposed to happen, and the fact that it had such a detrimental effect on him could be explained by his old age. He listened to him say that if he could purify his energy that had come into confusion, he would at least become 3 times stronger than any of the brothers. The man smiled softly and thought that he had a chance to regain control of his internal energy. He raised his eyebrows and decided that he could probably even become several times stronger, and then turned to the boy. The young man stood up, looked at the man emotionlessly and said that he was already very old. If he died of old age without regaining his strength, it would be that he suffered in vain. The man turned pale from what he heard and asked if he really expected him to die after that, after which he said that the heavens themselves allowed him to learn 300 words of the spell. Gyaka threw his sword over his shoulder, smiled and was surprised that a notorious bandit believed in the will of heaven. The old man looked at him displeasedly and said that it was too early for the young man to say such things. The guy stood on one leg, put the fur in front of him and suggested that they go down, because the boss would soon start scolding him for treating the old man badly and dragging him through the mountains. The young man swung his blade. He delivered a sweeping blow. The man watched sadly and thought that he had watched his training quite often, but he had not even thought that his movements seemed somehow different. He leaned slightly and addressed the boy. The young man frowned, looked at him and asked what he wanted to say. Young Gak looked him in the eyes and said that he thought his art was intended for the ball, theirs for the saber. The boy looked at him in surprise and asked if there was a difference between them. The old man smiled broadly and said that these were slightly different things, after which he thought that the boy seemed to have learned the basics of the sage, but he did not understand what they were teaching there at all. He bowed his head, telling that the techniques of the sword and saber differed like heaven and earth, and that there was simply a huge difference between them. The young man looked at the handle of the blade. The man added that if he wanted to perform the technique of the sword with the saber, the true power of the technique would not be revealed. Young Gak raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the words that the boss gave him this saber. The young man looked at the sword and said with a smile that when he first joined the fortress, none of the brothers used swords back then, and the boss gave him a saber so he could never throw it away, so he would continue to fight with it. The man looked at it silently and thought that if he managed to defeat the sage with this saber, there was nothing to worry about. Then he imagined the shining tip of the sword and thought that if one day he were to change his saber for a sword. The man imagined the young man ablaze with energy and thought that he didn't know how much stronger he would become if that happened. The old man frowned tensely as he thought about this. The young man slightly recoiled and asked the old man about his gaze. Their voices echoed through the mountains. The man replied that there was nothing wrong with that, so the boy could continue to train. The young man called it a very boring answer. The lights were on in the Loyang tea house. The number one of the 5 heroes said that this was the day they had been waiting for. He frowned and asked if everyone had written their letters. Numbers 2 and 3 nodded after hearing his words. The 2 girls also looked at each other and were drawn to each other. Night fell over the province. The 5 heroes were from different schools all over the province who decided to travel around the province together, and they all sent their letters. The letter was nailed to the door of the 8 Immortals school with an arrow. The woman brought the letter to the Great Nature School and asked the master to look at it. The head of the Sun Family School took the letter in his hands. His wife asked him what they should do now. The man from the Sky School looked at the letter and said that there was too much fuss. Biju swept the letter away in her hand. She frowned in anger and insulted her own daughter. Her scream was heard from the estate. The woman said that her daughter was going to travel around the province, and then wondered if her sons had really not found the girl yet. Salmon glanced at her ally and asked if everything would be okay, since her mother would definitely be angry and she was known for her tough temper. The girl lowered her eyebrows and replied that everything would be fine, since she would try to steer her away from the sword and marry her off, so she would take this chance and show her that her intentions were more serious than childish games. The girl crossed her arms and asked the other girl about her mother, since she was from the Heavenly School, one of the 9 great schools, and if she traveled around the province so openly and rumors began to circulate about her, there might be problems. Salmon smiled slightly and replied that she also didn't like the idea of marrying someone just because her father said so. She shrugged her shoulders and added with a smile that since she came from a family of martial artists, she should be the one to manage her own life. That was her reasoning. The girl closed her eyes with a smile. The other girl gritted her teeth in irritation. The first hero waved his hands and awkwardly said that he understood that they were both serious, so they needed to calm down. They had to remember that they had to leave soon, so it was time to get ready. The second hero looked at him and said that they were leaving soon. If they did not hurry up with this, the families would definitely send pursuit. The commander closed his eyes, frowned and said that they were all adults now, but not in their eyes, and that they still put up so much resistance, so they were too protective of them. The girl slammed her fists on the table and angrily said that she agreed with this. Meanwhile, in their youth, they themselves had earned a name for themselves in exactly the same way. She frowned angrily and asked where they were going. The young man looked into her eyes and said that they were going to the mountain, to the fortress of the Crimson Wind. He introduced bandits with weapons and said that there were a couple of famous bandits in the area, a hellish bandit and a killer bandit. The girl closed her eyes with a smile and said that these were pathetic nicknames, as if they wanted to make sure that everyone knew exactly what they were doing. The second hero asked if they would join the trade union going through those mountains. The commander looked away and, confirming this, said that if the bandits found out about their appearance, they would immediately tuck their tails and hide in their fortress, and they did not need that, so it would be better to quietly go there with the trade union. The guys grabbed their weapons, agreeing with the idea. They went to the exit. The commander said that the 5 heroes were taking their first step into the free world. They ran out into the street, and that is how the 5 heroes began their ascent to conquer the fortresses of the Green Forest. Night fell over one of the fortresses. The 5 heroes had already passed this fortress of the Crimson Wind. Light was coming from one house. The guys cleared the next fortresses. They finally arrived at their next goal. The girl ran forward. They approached the meeting with the bandit, who perfectly wielded the sword, and the fortress of the 5 peaks. Soldiers stood on the wall with spears. Men sat opposite each other at a table inside the building of the Orthodox sect. The head of the Orthodox Union, Stormblade, said that a group of merchants from the Union were wiped out by raiders dressed in all black. The chief advisor, Divine Strategist, confirmed this. He slightly frowned and guessed who these people were. He introduced the fighters in black robes and said that they were members of the Dark Shadow Corps, the Yumian cult. The man folded his hands in front of him and asked about the demonic cult that appeared in the forest. The advisor turned away and said that those who saved him from them. A girl entered the room. She confidently looked at the man. Slightly frowning, the girl told who those people said they were. She recalled the men with weapons and called them the Soaring Dragon Gang. The advisor raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that even if he assumed that they were a small school, no matter how much he searched, he could not find any mention. The other man frowned tensely when he heard the words that if he were to rely on the words of the survivors of the trade union. The advisor imagined the image of Gyaka with a blade and said that among them, a young swordsman stood out who single-handedly destroyed the entire Dark Shadow Corps. The man twitched and looked surprised at what was said, asking who would believe such a thing, because it was unthinkable. He frowned and thought about how the cultists were known for their skill and cruelty, and that a person who could single-handedly defeat an entire demonic cult core. He imagined the dark silhouettes of people and finished his thought by saying that this person must be at least one of the top 10 martial artists. Gyaka looked into the distance. The man added that this meant that some nameless boy was already at the level of 10. More than 20 years ago, the hero's father defeated the enemy with incredible effort. He loomed over the enemy, the main forces of the cult were defeated, and the Orthodox Alliance was able to put an end to the Yumian cult. On the table were golden tablets with hieroglyphs. Just like now, for special assignments, the Alliance back then had 4 small squads, and each of them was capable of destroying a small sect. The man imagined 4 different patterns and thought that they represented the Demon Extermination Squad, the Extermination Squad, the Victory Squad, and the Pursuit Squad. Then he remembered looking at the piece of paper and thought that right before the war with the cult began, the Victory Squad, which was then on assignment, sent him a short report saying that they were chasing an unknown kidnapper. Then he imagined the defeated boys, one of whom survived. Suddenly, the man frowned tensely, noticing something. The enemy raised his sword above his head, aiming at him. The old man frowned slightly and said that after that, the entire squad disappeared without a trace. He looked at his interlocutor and added that although this information was not disclosed, the people who destroyed the Victory Squad back then. He imagined a squad of people in dark clothes and said that it was the Dark Shadow Corps of the Yumian cult. The advisor looked at him in surprise and said that if a corps that was stronger than their Victory Squad was recently easily destroyed by a nameless young swordsman, then he. The master agreed, imagined the image of the man and said that it reminded him of someone, namely the moon-cutting swordsman, Muriel. The advisor looked down, agreed, and said that if a hero like him appeared. The master raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the rest of the sentence. The advisor raised his eyebrows tensely, imagined the image of an evil warrior, and asked whether the enemy would become a headache for the Alliance since he was the same as the demon lord who crushed the heavens. The old man closed his eyes and said that this was a fair concern, and the interlocutor was right, but still he and his companions introduced themselves as an orthodox school, and this was encouraging, so they should not jump to conclusions, and first, as it seemed to him, they needed to find out everything about their school. The advisor looked into the eyes of the interlocutor and asked about what to do with the Yumian cult. The gentleman imagined a huge crowd of people in front of a temple and said that based on what the master had said, by now in Henan province alone, about 100 monks and nuns had been kidnapped, and similar reports were coming in from all provinces. The scale was simply terrifying. The man frowned deeply and asked if the cult really resorted to sacrifices. The advisor introduced one of the cult members, who was smiling broadly and asked if the interlocutors wanted to know what they wanted to achieve with the sacrifices. With a crazy expression on his face, he replied that they wanted a special power, one that would allow them to step over the limits of ordinary martial arts. He glanced at the rest of the gang and added that they would be able to achieve this, because only then would blood sacrifices be performed. One of the men asked what kind of nonsense this was. The gentleman looked down and said that the words spoken in the heat of the moment by the cultist who was sentenced to death, it was a long time ago, but he clearly remembers them. Because when he brushed it off, he thought that it was just one of the cult's tales, but if they really knew a way to go beyond the limits, if the cult had secretly continued its activities all this time. He imagined the evil men and said that in the 20 years since then, they could well have created a whole horde of masters for receiving this very special power. The advisor touched his chin, frowned and said that if all the kidnappings were their business, and they sacrificed these people, then the gentleman's words made sense. Blood was splashed on the ground. The interlocutor added that if you remember that recently a decapitated corpse was found in one of the regions. Red was burning in the forest. The man added that it looked like a sacrifice, which meant that there was a high probability that the cult was hiding somewhere in the vicinity. The advisor looked at him in surprise and asked if he should ask the Victory Squad, who were currently in the Sky School, to investigate. The man let out a heavy sigh and said that they would be called again, and that he didn't want to lose them a second time. The advisor opened his eyes wide and remembered what it was, and then said that if the man found that their strength was insufficient, they could ask other squads to send reinforcements. The mustachioed gentleman frowned and wondered if they really had no other choice, but if it was an irreversible sacrifice for the greater good. The gentleman answered and said that they would do it, because they needed to find the cult as soon as possible. The guy tied a note to the pigeon's leg. The bird flew off its branch. It and several similar birds flew into the air. They flew further and further. The Orthodox Alliance made their move and began to search for a trace of the Yumyang cult. Meanwhile, night fell over the river. Light was shining from the windows of the building, and the young man thought that this was the fortress of one of the 7 great demon generals. Inside the building, a man was sitting on a throne, and soldiers were kneeling in front of him. Suddenly, one of the demons, a demon of power, said that something was wrong with the placement of light because they were performing suspiciously many sacred relations. He looked at the leader and added that he was sure that this was in order to achieve the position of the heavenly demon king. Jinkyung put down his glass and said that this news had taken away all his desire to drink. He frowned and said that even if he made 1,000 blood sacrifices, it would not bring him any closer to the heavenly demon king. He looked at the box on the table and said that although everyone used the same bells, the difference between them, the 12 demon soldiers, the great demon generals, and the heavenly demon king, was that they all used different spells. He frowned sternly and added that only one person knew the spell to summon the soul of the heavenly demon king, namely the cult leader. He introduced the people in white masks and replied that even if the moon sage, the illusion demon, or anyone else joined hands, offered prayers, and even offered their souls, it would all be in vain. The mustachioed man frowned tensely and asked if the cult leader had disappeared 20 years ago, and what would happen if they were behind it. The man laughed loudly and said that the other person probably thought that the cult leader was missing because he was imprisoned somewhere. He frowned with a smile and said that if that were the case, they would have easily been able to capture both him, a demon soldier, and the great demon general. Everyone present was shocked by what they heard, after which they said that they would never be able to pull off such a thing. Jinkyung smiled broadly and said that now they are great demon generals, but 20 years ago, these two were still ordinary demon soldiers, and even hundreds of demon soldiers were not able to defeat the general, so they have nothing to say about defeating the head of the cult, so this proposal is simply crazy. The man bowed his head, turned to the master and asked him not to ignore the words of the demon of power. After all, his suspicions are not groundless. He frowned, looked up and said that the moon sage cannot be underestimated. The commander looked at him irritably and said that it is true. After all, there is nothing wrong with being cautious about it, after which he agreed and said that they can go and find out what the demon of light is doing there. The men bowed to the master. One of the guys ran inside and turned to the master. The men looked back at him irritably and asked who allowed him to yell like that in this place. The guy looked at them in panic and said that there was a huge problem, because the Orthodox Alliance and the masters from Loyang were scouring the area around the pavilion right now. The man slammed his hand on the table and said that they probably found out about this place after all. He began to emit an ominous aura, saying that this meant that they no longer needed to hide. The fighters frowned angrily and agreed with a smile. The commander asked how many people had come. The bandits' eyes shone with anger. The man said that these dogs from the Orthodox Alliance had personally come to their grave. The people turned their attention to the 2 scarlet moons in the sky, not understanding what was happening there. The couple raised their heads, noticing what was happening. The man frowned tensely and wondered if it was a double crimson moon, because this was a phenomenon described in old books. He watched the celestial bodies and thought that the book said that a double crimson moon is observed as a harbinger of large-scale events that determine the fate of entire countries. And this is a terrible sign that illuminates the earth with the light of a fiery star that threatens the heavenly star. A dark-haired man came out of the smoke. The girl frowned tensely, recognizing her father in him. She called out to her brother. The guy twitched slightly. The girl frowned anxiously and jumped up, saying that her father was now in danger. The man frowned tensely, looking ahead. The red night sky was visible above the building. Huguang Province, Mount Wudang. Chun Jai sat at the table, holding out his hand to him. The elder of heaven and earth. The elder extended his finger to the hieroglyph icon. He frowned, wondering what this sign of gloomy omens. The elder raised his head, noting that in the past 20 years, he had never seen a gloomy omen, and there would be a natural disaster. A red moon was visible in the sky. The sky was painted scarlet. The girl asked her father that the sky had gone crazy. The headquarters of the Bandit Alliance. Ryosi and Muhi looked at the sky in bewilderment. The brown-haired girl noted that this was the first time she saw something like this, asking what was going on. Muhi looked at the sky with a menacing look. He said that the sky seemed to be bleeding, and everything was happening like 20 years ago. Ryosi looked at her father in bewilderment, asking about 20 years ago. Muhi clenched his teeth, asking that in the end, everything would happen again. An unknown person attacked a man, cutting his body. The riverbank of the galaxy. Many dead bodies of men lay on the ground. The man held his weapon in his hands, standing in front of the dead. He smiled widely, frowning. The demon of darkness attacked the fighters. The warrior looked behind him, asking what he was doing, and he should run from there, saying that he had to get out, and that even if he was the only one who survived, they needed to warn the Orthodox order. The warrior looked ahead in horror, telling his brother to take care of himself. The warrior ran forward when a man blocked his way. Jinkyung asked where he was going. He held the head of the fighter in his hand. Jinkyung noted that they crawled there themselves looking for them, so they can't leave on their own. Jinkyung smiled bloodthirsty, saying that from now on, things will get much more interesting. He opened his mouth wide, his brows furrowed. The demon of the chaos sword attacked the fighter. Blood gushed into the air. A strong gust of wind rushed to the side. Bayek turned his attention to his back. Hefe, Nangong clan. Bayek turned his gaze to the sky. He wondered what the red star was, Mars and Scorpio, and that now an ominous sign had appeared that determined the fate of the country and what was happening in Muraim. The ninjas ran along the ground, grabbing their blades. The ninjas climbed the steps. They broke into the Nangong clan. The long-haired man stood with his back turned to the warriors. He noted that he was trying to calm down his upset over the ominous heart sign, and then the uninvited guests arrived. The man looked menacingly at the warriors, asking where they dared to step foot. The soldiers stared intently at Bayek. The girl grinned maliciously. She noted that, as expected of him, there was a strong pressure, and who would have thought that he would be so terrifying even in the face of the army. The girl walked towards Bayek, radiating a green aura. She asked what he had forgotten, that sometimes confidence leads to collapse. The long-haired man looked towards the black silhouette. He asked that this was the old fox Soho, the youth in the Veil, noting that the Nangong clan of the light group in the Veil did not have any conflicts, asking what was going on. The man began to give off a powerful aura. Bayek asked that they had grown so old that they no longer understood who they were dealing with. Soho clenched her teeth furiously, saying that this was so impudent. The guy told the man that his courage was exactly proportionate to his name of the Sword King. Bayek looked ahead with a serious look. The guy smiled maliciously, looking at Bayek. He said that it was the same as 20 years ago. Bayek looked at the man in bewilderment, asking that he was the Moon Sage. The Moon Sage smiled maliciously, saying that he had returned from hell to take revenge on him. The Moon Sage pointed his blade at the man, creating an illusion of blades and a snake. He said that he would repay him for what he put him through 20 years ago, and he should be prepared for it. The long-haired man took up his weapon, telling him to attack. Bayek raised his blade above his head, saying that the day had come and he would end it no matter what. The blades of the fighters met each other. The impact caused an explosion. The sky turned scarlet. Since their war with the Nangong clan, the dark spectral sect that plunged the Muraim into a bloodbath 20 years ago had reappeared in the martial arts world. Yon and Chun ran along the ground. Meanwhile, at the border of Hefe, Yon looked ahead with a serious look, noting that there was no doubt. She frowned, thinking that her father, mother, brother, disciples, and priests, all of them might be in danger. Yon and Chun moved forward quickly. The girl noted that they needed to get to Hefe as soon as possible. The scarlet sky could be seen through the trees. Thus, the Orthodox alliance of the 7 sects and 2 schools, the smaller sects, and even the Bandit alliance, traces of the dark spectral sect began to appear everywhere, and they all began to prepare for the upcoming war in their own way. There was a note tied to the bird's leg. The man read the note with a wary look. In the end, it would not be possible to escape from the enemy they were about to meet. The man closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. There were carriages and people moving along the path. Bagging Mountain, the Red Sand Refuge. The men smiled bloodthirstily, holding their weapons in their hands. Brown-haired said that they had come a long way since the deal, noting that it was an excellent job. Brown-haired asked that they must be tired, so why don't they pay the fare and just go on? Dongyop stared ahead with a menacing look. The author said that since they would meet them anyway, this was the irony of fate. Xiaoju grinned maliciously. The protagonist looked at the sky in confusion. The hideout of Mount Wufeng. Yon Cho turned his attention to the sky, noting that he had never seen such a red sky in his life. Go Mayang looked to the side, saying that it looked ominous, asking the old man if he knew why the sky looked like that. Yonggak looked ahead, saying that he was not sure. He turned his gaze to the sky, saying that it was not exactly like that, but something similar had once happened. The old man imagined the image of the Moon Swordsman and the Sword King. He noted that 20 years ago, there was the most terrible war in Muraim history, which the Orthodox Alliance only won with the help of the Moon Swordsman and the Sword King. The boys looked at the sky, where 2 red moons were visible. Yonggak noted that, however, there were more victims than survivors and almost all the sects disappeared then, and it looks like a bloody war of the dark spectral sect. Go Mayang and Yoncho looked at the old man with bewilderment. Go Mayang asked that he was serious. Yoncho asked about the dark spectral sect. Sobik looked at the brothers excitedly, asking what kind of dark spectral sect it was, noting that they were so excited. The brunette looked up, saying that the dark spectral sect was a very formidable bunch, and if they hadn't stopped then, Muram would have definitely become a living hell. Go Mayang, with a serious expression on his face, recalled the man that people worshipped. He noted that he also did not remember well, since he was still too young at the time, but if the rumors were to be believed, the dark spectral sect used people as sacrifices, regardless of their age and gender, so they could gain the power of their martial arts. Sobek and Ki-yeon looked at the bald-headed man in horror. Sobek asked that living people were sacrificed. Ki-yeon did not understand how someone could do such a cruel thing. The boys looked at the old man. Yonggak noted that this could just be his suspicion. He looked at the boys with narrowed eyes, saying that the group in black robes that they met on the way to the Bandit Alliance tournament, and considering all these monk kidnappings. Yeoncho and Go Mayang looked at the old man worriedly. The protagonist looked at Yonggak with a serious look. The old man said that he thought the dark spectral sect had started acting again. The wind lifted the leaves into the air. The boys looked at the old man with fear. Go Mayang asked Yonggak why he was scaring them so much. Yeoncho said that it was just the old man's guess. Yonggak looked away, saying that it was true, but the moon-splitting sword had died, and the Sword King was already too old. Many leaves flew through the air. Yonggak noted that a cataclysm-level bloodbath could occur in the Muram. Yeoncho smiled widely, looking away. He said that if that happens, Go Mayang looked ahead with a wide smile, noting that they have someone to rely on, asking that everything will be fine. The protagonist smiled in confusion, looking at the boys with bewilderment. Yeoncho grabbed the protagonist by the neck, noting that, of course, they still have Jiaka. The boys looked ahead with menacing expressions. The brunette said that they would not rely only on Jiaka. The men looked up with a serious look. The brunette noted that no matter what happened, if the Elite 10 of Mount Wufeng joined forces, they would cope with anything. The girls and Chulsan looked ahead with a menacing expression. Jiaka grinned maliciously. He looked ahead menacingly, noting that no matter what happened in the Muram, he would definitely save them. The protagonist looked away with an enraged look, noting that no one would be able to touch them. The guys were standing near the building. The protagonist noted that whoever it was. The weather was clear above the mountains. People with carts were walking along the road. People in black ran past them. They jumped off the cliff. The men jumped to the rocks. The guys looked up in surprise. Seolju turned her gaze up. The men blocked the people's path. The guy with the bald head smiled bloodthirstily. The deputy leader of the Crimson Wind Gang, the killer Yo Bam. He asked Mugi where they were going in such a hurry, and before they went about their business, they needed to pay them off. Mugi frowned in displeasure, asking who said that he was leaving. He furrowed his brows furiously, saying that he was waiting for them. The captain of the Divine Medicine Squad, the swordsman of the Heavenly Wind, young Mugi. Bayam looked at the man in bewilderment, pointing his finger at himself. He asked what they were waiting for them. Mugi smiled maliciously. He said that it was them, and whenever he thought about the existence of bandits like them, he woke up with his heart soaked with anger. The captain glared at the fighters, saying that because of the money he had honestly earned, they would not receive a penny that day. The boy called out to the captain, saying that he knew he had a lot of pent-up anger towards them, asking if they would let it out after they left. The man bared his teeth and said that they were damn parasites. He pulled his hand with the weapon back, saying that he pitied them because they were moaning and crying so desperately, and he gave them a discount on the passage fee. Instead of showing gratitude, they opened their mouths and tried to step over them. The leader of the Crimson Wind Gang, the hellish butcher, Jang Hanwei. Hanwei glared at the guys. He said that from that day on, he would raise their pay to 100 yang, and they should make sure to pay them every last coin. Dongyob smiled slightly, saying that he had heard a lot about them and finally had the honor of seeing them in person, turning to the leader of the Crimson Wind Gang, the Hell Butcher Hanwei. The boys looked ahead with a slight grin. Hanwei looked at the boys with confusion, thinking that they were a bit strange. The boys held out their blades. Dongyob looked at his opponent with a serious expression, saying that they were the 5 heroes of Loyang, and they had come there to get rid of the annoying green forest rats inhabiting Mount Pingding. The gang leader looked at the boys nervously. He noted that he had heard that there was a squad of runts hanging around the Muram. Dongyob's eyes widened. He said that he was Hwang Dongyob, the eldest of the 5 heroes and a disciple of the 8 Immortal sect. The gang leader gritted his teeth in confusion, looking away. Dongyob said that this was their second, Oh Jungsun of the Great Nature sect, and their third was Sun Sangjuk of the 7 Sun sect. The gang leader wondered what they should do, and even if they won, they would not gain anything from it. Hanwei grabbed his head. He thought that this was not all, and if they lost, they would be disgraced in the end, and then they would suffer even more if they received fatal injuries. Bayam looked at his leader, asking what was the matter, and if he needed to take a piss so urgently, he would figure it out himself. Hanwei wondered why these fools did not understand that they were finished. The girl glared at the boys, saying that she was the 4th, Lee Saman, a first-class disciple of the Heavenly Sect. Bayam looked behind him with displeasure. Hanwei wondered if she was from the Heavenly Sect. Bayam asked how much longer they would introduce themselves. The gang leader looked at the girl with a serious look, asking what her grandfather's name was. Salmon looked at the bandit with confusion. She asked what her grandfather was, noting that he was Yuaijong, asking why he suddenly asked that. Hanwi's eyes widened in horror. He wondered if his name was Yuaijong. Hanwi asked if it was possible that she was the granddaughter of the Great Heavenly Sword, one of the strongest martial artists. Xiaoju looked at the bandit with displeasure, saying that she was the fifth of Weryong. Hanwi's eyes widened in surprise. He swung his sword, saying that they were scoundrels. Dongyob watched in confusion. The blade broke into pieces. The fighters looked at their leader in confusion, holding the broken blades in their hands. Bam looked at the leader in confusion. Hanwi glared at his bandits, saying that he might be working for the Green Forest, asking if they knew how much he respected the Great Heavenly Sword. The gang leader jumped to the side. He asked the fighters how they dared to raise their swords against his granddaughter and that they were completely crazy. Hanwi jumped towards the forest. He said that he would make an exception and let them all pass as a sign of respect for him, wishing them a safe journey back. The fighters looked at their leader in confusion. Salmon looked ahead in confusion, while Xiaoju gritted her teeth. Xiaoju asked how these bandits dared to interrupt her performance. The red-haired girl swung her weapon furiously. She told the others to come to her quickly, and she, Yon Xiaoju, swears on the name of Weryong that she will not let them pass under any circumstances. The bandits quickly ran away, saying goodbye to the guys. Mugi smiled widely, noting that they were only good at words. He looked at the guys with a wide smile. Mugi noted that after all, they were representatives of the Hwang Trade Union, and they were really lucky to have met the 5 heroes of Loyang. Dongyob and Jungsun looked at the man with a grin. Dongyob noted that they were flattering them and it was a pity that they did not even draw their swords. Jungsun noted that it was all because the Salmon family was so famous and those bandits were terrified before they could do anything. Xiaoju put away her blade enviously, saying that it was because of a certain family's reputation that they might never be able to conquer the 5 Peaks Fortress, and she was afraid that they would do nothing during their journey to Jianghu. The man looked at the boys, apologizing for interrupting them, noting that the 5 Peaks Fortress was very different from them. The man looked at the boys warily, noting that from what he had heard, Sage Chunjai wanted to conquer the 5 Peaks Fortress, but decided to give up the pursuit and return home. The boys looked at the man, dumbfounded. Jungsun asked what he was talking about the living legend of Wudang, Sage Chunjai. Xiaoju smirked maliciously. She asked if he really believed his words, noting that it was obviously a dirty rumor spread by the local mountain gangs. Salmon noted that she agreed with her. Mugi pointed at the boys with a big smile. He noted that they had all driven away the Hell Butcher of Mount Pingding with just one greeting, so they had nothing to worry about. Since they had driven away the Crimson Wind, they would also drive away the 5 Peaks Fortress. The man pointed towards the mountain. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. There was fog in the mountains. The 5 Peaks Fortress, at the same time. Yeoncho and Gomayang were training with each other. The protagonist held out his blade in front of him, emitting an orange aura. Yonggak crossed his legs, watching the protagonist. The girls looked at the boys. Sobik said that they would go get drinks at the foot of the mountain. The girls headed down the path. Sobik noted that after they set a goal and started training, it felt like everyone was training even harder. Ki-yeon noted that they had so much passion. Ki-yeon turned her attention to the side. The man shouted that the Hwang Trade Union had apparently forgotten what fear was. The girls peered out from behind the bushes, watching what was happening. The man shouted how dare they ally with a bunch of scum called the 5 Heroes of Loyang or whatever their names were and go against them. The girls watched with curiosity. Ki-yeon asked about the 5 Heroes of Loyang. Dongyob opened his mouth wide, saying that they would know whether they were scum or not, but only after the fight. The 5 heroes of Loyang stood in front of the fighters. Dongyob told them to bring the 10 heroes of the 5 Peaks Fortress there immediately. The man bared his teeth in displeasure, saying that the guys from Weryong came there first, and these scoundrels were looking down on them. Ki-yeon stepped aside as Sobik looked on in shock. Ki-yeon said that this would not do, and they should go back and tell the others. Sobik told her to look over there. Ki-yeon turned her gaze. The 5 Loyang heroes rushed into battle. Xiaoju swung her blade, saying that this was finally their first battle as the 5 Loyang heroes. The blade flew through the air. It pierced between the boys. Xiaoju and Dongyob looked away in confusion. The girls looked at the boys with smiles on their faces. Sobik asked how they got there. Xiaoju looked at the cliff where black silhouettes were visible. The protagonist flashed his furious gaze. Jiaka looked down, frowning. Xiaoju looked up with displeasure, asking who the hell he was. The boys looked at the sword pierced into the ground. Dongyob and Jungsun opened their mouths. Xiaoju gritted her teeth in anger. They looked at the boy who was standing on the cliff. The men looked at the boys with happy smiles, saying that they really came. Ki-yeon looked at Yeoncho with a smile, asking when they came. Yeoncho said that he went down there because he heard a strange noise. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him, flashing his gaze. The long-haired guy looked away with confusion, asking who those boys were and if they knew that this was the Five Peaks Fortress Mountain. Nugi smiled widely while the man was dumbfounded. Nugi said that they were stupid thieves and no matter whose mountain they were on, they always made a fuss. The man said that he had said earlier that they needed to be careful with the Five Peaks Fortress. The man pointed his hand towards the boys, saying that of course he knew that and he had arrived there with these rising heroes heading towards Jianghu. Jiaka looked at the boys curiously, asking about Jianghu. The old man leaned on his cane. He noted that this was some sort of initiation rite where famous disciples of the old sects defeated villains and earned a reputation in Jianghu. Yeoncho looked down with a wide smile, asking why they had chosen this place. Go Mayang smiled wickedly, noting that it was indeed so. The old man looked at the boys with a smirk, saying that the consequences were obvious, asking if he could find out their names and where these glorious warriors came from. Nugi pointed to the smiling Dongyob. Nugi noted that this youth was a disciple of the Eight Immortals sect and one of the 5 heroes of Loyang. The protagonist smirked. He asked what the heroes of Loyang lacked. Jiaka looked at the boys with a sneer. He said that they were just idiots, and it couldn't be that they couldn't introduce themselves because they had already grown out of childhood. Xiaolju looked at the boy with displeasure, asking how dare they. Salmon looked at the red-haired girl in surprise. Xiaolju looked at the boy angrily, saying that such an impudence from such a young man. She put her sword in front of her and jumped up. Xiaolju remarked that she would personally show him how cruel this world is. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He remarked how much nonsense she said, having asked herself she was not too young. The girl blushed slightly, saying that it was tactless. The red-haired girl began to emit a golden aura. She said that she would see how long this bragging would last. The girl used the first phase of the 9 Heavens technique, the ascension of the soaring heavenly dragon. A yellow energy pillar crashed into the cliff. The protagonist dodged the attack by jumping up. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise, wondering what this ascension of the soaring heavenly dragon was. Still, he jumped to the side, clutching a blade in his hand. She grinned maliciously. Dongyob and Jungsun watched the scene with a smile. Dongyob said that, as expected of Xiaolju's sister. Jiaka landed on the ground. He grabbed his sword. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side, asking who she was. He wondered who she was to use the first phase of the 9 Heavens technique. The girl returned to the attack, asking why he finally got scared, noting that it was too late to regret. Xiaolju flew to attack the protagonist. She said that one of the heroes of Loyang. She looked at the guy with a serious look, saying that the swordswoman of Weryong, Yeon Xiaolju. The protagonist looked away angrily. Sobik looked at the girl in surprise. She wondered if she was from Weryong. The protagonist raised his head, looking at Xiaolju. He stood with his back to her, raising his head. Jiaka noted that she was the girl from Weryong. The protagonist remembered his little self. Miju and Xiaolju looked at the boy with an arrogant expression. Xiaolju smiled maliciously. The protagonist looked at the girl in fear. The girl smiled widely. The protagonist smirked, saying that he remembered now and how disgusting it was. Jiaka raised his blade. He swung the blade in front of him, emitting a golden aura. The protagonist sent a slashing blow towards the girl. Xiaolju watched the attack in shock. The protagonist's attack hit the girl. The red-haired girl fell to the ground. Yugi watched in horror. Dongyob and Jungsun looked ahead in shock. The girl was lying on the ground. She looked ahead in confusion, wondering what had happened. Xiaolju widened her eyes, noting that the guy, compared to them, was on a completely different level. The protagonist emitted a powerful aura. Xiaolju stood up, holding her sword in front of her. Jiaka opened his mouth, asking what she was finally scared of. The protagonist recalled how children threw stones at him, calling him a beggar. The protagonist covered his head with his hands, asking them to stop. Little Xiaolju watched with a wide smile. She said that there was a beggar living in Weryong and that her brother should take a look at this poor bastard. The protagonist looked at the girl angrily, narrowing his eyes. He said that he hadn't even started yet. The protagonist moved to the side. Then he appeared at the side of the girl. Jiaka kicked the stone with his foot. He swung his blade, looking at the stone. The protagonist recalled how she threw the stone at him. He smiled maliciously, thanking her for coming all this way. The protagonist hit the stone with his blade. Xiaolju looked ahead in fear. From the impact of the stone, the girl was thrown to the side. The boys watched as the girl fell to the ground. The protagonist furrowed his brows in displeasure. Xiaolju stood up, leaning on her sword. She glared at the guy, saying that he was a little bastard. The red-haired girl held the weapon out in front of her, saying that she would see how he spoke after that, using the second form of the world technique. The protagonist slapped the girl's sword aside with his hand. Jiaka looked at the red-haired girl with a sly smile, asking that this was the best she could do. Xiaolju looked at the guy in shock, wondering how he got there so quickly. The protagonist stabbed Xiaolju in the stomach with the blunt side of the sword. The girl grabbed her stomach with her hand. Go Mayang smiled in confusion, saying that Jiaka was really angry that day. Yeoncho smiled awkwardly, noting that he usually ends everything with one blow. Jiaka kicked the ground. Seolju gritted her teeth in annoyance. The protagonist pulled his leg to the side. Sobik watched this with excitement. She remembered how the protagonist looked at her, saying that he lived in the warehouse of the Soaring Dragon Manor for 10 years. The protagonist swung his sword when rocks appeared in front of him. Sobik thought that now her brother's opponent is the Soaring Dragon Manor. Jiaka frowned, telling the red-haired girl to watch the rocks since he was not going to hold back. Seolju's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist slashed his sword at the rocks. The red-haired girl's eyes widened. The rocks were flying towards her. Salmon blocked the rocks with a green attack. She appeared in front of the red-haired girl, blocking the rocks. The brown-haired girl looked at Seolju, telling her to pull herself together. The red-haired girl looked at Salmon with a smile. The girls looked at the protagonist with serious expressions. Salmon suggested that they join forces and defeat that impudent scoundrel. The protagonist looked at the girls with displeasure, saying that even if she interfered. Jiaka swung his weapon, emitting a golden aura. He noted that this would not end well. Salmon looked ahead in horror, where yellow energy appeared. She widened her eyes, thinking that this was impossible and what kind of monstrous pressure was this. The girl imagined that her head was flying off her shoulders. She trembled in fear, noting that his very presence made her believe that her head would fly off her shoulders. Seolju looked at the girl in bewilderment, asking what happened. Salmon looked at the hero in fear, noting that he did not take a single step. The protagonist studied the terrifying aura, telling her to stand still since he was only interested in the red-haired girl. Suk gritted her teeth. The boys stood to the side, clenching their fists. Dongyeob watched the scene with displeasure. Jungsun asked what they would do. Dongyeob said that according to the rules of the martial arts world, one cannot interfere in another's duel. They stood motionless, watching the fight. Dongyeob noted that such actions could tarnish their travels in the martial arts world. The girl opened her mouth, saying that she was Salmon, a disciple of the righteous heavenly school. The girl swung her weapon, emitting a green aura. She said that no matter how strong he was, she would not surrender to some bandit. The protagonist looked up, noting that he thought she was smarter than him, but it seemed he was wrong. The protagonist attacked the girl, throwing her aside. Mugi watched in horror. He wondered how even a disciple of the righteous heavenly school could not match up to some bandit. Salmon collapsed to the ground. Mugi thought that this could be a bigger problem. Dongyeob held his weapon in front of him, saying that they can't just stand by and watch. The boys went back to attack. Dongyeob suggested saving their sisters. The protagonist looked away with displeasure, asking why there were so many of them. The protagonist took a fighting stance, emitting a golden aura. He said that it seemed like they didn't value their lives. Yeoncho and Gomayang looked on in confusion. Yeoncho asked if this was too much. Yeonggak opened his mouth wide, telling Jiaka that if he hurt them too much, they wouldn't be able to avoid a war with the 5 Orthodox Murim sects. The protagonist gritted his teeth in annoyance. Yeonggak told him to restrain himself. Seolju looked at the protagonist in surprise, wondering if he was Yeonchi. She furrowed her brows, wondering if he used the same last name as her and had the same hair color. The red-haired girl looked at the protagonist in confusion. Jiaka told her to look closely. He smiled maliciously, saying that it was a real magnificent heavenly dragon. The protagonist's blade emitted a bright aura. Jiaka flashed his fierce gaze. A yellow dragon appeared in the air. The protagonist used the second form of the world technique, Magnificent Heavenly Dragon. Seolju looked on in shock, asking how he knew. The boys ran towards the girls. They looked at the dragon in horror. A pillar of energy struck right next to Sangjuk. Jungsun looked at the pillar of energy striking right next to him in horror. Dongyeob looked at the pillar of energy that appeared in front of him in fear. The boys looked ahead in fear. They fell to the ground. Mugi ran to the side, saying that they had to run away from there. The men began to block their way. The man with the beard grinned maliciously, asking where they were going, and even if they were going to run, they had to pay a toll first. The red-haired girl looked at the hero in bewilderment, asking who he was. Seolju frowned, asking who he was. The protagonist looked angrily at the girl, asking why she still didn't remember him, calling her sister. The protagonist was sitting on a cliff. He turned his gaze to the sky. The protagonist looked behind him. Yeoncho asked what he was doing. The brunette approached the protagonist. He said that when that heroine spoke out against them, it began to dawn on him. Yeoncho smiled slightly, saying that he taught them the Crouching Dragon Mansion martial art, noting that Sobik told him the details. The protagonist looked at the setting sun. He said that the name Jiaka was given to him by his father. Yeoncho stared at the protagonist. Jiaka said that he thought it meant red sunset, and he wondered why he chose him. But he didn't have time to ask him because he died, and instead of his father, he saw his stepmother and step-relatives every day. The protagonist smirked slightly, saying that how could he know that the girl with the same hair color was his stepsister. Yeoncho looked at the guy in surprise. Jiaka remembered how a little girl poured water on him. He said that when he lived in the Crouching Dragon Mansion, she bullied him almost every day. Yeon-cho closed his eyes, smiling slightly. He said that then he understood why his sword was so emotional that day. The brunette with a sly grin presented the image of Men and Mugi. He said that 500 yang from the trading group, and he squeezed much more than usual from that fool Yamyang. The 5 heroes of Loyang were tied to the poles. Yeon-cho said that the so-called heroes and now are in the camp. The brunette with a smile looked at the protagonist and waved his hand. He noted that now he officially leaves the position of the leader. The protagonist looked at the guy with bewilderment. Yeon-cho with a wide smile looked at Jiaka. He said that he himself understands everything, and among the 10 heroes of Mount Wufeng, there is no one who could stop him. Yeon-cho turned his head to the side, saying that he can decide for himself what to do with those heroes of Loyang and do as he knows. Jiaka slightly opened his mouth. He looked at the brunette with a bloodthirsty gaze and a smile, saying that it was a great idea. The boys stood up. The protagonist said that it was time to go to the camp. Yeon-cho noted that everyone was waiting for them. A full moon was visible above the building. Yeon-cho and Hyung-do were sitting at the table. Taeyeon and the boys were looking ahead. The protagonist sat in the center of the table. The old man with a serious expression on his face looked ahead, saying to bring them. Legs appeared from the shadows. Yamyang smiled maliciously, saying to move faster. The exhausted heroes of Loyang appeared in front of the protagonist. Yamyang noted that here they were, the 5 heroes of Loyang. The protagonist looked at them in surprise, asking why they were in such a state. The boys looked ahead with an exhausted look. Salmon's eyes widened as Seolju gritted her teeth. The old man looked at the protagonist with confusion. Yamyang smiled bloodthirstily. Yonggak noted that it was all Yamyang, and he said that, just in case, it was necessary to limit their ability to use martial arts. The man with the beard slapped his finger at the boys. The old man noted that he not only blocked their active points. The soldiers gave the girls something to drink. The old man noted that they also gave them a poison that dispersed Kai, which destroyed their danshin. Yonggak looked at the boys, noting that this is why they looked so pathetic. Yeon-cho said that Yamyang was a real scoundrel. The boys knelt down in front of the protagonist. The fighter asked what they were standing there for, ordering them to kneel down. Salmon looked at the protagonist, asking if he hadn't had enough yet. She looked straight ahead with a serious look, asking them to let go, noting that they had already let the entire trading group go. Dongyeob looked at the girl with confusion. The protagonist rested his head on his hand, saying that then they should pay too. The old man smiled widely, narrowing his eyes. He said that as compensation for invading Mount Wufeng, the guys from the trading group paid them 500 nyang. Sangjuk looked ahead, dumbfounded. Dongyeob noted that they went against their families to come there, so they almost didn't have any money. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that it didn't matter and they could get money from their families. Salmon gritted her teeth in displeasure, wondering that they were going to blackmail their families. The guys looked at the protagonist with fear. The guy thought that they actually ran away from home to start traveling around Jeonghu. Seolju looked ahead, annoyed. She thought that if rumors spread that they were caught by bandits and used for ransom. The boys looked at the protagonist with displeasure. They thought that their future in Jeonghu would be destroyed. The protagonist looked at the boys with an indifferent look. Seolju thought that he was an incredibly cruel scoundrel. Salmon looked at the boy with annoyance, asking what he thought that they would get away with it, and if her grandfather heard about this, their hideout would be blown to pieces. The boys smiled widely. Go Myung asked the girl what she thought, that they had no legs, and if the families of the top 10 families in the martial arts world moved towards them, they would simply leave. The protagonist snapped his finger, saying that by that time they would already be far away. The fighters took out their swords. They put their blades to the throats of the Loyang heroes. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that only their severed heads would remain there. Dongyeob looked at the protagonist with horror. The girls gritted their teeth in displeasure. The old man and the protagonist smiled contentedly. Jiaka said that while their heads were still on their shoulders, they should say how much they were willing to offer for their lives. The protagonist pointed his finger at Dongyeob, saying that he was the first. Dongyeob looked at the red-haired guy warily. He said that his family was not very wealthy, so even 500 nyang was a lot. The protagonist waved his hand, saying that the next one should speak. The boys looked at the protagonist in shock. Jungsun looked away, saying that he was willing to give 300 nyang. Yeon-cho and Hyung-do looked at the protagonist in surprise. Jiaka said that the next one should speak. Sangjuk looked at the protagonist in confusion, saying that he was offering 200 nyang. Dongyeob apologized for interrupting, asking if he could lower it to 200. The protagonist stretched, his mouth wide open. He said that it doesn't matter and the next one should speak. Salmon looked at the guy with confusion, saying that she was offering 100 nyang. The old man looked at the protagonist, who was waving his hand. Yonggak noted that he said that it was enough, and now the next one should speak. The protagonist yawned, covering his mouth with his hand. He said that it was the last one left. Seolju stared at the guy. Jiaka asked how much the eldest sister of the Crouching Dragon Manor was willing to offer. The girl closed her eyes, saying that then she was offering 102. She thought that he was such a scoundrel and he didn't want to directly confront their families, so he was trying to humiliate them like this. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that it was too little for her. Seolju looked at the red-haired guy with displeasure. Jiaka asked that she had already forgotten that she had pointed her sword at him. The girl asked that he wanted her to pay 300 alone. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, saying that it was not enough. The red-haired girl looked at the guy in annoyance, asking how much he wanted then. The hero smiled contentedly, saying that he wanted 1,000 silver nyang, since that was the price that the Crouching Dragon estate had to pay for the attempt on his life. Yeoncho and the guys looked at the protagonist in surprise. The Loyang heroes looked at the girl in shock. Seolju looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking what kind of nonsense this was and that he wanted 1,000 nyang. The protagonist grinned maliciously. Yamang smiled contentedly, thinking that he was not afraid even in front of the great houses. He may be young, but he respected his courage. Seolju looked at the guy with displeasure, saying that they did not have that kind of money, asking why the other sex had to pay 100 and only she had to pay 1,000. Yeoncho and the guys smiled in confusion. Sobik looked ahead with displeasure while the guys smiled awkwardly. The guys thought that everything was simple. After all, she was from the Crouching Dragon Manor. The protagonist looked ahead with a cold gaze. He said that if she did not have money, then she would have to pay in another way, and she would marry Yamyang and do housework. Yamyang looked at the protagonist with a dumbfounded look, asking what kind of him. The man with the beard smiled bloodthirstily. He said that of course he liked slightly different women, but since he wanted it so much, there was nothing he could do. Saman and Seolju looked at the man with disgust. The red-haired girl said that they were evil villains. The protagonist slammed his palm on the table, noting that the price was set. He looked at the boys with a serious look, telling them to write letters to their families, and that they should try hard, otherwise, instead of letters, their heads would be sent to their houses. There were ropes on the ground. The boys wrote letters with clenched teeth. Seolju and Saman looked ahead with displeasure, writing a letter. Hyung-do looked at Yeoncho, who was smiling with confusion. Hyung-do said that apparently, Jiaka was not only a natural-born martial artist, but also a bandit. Yeoncho noted that such a thing existed. The old man looked ahead warily. He wondered if everything would be okay, since their opponents were the main houses of the Murim. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that he knew. The night sky stretched above the mountain. Jiaka said that it would be fun. The letters appraising the values of the 5 heroes of Loyang were sent. 2 men stood in front of the manor. The man rushed forward. The weather was clear above the manor. They were sent to the 8 Immortal Sect, the Great Nature Sect. A man ran out of the manor. Yonik Nemcha read the letter. To the 7 Suns Sect, the Heavenly Sect, and the Crouching Dragon Manor. The man looked behind him in fear. The woman asked what his brother was doing. Miju looked at the boys with displeasure, asking why he still hadn't found Jiaka. The sons bowed to their mother. Mubik apologized to his mother, saying that they had looked everywhere, but they couldn't find any traces of the Crimson Death Stronghold group. Soonbeek gritted his teeth in annoyance. He wondered why Seolju ran away from home for such a stupid reason, since she was the reason he was constantly working hard. Soonbeek thought about what he would do when he caught her. Miju looked away with displeasure. The man called out to the woman. Miju asked why he couldn't see that they were talking. The man was holding a letter in his hand. He apologized to the woman, saying that he was simply told that he had to give it to her urgently. The woman snatched the letter, saying that if it wasn't urgent, he was finished. Miju unfolded the letter in front of her. She opened her mouth wide. The woman glared ahead, saying that she was definitely finished this time. Miju collapsed to the floor. Mubik's eyes widened. He walked over to the letter, saying that she had not only fallen into the hands of the 5 Peaks Fortress. There were hieroglyphs on the letter. Mubik said that they also had to pay 1,000 nyang. Mubik looked at his mother with concern. He noted that in addition, the letter said that all 5 Loyang heroes had been caught and they should contact the other houses and discuss it together. Miju asked what to discuss with them and what then. Mubik looked at his mother with confusion. The woman slapped her hand on the floor in anger. She asked that if they discussed it, 1,000 nyang would fall from the sky on them. Soonbeek fell to the floor with confusion, looking at his mother. The woman looked angrily at her sons, saying that she was already tired of all of them and why did she always have to deal with all the problems of this house. The sons looked at their mother with confusion. The man looked at the girl who came in with fear and called out to Miju. The man waved his hand at the girl. The brown-haired woman apologized to the woman for interrupting, noting that a letter had arrived inviting the families of the 5 Loyang heroes to gather at the Heavenly Sect. Mubik furrowed his brows, thinking that he knew it, noting that they initiated the meeting. The woman gritted her teeth in annoyance. The night sky stretched above the building. In the end, the 5 Orthodox Murim houses met within the walls of the Heavenly Sect. The people were sitting at a round table. The long-haired girl was looking at the table. Miju looked ahead with displeasure. She furrowed her brows, telling them to say something already, asking what they would do. The man with a mustache looked at the woman with a serious look. He said that the most important thing was the safety of their children, asking if they should just pay. Miju glared at the man, saying that he was taking it too lightly. The man looked at the woman in confusion. Miju lowered her head, saying that they only needed to pay 100 each, but they had to pay a whole 1,000. The long-haired girl looked at Miju with confusion. The woman said that on top of that, even 100 was a large sum, asking who else but the heavenly sect could pay that amount. The ponytailed woman furrowed her brows, saying that she knew that her daughter had quite the temper. Miju glared at the woman. The brunette said that she obviously challenged the bandits, so that was how it turned out. The mustache man held his hand out in front of the woman, saying that their son was their top priority anyway, so they decided to just send them the money. The man with his hair tied up looked at the woman, saying that they would do the same. Miju looked ahead in confusion, asking if they were serious, noting that there were 5 Orthodox Murim houses there and they wanted to bow down to some bandits. The man told her to calm down. The door to the hall opened slightly. A man entered the room. He said that they would never bow down to bandits. The leader of the heavenly sect, Leonik. Leonik looked at the guys with a serious expression, suggesting that they first ensure the safety of their children and then strike. The brown-haired man frowned, telling the leader of the heavenly sect that they had captured the most talented children of their families, which meant that there were martial artists there who could defeat the 5 heroes of Loyang. Leonik smiled slightly, noting that this was why they were entering the game. Nubik looked at the man in surprise, asking what he meant. Leonik looked at the boys with a serious expression, asking them to choose one representative each, and he would be the one to go to the 5 Peaks Fortress from the heavenly sect. The boys looked at the leader in surprise. They wondered that the leader of the heavenly sect would personally go to raid the bandit fortress. Nubik turned his attention to his mother. The woman thought that this was great. She smiled bloodthirstily, thinking that if one of the strongest representatives of the martial arts world went with them, these bandits would be finished and there would be no need to worry about Xiaoju anymore. The man held a letter with hieroglyphs in his hands. At the same time, in the house of the heavenly sect, the old man looked ahead in bewilderment, asking that Salmon was captured by some bandits from the 5 Peaks Fortress. The supreme heavenly sword, Liaojong. The horse walked along the road. On the horse sat Nubik. He appeared in front of the gate. On the gate was a sign with hieroglyphs. Nubik looked at the sign uncertainly, thinking that the team for the 5 Peaks Fortress raid should have already been chosen, wondering why the heavenly sect leader would meet with him again then. Nubik looked at his mother in confusion, saying that the 5 Peaks Fortress raid would be led by the heavenly sect leader, asking if there was a need for him to participate. The woman turned her back, saying that of course there was. The woman looked at her son with a sly smile, saying that during the fight he should show off his skills to impress the heavenly sect leader, asking if he understood her. Nubik sighed heavily. He looked at his mother, noting that all the elders had gone to work as guards, and he was the only one in their estate who was capable of teaching. The woman looked at her son with displeasure, asking what good it did him since he had seen Beak. Nubik looked at his mother in confusion, noting that he was not yet ready to teach anyone. The woman waved her hand in displeasure. She said that there was no point in talking about it, noting that the leader of the heavenly sect wanted to discuss the raid plan with him again anyway, so he should stop talking nonsense and prepare for their meeting. Nubik looked ahead with displeasure, thinking that he had failed to win an argument with his mother again. The boy got off his horse. The man asked if he was from the Crouching Dragon Manor. Nubik said that he was. The man smiled and pointed his hands to the side, saying that the leader of the sect was waiting for him inside. The light illuminated the doors. The man opened the door, where people were seen at a table. Nubik looked ahead with surprise. A bald man was sitting at the table. The red-haired guy pointed out that these were not the families of the 5 heroes of Loyang, but the most famous families in the martial arts world. Sitting at the table was Yonik. The red-haired guy wondered why they were there. Yonik looked at the guy with a smile, saying that he had come. The red-haired guy bowed to the Celestial Sect leader, saying that he was Mubik from the Crouching Dragon Manor, and welcomed the Celestial Sect leader. Yonik smiled widely, saying that he hadn't taken a close look at him last time because he was too busy comforting his mother, but he was quite handsome. The Celestial Sect leader looked at the guy with a smirk, saying that he had called him because they had something to discuss, offering him to sit down. The guy looked at the Celestial Sect leader warily. Nubik sat with his back to the Celestial Sect leader, puzzled. He asked that he wouldn't be going to the 5 Peaks Fortress. Yonik pointed out that it wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he simply couldn't and that he wouldn't be there anyway. The red-haired boy looked at the man in confusion, asking who would represent the heavenly sect. The man extended his hand, saying that he had a more important matter to discuss. The heavenly sect leader furrowed his brows, asking not to tell anyone from the outside what he was about to tell them. The men looked at the heavenly sect leader with a serious look. The men furrowed their brows. Yonik looked at the men with a serious look. He said that he had received a message last night that the Yumyang cult had revived in Muram. Nubik looked at the Heavenly Sect leader in surprise, asking about the Yumyang cult. The men looked at Yonik in shock. The brunette noted that they had been destroyed 20 years ago, asking how they could have returned. Yonik stared thoughtfully at the table, saying that he didn't want to believe it either, but after reading the report on the battle with the Yumyang cult, he saw details that made him believe it was true. There was a bright red light in the forest. Yonik noted that they were tracking down the ones behind the latest unpleasant incidents and eventually came across their base, and they sent their elite forces to attack them. There were dead bodies of men lying on the ground. Yonik noted that the attack was a complete failure, and all of their warriors died. The man recalled the dead bodies of the men. He said that if the words of the group that went after them were to be believed, and if we talk about ball techniques and martial arts, Yonik imagined the image of Jinkung. He said that there was no doubt, and it was the Yumyang cult. The leader of the Heavenly Sect looked at the men with a serious look. He said that given the situation, the Orthodox sect should unite to fight them. Nubik looked at the leader of the Heavenly Sect with confusion. The man said that he agreed. Nubik asked what happened because he couldn't participate in the Five Peaks Fortress raid. The leader of the Heavenly Sect slammed his palm on the table. He noted that it was true, and they didn't know when those bastards from Yumyang would move their base, so he decided that this matter was more important than the Five Peaks Fortress raid. Yonik stood up from his chair, saying that's why. The leader of the Heavenly Sect put his fist on his palm. He noted that he wanted to reassemble the victorious squad to finish them off once and for all, and asked them all to help the poor squad in destroying the Yumyang cult. The brunette put his weapon on the table, saying that if they really came back, they had to help him. The man clenched his weapon, saying that the Yumyang cult is the natural enemy of the Muram and there is no point in talking further, suggesting to destroy them. Nubik looked at the situation with a serious look. He thought that this was definitely much more important than the Five Peaks Fortress. Nubik looked ahead in confusion, wondering if the two of them did not participate in the Five Peaks Fortress raid, would this raid end in victory? The night sky stretched above the mountain. Salmon and Xiaoju were outside. The girls turned their attention to the side. The man with the blade stared at the girls. The brown-haired girl frowned, saying that they had been hanging around in this place for a week, and that their families would definitely send money soon and they just needed to wait a little. Xiaoju smiled slightly, saying that this was true. Xiaoju wondered if they had borrowed money from the Heavenly Sect, but how would they pay back 1,000 yang? The protagonist waved his hand and asked that they were coming from the toilet. The protagonist looked behind him, asking what they were feeding them that they were constantly running to the toilet. The fighter apologized to the protagonist, saying that he would feed them so rarely that they would not go to the toilet at all. Xiaoju looked ahead with displeasure and said that they gave them one dumpling for lunch. The protagonist sat on a bench, saying that it was not enough and many people ate much less. Xiaoju looked at the guy with irritation, saying that it was impossible. She asked that if it was possible, then how could he prove it? The protagonist raised his head. He remembered how he ate one small bun as a child. Jiaka said that this was expected. He smiled maliciously, saying that he would not be satisfied with simple money. Xiaoju looked at the guy with bewilderment, asking what else he wanted from them, noting that the money was enough. The protagonist smiled evilly as he looked at the red-haired girl. Jiaka said that the money they borrowed from the Heavenly Sect, he would destroy all sources of income, the Crouching Dragon Manor, so that they would not be able to repay the debt. The red-haired girl looked at the protagonist in horror, asking what kind of nonsense this was, and someone like him simply could not do this. The protagonist held up a silver tablet, saying that he was the chief watchman of the Green Forest. The girls looked at the tablet in shock. The red-haired girl thought that this could not be, wondering that this scoundrel was the chief watchman of the Green Forest. The protagonist looked at the girls with a serious look. He said that any trading group that the Crouching Dragon Manor protected would be deprived of the right to set foot in the Green Forest, no matter which trade union they belonged to. He smiled maliciously, saying that he thought it would be enough to ask how she was. Xiaoju looked at the protagonist in horror. She thought that she couldn't believe it. If he was telling the truth, the Crouching Dragon Manor had no future. A rope was visible on his body. The boys were tied with a rope. Sangjuk said that they used to give 3 dumplings a day, asking that now they only give 1. Dongyob asked why those scoundrels had become more cruel. Salmon looked at the red-haired girl with displeasure, saying that she wondered why they were acting like this. Tears were running down the red-haired girl's cheeks. She thought that he was a damn child. The door to the room opened slightly. The boys turned their attention to the door. Yamyang looked at the boys with a wide smile. He asked that it must have been hard for them, noting that their ransom had arrived so they could go free. The girls smiled happily, thinking that finally, the sky was clear. There were 5 black boxes on the ground. People looked ahead in surprise. There were men standing in front of the boxes. The men looked ahead with a serious look. 5 clans came to Mount Wufeng to deliver the ransom for the 5 heroes of Loyang, and at the head of the convoy was the elder of the heavenly school Li Wenho. The other schools also sent their representatives. The protagonist, at the head of his guys, looked ahead. But the estate of the creeping dragon, due to the absence of Mubik, Soongbik came, and thus the estate of the creeping dragon involuntarily. Gyaka looked ahead in bewilderment. Reunited with her half-brother Gyaka after a decade, Soongbik looked around the area in bewilderment. He wondered why even the Sage of the Sky and Earth couldn't take over this hideout, noting that it didn't look like anything special. The man opened his mouth wide, asking why there was so much dust. Then he sneezed. Soongbik looked ahead in fear, drawing his sword. He asked what was going on, and that they wouldn't say they wanted to kidnap them too. The man rubbed his nose, asking what he was doing. The boys smiled widely. Yeoncho said that they called themselves the 5 Orthodox sects, and they were afraid of a simple sneeze, and how could the 5 clans talk loudly about themselves? The men looked around. The old man said that they were being mocked by some pathetic bandits, and what a humiliation. The man asked why the crouching dragon manor sent this child. Soongbik looked at the boy in confusion, asking Hwang why he drew his sword so quickly. The guy said that he followed his example. The protagonist smirked slightly, thinking that honestly, the two of them hadn't changed at all. Seolju looked ahead with displeasure. The bald man led the tied-up boys in. He told them to walk faster and not to stop, as it was time for them to go home. The men looked at the boys in shock. The old man asked why they looked like that. Soongbik looked at the boys with confusion. Salmon and Seolju looked ahead with displeasure. The boys looked up with an exhausted look. Yeoncho smiled widely, saying that they had been really exhausted for the past couple of days. Go Mayang noted that there was such a thing. The old man looked at the boys with displeasure, asking what kind of disrespect this was and that they took them hostage but did not feed them. The hostage boys immediately lowered their heads and began to cry, since the protagonist did not know that it was so hard to live without food. He scratched his ear with his little finger in displeasure and did not understand why they were grumbling, since if no one died of hunger, then everything was fine, calling them a bunch of old people, adding that if they decided to talk about respect, then he wanted to clarify something. He frowned slightly and cried out that these so-called 5 heroes of Laoyang's attacked their hideout with naked weapons and tried to harm him and his family for no reason. The old man became embittered by such a statement, baring his teeth when Gyaka noted that it was not for them to express any respect. The protagonist then pointed his finger at the tied-up boys and noted that even though they had spared their lives and had given them enough food and a place to rest to survive, he looked ahead with a smirk and thinned out his fiery aura, stating that if the boys were unhappy with something, they could come to him and talk to him in person. Yuaijong looked at him with an angry expression and knew that this brat had an incredible spirit and knew that the suppression forces would arrive soon, so for now they just needed to get their children to safety. Yuaijong stood with the other old men while the man was about to open the box and stated that they just needed to let their children go. Cholsan sighed in relief, looking away, and stated that they paid exactly what they asked for. The leader of the fortress sighed in relief, looking at the protagonist's sarcastic smirk, and asked what Gyaka would do now. The main character replied that it couldn't be helped and that he had even grown a bit attached to them, so it would be a shame. He immediately lifted his foot off the ground and raised his sword. He grinned maliciously, looking through the sword, and said that it was time for the people to leave. The old men along with the young man opened their mouths in surprise. They saw how the main character pulled the sword aside. Yeoncho along with his assistant and the old man also looked at Gyaka in surprise. The main character rushed past the tied-up boys, swinging his blade. Seolju along with the other girl opened their mouths in surprise when the rope was cut. The other hostage boys also looked in surprise at the pieces of rope, because it was a clean cut with a wide blade. They saw how Gyaka landed on the ground with the blade and thought that he was very talented. The red-haired boy looked back at the boys with a sly grin. The boys stared at him, not understanding why he was laughing so much. They saw the protagonist take a fighting stance with his blade again. They immediately drooped and widened their eyes, realizing that they would most likely be taught a lesson again. Gyaka immediately hit the boys on the butt with his sword and they flew. All these boys screamed and flew into the sky from such a blow. Gyaka looked at them mockingly, holding the blade tightly, and noted that the same thing awaited the girls. Seolju and his friend pulled their hands back in horror and did not want such a fate for themselves. At this time, the boys fell from the sky to the ground. Soongbik and another boy looked up at the sky and tried to catch people from the sky. These people began to land on the ground and they tried to catch them. Yuaijong watched what was happening intently, looking up. He immediately jumped into the sky to catch a person while Seolju was falling. Seolju plopped down on Soongbik. The old man landed on the ground at that time, catching the brown-haired girl. And thus, the noisy and boisterous negotiations for the release of the 5 heroes of Loyang came to an end. The old man and the brown-haired girl looked forward with anger, while the girl was indignant that Gyaka dared to treat the noble heavenly school like that. The main character threw his sword over his shoulder, standing in the company of his guys, and this will cause an incident that will happen later. All the tired guys and old men followed Soongbik. This guy angrily bared his teeth and frowned. He abruptly turned to his sister and tried to teach her a lesson because he could no longer restrain himself from her actions. Xiaoju, with tears in her eyes, covered her hands and apologized, asking if her mother was very angry. Seung-beek sighed angrily, noting that his sister did this completely with the understanding that mom would be furious. The two of them looked at the old man and the other girl in front of them, and Seung-beek stated that it was most likely hard for her and still decided to quickly return and think about the consequences later. The brown-haired girl looked back at the old man and apologized to him, noting that she expected her father to come. Yuaijong looked at her and ironically joked about whether she was upset that an old man came for her, and she began to make excuses with a bashful look. Yuaijong frowned forward and stated that the leader of the cult went to fight the Yumyeon cult. The girl immediately became horrified, her mouth open, when Yuaijong noted that the situation was urgent, so he had to leave immediately since he did not have time to visit the Fortress of the Five Peaks, so Yuaijong came instead. The girl was shocked because she thought that the Yumyeon cult had disappeared 20 years ago. The old man looked at her when the girl asked if her father would be in danger. The old man said that her father was the head of the Heavenly Sect, one of the 9 great sects, and he definitely thought that he would be fine because he would deal with those demonic villains. The Supreme Sword looked back with a smirk to the side and added that after that, he would definitely get rid of those mountain bandits. The girl looked at him maliciously and understood that the Yumyeon cult may be strong, but her father would definitely be stronger. It was a fortress in the forest, and the girl mentally asked the bandits to get ready because her father would be coming soon. The main character sneezed through his bangs at this time, while he was wiping his nose and realized that someone was thinking about him. At this time Yamyeon happily shouted that they should throw a feast. Jiaka stared ahead and realized that these guys had now been taken and that it would be quiet here again for a while. The sunset was already far behind the mountains. At this time, birds were flying across the evening sky. It was already deep night over the mountain stream. These guys were standing in front of the river and realized that there was nothing downstream and they needed to somehow get out. At this time, the leader of the victorious squad from Shaolin named Manbeek, along with his squad, was shouting that they needed to continue searching and that the guys would definitely be somewhere nearby. Another bald old man was Manbeek's older brother from Shaolin, Master Gongbeek, who reported that the last squad had definitely been defeated here. At this time, the leader of the heavenly cult along with Mubeek looked at the master and asked what he thought about the power of the Yumyeon cult. Gongbeek held out his palm in front of his face and said that even the Moon Swordsman and the Nambong Sword King could not defeat the Moon Fairy, and even more so since 20 years had passed, they had clearly become stronger. The master closed his eyes and looked down, saying that perhaps this squad would meet the same fate as the previous one. The bald warriors looked back at the old man and asked what he wanted to say. The other guys in cloaks looked around in confusion. The Shaolin squad stood opposite another squad in black cloaks. The guys realized that everyone present here could be killed by the Yumyeon cult. Yeonik lowered his head sadly. Gongbeek slightly frowned and noticed through his beard that the leader of the heavenly cult looked very nervous and asked them not to be afraid of his words. A whole group of monks stood in a row under the master, and Gongbeek said that the heavens choose who will die and who will live. So he told them not to be afraid of death, but simply suggested that they do everything possible to destroy this evil organization. The leader of the heavenly cult looked forward with a frown and agreed with the master's statement, adding that they just need to focus on destroying the main enemy of Murim, the Yumyeon cult. All the warriors in black cloaks frowned slightly. The other guys stood in a row and looked at the events with enthusiasm, remembering the words of their leader. Mubeek pressed his sword to his chest and realized that they had already entered the lair of the predator, and now there was no point in being afraid of anything, so he wanted to finish what his father failed to do 20 years ago. At this time, the Shaolin monks were about to run to Manbeek and tried to summon Gongbeek. The bald warriors stood in a row and one of them said that they went down and found suspicious buildings. It was a black building with smoke hanging around it, and it seemed like a galactic mansion to them. The messenger quickly ran to this fortress. He climbed the stairs and was about to run inside. There was a brunette with a big head of hair and a black cape with a back when he was told that the Orthodox Alliance sent another squad, and he realized that they probably didn't learn anything from the last lesson. This master looked back at his subjects with a malicious smile and asked how many enemies there were this time. His subordinate with a scar on his forehead answered with a grin that there were only 56 guys, including monks, and this time even the leader of the heavenly sect himself came, and he thought that they believed in themselves. This master looked back with a frown, surprised that the leader of the Ionic celestial sect was there. He bared his teeth in glee and rejoiced at such an event, for it was a beautiful offering that came to the lair of the beast by itself. The cult master began to laugh bloodthirstily, raising his hands, and wanted to give a warm welcome, asking his soldiers to try to capture the monks alive and kill the rest. His army of soldiers knelt down and looked at their leader, agreeing with his order. Their master opened his mouth with a mocking smile and told them not to forget that he would fight Yeonik personally and asked them not to touch him. At this time, the leader of the heavenly sect looked forward with disdain. He was about to open the door. At this time, his entire army ran forward. It was a whole squad that ran quickly. Newbeak was also not far behind and ran with a sword. It was a dark manner. They stared at his entrance. Newbeak held the blade in front of him and looked warily at this galactic estate, which seemed gloomy to him, although he promised himself that he would not be afraid, but still a little nervous. Then he frowned and realized that enemies were coming towards them. The guys and a red beam of light appeared from the entrance to the estate. An axe and a sharp fan flew out from there. Newbeak immediately screamed in horror that everyone needed to step back. The leader of the heavenly cult immediately became angry and wary. Newbeak managed to reflect the chains with a blow of his sword. He threw back the spiked fan with his blade. At the same time, a sharp axe was flying towards him. At this time, the other guys looked at what was happening in horror, calling on the master to be careful. Newbeak closely watched what was happening, stretching out his blade. He waved his sword, trying to reflect the sickle on the chain. At this time, a thorny fan was flying towards him from behind. The boy glanced at it and noticed. He spread his legs wide and took a fighting stance, deflecting the fan. While he was angry, an axe and a fan without a chain flew behind him. Bayek swung his glowing blade and was about to use his skills. He immediately dealt them a crushing glowing blow. The axe and fan tried to fly back into the estate. A powerful fiery explosion occurred inside the estate. Bayek landed on the ground holding the blade. Manbeak and the other monks watched this with enthusiasm and were surprised that the boy was stronger than they thought. Gongbeak was watching everything from behind and explained that this was the heir of the swordsman who cut the moon, and this boy had the same fighting spirit and skills. Yonik also watched the duel with a smirk. The leader of the heavenly cult grinned, showing his teeth, and asked everyone to leave if they were done checking them. He immediately pulled out his blade and walked ahead of his squad and wanted to see the enemy in the face. People in black cloaks and with weapons began to come out of the estate, noticing that the guy had clearly become stronger. At this time, the enemy squad looked bloodthirstily at the heavenly cult, and the big guy noticed from afar that the squad was led by the leader of the heavenly sect himself, so he must be better than the previous one. At this time, ninjas in black cloaks with red eyes looked at the enemies. Ninjas were also flying from the other side. At this time, the guys immediately became wary. They stood in a group and were trying to surround them. The leader of the black cult grinned maliciously through his bangs and told Yonik to bow his head if he wanted a pleasant death for himself. Yonik smiled mockingly and noted that his marriage was speaking very loudly, but today it was he who would lose his head along with the rest of the Yumyang clan in revenge for the previous squad. Nubik immediately ran to attack and screamed. The ninja who received the blow to himself spat out blood from his mouth. He immediately began to fall face down. Nubik rushed past the ninja and cut them down. This guy looked back at the fallen ninja and realized that it was unlikely that the guys would be able to simply crush them with numbers. The rest of the ninja ran to attack and wanted to kill Nubik first. The other guys flew with fists and wanted to kill everyone. At this time, the old man extended his glowing palms in front of him and wanted to use the single sword strike technique. He immediately dealt glowing blows to the enemies while the other magicians dealt with the others using the peerless dragon sword technique. The other ninjas drew their long swords and were unwilling to retreat and fight to the end. It was a bloodthirsty battle where blades sparkled and blood splashed. At this time, the two monk leaders stood near Yonik. Manbeak noted with a smile that thanks to the son of the swordsman who cuts the moon, the morale of the army was high. Gongbeak stood behind his younger brother and noted that this guy stood out from the rest, and despite his young age, his skill was at an incredible level. Manbeak grinned as Yonik looked at him, who was happy to watch the rising star and understood that he could not give them time to retreat. At this time, another gang of black silhouettes stood above the stairs. It was the leader of the Yumyang sect, surrounded by his thugs. Yonik looked at them intently and assured them that it would be wise to engage in battle and defeat them with a united front. Manbeak and Gongbeak stretched out their palms in front of their faces and pointed out that it was too early for their leader to engage in combat, and they would deal with them themselves. These masters were about to jump up immediately. They were about to launch an aerial attack, and they were flying towards the ninjas in combat poses. They immediately began to attack the ninjas and hit their heads. Manbeak and Gongbeak were skillfully dealing with the black ninjas. Manbeak was striking the ninjas from behind with his hands. Gongbeak was dealing with the ninjas' light stick attack at the same time. The old man stomped his foot on the ground, waving the stick. These masters were standing in a combat pose in front of the entire squad. Yonik looked through his bangs with a sarcastic grin and realized that this was an expected result and they had an advantage over the enemy. The Sky Sect leader looked through his bangs and was bothered by how relaxed the Yumyang boys looked and thought that they must be missing something, looking at the satisfied grins of the enemies. The fighter with the red headband grinned and wondered if it was time to catch the enemies and wanted to start with the monks. These thugs pulled out their weapons and all flew to attack. The Yumyang sect leader watched the fight with bloodthirstiness. At this time, the guy released his spiked fan and called the enemies arrogant orthodox brats and wanted to try his peerless ghost metal. This fan quickly spun in the air. It flew straight at Gong Beak. The old man looked back and noticed the attack. He was about to jump up right away. He managed to soar into the sky while the fan attacked the other fighters. Gong Beak's mouth dropped open in horror as his men were killed. He looked back and saw a bloody fan flying towards him. The old man was immediately hit by the sickle and screamed in pain. The chain was pulling the old man down as drops of blood appeared on his clothes, and the Yumyang cult considered their enemies fools. The guy with the red bandanas and the sickle was pulling the chain towards himself, wondering why the guys seriously hoped to destroy the dark spectral sect with such a pathetic martial art. The villain with the red bandana was pulling the chain and unwinding the old man, noting that this was a stupid and short-sighted decision that would lead them straight to hell. Manbeek, meanwhile, was horrified to see what was happening to his brother. Manbeek immediately prepared his fists and ran to attack, noting that the guys were not afraid of the wrath of Shaolin at all. Manbeek immediately covered himself with his hands when they tried to attack him with claws. It was a demon of strength who tried to attack the monk like a wolverine and asked him not to rush so much. This demon of strength smiled maliciously while Gong Beak was dealt with behind him, and the marriage said that they would kill him right after his brother. The old man received an axe blow to himself and was sobbing blood when the demon of darkness ran towards him from the side. This guy in a mask swung his blade and noted that his head was perfectly shaved, and now it was convenient to cut it off. Newbie closely watched the progress of the fight and wanted to use the fourth phase of the Nine Heavens technique. He immediately swung his glowing blade and ran to help the old man. The demon of darkness looked back and noticed this. The guy with red hair swung his glowing blade and used various elements of wind, fire, and disaster. The demon of power looked back with displeasure, noticing this attack. The guy stuck his spike top near you and understood that this guy was poking his nose in again. The wounded old man shouted towards Mubeek, notifying that the weapon was stuck in his shoulder. The half-brother immediately threw the sickle with his blade from the old man's body. This chain flew back in a cloud of dust. The guy with the red bandana immediately caught these bloody sickles. Mubeek put his blade in front of himself, standing next to the wounded old man, and notified that it was unlikely that everything would work out as they wished. While the guy in the red bandana was angry, Jinkyung stood behind him, thinking that the guy was weak since he looked like a student, but no one could know that the boy had skills comparable to elite fighters. The guy in the bandana looked back at his leader. He immediately bowed before him as Jinkyung thinned out the demonic aura from himself, and declared that since the orthodox sects had taken them seriously, they could not afford such careless behavior. Mubeek held the wounded old man and looked back at the heavenly sect leader, who realized that it was now his turn, so he asked the wounded to take advantage of this and rest. All the monks looked at the sect leader in surprise as he walked forward. At this time, Jinkung passed by the ninja's gaze. The fighters looked at the upcoming duel with anticipation. They saw how the two sect leaders stood opposite each other, and the fate of the quest to exterminate Yumyang of the victorious squad depended on the duel between the Swordmaster Yonik and the demonic sword Jinkyang. The brown-haired man stared at his enemy. The black cult leader also stared back angrily, and now the battle was about to begin. All the guys were watching the fight closely. Jinkyang was standing in front while the ninjas who had been killed were lying behind. All the fighters saw how the two leaders were about to engage in battle. Yonik was looking forward with a frown in anticipation. The leader of the black sect began to laugh maliciously and noticed that a lot of information had already leaked out. Jinkyung bared his teeth maliciously and ironically said that he had been waiting for this day for a long time, because Yonik was the reason why he settled in Yumyang, and they finally met. The brown-haired man with long bangs smirked slightly at this statement. The leader of the black sect was slightly perplexed and puzzled. The leader of the black sect stepped back in surprise when the leader of the heavenly sect did not understand who was in front of him at all, because he could not remember him. The villain pointed his finger at himself furiously and was surprised that Yonik could actually forget him and asked him to look again. The brown-haired man touched his chin with a puzzled hand and looked away as he answered ironically that he did not remember him at all, and since this happened, it meant that the enemy was very small fry. Jinkyung clenched his fist in anger from such an insult and did not understand how Yonik dared to say such words to his face. The leader of the heavenly sect furiously knitted his eyebrows and realized everything, because his enemy had not corrected his lousy character, because he was one of the three masters of the mercenary union, the master of the demonic sword Jinkyung, and he could not forget such a thing. The leader of the Yumyang sect angrily extended a finger towards the enemy and declared that right here and now he would make sure that Yonik would remember this day forever. The leader of the heavenly sect held his blade and looked tense, because he realized that even the feared master of the Chaos Demonic Sword Jinkyung, the master of the Mercenary Union, had become Yumeong's watchdog, and this sect really went all out to attract strong fighters. Newbeak stood behind him at this time and watched the leader's fighting posture. At this time, drops of blood were dripping from the sword. Yeonik immediately began to shout furiously and charge because he knew that even in the past, Jinkyung was no match for him. The two monks closely watched their leader and noted this speed. The leader of the heavenly sect charged with a sword and wanted to use the liberating scorched earth skill. Jinkyung twisted his face in bewilderment and was surprised by his enemy's agility. They immediately clashed in a fierce confrontation. The two fighters looked into each other's eyes with grins, and Yeonik noticed that when he looked at Jinkyung up close, he now remembered that vile face of the demonic Swordmaster. The brown-haired man tried to attack the enemy with his sword, who managed to take cover, and tried to understand how a simple bandit from the mountains dared to sow so much chaos in the martial arts world. The black sect leader was thrown back by such an attack. Newbeak watched his leader from the side and was shocked that the leader of the enemy stronghold was thrown back by one blow from their leader. He opened his eyes in surprise and realized that even their leader's techniques were too fast to track with the naked eye. He saw how Yeonik emitted a glowing aura from himself, because this was the power of the heavenly sect leader. Jinkyung immediately managed to land on the ground. He stuck his sword into the ground and stopped. The black sect leader bared his teeth angrily. The fighters looked at him and worried about him. Brown-haired man furrowed his brows in anger and realized that this was not the end and his enemy would try to let down his guard. Brown-haired man was about to charge again, while Jinkyung laughed maliciously and realized that Yeonik was still as collected as before. The leader of the black sect immediately dropped his sword and was about to test his theory. His sword with a red aura fell to the ground. The pavilion leader with a predatory look charged and tried to see if Yeonik could control himself after his attack. He immediately swung his leg and quickly launched the sword towards Yeonik. Jinkyung furiously screamed and frowned. He released a two-handed spirit sword with a red aura towards the enemy. Brown-haired man held his blade with both hands and tried to think about the attack. Sect leader Yumeong bent his fingers with a predatory look. That sword with a red aura turned right in front of Yeonik and flew to the side. Newbeak and the soldiers watched the flying blade in horror. That sword was about to pierce Newbeak's body. The guy immediately spat out blood from his mouth and did not understand what kind of overwhelming force was behind it. The leader of the spectral dark sect waved his hand with an aura and made a cut. That sword with a red aura flew past all the soldiers and slashed them. The bald monks also flew to the sides, having received a slashing blow. Jinkyung extended two fingers that were burning with fire. That sword with a dark aura flew past all the fighters and slashed them. Yeonik held his blade in horror, not understanding how this was possible, since Jinkyung, who was a head below him in skill 10 years ago, had now reached a level that he had not yet even managed to master. Jinkyung directed the flying blade into the air as the enemies received slashes. Then, the leader of the black sect once again grabbed his bloody blade and smiled. Newbeak and the monks held their slashes. The other fighters stretched out their fingers and noted that the rumors were true, that these people had achieved true superiority. The leader of the heavenly sect bared his teeth in rage and realized that they were in a bad way and the advantage in the battle was on the enemy side. Jinkyung bared his teeth in glee and noted that Yeonik now had the very expression he expected to see, but he was not finished yet. He opened his mouth with a mocking look and thinned out a purple aura from Yu, noticing that his enemies had now turned into a bunch of cowardly guys and ordered his soldiers to quickly deal with the enemies. His demon fighters smiled maliciously. The demon of power along with his colleagues smiled maliciously and were about to carry out the boss's order. They all flew towards the bunch of Yeonik with an attack. At this time, the monks sharpened their weapons and fists, using the Namo Amitabha skill, and Gongbeek was about to give up the ghost and wipe out as much evil as he could from the face of the earth. The master sat meditating and was illuminated by blue flames, because he was Li Yuijiang, one of the 10 strongest sword masters, as well as the former leader of the heavenly sect, the Lord of the Heavenly Sword. He decided to devote most of his time to self-improvement and went into seclusion and no longer appeared in the world of martial arts. A blue aura was emanating from the hair of this master. It was Yuizhong, who was sighing heavily. He was about to stand up when he bowed his head. Someone was about to open the door to his mansion. The old man slightly furrowed his brows, wanting to know where his granddaughter Saman was. It was a 3-story Chinese building of the heavenly sect. His granddaughter was running towards him joyfully. The old man spread his arms wide, wanting to hug Saman. The girl hugged her grandfather tightly. She jumped on him and hugged him tightly. Yuizhong closed his eyes with a sad expression and guessed that she might have had a hard time. Saman hugged her grandfather with tears in her eyes, apologizing to him for disgracing the sect and ruining its reputation. The old man looked at his granddaughter's hair with trepidation and was surprised how he could even care about the reputation of the sect when his beloved granddaughter was in danger. He was sure that she had worked tirelessly and now she could rest. She looked at her grandfather with tears in her eyes and sadness and asked how her father was, because she heard that he had gone on a journey to crush the followers of the Yumyang cult, and she really wanted to know if everything would be okay with him. Yuizhong looked at her with a grin and enthusiastically answered that it would be so, because he was the head of the heavenly sect and no one except the 10 strongest swordsmen could hold a candle to him. At this time, a devil sword with a red aura flew through the air. Yonik crossed the blade in front of his chest, preparing to repel the attack. He was immediately thrown back by the flow of red aura. Jinkyung stretched out his hand and was about to catch his sword. He immediately grabbed the hilt of his blade. The enemy sect leader pulled out a sword and smiled maliciously, surprised that this was all Yonik could do, and he had apparently overestimated him. The brown-haired man bared his teeth indignantly and understood that Jinkyung had been weaker than him before and did not understand how he had managed to become so strong. Then the leader of the heavenly sect turned to the side to inspect the other boys. He saw the demon of power cutting the last soldier to pieces. Another ninja attacked from behind the soldier, cutting him and not wanting to spare anyone. Yonik's eyes widened in alarm and could not believe his own eyes that the enemies had cut everyone to pieces. Nubik, meanwhile, was waving his sword and fighting back against the ninja because the enemies were able to kill even the elite swordsmen of the Orthodox Alliance. Yonik indignantly clenched his fists and held the blade, realizing that this chaos had to be stopped. Yonik bared his teeth and realized that he had to save them at all costs. The leader of the heavenly sect immediately screamed for them to stop fighting and retreat when Nubik turned around to look at him. The brown-haired man looked back at the fighter and said that at least one of them should return home alive. Nubik looked at the monks and told them to run away from here quickly. Those monks immediately deftly jumped over the fence and tried to escape. The leader of the heavenly guild along with the guys landed on the ground. They immediately stood up and started to run away after hearing the order from Yonik to survive. It was the black gate of the Yumyang sect's estate. A demonic blade immediately flew out through the gate, and Jinkyung noticed that the guys came to them being completely confident in their superiority, and now they were running away like cowards, with their tails between their legs, and it looked funny. He threw his demonic blade through the gate and looked at them furiously, ironically asking the guys if they really thought that he would just let them get away. Yonik ran with all his might without looking back. This demonic blade swept through the man's body. This bloody, severed arm of the brown-haired man flew away. Yonik continued to run without his arm. Nubik ran behind and saw how his arm flew away from Yonik. He was about to run to his leader, seeing the severed arm in the distance. The swordsman ran to help his leader and understood that he should not lose consciousness and tried to help. This slashing demonic blade swept through space. Jinkyung looked at what was happening with a malicious glee, waving his hand, because he ironically joked that he would be able to take the life of not only the head of the heavenly sect, but also this fighter. This demonic sword flew straight at Nubik. The swordsman was very angry and bared his teeth, realizing that everything could have ended so easily. Suddenly, the sect leader and the guy were surrounded by monks. Manbeek and his comrade were shouting angrily at the enemy and were unwilling to let them harm their leader. That sword pierced Manbeek and another fighter. The monk saw his comrades splattering with blood and ordered them to take the leader with them and save themselves. The swordsman looked back at the monk and said that he couldn't do that, to which he replied that it had to be done for the sake of the entire squad, because the leader of the heavenly sect must live, otherwise their deaths would be in vain. Dongbeek extended his palm in front of him and ordered the fighter to go to the Orthodox Alliance for help. Dongbeek used his skill again and threw the swordsman and the leader of the heavenly sect away with his hand. Nubik held his leader and flew away, calling out to Gongbeek. That monk was immediately stabbed through the sword. All of those monks in the group were fatally wounded. Gongbeek held onto the sharp blade that had pierced his body. He tightly clutched the bloody sword and wished for it to remain in him. The old man held the demonic sword and glowed with an aura, wanting to use magic, and declared that the forces of evil were now defeated by the sword of good. He tightly grabbed the demonic sword and chanted a blessing. Jinkyung, at this time, looked at him angrily and used magic in his hand. This demonic aura from the sword began to evaporate. The monk sat with his head down, being pierced through by the blade. The guys had already run far behind into the forest and it was empty. Jinkyung walked forward, moving his hand to the side and called these enemies cowardly rats. Nubik at this time quickly ran with his wounded leader, and Jinkyung said that it did not matter how fast he ran, because there was no way to hide from him. Sect leader Yumyang smiled bloodthirstily along with his thugs and declared that the bloodbath had already begun. A large eagle was flying over the city. It was about to land in the manor. The messenger caught his winged eagle and praised it for its work. He slightly opened the tube and was about to take the letter. Gangho convulsively held the note, because these were the letters sent to the Alliance and telling about Yumyang's submission. Gangho slammed his hand on the table and clenched his fist, realizing that it was it again. The Alliance leader was furious and clenched his fist, because it was enough to plunge the entire martial arts world into chaos, and the victorious Alliance was no exception. He remembered how the people of the city talked among themselves about Yumyang's return and hoped that the Alliance would not be left out. The man stretched out his hand and was surprised that the other guys did not know what was happening, as if they had not heard the news, because it was said that the entire subordination group, including the head of the heavenly sect, barely escaped death and were completely defeated. The doctor in black was trying to patch up Yonik's wound on his shoulder without an arm. Salmon and the brunette were crying tearfully, because as a result, the head of the heavenly sect Yonik barely managed to survive and lost his arm. At this time, Yuaijung put his hands behind his back and walked around the room. He looked forward and emitted blue flames from himself. They were transported to the Crouching Dragon estate. Newbeak was lying on the bed at this time and his arm was being examined, because he participated in the suppression and was also in serious condition. The brown-haired man in the bandage looked back anxiously and replied that fortunately for him, his life was out of danger, but his internal injuries were quite severe and he would need a long rest. Miju and his children were worried and terrified. The stepmother furrowed her brows and said that she sent him on his way without a trace of worry because the head of the heavenly sect was there trying to figure out what had happened. Nudo rushed into the room, opened the door and said that they had a problem. The stepmother opened her mouth in displeasure and told him to be quiet because the bike was in very bad condition now and she did not understand why it was making noise. Nudo furrowed his brows in panic and said that it was an urgent matter. Xiaoju and his brother stared at him and tried to find out what was so urgent. Nudo replied that the mercenary union had announced that all the trading unions accompanied by them, the Crouching Dragon estate, would no longer be able to enter their mountains. The stepmother was immediately horrified and worried by this statement. Seungbeek and his sister stared at him, trying to understand why the mercenary union would go to such lengths for them. They recalled how the protagonist held up a hand with the sign of the Henan Province Mercenary Union. Jiaka, who had looked away through his bangs, declared that any trade union under their protection in the Green Forest of Henan should be banned regardless of its status. Xiaoju was worried and surprised, realizing that it could be true that they were opposed to something like this. She bared her teeth in anger, not understanding what they had done to him. It was the dead of night above the mountains. The protagonist was sitting on a hill at the time. He was twirling a pendant on a rope on his hand and noticed that the wind was quieter than usual that night. The protagonist raised his index finger above his face, twirling the amulet. He looked back and saw an old man approaching him, who said that they owed him 1,000 nyan and were forbidden to enter the mountain territory, and Jiaka was still dissatisfied. Yonggek approached from behind with a laughing grin, and so expected that revenge was hidden not in words, but in something more obvious, in the force of the blow contained in the flesh and blood of his enemy, who rushed at him with fists. The main character raised his head with a smile and sighed, telling the old man that if he walked at night in his condition, he would die before his energy returned. The old man sat down next to him and Jiaka noticed this when he heard, if this happened, it could be for the best. Yonggek looked at him mockingly and assured that Jiaka could confess to him, because the old man could pass away at any moment. The hero looked at him dismissively, then he looked away indifferently and said that he had always thought about it. He peered ahead through his bangs and tried to figure out what he should take from that woman to ease his soul, and then he remembered. He remembered being in the room as a child and realizing that Miju was an indifferent person who was unable to share even a single dumpling with the child she had locked in the barn. He remembered how she had looked at him with disdain. Jiaka smiled at the indignant old man, who assumed that Jiaka was going to cut off their way of earning money so that they would not have a single grain of rice or other food left on their shelves. Jiaka replied that there was no need to agree with him so passionately, but now he was definitely not wrong. The protagonist looked ahead with a sly grin and replied that there were people in this world who put profit and wealth first and did not care about their own children. He remembered how his brothers and sisters looked at their stepmother. At that moment, she was screaming angrily and frowning. The old man opened his mouth and looked at the protagonist, explaining that in order for this method to give the desired results, it is necessary to understand that the key aspect here is the time spent on suppressing the key point. Yonggek replied that he was a little worried whether the union's higher-ups would remain on their side. The hero looked at the old man and continued to twist the amulet, trying to understand who the higher-ups were, because he himself was the head of the mercenary union's guards and noted that his word should be law. The old man touched his temple with a grin and agreed with the leader's opinion, but added that there was a nuance, because there was a man who wore something on his head and forgot that it was he who gave him the mark of the head of the guards. Jiaka looked at him in bewilderment and remembered what he said about the heaven-crushing demon lord, and stated that he did not need to ask his permission for such things. The old man noticed that the demon lord was the leader of the gang and the entire alliance. It was deep night above the mountain range, and Jiaka thought about it, and agreed with the old man, because he had forgotten about the demon lord. At this time, Muhi with the tiger headdress asked what the head of the guard did. Ryosi rested her head on her hand and sighed. It was the stronghold of the mercenary union, where Muhi and Ryosi were sitting at a table with a feast. The Wind Lord began to smile maliciously, clenching his fist, and was glad that Jiaka would finally come to an end. Mu-hee frowned slightly, asking about Gyaka. The Wind Lord immediately became sad and drooped, mentioning that it was the head of the guard. He frowned in surprise, saying that Gyaka had arbitrarily declared that any trade union under the sex protection would be banned from entering the mountains. He extended his clawed index finger and mentioned that it would not be an exaggeration to say that the mercenary union was surviving on the trade caravans, and even if that was the order of the guard leader, he asked if they could turn a blind eye to it. The Skybreaker pressed his lips together. The Demon Lord raised his mug in excitement, noting that Gyaka's first move as guard leader was quite unexpected, and resigned himself to the decision. Ryoshi was pouring herself a drink from the bottle when the Wind Lord expressed surprise that the Demon Master would simply allow the guard leader to do this. The Cat Lord began to clench his fists in displeasure and grow angry as Gyaka's hostility towards the trade unions was strong. He peeked out from under the tiger's hood angrily and noted that the Cat Lord's tone sounded as if he was the head of a mercenary union. The old man immediately bared his teeth indignantly, realizing that the demonic master's gaze said that he would receive at least 4 weeks of hellish training for this. He immediately fell to his knees and bowed down, wanting to do as the master ordered. The Cat Lord frowned in displeasure, lying on the floor, and understood that he definitely had to get rid of Gyaka someday. Mu-hee stared ahead, frowning and realizing that it would be nice to do a favor in order to later keep his unpredictable head of the guard on a leash. The brown-haired woman exclaimed, looking at the demonic master. The heaven-crushing one bowed his head in displeasure and understood that they definitely needed to sort out the relationship between the head of the guard and the crouching dragon estate. Ryoshi abruptly lowered her glass. She looked at her leader with enthusiasm. She looked at him with a shining gaze. Mu-hee only sighed tiredly. He looked away with a grin and noted that it was still his own fault since the girl was almost sober, and especially since the sun was at its zenith, and told her to go. The brunette grinned maliciously, covering the light with her hand, and noted that she was his daughter and would find out what bound them together for the sake of her father, the head of the gang in the Union of Mercenaries. She immediately threw her head back and finished her drink. Mu-hee brought the glass to his mouth and surreptitiously noted that Ryoshi should try to do the same as soon as she sobered up, and thought about whether he had made the right decision. Dawn was already showing over the mountains. At this time, the horse raised its head and snorted. Ryoshi, wearing a blue cape, mounted her horse and wanted to ride to do some errands. She looked back at her father with a smile and said that she was going. She waved her hand at him as a farewell. Mu-hee looked at her with awe and waved his hand, wishing her a safe journey, but wondering if it was really a good idea to send her there alone. The girl grabbed the reins. Then she galloped forward on the horse. She looked away with a smile and wished that Gyaka would wait for her. Mu-hee sighed in relief and smiled, guessing that the main character liked his daughter, considering how passive she was sitting here. He saw her galloping quickly through the forest clearing. The gang leader looked away warily and guessed that this was all he could expect from the children now, and was surprised that they all happily left their parents at some point. He looked up with a thoughtful expression and understood that Gyaka had forbidden dealings with merchants, and that his first order as the head of the guard was such a surprise. He recalled the main character, who had a glowing fiery aura, and he didn't know exactly what happened to the others, but from what he had seen, this boy would never be led by greed or personal interest. He recalled how Gyaka had furiously charged with a glowing gaze, and tried to understand what the crouching dragon estate had done to him to anger the head of the guard so much. At that moment, Gyaka dropped his sword and screamed furiously across the space. The gang leader shook off his fur cape and was glad that he still had strength, because if not for it, then this guy would have won that tournament of mercenary unions. He then looked ahead cautiously and knew that since he had sent his daughter to deal with the situation, no matter what happened, he had to resolve the matter fairly. He clenched his fist in front of his face and bared his teeth, knowing that the dragon sect had fallen on hard times and didn't understand how they had turned this guy into their enemy in the first place. The sun was already rising over the mountains. Dim rays of rainbow shone across the mountain range. It was a wooden tablet, like an order given to Gyaka by the head of the mercenary union guards, forbidding the merchants of the dragon sect from climbing this mountain. There was another tablet from the Golden Wind gang, which forbade the dragon sect from entering this mountain. Another tablet from the 8 Sages gang was driven into the ground, indicating that any trade caravans accompanied by the crouching dragon Estater should avoid this place, and this was enough to completely undermine the stability of the dragon sect. Yonggak looked at the assistant with the hammer, who asked what kind of order there was, although the old man himself did not know, and they were simply making orders from the main ones, because apparently these dragon sects will be left without orders from the trade unions at all. They were transported to the century-old trade union, where there was a stone well. At this time, the stepmother was sitting at the table with the children. They were Li Xichang and Li Yonbok of the century-old trade union. Xichang looked ahead and said that no matter how things developed, since they had taken such a turn, their situation was not the best, and they believed that it would be difficult to continue working together with them. Muto and Miju were slightly wary. Xichang frowned slightly and mentioned the topic of the upcoming trade trips, stating that the dragon sect would not participate in escorting caravans. Miju became embittered by this statement and bared her teeth, realizing that they were in a hopeless situation. Yonbok looked at them sullenly and noted that all that was left for the disciples of their sect to do in the trade union was to guard it, noting that they did not have many points and the situation was not easy. Muto furiously cried out that the century-old union was going to send all of their disciples away and guard their union. Yonbok immediately held out his hands with a smirk and began to justify that this was not entirely true. Xichang immediately held out his palm and asked them not to take it personally, since they were merchants and could not afford losses. Xichang looked at them closely and noted that they still wanted to continue their cooperation with the sect and were planning to expand several of their businesses, and if everything worked out, they would not have to send away their disciples. The stepmother looked at Xiaoju, who noted with a smile that this could solve all of the problems and sounded like a win-win situation for all of them. Miju looked at Xiaoju with displeasure and knew that even at such an adult age she was too naive, and knew that, as was said earlier, the merchants would not show mercy without compensation. Sicha wanted to add nuances through his mustache. Yonbok immediately assured with mockery that if they could take the Gongxian furnace from the Sanjin merchants and give it to them as promised, then only their sect and the centuries-old trade alliance could maintain close relations. Miju looked at them with disdain and was going to fulfill their terms of the deal. But she realized that the merchants wanted them to start a war with Sanjin, but now they did not have the opportunity to be selective. Seungbeek sat next to his wounded brother and knew that they would need more time for him to recover. The two merchants looked at the boys with mockery and Xichang stated that they could give them time, but asked not to make them wait too long. Yonbok explained that if the Sanjin Chamber of Commerce grew, they would have no choice but to abandon the dragon sect. They were about to leave, standing at the door, and hoped that the next time they met, they would bring good news. Muto clenched his fists in anger, looking to the side and noted that these insolent merchants dared to be arrogant with them. He then looked ahead worriedly and tried to understand how Miju was trying to calm him down in such a situation. The brunette looked to the side with disdain and noted that Muto was not the only one who was overcome with rage, and she was also incredibly angry. But if they lost the support of the century-old trading alliance, then it was unlikely that anyone would entrust them with escorting a merchant. Muto started shouting in displeasure that he and Mubik would somehow figure out how to get them all their jobs back, because now was not the time for this kindergarten, and he was going to go to Wufang and destroy all the scoundrels, because the people he had encountered last time were just a bunch of pathetic parasites. Xiaoju frowned in alarm and noted that this happened when the head guard was outside the mountains. She looked at Muto, who had gotten up from the table, and noted that Mubik's older brother could handle it, but with his skills, Muto would not last even a couple of blows, but he began to blame her for everything. Miju slammed her hand on the table and wanted to stop this debate. Muto bared his teeth in resentment. Xiaoju also turned her displeased gaze away. Miju bared her teeth angrily and suggested, "Is there really no other way?" She continued to frown furiously and thought that they were so helpless in front of such bandits. Yuaizhong at this time put his hands behind his back and stood by the window, and they were curious if the great Swordmaster of the Heavenly Sect, Li Yuijuing, heard Beak Maiju's call, but Yuaizhong decided to personally handle the matter. It was the building of the Heavenly Sect under the night sky. An old man was about to enter the room. Yuaizhong entered the room with a sad look. He saw Salmon sitting next to her father, and they both looked back at him. Yuaizhong began to shake his hand and remarked that there was no need to stand in front of him, since he only visited his son because of his own concerns. The old man decided to sit down and inquired about his son's hand. Yonik looked at his father and said that it was already better. The old man suddenly became wary when he heard that his son was about to say something else. Yonik lowered his head and noted that he didn't have the courage to face him after he felt like he had tarnished the honor of the Heavenly Sect, and he was very sorry. The daughter looked at her father tearfully and didn't understand why he was apologizing and could say such a thing. Yonik frowned slightly as the old man agreed with his granddaughter's words. Yuaizhong looked at his son intently and noted that he shouldn't hear such a thing from his own son who had lost his arm for the greater good, and asked him not to dare say such a thing again. Salmon began to cry and shook her head for Yonik to stop saying such a thing again. The old man raised his head and noted that the Chaos Demonic Swordmaster was no match for him anyway and asked why he lost to him. The Heavenly Sect leader noted through his hair that Jinkyung might have used the Imperium that Yumyang had spoken of. He recalled Jinkyung standing with his men and smiling, and realized that his strength and fighting stance had not changed since their last meeting, but his energy had become terrifying, as he had reached another level of heights. Yuaizhong slightly furrowed his brows upon hearing about the Imperium, and guessed that Yumyang's henchmen had been cultivating their energy through the Imperium, using these unknown energies to plunge the world into chaos. The brown-haired girl looked at her father with concern, who agreed with this reasoning, as he had sensed something similar from Wu Feng, so he called Salmon over to question her as well. Yeonik looked back at his daughter and noted that from what he had heard, the young bandit from Wu Feng had incredible energy for his age, and guessed that he had also received the Imperium from Yumyang. The old man looked away with displeasure and noted that it was a new level reached by the Imperium alone, and asked his granddaughter for her opinion on their last meeting with Jiaka. They watched together as the brown-haired girl crossed her arms and began to fumble with her answer. She immediately knitted her brows in sweat. She immediately cried out in tears that she didn't know at all because he had defeated her before she could fight back. Yuaizhong and his son lowered their heads in sweat, although they understood that she was a disciple of the heavenly sect and was so weak. Yuaizhong lowered his gaze, closing his eyes, and realized that since things had turned out this way, he needed to figure it out himself. Yeonik looked at him with alarm, understanding what was being discussed. Salmon looked at the old man with a smile, who noted that he was not going to turn a blind eye to her problem anyway. Yuaizhong looked ahead and declared to his granddaughter that as soon as dawn broke, he asked her to follow him, and before they dealt with Yumyang, he wanted to personally destroy Wu Feng. The horsewoman galloped towards the houses. Bobbin, Haga village. In one movement, she jumped off her horse. Wiping her forehead with her hand, she was glad that she was almost there. High mountains rose to the sky. So this was the Wu Feng she had heard so much about. A loud sound came from her stomach. A little embarrassed, she covered it with her hand, saying that her stomach was growling like a whale from riding for many days without rest. The people who did not understand discussed whether there was a new beggar in the city. Did she have horses? The bright sun illuminated the roof. Haga village, the tavern of the Four Seas. There was a lot of delicious food on the table, and the waiter said that this was her order. The chicken leg was coming off the rest of the meat. The girl decided to try it. When she brought the food to her mouth, she heard a question about why she wasn't eating it. The girl smiled and replied that she simply had no appetite. Was Wu Feng's proximity making her anxious? He lowered his eyebrows, not knowing what to answer. The gray-haired man opposite him smiled and said that her grandfather had gotten into trouble in the south in the old days. Even years later, the mere thought of those places made him angry and deprived him of sleep. The interlocutor turned her head and asked if he had had the same experience. The old man replied that it was so. Did she really think that he was born strong and a master of the ball right away? Smiling, the girl asked what he had done after his failure. He replied that he had caught up with them 10 years later and torn them to shreds. Since then, wandering around the lands has made his soul happy. Looking at Salmon, he told her not to be upset. Now that he is here, Wu Feng will become a place full of pleasant memories for her. While serving the food, she thanked her grandfather. Looking at them, Ryosi thought that before she could get there, Wu Feng already had guests. Noticing that the old man had a powerful aura. From another old man, she could hear two guys talking about whether they had seen this girl before. She looked like one of the girls of the 5 heroes that their gang had beaten. The man was holding glasses in his hands, and one of them said that he remembered that she paid and went home. Why would she come back for him? The other man replied that didn't she say that she was from the heavenly sect? Their faces were covered in sweat. I think that if that is the case, the old man is next to her. A powerful aura emanated from the old man. He is one of the 10 strongest sword masters of their lands. Yuaizhong is a great master of the heavenly sword. Hearing this, the girl turned around in shock, thinking that this is really so. Where did Jiaka get into trouble? The man said that he decided that those bandits must be idiots, since they attacked as complete idiots despite the glory of the heavenly sect. But based on her words, this is not the case. The men turned around thinking that those, the godmother says, it is not them. The second one suggested pretending that they did not hear anything and avoiding. Yuaizhong got up from the table. He headed towards them, and the frightened bandits said that they were sorry and asked for mercy. Extending his hand to them, the old man said that he had not asked for anything yet, so why did not they beg for mercy? Frowning, he continued, saying that the punishment for daring to harm the child of the heavenly sect would not be easy. They would not bear him instead of the rest of the gang. Yuaizhong bent his fingers and the man felt severe pain. Ryosi got up from the table and said that she was going to have a quick lunch and go to Salmon. Several rays were directed in the direction, and the girl added that she couldn't just watch this. The old man's hand wave knocked away all the stakes. The girl in blue took out her sword. She pulled it out and headed towards the elderly man, but he stretched out his hand and summoned his sword, after which he put it in front of him. The wave of his weapon left a bright mark. The girl had to retreat. Yuaizhong extended his weapon forward and said that he didn't expect that he would have to take his sword out of its sheath before coming to Wu Feng. He looked at the girl carefully and asked her if she was a member of the Green Forest. They stood opposite each other, and that smile said that the daughter of the Green Forest sector, and although she was afraid of the glorious name of the great master of the heavenly ball, The bandits watched with a smile. She can't watch such a terrible fate befall her family. A bright aura appeared around the girl, so she was forced to show disrespect and point a sword at him. She turned to the great master of the heavenly ball. She asked him to teach her a lesson. Looking at Ryoshi, he thought that it did not look like they were from the same gang. Holding the sword in her hands, she thought that she should calm down. Cheap tricks only make the situation worse when fighting an opponent like the great master of the heavenly ball. Taking a step forward, she thought that I just need to give it my all and try to survive. The girl made several precise movements. The sword of the dark skies with Asura. A silhouette of a man with a large necklace appeared next to her. The shocked bandit said that this girl is very good. Yuejong turned his sword over. Letting go of it, it began to spin. Frowning and gritting her teeth, she decided that he was gathering all the energy in one spot. Looking at his opponent, he decided that her Kai wasn't that bad. Taking his sword in his hands, it began to glow and the old man said that that was it. A powerful stream blew away those present. They were shouting that it was a complete failure. Covering her face with her hands, the girl sat down on the floor. With a smile, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, thinking about how she had been training tirelessly since the general gathering in the green forest, and her Kai was repelled with such ease, saying that as expected from the great master of the heavenly ball. Smiling, looking at the girl, he replied that she was also quite skillful for her age. All in her father, he said, as expected from the daughter of the shattering heavens demon lord. Putting her hands in tin, she said that he was digesting her. Looking with a smile, Yuejong replied that for her and her father's sake, he would let these two go. The girl looked irritatedly after the fleeing bandits who thanked for their mercy and was unhappy that they did not even thank her. But duties and personal feelings are different things. Frowning, the old man asked to tell 10 heroes to come to the top of the mountain tomorrow morning. If at least one of them escapes, he will grind all of Wufeng into dust. A cry rang out among the mountains that, the great master of the heavenly ball. 2 men sat in front of Cholsan. What should they do? The others looked at him and asked why he was making such a noise in the village. The man looked at them without understanding, saying that he expected the heavenly sect to want revenge, but did not think that the great master of the heavenly ball himself would make the first move. Everyone lowered their heads with sad laughter. With his arms crossed and his head lowered, Jiaka sat on the floor. The man asked the others, sighing, can they really get rid of their problems? Why are they so upset? They have Jiaka, great heavenly Swordmaster. He looked up and frowned, thinking that in other words, an incredibly strong Swordmaster wanted to kill them again. A shadow fell on his face, thinking about how the sage had rushed in first. He remembered their battle, thinking about how he had fought that old man, the shattering heavens demon lord, later. During their battle, powerful waves of energy spread out. The hero imagined how the flames were shining brightly in front of him. He was afraid, but he did not want to avoid the battle. What was this strange fire in his chest? A glint appeared in his eyes. He looked at the people standing nearby, thinking that however, this happened because he had decided to take revenge. He could not risk the lives of his brothers. Raising his head, the guy wanted to think about what to do first. But a girl ran into the room, shouting the same thing. Everyone turned around in surprise upon hearing the voice and thinking that it sounded very familiar. Ryoshi spread his arms wide. She hugged Jiaka, shouting that they were back together. He said her name embarrassedly, not understanding how she ended up here. Smiling, Ryoshi hugged Jiaka, saying that she got to him through these mountains. Hugging him, she asked what kind of troubles were in the forest while she was not around. It seemed that the supreme heavenly sword had come to them. The rest of the gang were surprised. Sobek tried to tear the girl away from the hero. Could she step away before continuing? But she replied that she was simply happy to see Jiaka. Go Mayang and Yeoncho looked at this awkwardly. One of them said that he said that she was talking about a great swordmaster who would kill them all. The girl looked at the guy with affection, continuing that the old man was serious. Frowning, she raised a finger, saying that he said that if at least one of them did not come, then there would be no trace left of the fortress. He lowered his head and said that they trained to the last of their strength with them after returning. Maybe they have a chance. Looking at the men, Jiaka replied that there was no need. This all happened because of his personal revenge and he needed to meet him himself. The leader extended his hands and replied that this would not happen. They put their hearts and souls into training, so they would fight together, ready to die if necessary. Yonggak intervened in the conversation and said that they would all go to the afterlife together. Everyone looked at the speaker in surprise. Their enemy is one of the great masters, standing on par with the shattering heavens demon lord. Looking at the rest, I will continue this. Weaklings like them will simply doom themselves to death there if they join. In order to maintain the integrity of the fortress, Jiaka needs to go alone. Thoughtfully, the girl closed her eyes. She did not expect much from them, but it seems there is a good strategist here. The night sky lay on the tops of the mountains. As the old man told them, they would just die meaninglessly. But if Jiaka was too lonely to go alone, Ryoshi would go with him. He replied that everything was fine, and so this dangerous day for the Five Peaks Fortress ended. The sun was rising from behind the mountains. 2 men were standing on their peaks, and finally, on the first peak of the 5 peaks, gray hair fluttered in the wind. He was one of the 10 great masters of the great heavenly swords, Yuaijong. The red-haired guy looked at the man in front of him. A skilled bandit of the 5 peaks, Jiaka. We met. The girl silently held her grandfather's weapon in her hands. Standing next to Ryoshi, the guy said that he was interested. But he turned around, looking at his companion, and asked why she followed him. She replied that she was just watching as a representative of the Green Forest. Damn it, a scream rang out. Opening his mouth, the man shouted that he ordered all the heroes of the 5 peaks to come, so why is he here alone? Ryoshi and Jiaka looked at each other. Pointing their fingers, they said that they were together. The granddaughter laughed, covering her face with her hand. The man thought that they were impudent. The girl looked at each other a little confused. Last night, the guy with a bandage on his head asked the old man why, if Jiaka goes alone, the others will survive. Smiling, he replied that their skills have improved. But to be honest, he will not be able to withstand the heavenly sword at this level. Frowning, he said that in other words, if Jiaka loses, it will mean certain death. Extending his hand towards the hero, he asked what if they meet face to face. Smiling, he said that if everything goes well, Jiaka will completely cope on his own. Smiling nervously, the girl raised her hand, said if he runs away, won't the heavenly sword come for them? Laughing, Yonggak said that he probably can't. His son, the head of the heavenly school, recently suffered in a battle against a cult. So, as long as the heavenly sword was here, the heavenly school was completely defenseless. He raised his finger and said, what if the cult attacked them after hearing that he was missing? It would wreak havoc among the orthodox schools. Considering these risks, it would not complicate the heavenly mosque. Now the boy frowned, thinking that all he could do now was trust the old man Yonggak. An aura appeared around the name. He said that the bandits had read something. His sword came out of its sheath by itself. The boy and girl looked at this in shock. He had drawn the sword with just Kai. The girl thought that he could spread his will to the sword so easily. The old man's eyes were shining brightly, which only made him more angry. They refused to meet in battle and wanted to survive in a dirty life. Listening to this, Jiaka asked if Yonggak's plan could be trusted at all. The companion reminded him not to forget to retreat at the right moment. Yuaijong held out his hand in front of him. The sword ended up in it. A bright light remained from the swing of his blade. The hero frowned and gritted his teeth. Taking out his sword, he shouted that he was too impatient. A smile appeared on his face. Then he swung his sword, leaving a bright glow. His energy alone is incredible. At the same time, his eyes became bigger. He noticed that there was no one in front of him. Did he disappear? Raising his head, he saw the enemy above him who told him that when he heard about the skilled bandit, he thought it was just rumors. It was not the glow that appeared around the sword, but Jiaka's sword skills were better than expected. The gray-haired man's eyes were supplemented with a bright light. Heavenly sword, third form. The hero looked tense thinking about what was coming. Yuaijong swung it in front of him several times. 5-element blade. Jiaka had to take a step back. The sword in his hand began to glow brightly. Heavenly sword technique, fourth form. Surrounding himself with bright flames, he began to spin his blade in his hand. Wheel of firestorm. The sun was rising over the mountains. The heroes rushed at each other surrounded by a bright glow. Sobek watched them with a hidden volume. She thought it was incredible this guy directly accepting his grandfather's technique. Gritting her teeth, Ryoshi thought that this is a great master. His energy is comparable to the shattering heaven's demon lord. Yuaijong looked closely at the guy. I think he is usually a bandit, but he has an excellent aura. Sparks flew from the touch of the blades, so why cross swords during the battle? Why is he using a blade with a single-edged blade with such skills? Ryoshi watched the battle with a smile, thinking that, as expected of Jiaka, he put up a fight against his father and is now taking the blow. Standing in front of the guy, the man noted that he was quite skilled for his age. He now understands this. Smiling, the guy replied that the man's strength should definitely be considered. He is just warming up. After all, is it easy to become one of the 10 great masters? Yuaijong looked away to say that before everything starts he would like to ask something. Looking into his eyes, he asked why they use a sword sharpened only on one side and not on both. The hero looked at him strangely and asked again. The man remembered the master's saying that he is quite skilled, but for some reason he got stuck with such a sword. He also heard that he fought with a sage. Is he a member of the school? In response to this, the hero laughed awkwardly that this is not so, only a family art. Looking into Yuaijong's eyes noted that if he is so powerful, then the family must be known. Then why is he now robbing people in the mountains and not declaring himself to the world? The guy lowered his eyes and thought. He remembered himself locked in a warehouse, how a ray of sun fell on his frightened face, and how he trembled from the cold. Everyone has their own story. Holding the weapon in front of him, he replied that he was sorry for what he did to his granddaughter. She was drawn into his revenge. Looking questioningly at her companion, Ryose thought about Gyaka trying to take revenge on the estate because of his personal desire. The same Gyaka who didn't care about anyone except the people from the fortress. What did they do to him if he forbade entry to the mountains? However, the members of the fortress were also caught up in this. The hero's sword reflected the bright sun. Whoever won, they should bury the hatchet and never talk about it again. Smiling, he looked at Yuezhang and asked him what he thought. He just remained silent. A bright mark from the swing of the sword remained near the hero. He jumped back and landed on his knee. The man thought that this was a devil's spawn who sought power from the cult. But what made his eyes shine so much in front of a stronger opponent? Perhaps his involvement with the cult was just a rumor. Perhaps he was getting old. With a smile, he repeated the words whoever won. He extended his hand forward and an aura surrounded him. The guy doesn't even know that Yuezhang is one of the 9 great masters. Smiling, he replied that he knows about it and does not understand why he is doing this. Yuezhang took a step forward. He attacked Gyaka again, saying that knowing this, the guy still behaved so arrogantly. It was not easy for him to hold back the onslaught of the gray-haired man. So much Kai, he thought. From another swing, he fell to the ground. The blow was so strong that Gyaka bounced off the ground. In the air, he managed to turn over. On the ground, he already landed on his feet. The sun illuminated the edges of the cliff. Smiling, he raised his head saying that this is a truly huge amount. Looking down at Gyaka, the man agreed not to touch the other members. The guy smiled confusedly and was grateful for this. Yuezhang ran his fingers along the blade. The granddaughter guessed what was going on and tried to call out to him. He wants to kill him, she thought. Smiling broadly, he held the sword in front of him, the art of flawless vision of the calling heavens, saying that before that he should worry about his life. He surrounded himself with bright flames. Technique of the 9 heavens, the 7th form. Dragon claws tearing the earth. He said that it was up to him to decide. The sword was surrounded by a bright glow. Bright rays rose from Yuezhang into the sky. The hero tried to block his attacks thinking that it was hard. The old man was breathing heavily. He again rushed at the hero surrounded by an aura saying that he handles the blade well for his age. Crossing weapons, they looked into each other's eyes and Gyaka said that he was also nothing. Incredibly formidable martial arts. Swings of blades left bright marks. Trying not to show it, he smiled, but thought that at this rate he would not have a chance. Jumping up, he fell upon Yuezhang attacking. Stepping back, the man took the sword aside, noting that he was trying to win with brute force. With wide eyes, Gyaka pulled the sword behind his back, shouting that it was his turn and thinking that he would finish the fight quickly with his strength and speed. A bright aura appeared around him. 9 heavens technique. 9th form, thundering blade. In response, Yuezhang thrust his sword in front of him. The perfect sword of the summoning heavens. Thunder that filled the heavens. Suddenly, the sword cracked. Gyaka was surrounded by yellow rays. He looked at his blade angrily. Laughing, Yuezhang looked at the guy saying that if he survived today, he should come to him again, but with a sword. The blade crumbled in his hands, and the gray-haired man pounced on the hero again. The edge of his blade almost caught up with the guy and he said that he was not sure that Gyaka would succeed. Frowning, Ryose shouted the name of her companion. Saman also looked at what was happening with worry. Looking at the tip of the blade, Gyaka wondered, is this how it will end? Suddenly, he jumped up from his seat. The man held the sword outstretched. After a moment, he realized. The sword was broken almost at the base of the blade. Was it lost? The bright sun illuminated the roof of the house. Meanwhile, a dozen heroes of the 5 peaks. Several people gathered in one room. Evacuation of all members of the fortress to the village. Waiting for Gyaka in the Hall of Harmony. Go Mayang and another gang member sat with their backs to each other. Will Gyaka be okay? He asked. Sobik folded her arms in worry that something would happen to him. Ki-yon supported him by saying that everything would be fine. He was strong. Yeoncho looked away saying that they can't just sit there, they need to go and help him. His comrade supported him in this. He was ashamed to sit here. If they attacked him together, they could do it right. The old man listened with a tired expression as the others wanted to go too, but he reminded them again that their deaths would be meaningless. Suddenly, Yeoncho heard a familiar sound. Gyaka opened the front doors wide. He breathed heavily as he addressed everyone. The sun was shining brightly behind him, and he said with a smile that he had returned. Everyone was delighted. Everyone looked at him happily and was glad that he had returned. Yeoncho and Go Mayang hugged Gyaka. He had not been able to defeat Go of the Heavenly Sword, but for the dozens of heroes who were eagerly awaiting his return, it did not matter at all. The sun illuminated the mountain peaks. Yuezhang stood with his hands down. He thought that the boy only knew brute force, but apparently he was quite perceptive and smart. The man remembered their fight. Besides, such an attack at close range was quite difficult to dodge. He remembered how he almost touched him with the blade. He could become famous. The wind lifted his hair and beard. He doesn't know what kind of art the guy studied, But if he held a sword instead of a blade and trained a little more, he would easily reach the level of the 10 great masters. No, he would even surpass them. Putting the sword in its sheath, he offered his granddaughter to return, but Ak asked again where. Raising her hand after the departing Yuizhong, she said that they had not yet taken revenge. He replied that the guy was not from the cult, and the winner was determined. There was no longer any reason to stay here. Looking at the sun, he said that he was interested. He remembered the guy's smile, the way he rushed to attack. A slight smile appeared on his face. Yuizhong imagined the guy with a weapon in his hand how much stronger he would become when he took up the sword. Everyone celebrated the return of Jiaka. Without any accidents, the 10 heroes and Jiaka were able to safely overcome the duel with Yuizhong. But as if mocking him, a new problem appeared. 2 men approached the door. They opened the doors, shouting that the others needed to see this. Not a moment's peace, Go Mayang noticed. The faces of those who entered looked confused. One of them said that the trade union was climbing the mountain under the protection of the estate. Among them was a tall red-haired man. The others frowned. The bandit asked how they dared to come here. Turning to the others, Yoncho said that this issue needed to be resolved. Everyone rushed out into the street, asking what they had to fear after the wrath of the heavenly sword itself. Ryosi turned to those running past, not her, asking where they were going. Maybe they should rest. The bright sun illuminated the mountains. She had a feeling that there was even more work to do here than at headquarters. A day ago, the Waring estate, the outskirts of the forest. Standing by a tree, the man leaned on it. Bixi Trade Union, Li Yonbak. He thought that perhaps he shouldn't have been here. Muto bragged that he knew how to lift the ban on the estate, and said it so menacingly that he went with him without thinking. A red-haired man appeared behind him, but Yonbak was still wondering if it would work. Turning to Muto, the man suggested that they sort it out quickly. There wasn't much time. How does he plan to lift the ban on the estate? The man replied that he didn't have a clear plan, but the more difficult the situation, the more stubbornly he had to move forward. Muto put his hand on his chest, asking to be accepted into the convoy. He would decide everything by meeting them face to face. Does he really want to attack the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks? The man asked. After introducing the heroes, Muto said that it would be hard to call it a fight. They may have become famous, but they are still just bandits. There is no reason to fear them. Dark clouds hung over the forest. If necessary, he can simply use the art of the 9 heavens and crush them in a second, so there is nothing to worry about. If he says so, then let it be on him, Yonbak replied. Red banners rose to the sky. The man was holding something in his hand. He took Muto with him because he was so confident, but at least he has permission. Is that okay? They approach the 5 peaks and are worried about whether everything will be okay. With a confident smile, the red-haired man replied that last time everyone here was a loser. Muto took the sword in his hands, saying that seeing only a part of them, one can definitely say that the rest of the gang is weak. They will show them this time by forcing them to cancel this absurd ban. The old man looked at the guy with distrust, thinking that there were rumors about this, that the path was prohibited because of the daughter of the estate. The arrow made a whir in flight when he wondered if this was a rumor. The man with the sword in his hand managed to reflect it. Someone in the convoy noticed and told the others to look too. At the top of the cliff stood several silhouettes. These are the heroes of the 5 peaks. Frowning and gritting his teeth, Muto thought that they had finally appeared. The heroes were watching the merchants below. Yoncho opened his mouth wide, asking who they thought they were to decide to come here. They stated that any trade union under the protection of the estate would not be able to pass here without exception. Muto made a gesture with his hands and greeted them and said that he was the leader of the Blue Dragon squad of the estate. He wanted to say that it was an honor to meet them, but he was interrupted by the words that he was too talkative. Go Mayang looked at him and said that he should talk to his girlfriend like that. They should take their things and leave. Then they would spare them. Muto got angry and cursed. Crouching down, Jiaka carefully looked at the guy below. This is not his brother, then who is it? It looks familiar. Looking carefully, he remembered. The memories took him back to the time when the other children laughed at him. Muto smiled with his arms folded. That guy just stood there and watched while the children made fun of him. Now he drew his sword, shouting that he was trying to show respect, but it seemed to be in vain. The other people behind him also armed themselves. He said that their great estate will not bend the knee to dirty bandits. Jiaka rushed from the spot, asking again about greatness. He quickly descended the cliff, finding himself right above Muto. He looked at him in confusion, not understanding what kind of incredible speed he was seeing. The hero swung, saying that the estate had never been great. With his next move, he hit Muto in the face with his palm. The man staggered and stepped back, after which the hero struck his legs, and the guy fell to the ground. Looking down, he noticed blood coming from his nose. With a smile, Jiaka said that he still easily got down on his knees. Raising his eyes, Muto turned to the blue dragons, asking what they were waiting for. They needed to destroy the enemy. The people behind him rushed into battle. The man shouted for them to destroy everyone. The rest of the bandits jumped off the cliff, saying that they would not allow this. Yeoncho flew off the cliff, shouting for the others to get ready for battle. Having landed, he delivered a powerful blow. The girl kicked the enemy in the face. After the tournament, as well as training from Jiaka, Chulsan swung his sword, wondering why the opponents were so weak. The Blue Dragon squad was no match for 10 heroes anymore. Nudo looked at his fallen allies in shock. Smiling, Jiaka said that they were not even worthy of the title of Snake. Veins were visible on Nudo's face from anger. He thrust his sword in front of him and rushed to attack. The first technique of the Sword of the Nine Heavens, Soaring Dragon. Will he be able to repeat this again when he tries to accept it? The hero jumped high, thinking that this attack was just like a girl. Nudo's attack missed. Jiaka repeated the name of the attack, Soaring Dragon. His foot touched the enemy's head when he said that it was done wrong. Nudo fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The difference between the men was as big as heaven and earth. Jiaka landed on the ground. He turned around, saying that they were worse than he expected. A sword fell from the sky. The guy raised his head, noticing him, and raised his hand, grabbing it by the hilt. The others turned around. Jiaka held the sword in front of him with a smile. There was joy on his face. And finally, Jiaka changed his blade to a sword. The wounded men were returning home. The Five Peaks Fortress easily repelled the Blue Dragon's estate. The cart was loaded with goods, and they hadn't received all the cargo of the trade union yet. Part of it was thrown a feast. The happy bandits sat at the set table. Each time these idiots bring more and more. This is a sword or a jewel? One elegant sword brightly reflected the light. Jiaka put it on his shoulder, noting that this sword is better, the skills of its owner. Sobek looked at him and said that it seemed he liked it. Will he no longer use his blade? The guy replied that he wanted to switch to a sword. Looking at the sword, he said that he realized this when he fought with the Supreme Heavenly Sword. Moments of their battle arose in his memory. He remembered how Yuaijong held his sword in his hands, said that he had infinite potential. Good choice, whose voice was heard. Will approached the girls, clung to his back. She said that he looks gorgeous. After all, between the head of the squad. Asked why she sat with him at all. You answered because she likes him. Both standing released into the eyes. Ryosi asked why. Well, he has such hatred for the estate because their art is very similar to his. Also, he has red hair. Is he by any chance from their family? Jiaka looked away. The girl looked at him, thinking about his reaction. Something happened, but she does not want to talk about them. Raising the mug to her mouth, she thought about the fact that nothing can be done about it and she needs to find out everything herself. Sitting at the table, Sobek said that he was the youngest son in the estate. A blush appeared on her face. She imagined a red-haired boy lying on the floor, said that they bullied him for no reason and made him an outcast. At that time, the boy was locked in a warehouse. He dug through so much. Hearing this, Ryosi put her hand on his, asking if it was true, when, for how long, and why. When Sobek wanted to continue, the guy interrupted her and said that it was enough. Ki-yeon hugged Sobek by the shoulders. The guy added that there was no point in stirring up the past. He adjusted his long hair, saying that why did she even come? Turning to her, Yeoncho said that he also wanted to know why she was here. Did Jiaka really bring trouble with his band? She stretched out her arms and waved when she heard the question. Did her father really order her to stop him? No, she answered, nothing like that. He just asked her to scout out the situation. The girl imagined her father when she did not answer that this was good. Although, no matter what this tiger-headed man said, he would not have lifted the ban. The girl lowered her eyes and said that she did not know all the details, but if he had such a reason, then she could not force him to lift this ban. He looked at his interlocutor and did not answer. But Sobek suddenly rose from the table, shouting that this was exactly it. The Green Forest had given them permission, so they needed to take revenge. Yeoncho supported her by shouting that this was what brotherhood was for. They needed to take revenge on those who had bullied Jiaka. He suggested trampling them into the ground so that they would never show up again. Everyone began to discuss this with laughter, but the guy stood silently with his arms crossed over his chest. And his new family loves him very much, doesn't it? Ryosi asked. She folded her head on her hand and noted that if this was really the case, then they had the right to take revenge on them. He turned his head and looked into her eyes, after which he smiled and said that she was right. Since it had come to this, they needed to take a good revenge on them. People in black clothes walked holding up black flags. A couple of days later, the men looked around. The 9 great schools and all the famous Orthodox clans had gathered. They were standing near a tall building. The bright sun was shining on several floors of the building. They had gathered there by order of the Orthodox Alliance. A man addressed the crowd, asking for everyone's attention. The voice in the stands began to fade. Gangho raised his hand above his head. Everyone turned their attention to him. He looked attentively at those present. The head of the Orthodox Alliance, Assault Blade Gangho. He pointed his hand at his assistant, who said that he would give a short speech instead of the head of the Alliance. He opened his mouth wide, saying that he first wanted to thank everyone present for coming. Chief Advisor Sing-woon. after which the man with a mustache pointed at one of those present, saying that as they could guess, they had all gathered here today because of the battle against the cult. A difficult battle, after which only the head of the heavenly school and the swordsman of the estate were able to return. Mubik lowered his head. He imagined the evil laughing Jinkyung, saying that from what he saw, their commander was a chaos sword demon. How could they know? Just 10 years ago, his martial arts were nothing special. Afterwards, he imagined him fighting as a different person. However, when the head of the heavenly school collided with his blade, he was convinced that Jinkyung was now comparable in strength to the top 10 masters. They were quick and merciless in killing people, and his subordinates were on par with the elders of the 10 great sects. The speaker frowned, saying that this is why the Orthodox Alliance thought that they had obtained superpowers by sacrificing monks. The audience was shocked to learn that these powers actually existed. Others began to whisper. Seungwon slammed the podium, saying that now the Horde Social Alliance must show incredible willpower to resist them. Another man opened his mouth wide, shouting that this is why the Alliance will hold a martial arts tournament right here in Dao. The audience watched as the speaker spoke of delivering justice, glorifying their names, and showing the villains the strength of devotion and wisdom. The crowd cheered. 2 men were already fighting in the arena. The tournament had successfully raised the morale of the Orthodox school and ignited their desire to fight. Armed with a sword, men struck men. It also gave birth to new heroes who would be able to face the villains. The woman watched the proceedings. Watching with a smile, she said that was this all that the Orthodox schools could do. Most of them clearly lacked the skills to back up their boasts. Waving her hand, she told Mubik, who was sitting next to her, that if they could use them as stepping stones to glory, then everything would not be so bad. Turning her head, she addressed him that for the sake of their family, he should put his all into his fight. Hearing no answer, she got angry, saying that because of his sister, they lost their stable escort job, and as the head of the family, he should try his best for the estate. He looked at his mother and replied that all this had already happened, but even so, things were getting better. They had already helped the trading union steal the jewels, so let her not worry. With a sly smile, she replied that his actions after the restoration had helped the estate a little, but they still had a long way to go to achieve the desired result. Seung-beek watched the conversation and heard Miju talking about how he absolutely had to win the tournament by any means necessary and thought that Seung-won had barely recovered. One of the tournament participants fell to the ground. The judge turned to the stands, asking which clan would be the next to step into the arena. Miju opened her mouth wide, shouting for her son to show them the estate by force. Getting up from the fish, he agreed. In a jump, he spun around himself and landed right on his feet. His opponent looked at this in surprise. The judge was also surprised. This guy, he is one of the 2 survivors of the battle against the cult. Red hair fluttered in the wind. Swordsman of the estate, Mubik. Watching this, he smiled and said that it seemed like people had a pretty good opinion of him. Folding his arms, he said that he was the head of the estate. Maybe his skills were not at the level, he hoped to leave a good impression today. The crowd listened to the question, is he really that skilled? Someone answered that there was no need to doubt the survivor of the battle against the cult. Whose hand is not a weapon. Someone said that she heard that they managed to lose to a bandit. The girl's dark hair swayed in the wind. She walked into the arena with a weapon in her hand. A shy look appeared on Seung-won's face. The girl looked ahead. The daughter of the Sword King and the flower on Jian, the telepathic flower, Yon. Chemistry was shocked to see her in front of him. They stood opposite each other, and so, with the advent of the mood of the tournament changed. The girl stood looking ahead. People were eager to see Yon's martial arts in her first public fight. The girl's hair was fluttering in the wind. The flower of telepathy, Yon. She is the daughter of the Sword King, the jewel of her sect. The man with red hair looked at her in surprise. They were standing opposite each other. The women turned to the people sitting behind them, hearing a rumor that her appearance was like a luxurious flower. The interlocutor replied that this was not all, she was able to solve any problem. They say that no one can compare to her in intelligence. Miju frowned and clenched her teeth, thinking that if it were not for this girl, then Mubik would have received all the attention. Seung-beek looked at the woman sitting next to him who was shouting. Yon asked why she came here and ruined everything. The girl stood silently in front of them. Looking at him, she heard the question, how is she doing? Mubik awkwardly put his hand on the back of his head, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Since she was here, did this mean that her father had arrived? She silently looked into his eyes. The guy wondered what kind of expression he had on his face. Did something upset her? Hey, she turned to one of the spectators and he said that he was Chun and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The dark-haired guy raised his hands and shouted that they had come here instead of their father. The girl looked. Then she raised her hand and waved it. Chun smiled and pointed to the side, noting that his sister had considered that enough of them. Greetings. She wanted to fight them. The red-haired man was confused and asked again. The girl put her hand out in front of her. Exhaling, she raised her weapon behind her back and began to approach. The bright sun illuminated the roof of the building. Yeon struck, but Mubik was able to return. He was completely confused, realizing that his opponent had decided to go all out from the start. He pulled the weapon aside, thinking that it would be rude of him to dodge her like that. Frowning, Yeon looked at her opponent. He had already pushed off the ground and was above her head. The girl was able to burp to the side while trying to strike. Later they crossed swords. The audience looked on in amazement. Some started to applaud, saying that they were both amazing. Others discussed this, saying that it was unknown that she could do that. As expected, a student of the Sword King. Looking at the girl, Mubik noted that she was still as strong as in his memories. In childhood, they did not often train together, does she remember? Silently looking, the girl thought that she could not forget about this. Behind him, she noticed people in the stands. He and all the inhabitants of the estate pretended to be ignorant, although they knew perfectly well about everything that was happening. Miju's face looked tense, especially the lady and her atrocities. Looking at her, she frowned. She remembered the little boy with his companions in his hands, and all the adversity that did not fall on that child. Then Jiaka was frightened at the sight of the girl. He begged for forgiveness, mortally frightened, and she remembered how the child was crying. Swinging the blade, she thought that she remembered everything, even after 10 years. From such a blow, Mubik took a step back. A glow appeared around the girl's blade. Seeing this, the red-haired guy was shocked, thinking that she wanted to use the clan's technique during the tournament. This is an ordinary duel, why would she do this? Chun's cry was heard from the stands. He said that this was just a friendly battle, why was she acting like this? Hearing this, the girl lowered her eyebrows, not understanding herself. 10 years had already passed, and she had not personally experienced what happened. After which she suddenly jumped up. A bright trace remained from the swing of the sword. Infinitely I am a heavenly technique. Thinking that the rage caused by the child's sadness does not subside. Mubik was biting his teeth. If she was so serious, he had no other choice. The man's sword was engulfed in a yellow glow. 9 Heavens Technique, Level 2. Yeon rushed towards him, surrounded by pink light. Dragon Ascension, except to use the secret technique. The spectators were mesmerized. Someone jumped high into the air. Bowing his head, he began to land. His sword touched Mubik and Yeon's swords. He turned his head. The guy noticed the leader of the alliance. A man with a mustache and beard stood between the combatants. He was touched by how passionately they rushed into battle. Gangho looked at the guy, saying that this event only symbolizes the unification of the Orthodox alliance. He believed that they had enough of fighting. The guy folded his hands in a gesture, saying that he will follow the order. The girl silently repeated the gesture. Gangho turned to the audience, saying that they have 2 talented warriors. Aren't they amazed by this? They should take this tournament as an opportunity to prepare for the battle with the cult and defeat the evil spirits no matter what. The crowd roared, shouting that they must win. Their enemies must be taught a lesson. Mubik deftly put his hand on his neck, saying that it was a glorious fight. But someone's cry interrupted him, calling the young lady. Surprised, Chun turned around and thought that the voice was familiar. There were several wounded men behind him. The people around began to guess if they were not the disciples of the Nagan clan and why they looked like this. A dark-haired man approached one of them and asked if they were okay. Behind, Yeon began to approach. He also asked the wounded what happened. The interlocutor lowered his head and answered that it was the moon goddess and the fox. He imagined their faces and heard that they surrounded their clan. Holding the injured man by the shoulders and Chun asking if it was true, who said that as soon as the leader realized what was happening, he remembered several men running with their faces covered. He said that he needed to warn them and the young mistress, so he sent them here. Several people were coming down the steps. A bald man was looking at the injured people. However, the entire Shattering Heavens Demon Lord was surrounded by cult members, so they were blocked off from all exits and were late. The hero introduced the man and woman, asking if the mother and father had survived. But they had left them immediately after the battle began, so they could not know for sure and asked for forgiveness for this. Chun fell to his knees, crushed by the news. The girl asked when they attacked. Hearing the answer that it was probably around 3 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, she thought about what it meant. More than half a day had passed. She remembered her father, deciding that there was no time. She must go back before something happened. She lifted her brother by the hand and helped him to stand up, saying that they do not know if their father is alive and therefore they need to return immediately. Gangho was watching their conversation and the man said that there was a possibility of another clash. Could they ask the Storm Squad for help? Of course, he said, he would send them as soon as they were ready. Turning around, the girl began to walk, saying that they trusted him and immediately returned to the clan. The girl ran forward quickly, so Chun and Yeon, having collected only the bare necessities, headed back with a squad of warriors. Later, they saw 2 red moons in the sky. The light was reflected from their surface, but barely reaching the edge of their lands, they encountered illusory waves in the sky. And when they reached their clan, everything was already over. 2 people watched what was happening. Last night in the clan, there was a bloody battle in the yard. A voice was heard for no one to retreat because they were obliged to protect their clan. A soldier who was wounded screamed loudly. The rest lay motionless on the ground. The man gritted his teeth, thinking that he couldn't have known that the sect was so strong. If this continued, the clan would meet its end. Before that happened, he had to lead his people out of here. Turning his head, he spread his arms and shouted for them to leave the battle to him and go. He ordered them to go and join the forces of the Orthodox Alliance under the leadership of the young master. That way they could think of their next move. His wife was scared, saying that she couldn't leave him here and go. They wouldn't stay together and would fight side by side until the very end. Turning around, he frowned, shouting that he could only give it his all in the battle if he knew they were safe. He asked her not to worry about him and to leave, taking his disciples with him. Two men approached her, trying to lead her away. They didn't tell her to trust the master and go to a safe place. Let her put the battle to the clan leader. When they were far away from here, they would join the young master and madam. The sect would ask for help, then think of their next move. A smile appeared on the girl's face and she said no. The other one jumped up and said that it was presumptuous to think that they could escape from her. She extended her hand with long sharp claws. They say that it even sounds funny. A large snake and several sharp swords appeared. None of them will escape today. They will all rot in hell and suffer in it forever. The confused Sword Emperor raised his eyes, after which he began to defend himself from the attacks of the woman with the snake. Her comrade ran behind her. They say that it is a pity. With an ominous smile, the blonde turned to the Sword King. She jumped high, saying that she would first kill his wife. In fear, he turned around, worrying that if he did nothing, it would be so. He tried to strike the girl with rose hair, after which he rushed at the second with a sword in his hands. A powerful explosion was heard. The people around were thrown back. The servants of the clan understood the head. He was able to block the attack with the sword. After he was able to block another attack, veins appeared on his face. He thought about how the old fox's strength could grow. Rising in the air with laughter, he ruled several illusory swords. Looking madly with her gaze, she screamed that the man would die and reunite with the head of the Varan. Several charges of energy were directed towards him. The man looked at his wife behind his back. Suddenly blood splashed. One of the blades was fiddling with the woman. Looking with horror, he asked why she did this. She answered with tears in her eyes that he must live on. The king of the sword must survive, for the sake of the entire world of martial arts and for the sake of their children. Not believing what was happening, he listened as she asked him to take care of them, after which she bent over and fell to the ground. The body of his dead wife was reflected in his eyes, after which he screamed and his pupils lit up brightly. He delivered one of the strongest attacks. The girl with red hair had to dodge, after which he began to control the sword with Kai energy. She landed on the ground. Turning her head, she looked at the enemy and stood up. But then his sword struck me. The Sword Emperor approached the dead woman but did not take her in his arms, telling her to sleep peacefully. Putting her back on the ground, he added that they would soon follow her. Frowning, tears flowed from his eyes and he swore that he would not die until he cut off their heads, after which he jumped high. A bright aura appeared around him. Sword of the endless blue sky. Supreme technique of the sword form. He landed near the girl. Crossing blades did not look at each other. Suddenly his gaze noticed something, and he swung the sword, leaving a bright blue mark. The blonde landed on the ground, saying that she did not care how good he was, but did he really think that he could stand up to both of them? From the girl and the rose with roses in hair, new swords flew. This time they pierced his chest. A stream of powerful energy was directed towards him, after which a loud explosion was heard, which destroyed part of the house. Both girls looked at it angrily. One of them said that it was funny. She finally got revenge on this old fool after 20 years. No matter how skilled the warrior was, in the face of the sect, everyone is akin to a mere mortal before God. Her companion said that she was right. Even the Sword King after such an attack would crumble to dust and not curl up in the underworld itself. After this attack, columns of smoke rose. The girl noted that the head of the sector was waiting for news from them. They should hurry back to the citadel. It was raining. Someone shouted, "Father, Mother." Chun dug through the ruins. He did not understand why he could not find their tracks. The others stood almost in his head, saying that they were very sorry. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and asked where they could have gone. He looked at his brother and she replied that their parents had probably survived and gone into hiding. But tears appeared in her eyes, although she said that it was for sure. Drops of rain fell on the ruins of the house. The tragic fall of the clan, which happened overnight, shocked the entire martial arts world. Several men gathered at one table. The Alliance, the main building. One of them hit the table, saying that they must immediately take a counter move and oppose. The second supported him, saying that they must show them what they are capable of. The men themselves frowned, saying that in the name of the Orthodox Alliance of the martial arts world, they will take revenge on them 100-fold for their disrespect. A tall building rose into the sky. While the entire alliance swore revenge and began preparing to destroy the sect, another event was preparing to shake the martial arts world. The Imperial Palace. Many people gathered inside, suddenly listened to someone's footsteps. Red heels walked along the floor. Someone would have quietly laughed. An elderly man entered the hall and moved towards the throne. The man sitting on it said, "Has the Emperor really come?" With a grin on his face, he asked, "What kind of power is he looking for this time?" The sect leader, who had been hiding in the shadows for a long time, had forged an alliance with the Imperial Palace, thereby increasing his large-scale participation in the affairs of the martial arts world. Pink clouds floated above the Imperial Palace. People lined up at the carpet. The Emperor walked up to the woman, who asked what kind of power he wanted this time. Looking at her, the Emperor replied that he wanted an eternal influence that would never fade. The girl smiled and said that he already took it for granted. The man asked what she meant. Her eyes were shining. With a sly smile, she said that since His Majesty accepted their sect, he had already achieved, became the eternal influence he desired. Resting his head on his hand, she said that as long as he did not leave them, his eternal influence would shine for 1,000, even 10,000 years. The man opened his mouth in surprise, saying that the day he left the dark spectral sect would never come. Even if the sky fell to the earth, he gave her his word, snapping his fingers. The white-haired girl said that his words were like music to her ears. Although her presence here was an illusion, the head of the dark sect spectral finally appeared in the Imperial Palace. Her bold statements were not empty words. People in black masks flew forward. Warriors clutched their swords in shock, shouting that dark spectral sect had surrounded them. Let them run and save their lives. The sect members cut people down with swords. After subduing the Sword King clan, the symbol of the Orthodox sect, dark spectral sect waited for the moment. Swords stuck in the ground appeared among the rubble and began a full-scale attack on the Alliance sects. People sat on the ground with their heads down. As a result, a man looked on in fear, screaming pleas for mercy. He would join dark spectral sect if they allowed it. The gray-haired man nodded. It all started with a few disciples surrendering under the onslaught of the sect's terrifying might. He smiled widely. The man imagined a creature with flaming eyes and people holding bowls praying to him, then the masters from the numerous chaos sects. Even the prominent warriors who remained neutral rushed to join her ranks. The sun illuminated the mountain peaks later in the Wufeng hideout. With his hands on his hips, Jiaka exhaled, saying that the training seemed endless. He turned his gaze to the old man who called him. Yanggak asked with a smile what it felt like when he first drew a real sword from its sheath. Holding a blade, the guy replied that it was very unusual, but there was a feeling that he would wield a sword better than a blade once he got the hang of it. The old man mused that it was probably because he was used to his old weapon. It still felt like his body and martial arts were separate, if only someone could guide him. Jiaka looked at the shadow that covered him in surprise and asked why it suddenly went dark. A surprised cry was heard. The heroes looked in shock at the silhouette that was holding a huge rock, saying how heavy it was. Yanggak asked what she was doing there. Turning around, Ryosi indignantly replied that she was rolling the rock to help him train his fighting skills. A question was heard about what she was going to do with this boulder. The palm pushed the huge rock with a question, why shouldn't he? Jiaka looked at the approaching boulder and heard the question, cut this rock with one blow. The hero resolutely squeezed the sword and said, okay, why not try? Swinging the weapon, he jumped high. With a cry, the guy raised the sword over the rock. A huge column of dust appeared among the mountains. Ryosi shook herself and coughed, saying what kind of dust? She stood on a hill and asked if he was okay. The old man asked Jiaka if he was okay. The guy with the sword stood in the settling dust. The huge boulder was cut in half. Grinning, the guy said that the rock really seemed not pierced. The girl looked at the guy happily and exclaimed, how did he do it? To be honest, she had her doubts. Maybe they will try the stone trick again. She thinks it will really improve his skills. Among the mountain peaks, words were heard that he thought he was going to die, although maybe it is not such a bad idea to try again. The mountains were covered with snow, and so Jiaka and the Wufeng elite were able to focus on training peacefully. Time passed, and soon, a man was sitting in the lotus position, a man clutching a sword, shouting. Warriors were fighting. The leader was holding his weapon. Winter had come to Wufeng Mountain. Yeoncho was shaking, rubbing his shoulders, and said that it was very cold. The snowfall was going to end. The name who came up from behind said that he couldn't argue. The sun was setting. Maybe they should go back to the shelter. Shaking yes, saying that it was time to go down. They would eat, and tomorrow they would go back to training. The man was sitting on the mountain under the snow. A shout was heard, distracting him. Putting his hand to his mouth, Yeoncho shouted, like training, Yanggak, they are going back, so let's go. The gray-haired man did not raise his head. He was sitting in a meditation pose surrounded by a gray haze. Go Mayang pointed at him and asked, Grandpa was meditating and fell asleep. Maybe they should wake him up and bring him food. Jiaka looked ahead in shock, stretching out his hand. He stopped the elder, saying that it was time to disturb Yanggak now. It seems he had reached reached the level of deep meditation. The red-haired man remembered the dark-haired man, the man, and said that this was the technique the sage had shown them. It was the process of rebirth that preceded a complete transformation. A glowing ball was hovering between the man's palms. Looking at the old man, Jiaka said that one wrong move and his Kai would go out of control again like last time. He would stay here and watch over him to make sure everything went well. Yeoncho smiled, saying that since he was here, he was sure everything would be fine. He sat there with such an exhausted face. The man had thought the old man was nearing the end, and look at this, he didn't know if he could hear him. But they would meet again. The man's body was surrounded by bright flashes, what could easily be considered. Yeonggak's final test of Kai enhancement lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Blue sparks danced around his body. Jiaka was nearby practicing with his sword. On the 4th morning, when the breathing technique reached its peak, the boy walked with a bundle in his hand. His eyes widened in shock. He saw that the glow around the man had become even brighter. The old man raised his hand. Bright rays of light emanated from his palm. Without turning around, the elder asked. He came back. The man folded his hands in a prayer gesture. Yeonggak went through a complete transformation. Reborn in a new form, Jiaka looked at him with a smile. Smiling, the elder said that if it were not for his mentorship, he would never have come this far. He swears that he will repay him for his kindness with his life. He, Yeonggak, no, Tong, swears allegiance to him, swears by the heavens. Turning away, the hero asked what other mentorship. Let him hurry. 4 days of waiting and eating only rice balls. He thought he was going to die of hunger. The old man ran after the boy, asking if there were any more balls left. He had not eaten anything for 3 days, so too got hungry. The guy exclaimed that this was his breakfast. Even if he didn't dream about it, a man's voice was heard asking him to wait for him. He promised that he wouldn't take his food away. The roof of the building was surrounded by fog. A question was heard. Old man Yeonggak himself had realized the transformation. Yeoncho put his arm around the man's shoulders and congratulated him. Asking how this transformation felt, there was a feeling that he had been reborn. The man replied that he wouldn't say that. Holding his chopsticks, Go Mayang said that it was as if nothing had changed after this event. Happily pointing his finger at himself, the old man said what he was talking about. Can't he see the aura of calm and ease flying around him? The man awkwardly said yes, since that's what he thought. The old man looked at his laughing comrades with displeasure. Jiaka looked at him with a warm smile. Banging her fist on the table, the man said that now that old man Yeonggak's strength had returned to him. He wanted to bring up one issue for general discussion. Jiaka looked at the elder in surprise and asked what was the matter. Grinning, he began to speak. Looking forward, Yeoncho said that he had already resigned from his position as the leader of the Wufeng gang, so he would soon leave the mountain. His comrades looked at him in shock. A loud question was heard in the gray building. He was leaving them. Sobik looked at the man in shock, asking if this was too sudden. Jiaka raised his eyebrows, asking, Yeoncho, did something happen? The man replied with a smile that he had been having trouble sleeping lately because he was worried about what might have happened to his family. Go Mayang raised his hand and said that he had spent a lot of time with him, so he would be leaving the city with his name, Exhaler. Jiaka said that since that was his reason, he should hurry. Sobik asked, will he come back? Though, the man with the armband replied that he didn't know. He didn't have any long-term plans, so he couldn't say for sure. His friend added that the future was unclear. Looking at him, the red-haired man said that of course, right now he should be especially concerned about protecting his family. If it weren't for him, the gang and the 10 elites wouldn't exist. The gang members heard with a smile that from now on he would hope that he would live that life, which he dreamed of with his family. Yeoncho smiled. Thinking of the guys, looking at them, he decisively exclaimed that then he would go to his family without regrets. And after that they would meet again safe and sound. His fingers clenched into a fist. He said that then, Chulsan raised his hand, saying that he would leave too. He would stop being a bandit and open an inn to live a quiet, righteous life. Imdao looked at him in surprise and asked if he knew how to cook. Hyung-du mockingly asked why he would ruin his business. Obviously, he would take Ki-yeon with him. The girl blushed and looked at the man, who said that was right. He would be the owner, and she would be the cook. The pink-haired girl added that she wanted to say it herself. Sobik looked down sadly, thinking that it seemed like everyone had a home except Wufei. She wanted to stay with Jiaka, but the life of a bandit would be not easy. The pink-haired girl looked at her sad friend. Turning to her, Ki-yeon asked why she suddenly became sad. She thought her friend would cope well with the life of the inn. The brunette happily turned to her friend and asked if she would take her with her, looking at her with a smile. The girl said, isn't it obvious that they would go together, since they are a family? Sobik rushed to hug her friend, saying that they would build the best inn in the whole world. Ki-yeon exclaimed that they would work together there until the very end. Go Mayang looked at his comrade and said that at this rate, by the time he visited them, there would be no room left in the inn, and they would throw him out into the street. Chulsan objected that there would always be a room waiting for him. Let him come at any time. Several silhouettes stood on the landing, so, a week later, 10 Wufeng elites, who seemed to be together forever, finally decided to go their separate ways, each going their own way. A cry was heard wishing them a safe journey. Yoncho waved his hand, telling them not to forget, even if they were not together, they were still brothers. Their diverging paths became another step on the path to a different destiny. Sobek rushed to hug Jiaka, saying that if he ever left Wufeng, let him visit them. The guy glanced sideways at Ryosi, who said that he was very lucky to have so many places to visit. Turning to the girl, the guy asked, "She leaves?" Holding her backpack, the girl in the bandana said that she must go home. Her father was already waiting. And what? He wanted her to settle on the mountain with them. Sobek pushed her in the back, saying no, let her go and not bother the others. The girl said displeasedly that they were throwing out the daughter of Shattering Heaven's demon lord. She thinks she can handle the consequences. The brunette drove her away again. The figures of the men disappeared into the distance. The remaining heroes watched them go. Some were smiling, and Hyungdu was crying. Yonggak turned to the red-haired man and said that he looked lonely. Jiaka replied that he was not lonely, but he was bitter and happy. Raising his finger, he said, the old man said that he knew, training can soothe the most aching heart. Waving his hand, the man suggested, why not take the opportunity and practice the technique of spiritual telekinesis of the sword. Turning, Jiaka asked again in surprise. Jumping up, Yonggak cut the trunk of a tree. He clenched his teeth with zeal. The hero watched as the man landed. And then, with a smile, the gray-haired man asked how he liked it. Didn't he think it would make most of the Orthodox sects look weak compared to him? The guy sitting with his arms crossed hesitantly answered that it was possible. Walking towards him, the old man asked what he had been doing all this time. Looking down, Jiaka replied that he had been trying to comprehend the technique of spiritual telekinesis of the sword. But what exactly was meant by communicating with the sword? Yonggak looked at the guy in surprise and asked him not to say that he had been staring at the sword and talking to it. The red-haired man replied that that was exactly it. He hadn't taken his eyes off it for 4 hours already. The old man smiled, saying that the technique didn't work from looks alone. Yonggak and Jiaka were sitting in the same positions. A ball of energy was shining between their palms. The old man said that first he needed to divide his kai, collected at the central point, in order to merge with the sword into one, holding a shining weapon. He continued that half should be released and attached to the sword, and the remaining half should be used to control this connection. With a smile, holding the sword, the man said that although he said so, since he himself was not given the opportunity to either use the technique or reunite with the sword, why not curb his ardor and take on the matter wisely? Jiaka sat silently on the stone in front of the weapon. He extended his palm towards it and thought about connecting with the sword with his body. The guy looked down, straight at the sword, around which flashes began to appear. Yonggak looked at this in shock. The hero's palm was surrounded by a golden glow, as well as his sword. The old man thought that he knew that he was talented in the field of martial arts, but for him to comprehend the basics of the technique in an instant, is there a limit to Jiaka's fighting potential? In the gray building, the lights were on in the windows. At the same time in Loyang, in the Shangzhou trading group, people were sitting opposite each other at a table. The guy said to welcome the Nangong clan with open arms. They will never forget their kindness. Chun folded his hands in a gesture of gratitude and said that they are always ready to help them in return. The representative Mayang smiled and said that it is not necessary. They do not know how confident they feel in the company of the Nangong clan. The head of the Yule merchants looked at him and said that at most they can apologize for asking them to accompany the caravans. Although not long ago they came through such horrors, ever since the dark spectral sect appeared, the bandits have become active. They have no choice. Chun looked at the man resolutely and asked. He said that the caravan will pass through Wufeng and Chaifeng. It is better for them. He has a personal score to settle with the people from Wufeng. The man turned and asked what kind. The name replied that he had been close to Mubik since childhood, and therefore he cannot ignore what happened in the Crouching Dragon estate. No. He looked at his sister and asked if she would join him on this journey without turning her gaze. Yon replied that she didn't care what happened to the Crouching Dragon estate. Looking down, she thought that even if the shining blade was floating in the air, the girl thought that if she herself walked onto someone's sword, golden rays flew out from Jiaka's outstretched hand. He looked forward with a smile, straight at his sword that was floating in the air in the glow. Moving his hand quickly, the hero screamed. He sent forward a golden swirl of energy, his mouth open in shock. Yonggak thought that there were many people who were unable to demonstrate the full technique despite the fact that they had trained to perform it their entire lives. Where was the limit of his strength? His fingers clenched the hilt of the sword. Jiaka held the weapon in a determined pose. He looked at him in surprise and asked, so this is the technique of spiritual telekinesis of the sword? Jiaka held the sword in his hand in dismay, saying that he had missed something. Yonggak looked at him in surprise and asked, hadn't he succeeded? The boy frowned as he held the weapon and said that this was some kind of joke. That old master's technique was on another level altogether. Making the sword hover above his palm, The hero asked how he was able to transfer such power to the sword. What if it was like this? The old man watched, twirling the sword in the air, and said that by classical standards, he had already become a master of this sword telekinesis technique. Among the mountains, the wind carried fallen leaves, while Jaka diligently studied the technique of spiritual sword telekinesis. The flags fluttered in the wind. The Nangong clan accompanied the Shangzhou Trade Union caravan on their way to Mount Wufeng. Chun rode his horse in front of the column. His hooves beat the ground. Liang turned around and said that he could cross the Chifeng gang's Pingding territory without getting into trouble. The long-haired brunette added that even the most hardened bandits valued their lives after all. The representative looked at the guy and said that the infamous Chifeng would not show their faces, all thanks to the reputation of the Nangong clan. Chun smiled and said that he was flattered. The brunette continued that they said that the Wufeng bandits were much more submissive than the Chifeng, but did he really think that they would pass without problems this time? Turning his gaze to him, the escort replied that he could not promise anything. He imagined the predatory image of Yoncho and Jiaka, thinking that from the rumors he had heard, the ones who brought Wufeng to his knees were the 10 elites. He imagined a red-haired guy with a wide smile and thought that among them, they said, there was a young talent leading them. Looking down, he said that he thought what if he did appear. A shining golden sword flew forward. The hero watched in shock as it flew right in front of him. The horses were startled and reared. Name frowned. The merchant behind him tried to stay on his horse, screaming. Jiaka turned around and shouted, calling out to the honored representative. He jumped up sharply, approaching the man, and put the scabbard under his head, preventing him from hitting it. Holding his head, Myung Chun asked if he was okay. He replied that he was, just confused. The man turned around excitedly and asked what was that. The red-haired man shouted, warning everyone to be careful. His power was out of control, let them not interfere and avoid being hit. A bright flash appeared near the horses from the impact of the power on the ground. Chun shouted for everyone to clear the way. A shining blade was flying straight towards him. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the tip in front of his face. There were hieroglyphs on the blade. The man read Crouching Dragon in surprise. With a sharp movement of the sword, he knocked the weapon away from himself. Spinning, the blade flew to the side. Jiaka jumped high, putting out his hand surrounded by radiance, and shouted that now. He waved his fingers, spreading a bright light, and asked, did he dare to escape from him? Making a turn, the blade flew towards him. The men looked at it in shock. The merchant opened his mouth, thinking he called for his sword. Surrounded by radiance, the boy managed to put the sword into the sheath, and then with a tired sigh, he landed on the rock. With a smile, holding the weapon in his hands, Jiaka said whoever they were, thank you. The sword went haywire, and he was in a difficult situation. Frowning, the brunette said that they came from the 10 elites of Wufeng. Chun, who was standing behind, asked the representative to leave this to him. Looking forward carefully, he thought that they were saying that among the 10 elites, there is a talented youth whose strength even the higher ranks fear. It seems they have found him. Jiaka looked forward, a little confused. Touching his fist to his palm, the man asked for permission to introduce himself. Standing in a welcoming pose, he said that he was the young master of the Nangong clan, Chun. The man asked in surprise that he was talking about him. Dal turned around and asked if he heard correctly. This is the clan where the King of Swords is. Yonggak, who was looking at them, answered that it is true, that famous clan, revered among the 7 sects and 2 schools of orthodox sects. Jiaka looked at the boy in surprise, thinking that if he was from the Nangong clan, then. He remembered the girl's hand reaching out to him, and the face of the beautiful girl that was reaching out to him pitifully. The boy said, Yon's sister. Continuing to touch his palm with his fist, Chun said that however, he came here today for only one reason. Bowing, the brunette shouted that he humbly asked him to teach him a lesson and begged him not to refuse his request. Jiaka scratched his head in dismay and asked him. 2 groups of people were located opposite each other. Yonggak opened his mouth in shock, thinking that Nangong had so boldly entered into a confrontation. Was there some kind of connection between them and Waryong Manor? The man looked at the boy and asked why he so suddenly scheduled a duel. Chun replied that they attacked first, so, putting out his palm with folded fingers, he shouted that he would take it as consent. Covering himself with his hand, the man saw the trace of his jump. The boy's hair was fluttering as he approached the enemy. The red-haired man looked at the approaching boy, surrounded by a blue glow, using a sword technique of great nature. A bright trace was left from the movement of the sword. Jiaka looked down in surprise, thinking that as expected of the Nangong clan, his technique was frightening. Crouching on one knee, the red-haired man thought that he was not the type whose strikes could be easily dodged. His foot slid along the ground. Taking out a sword covered in lightning, Jiaka used the 9 Heavens technique, the 3rd level, Cloud Dragon and Wind Tiger. Extending his sword, Chun rushed forward with a cry. Bright sparks spread from the clash of blades. The brunette's gaze was a little surprised. He thought, wasn't that the 9 Heavens technique? He also had the Waryong sword. Jiaka's face was shadowed as he heard the question of what kind of connection he had with the Waryong sect, and he asked again, a connection. It was definitely strong. Looking at his opponent, the hero resolutely stated that his name was Yon Jiaka and that he could not break these bonds. Chun's eyes widened in shock and he asked again in surprise. Looking at the guy in shock, he said that it was him then. Jiaka looked questioningly at the brunette. The confused brunette asked if he was really Yon's uncle's third son. The red-haired man exclaimed that he should be careful, they were still fighting. Chun remembered being surprised 10 years ago and shouted that he was a little boy who held Yon's hand. He remembered his sister squeezing the boy's hand and continued that he had already grown so much. Looking surprised, the brunette stopped him, asking why he was here among the bandits. Still holding the sword, Jiaka said with a smile that he thought his story would be long. Why don't they talk inside? They could just finish the duel, people were watching. Clutching the sword, the man replied that he would like to very much. The red-haired man looked at him in surprise. Surrounded by the glow, Chun confidently stated that he was a warrior, and looking at his talent, he was already anticipating where their fight would lead. Grinning, Jiaka agreed. The brunette giggled and asked he wouldn't feel sorry for him because he was still attached to his sister, would he? The guy indignantly shouted at him not to say that. Making a quick movement, he said that he wasn't going to feel sorry for him at all. Hyung-do asked in confusion, did they know each other? Yonggak said that they were apparently quite friendly. The man looked at them in surprise and asked if they were revising the entry fee. The comrade replied that it was unlikely. Jiaka gripped the hilt of his sword and said forward. Chun raised his weapon with a determined expression and said for him to attack. Sparks flew from the sword strikes. The man said for him to show how good he was. The duel that started without any misunderstandings. The red-haired man parried the bright blow. It might have seemed like a fight with an obvious ending, because Jiaka, seasoned after duels with countless famous masters, he fought with ease. Chun frowned sternly. However, his opponent, who used every opportunity to attack, was none other than the heir of the Nangong class and the disciple of the Sword King. The long-haired brunette moved swiftly, using a boundless heavenly technique. Jiaka gritted his teeth and blocked the sword strike, but he was thrown back abruptly. Looking ahead in shock, the boy thought that he was stronger than he thought. Turning around, he prepared to land. His foot touched the edge of the flagpole. The hero, surrounded by a glow, stretched out his arms and used the sword's spiritual telekinesis technique. He opened his mouth and screamed. Chun clutched the sword as the hero approached him. The men looked at him in shock, exclaiming what kind of technique this was. But Yonggak smiled, recognizing it. The brunette clenched his teeth from the tension and thought that he was now sure. A bright beam threw him back with force. Chun fell to the ground, and a sword pierced a stone nearby. Jiaka looked at him in fear and asked if he was okay. The man grabbed the sword and ordered the Blue Sky Squad to prepare for battle. Hyung-do and Yonggak angrily clutched their swords. The man asked how this happened. Chun silently covered his wound with his hand. The brunette was surprised to hear him shout that everything was okay, let them let go of the weapon. The tired Chun said that it was a friendly sparring. Smiling, looking at Jiaka, the man asked if he was right. Looking at him in confusion, the red-haired man objected that he had wounded him. Holding his shoulder, the hero said that in battle, even worse things happen. Under other circumstances, he would have dodged. But suddenly he felt a strong desire to meet the technique of spiritual telekinesis of the sword with his head held high. The guy, who lowered his head, asked why this technique is not that good and thought to himself that he was trying to elevate him in the eyes of others. The hero looked at the rising brunette and thought that he was as caring as Yon. Chun said that since they were finished here, isn't it time to talk? He can just call him Jiaka since he is the youngest son of his uncle, although he already calls him that. He thought that now this person. The guy put his fist to his palm and with a smile said that, of course, and thought to himself that he had become his brother. Chun looked at him with a smile. The hero was surprised to see how the elder began to fall forward, not having time to ask a question. The brunette fell face down on the ground next to the boy. Jiaka called out to him in shock. The man opened his mouth in surprise and heard screams asking him not to die and demanding that he call a doctor. Thus, Jiaka and the Nangong clan were reunited again. Jiaka looked at the man in fear and asked if he was okay. The lying Chun smiled, saying that such a wound would heal quickly, so he shouldn't worry. The man opened his mouth in shock when he heard the red-haired man scream that his brother couldn't die in his arms. Hyung-do and Imdal opened their mouths in surprise. The first asked if they hadn't just fought, the second asked what was going on. Resting his head on his hand, Yonggak asked what they thought. He thought they wouldn't charge them a toll. He was right. The brunette bowed to the hero's comrades. Thanks to Chun and Jiaka, the Sangjo Trade Union and the Blue Dragon Squad safely passed through the Five Peaks Highway. There were two silhouettes at the wooden gate. Chun decided to stay with the gang for a few days to heal his wounds. The windows of the gray building were lit. That evening, after a day of chaos, a question was heard: what happened? Chun looked at the guy who looked down and exclaimed that Miju treated him terribly. Jiaka replied that it was all in the past. The brunette looked away and asked, but him? Yonggak extended his hand forward, saying that he had decided to stay by Gyaka's side for the rest of his life. He could ignore him. Gyaka said with displeasure that he was his decrepit friend. The old man smiled silently. Chun looked forward, saying that after hearing his story, he thought he understood why Yon did that. The red-haired man looked at him in surprise, asking, "Did something happen to her?" The elder sighed tiredly, saying that it was normal for her to ignore social ties, but recently she started acting as if she wanted to cut all ties with the Waryong clan. They were all surprised. Looking forward, he said that it was just a guess, but he thought that she acted like that because she knew what had happened to him. The hero imagined the beautiful brunette in his mind and asked again, "Did she know?" Gyaka bit her finger excitedly, thinking that she did that for him. The hero's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that life was truly treacherous. Chun held out his hand and said that he had been bullied for so long in his home, but he had grown up to be a worthy successor to his father. Gyaka opened his mouth in shock, asking, "An heir?" The man sitting opposite him explained that the one who inherited the martial art represents the sect, so who else could be considered the successor if not him? Now he was curious how he had achieved such a level at such a young age. Smiling, the red-haired man replied that it was Waryong. Yonggak turned his attentive gaze to him. Gyaka looked at him and nodded. With a wide smile, the guy said that he had accidentally found a book about the family martial art in the storeroom and had been training like crazy out of boredom. Chun approached in amazement, asking, "From a book, without a teacher, so he must be a genius." With an awkward smile, Gyaka said that it was not such an achievement, and thought to himself that he was very naive, not doubting his words at all. Looking at the guy, Chun said that there was no need to downplay his talent, but how long did he plan to stay here? The hero thoughtfully lowered his gaze. The brunette imagined slyly grinning figures, saying that Jianghu was in danger because the Yuman cult had returned. That was why it was important for everyone in Jianghu to work together to fight them off. Every martial artist in their ranks was important. What did he think about leaving this life of thieves behind? Gyaka lowered his frown, silently repeating, "Leave." Sitting on his horse, the man waved his hand, saying goodbye. A couple of days later, having recovered, Chun left to catch up with his squad. Smiling, the brunette shouted that if he decided to leave here, he should come visit. He was sure Yon missed him too. Gyaka looked at him with an arched eyebrow, planting the seeds of the idea of leaving Wufeng in his head. The seeds took root, blossoming in the boy's soul. The man ran after the laughing boy, shouting that if he caught him, he would be finished. Gyaka lay with his hands behind his head a couple of days later. He looked away, noticing something. Yonggak leaned over him and asked what he was doing, to which he heard him dismiss him, saying that he was meditating. The old man sat down next to him, asking why he didn't practice his sword telekinesis technique. The hero responded with a question, accidentally hurting someone again, no. Looking at him happily, the old man continued, then instead of isolating himself from everyone, why didn't he make connections? Opening his mouth, the boy asked, did he think the sage would have an answer? Raising a finger, Yonggak stated that of course. He could even stop at Loyang and have a snack on the way, and on the way back too. With a happy smile, the old man said that he could visit the Sangzhou merchants, where someone was waiting for him. Standing up, Gyaka sheepishly said that she didn't even know he was here. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he couldn't stand his whining, so he wanted to leave the mountain. Looking ahead, the red-haired man thought that if he could learn something by leaving Wufeng, then it wouldn't be so bad. The girls smiled as they looked at each other. He thought that was also true. The people were standing by the wooden buildings. The boy thought that now he had a home to return to. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He thought that was more important. He imagined the image of the beautiful Yon, thinking that there was someone he wanted to see. Glancing sideways at the man, Gyaka asked him, what did he think? There was no choice. He had to leave here for him. Yonggak laughed and said that he would be happy to go anywhere with him. The guy had a sword and a bundle on his back. He asked the old man if he had forgotten anything. Gyaka left Wufeng. Looking forward determinedly, the guy heard a satisfied answer that everything was ready. The hero set out on a new path. Turning around, the red-haired man said with a smile that they would return soon, not to worry and take care of themselves until he returned. The gang members wiped away tears. The man said that he had to return, and the other wished them luck. Hyung-du cried, saying that he thought he would stay with them forever. Imdal added that he would miss old Yonggak. Turning around, the man in the hat asked the guy where they were going. He replied that they had already decided. Looking forward determinedly, the red-haired man replied that first he would go to Wudin Mountain to see Master Chun Jai. The heroes set off along the path ahead. The guy thought that of course after that he would go to Laoyang and see Yon. A few days earlier in Laoyang, a girl was looking out the window while sitting at a table. As she raised her cup to her lips, she noticed something. Two drunks approached her, one of whom said that she looked lonely and the other asked if she wanted to drink with them. The hand placed the cup on the table. Yon picked up the sword lying next to her, standing up. The drunk man shouted angrily, asking, did she threaten them? The girl silently put the sword back in its sheath. Then, she opened her eyes, looking at them. The drunks ran away screaming. The man who approached said that he knew it was her. The girl looked at him. The man in green folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and said that there was no need to strain yourself. They were only here to convey that the head of the Orthodox Alliance was eager to meet her. The girl held the sword, hearing that he could not go into details now, and asked, "Is it about the Yuman cult?" The other man opened his mouth in surprise and said that she already knew. Looking at him, Yon replied that yes, she thought he would contact her if she came here. When Jiaka and Yonggak descended from Mount Wufan and entered the central regions, the following happened. They were not in the forest. Meanwhile, a crowd of people had gathered in the city. A guy and a girl were greeting them. The Waryong sect had also undergone great changes. The man was surprised and cried out that the eldest son of the Waryong sect and the eldest daughter of the Yang clan had tied the knot. The guy and girl stood in front of the priest. The bride lowered her eyes. Finally, the sect had risen as the Yang family, thus finding a solution to its problems. The man and woman were also sitting nearby and watching the event. Biju raised her head and turned to the bride, said that from now on, the future of the sect lies with both of them. They must continue to help their husband and bring honor to the family. She bowed and said that she would do as her mother wished. The girl was the eldest daughter of the Yang family, Yang Yewa, and her husband stood next to her and smiled. His relatives stood behind her, whispering that they could not believe that they could see their brother blushing, that today was truly a historic day. At that moment, the stepmother turned and addressed the girl. She frowned and told the stepdaughter to follow her sister-in-law's example and behave decently until they found her a worthy husband, and to stop chatting with these heroes of Loyang or whatever they were called. The girl yawned in response and said that she understood everything. And the stepmother began to swear even more loudly and said that she should not assent to send someone to the trade union for negotiations. A man approached her from behind and said that he would like to remind her of her glass, then noted that he should have come earlier. The stepdaughter turned away and snorted. Then she was told that she had to endure a little longer. The wedding ceremony was nearing its end. In response to this, the girl said that if it were not for her brother, she would have run away from this dismal evening long ago. Her brother smiled and said that he understood. Wasn't it a touching sight? But then he imagined those terrible events that happened 20 years ago, when both father and the head of the Nangong clan stopped the Moon Fairy. After that, due to the illness of her father and the degeneration of the martial art of their clan, they began to slowly fade away. Then he introduced Mother and Newbeak and added that thanks to them they were able to recover and blossom in all their glory. The sister made a dissatisfied face and said that she was not sure about her mother, but her brother really worked hard, learned the Nangong clan's fighting style, and in response she heard that her mother might be rude, but she also tried for the good of the family. Then her brother patted her on the head and said that she should stop getting into trouble and prepare for marriage. The girl immediately grabbed her head and said why everyone was yelling at her. And the young man raised his head and thought that his brother had successfully entered into an alliance with the Yang clan, and their ban on crossing mountain ranges would soon also disappear due to their connections with other merchants. Then he looked at the sky and mentally asked his father if he was watching them. They continued to fight for a bright future, so he asked him to watch them. Do not worry about anything. Suddenly, the woman raised her glass and turned to the ladies and gentlemen. She smiled and said that today was a holiday, so she asked everyone to have fun from the heart, to feel the connection formed between the two families, for the greatness of the sect and the clan. The groom and the bride were bowed to each other at that moment. Then they looked around and were a little embarrassed. The guys were very happy and pleased with what was happening, and the woman looked at them and smiled. After that, her nephew turned to her and said that the woman had worked so hard to make up for her husband's shortcomings. From now on only good things awaited them, so they could afford to rest a little. This one heard that it was so. Then the woman remembered her husband and thought, who cares about a person who died of illness? The sect will finally forget its dark past and flourish in their hands. The stepdaughter watched her and was unhappy with something. The woman was clearly irritating her. Then the girl turned around. The brother asked where she was going. At that moment, the girl said that the competition was almost over, so she wanted to return to her quarters. In response to the question of why she would not stay here longer, she told him to stay as long as he thought necessary. She frowned and thought, to hell with it. These people really thought they could lock her up at home and quietly force her to marry before she left her mark in the world of martial arts, but her father's blood flowed through her. Then she remembered her childhood and said that only because the girl was given a chance to prove herself in battle, so she would definitely become a slave of the trade union. She had to just stand behind and watch everything that was happening. The girl approached the arch and thought that she would run away from home and go to the heroes, so her name would spread throughout the world. But suddenly someone appeared nearby. The girl raised her head and did not understand what was happening. She heard where such a girl could rush under the cover of night. Suddenly the man pounced on her and said that the ceremony had just begun. She jumped back sharply and did not understand what happened. Then a huge pillar rose from his blow. The brother managed to save his sister at the last moment, and the stepmother jumped up and did not understand what was happening. A woman with demonic energy appeared in front of them. She smiled and looked at her opponent. The brunette began to get angry and asked who it was. Did she really think that her head would not fall from her shoulders after the disrespect that she showed their house? Well, in response, the woman simply laughed and asked again about the disrespect, said that it was a laugh and nothing more. Then she came closer and said that this was her revenge, which had not even begun yet. Then she swung her sword and struck. Its power was so incredible that everything around began to collapse. A young man ran out there and ordered to protect all the guests and begin the evacuation. The demonic priestess only smiled and said, "Why don't they fight her back?" The young man immediately jumped off the ground and tried to fight her. They clashed with their swords and looked into each other's eyes. But her strength was stronger, so the guy flew back. Then he landed and asked who she was. Why was it so unfair to the sect? The woman got angry and called him a fool, said that when the Swordmaster died, they forgot about her existence. The older brother looked at her and played the words in his head, thought, is this really the one? Then he flew back, because he did not even notice how he was hit. The woman literally cut off the guy's arm with one swing of her sword. He landed on his knees, shaking in pain, and heard that he could not dodge such a simple attack. The rival smiled and added that compared to his father, his skills are just ridiculous. Then the priestess approached the girl. At that moment, the stepmother turned around and shouted to the soldiers to save her children. The Blue Dragon squad should have arrived by now. We must immediately contact the Orthodox Alliance. Then she grabbed her head and started thinking why this evil bitch appeared today. At this rate their sect will not survive. Then the girl woke up and started screaming about the moon fairy. With great difficulty she was able to get up and said that this bastard could barely beg for mercy from her father. How dare he appear here? The woman was very surprised by what she heard. Then she stretched out her hand and started listing, red hair, talkative mouth, must be his daughter. Immediately the girl began to be pulled towards her with magic. Suddenly the enemy grabbed her by the throat. Then she lifted her above herself and said that she would tear her body to shreds. I wonder if her father will crawl out of the grave. Then she looked into her eyes and asked why the little girl suddenly fell silent. Why does she continue not to open her dirty mouth? Then another relative intervened. The man was flying in their direction and was going to save the guys. The fairy noticed him and realized that something was wrong. Then she barely managed to parry his blow. The man landed on the ground next to her and stopped in front of her. Then he ran forward to deliver another blow. The fairy looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Then she saw how the brothers approached the girl and tried to bring her to her senses. She thought that there was one weakling here, but the tiger cubs had already cut their teeth. At that moment, the young man took off his hat, then his dress suit, and she thought that it was not so important. How could a Swordmaster rise from the grave? The young man turned and looked at her with burning eyes, while she thought that there was no person in the world who could defeat her. But suddenly the guy pounced on her with incredible strength, imbued with Kai energy. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.